In the summer of the 51st year of the night was originally tranquil when the roar of battle abruptly descended. The colossal nine-tailed demon fox gazed arrogantly in all directions, chaos unceasing. Blazing flames mingled with smoke burned through the entire night, only extinguishing at dawn. What caused the greatest loss to Mai was the death of the fourth Hokage Bofeng Shuemen. To seal the powerful nine-tailed demon fox, he did not hesitate to use the forbidden technique corpse ghost seal, sacrificing himself together with his wife Xuanwu Jinaxin, leaving only their newborn son alive in the world. As a result, the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen, who had long retired behind the scenes, had to return to power to maintain the balance among the village clans and guard against invasions from foreign ninja villages, as the younger generation in the village was insufficient and no one was capable of inheriting the position of Hokage. However, the end of the disaster still left the villagers of Mai unsettled. The death of the fourth Hokage, the heavy losses of the ninja forces, and the unknown identity of the invader who released the nine-tailed fox cast a shadow over everyone's heart. No one could say when the fourth great ninja war might break out. At least the third Hokage Yuanfei Risen had already issued orders to mobilize the ninja forces in preparation for a potential war. Assorted fruit-flavored pool sticks, 200 ryo per skewer, 300 for 2, 800 for 5. Limited stock, first come first served. On the street of an alley in the southern part of the village, a childish and slow hawking voice rang out from time to time. That was a tiny child about 3 or 4 years old with short black hair and jade-white skin, blindfolded with a cloth strip, wearing a blue robe. In front of him was a mini stove and separated fruit-flavored syrups. The street was not deserted but rather bustling with people hurrying about. Ninjas and civilians were busy with medical treatment and patrols, their expressions serious. This seemed completely out of place with the boys hawking, as if two separate worlds. However, they seemed familiar, with the boy occasionally casting a glance without surprise or confusion, only a faint, almost imperceptible pity. The boy was called Rishon Yunhai. From his surname alone it was not hard to guess that he was from the prestigious Rishon clan of Mai. He was born with the ability to see through things, a bloodline limit known as the Byakugan. However, unlike other members of the Rishon clan, he was born blind. His eyelids were fused to his pupils, unable to open, and thus he did not qualify to activate his eyes. 2,000 ryo will buy all the pull sticks. A somewhat low-spirited voice reached his ears. Rishon Yunhai pondered for a moment and then gave a gentle nod. Freshly made, settled on the spot. Small business, no credit. In front of the stall, the girl Shiri Hong, who had just come out from the protective barrier, had tears in her eyes, her chin slightly wrinkled, her face filled with grief. Because her father Shiri Jinhong had also died in the nine-tailed fox calamity last night, leaving her with no remaining family. She rubbed her eyes, and seeing that Rishon Yunhai only nodded but didn't move, she asked, "Every time I come, you're the one at the stall. Where are the adults at home?" Rishon Yunhai did not answer. He simply extended his right hand and made a gesture asking for payment towards the girl's position. The girl was taken aback, and it took her a moment to understand his meaning. She angrily pulled out 2 notes from her pocket and slapped them directly into his hand. "Doing business like this, no one will like you." Rishon Yunhai smiled unconcernedly, carefully feeling the texture of the notes with his fingers. After confirming by touch that they were Thusandrio notes, he carefully put them into his pocket, his smile growing even wider. His smile, however, was quite glaring in the girl's eyes, but she didn't press on. Instead, she gave a self-deprecating laugh. "You're just a 3-year-old child, you don't understand anything. Why am I getting angry with you?" Rishon Yunhai keenly perceived her self-mockery, or rather he had sensed the low spirits in her tone from the very beginning. He had heard such low spirits many times today, all related to last night's chaos. Grandpa said that last night there was a huge 9-tailed fox, a being even the Hokage could hardly kill. Rishon Yunhai murmured in his heart. Silently he took a prepared wooden skewer from a box at his feet, dipped it in syrup and heated it over the stove until it became sticky enough to cling to the skewer, thus making a somewhat rough pull stick candy. Before the candy could cool, the girl directly reached out and snatched it, appearing anxious, yet once she had it in hand she refused to eat it. Rishon Yunhai did not say a word. He picked up another skewer and continued, making his pace slow and steady. It would take at least half an hour to finish all the syrup in the box. But the girl did not urge him, she just watched quietly, more like a curious passerby than a customer. 20 sticks in total, 100 ryo each. As the syrup in the box ran out, Shiri Hong had both hands full of skewers. After hearing Rishon Yunhai's words, she was stunned for a long time before saying thank you. But this time her tone was somewhat stronger, though still inevitably a bit low. To this Rishon Yunhai gave a silent smile. He fumbled to pack the box and slung it over his back, then hugged the stove and slowly walked towards the alley behind him. He could sense that the girl had not left, but he understood the reason in his heart. In fact, his heart was also quite heavy. He had gained a clearer understanding of the cruelty of war, that many people could truly leave forever overnight, leaving behind bereaved families drained of vitality. Perhaps this is fate, he murmured in his heart. He touched the wall and walked step by step forward. Fortunately, home was only 100 steps away and he reached the door in 4 or 5 minutes. When the familiar wood grain touched his fingertips, he let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. Then a smile appeared on his face and he pushed the door open forcefully. Old man, I'm telling you today, a big customer bought all the pool sticks, gave me 2,000 ryo. Before the door was fully open, a slightly exaggerated joyful shout came into the house. It was a very small single-story house, about 50 square meters. Besides the living room and bedroom, there was only a small bathroom. On a recliner in the living room was an old man with a long beard. Upon hearing Rishan Yunhei's excited words, he immediately straightened his waist. But as he straightened up, the cover that had been draped over his stomach slipped off, revealing his empty trousers, legs, and a hideously twisted left arm. So the old man and the young boy were both physically disabled. Old man, quick, take a look, is the money real? As soon as he entered, Rishan Yunhei impatiently pulled out the banknotes. First he waved them in the air to let the old man hear the crisp sound unique to money, then carefully walked over. The old man laughed heartily and teased, looks like a good harvest today, 2 banknotes. Other than the young ones from the clan, the villagers wouldn't dare spend such money. Rishan Yunhei scratched his head upon hearing this. He knew that money came in 2 forms, banknotes and silver coins, with silver coins being more common and banknotes rarer. He walked over to the chair by sound, fumbled to stuff the banknotes into his grandfather's right hand and asked curiously, old man, are these banknotes hard to come by? There are a lot of them in the inner pocket of your pillow. Ah. The old man's smile stiffened and he said helplessly, you little rascal, you even found my secret savings, Rishan Feishan's private stash. You're better than your grandmother. After speaking, he glanced at the banknotes and noticed the tree-shaped emblem of the Yuanfei clan printed on them. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. But after only a few seconds of thought, he shook his head and looked at Rishan Yunhei. Put your things down first. After your medicinal bath, well, start training. There's a new lesson today. New lesson. Rishan Yunhei nodded lightly. He didn't ask further and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Rishan Yunhei shed his garments and slowly descended the steps into the scalding wooden tub. This was no ordinary bath, it was the secret technique of the Rishan clan to fortify the foundation. Every child born into the clan was immersed according to a cycle, effectively enhancing the circulation of qi and blood. The temperature of the medicinal water in the tub was extremely high. As soon as he entered, his skin turned bright red from the heat. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to endure, allowing the hot air to flow through his pores and circulate with his breath. You're too stubborn. If it hurts, just cry out. There's no need to force yourself. Beside him, Rishan Feitian gently admonished, yet his face revealed a look of relief. Rishan Yunhei clenched his jaw and replied with muffled sounds, expensive, expensive. He meant the medicinal liquid in the tub. Each soap cost around 50,000 coins, and that was just the cost price. You little money grubber. Seeing him like this, Rishan Feitian shook his head with a laugh. 50,000 coins per medicinal bath was expensive for ordinary people, but for a jonin like him it was merely the commission from one mission. Moreover, he was a jonin of the Rishan clan. Although he was now disabled and recuperating at home, he had a very substantial family fortune, 40 years' worth of salary. Even if Rishan Yunhei soaked 3 times a day until he was 15 and his bones said, he could still afford it. However, he did not tell Rishan Yunhei about this. First, it was unnecessary. Second, Rishan Yunhei truly loved money and the expensive bath actually made him stronger. Hey old man, what lesson are you going to teach me today? After fully 2 or 3 minutes had passed, Rishan Yunhei finally adapted to the discomfort and asked curiously. Seeing that he still had the energy to ask, Rishan Feitian stopped stalling and said, the foundation of the Rishan clan and the core of being a ninja. Oh. Hearing his grandfather's answer, Rishan Yunhei felt a bit disappointed. Compared to the Rishan clan and ninjas, he cared more about chakra and the methods of hand seals and ninjutsu. However, refining chakra had an age limit. Generally 6 years old was the optimal time to start. Starting too early would affect physical development, while starting too late would waste talent. Strict control was needed. Rishan Feitian, sitting in his wheelchair, noticed his indifference and could not help but show a helpless expression. What matters most now is learning taijutsu. Only by laying a solid foundation can you step onto the path of ninjutsu properly. In response to his grandfather's admonition, Rishan Yunhei retorted, but old man, I've already learned all the punches, kicks, palm strikes and the human meridian acupoint diagrams you taught me, yet I still feel very weak. Weak? Rishan Feitian's face darkened and he picked up his walking stick to strike his head. Don't show off in front of me. How many children your age can match your talent? Stop complaining when you've already been favored. After speaking, he looked at Ri Xiang Yunhei's closed eyes and sighed, able to read at 1, proficient in human meridian diagrams at 2, and at 3 your physique is comparable to a 10-year-old. If not for these eyes holding you back, you might become Hokage one day. Hokage. Ri Xiang Yunhai shook his hair. He was not interested in being Hokage, nor did he feel disheartened by losing his eyes. Instead, he began to comfort his grandfather. I don't want to fight. I just want enough power to protect myself. Then he'll use your money to buy a shop and earn lots and lots of money. But his words made his grandfather's eyes dim. An ordinary person losing both eyes could barely take care of themselves, let alone a ninja who had to go through life and death battles. He couldn't even enter the ninja academy. Ri Xiang Feitian understood that the main family had not placed the caged bird seal on Ri Xiang Yunhai, which proved that he had been abandoned by the main family. At the same time, it meant his path as a ninja had come to an end. Thinking of this, Ri Xiang Feitian touched his forehead where a seal lay. It was a means for the main family to control the branch families and also a way to protect the Ri Xiang bloodline. Once a branch member harbored ill intentions, the seal could directly control and kill them. Every member of the Ri Xiang branch family was planted with the caged bird seal at birth except Ri Xiang Yunhai. He did not have it because he had already lost his white eye, and strictly speaking he was no longer a true member of the Ri Xiang clan. Whenever the eyes are mentioned, you go silent. Ri Xiang Yunhai said discontentedly. In truth, he felt helpless inside. Perhaps for a 3-year-old child, losing eyes was a painful thing. But the problem was that he was not just a 3-year-old child. To be precise, his soul age was 27 years older than his body. The place he lived before was called Blue Star, and he was a special person who reincarnated with memories of a past life. However, in his previous life he was also born blind. He grew up step by step under the care of his family, seeking light in the darkness. Although he only lived to 27 and died unluckily when a falling boulder struck him on the mountain, he had already passed the darkest moments and even grown accustomed to the dark. Back then, because of his burden, his family could hardly go out to work and were quite poor, which gave him an obsession with making money. Rather than becoming a powerful ninja, he craved the ability to earn money. After all, ninjas would never starve, but he, unable to cook, often worried about getting a meal. Relatively, after reincarnation, he also displayed abilities beyond ordinary people, such as learning ability and perspective, far more mature than his peers. Thus, in his grandfather's eyes, he was always a genius, and he placed great hopes on him. Rest assured, among the lessons I'm going to teach today, there is one category that might compensate for the defect of losing your eyes. Whether it's for making money or becoming a ninja, it can bring powerful aid. Ri Xiang Feitian changed the subject and said seriously. To Ri Xiang Yunhai, his words were somewhat inexplicable. In his previous life he lived in the mountains and was blind, so he never watched news about Naruto on TV. He didn't even know that the world he was reborn into was a fictional film and anime from his past life. However, he didn't care, deep down thinking this was his fate. After all, he was born blind in both lives. If not fate, how could such coincidence happen? I've already accepted my fate, and you're telling me there's a way to fix the blindness. Hey old man, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ri Xiang Yunhai shouted excitedly. Although some of these were exaggerated acts he put on, there was indeed a ripple in his heart. He really wanted to see the outside world, and even more so wanted to see if his grandfather looked like how he imagined. Faced with his questioning, Ri Xiang Feitian was a bit embarrassed and replied, I only discovered it a while ago. After asking many friends, I confirmed its feasibility. After speaking, Ri Xiang Feitian suddenly became serious and continued, Yunhai direction can only guide the way. I cannot determine how long it will take for you to step onto it, but I know that the road ahead will surely be full of difficulties, and you might even fail in your lifetime. Isn't it already hard enough for me? Ri Xiang Yunhai chuckled lightly. For him who was blind, seeking direction was a luxury. Even the simplest self-care was an unbridgeable chasm in his life. His past life was the best example. Chakra, indeed a good thing. Ri Xiang Yunhai murmured. In his previous life on Blue Star there was no internal energy like chakra. But people in this world could fight using chakra: wind, thunder, water, fire, earth. Bloodline limits: Rishan White, Ayuzumaki Sealing Senju would release Uchiha Tomo and the Inoshikucho ninja clans. Originally he also held the hope of finding a ninjutsu that could replace his eyes from chakra. He never expected that his grandfather had the same idea and had made some progress. Little Yunhai, your talent in cultivation is exceptional, but talent only determines the upper limit. Hard work is the best path to the summit. In the living room an old man and a young boy sat facing each other. Rishan Yunhai listened to his grandfather's teachings, feeling quite convinced in his heart. After finishing the medicinal bath, he eagerly asked his grandfather to start the lesson learning about the core of ninjutsu and the history of the Rishon clan. Before this, his grandfather rarely explained about the Rishon clan to him, but after understanding it he finally knew the reason. The so-called Rishon clan was divided into the main house and branch house. The main house would plant a sealing technique on the branch house capable of detecting and monitoring the other's emotions. If there was rebellious intent, the seal could be triggered, damaging the brain's meridians and causing immediate death. Thus the status between the main house and branch house was stark. Rather than being of the same clan, it was more like master and servant. The branch house not only had to maintain absolute loyalty but also lost the core right to speak. The only relatively good thing was that the main house would not easily take the lives of branch members nor insult or oppress them. They also specially established clan rules that all Rishon clan members had to follow. He and his grandfather belonged to the branch house. However, he was born without the Byakugan, making it basically impossible for him to become a ninja. The main house had never placed the caged bird seal on him, making him one of the few exceptions in the clan. To put it bluntly, if not for his bloodline of the Rishon clan, he would have been expelled from the clan long ago, and even his life or death would be unknown. Old man, you seem to have forgotten the most important point, my parents. After hesitating repeatedly, Rishon Yunhai finally voiced the doubt long hidden in his heart: his parents, whom he had never met in this life. In response to his inquiry, Rishon Fatian fell silent, yet not seeming surprised. After a long while he replied, "On the day you possess the strength of a jonin, I will tell you their information. But now is not the time." Oh. Rishon Yunhai nodded gently. Not being willing to tell naturally had its reasons, and he could easily guess that his parents must be involved in some dangerous situation, or perhaps they were no longer alive. Relatively, he was more interested in his grandfather's phrasing, possessing the strength of a jonin rather than becoming a jonin. The difference was too significant. Was it because he needed to conceal his abilities for some reason? Or did he lack the qualifications to become a ninja? That seemed right. Promotion to ninja required exams, yet he couldn't even enter the ninja academy. Rishon Yunhai grinned, unable to avoid self-mockery. What he had lost was not just a pair of eyes but also the door to the outside world. And his most important goal now was to find another door to smash it open through hard work and step into a brand new world. Little Yunhai, do you know what happened last night? Hearing his grandfather's question, Rishon Yunhai couldn't help but recall the scene last night. At that time the earth shook with explosions one after another, and the air was filled with the smell of burning. Unable to move on his own, he was hidden in the cellar by his grandfather for protection and only crawled out in the middle of the night. At that time his grandfather only said one name: the nine-tailed demon fox. He was not unfamiliar with the word demon fox. In his past life he had often heard of it but had never truly seen one. I only know that many people died. The big sister who bought the pull wire candy today was crying, and I didn't see the uncle who brought her before. He seemed to be called Shirijinhon. Rishon Fatian was taken aback, then understood his meaning. Shirijinhon was dead. Death for a ninja was a very common thing. But likewise death was like 3 meals a day, accepted yet hard to get used to. He was a very formidable ninja. Rishon Fatian murmured, his sadness suddenly ignited, making him appear listless and devoid of interest in life. Because now he was not much different from dead. A ninja unable to carry out missions often suffered even more. Feeling the gloom in his grandfather's words, Rishon Yunhai tactfully changed the subject and asked, "Old man, is the ninjutsu to compensate for the eyes related to the nine-tailed demon fox?" The wind outside the window gently brushed his face, and the voice interrupted Rishon Fatian's thoughts. He regained his composure and shook his head. "It has some relation, but not much." After speaking he pondered for 2 seconds and explained, "The so-called ninjutsu originates from the body. If you want to learn ninjutsu you must first understand how it is formed and its extensions. For example, the nine-tails calamity that happened last night is greatly related to the origin of chakra and the classification of ninjutsu." His grandfather's narration continued without end, and Rishon Yunhai listened intently. Gradually he gained some understanding of the core of ninjutsu and felt awestruck. Ninjas are innate ability users who can refine chakra from their body cells, then circulate it through meridians to release different ninjutsu, namely the basic elements of wind, lightning, water, fire and earth, as well as nature transformations and yin-yang division. The nature of chakra and yin-yang division have a chance to fuse into Kekkei Genkai. Although not comparable to ancient clans like the Rishon, they still flourished, forming the 5 great ninja villages. Rather than the core of ninja, it was more like the history of ninja, giving him a more intuitive understanding of this world. As for the ninjutsu to compensate for the missing eyes, it was related to the 4 basic classifications of chakra. The 4 basic classifications of chakra correspond to 4 cultivation methods: ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu and kenjutsu. Among them ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu all require adjustment through the human bodhis meridian and acupoint charts to release different forms of jutsu. The last kenjutsu was relatively inferior. It was a choice for those born with natureless chakra or for those with damaged meridians to cultivate. All attacks came from the blade in hand, making it relatively rigid, weak and overly monotonous compared to the previous three. To begin cultivation, one had to trace back to the origin of chakra, which was the most common method of chakra refinement, condensing chakra for ninjutsu training. Therefore, although ninjutsu appears diverse, they are all driven by chakra as the source. At their root, the essence of all ninjutsu is the same, it's just that everyone uses it differently. However, among these four basic categories, genjutsu sparked his interest. Because at the beginning of genjutsu practice, besides refining chakra, one also needed to learn meditation to control another energy of the body, perception. Perception energy, also called the perception technique, is a power inherent to life itself. If using the terms from his past life on Blue Star, it could be called mental power or even soul. Perception energy is an energy inherent to the human body. If chakra is extracted from body cells, then perception energy is obtained from consciousness. However, there is a great difference between them. Chakra only has nature distinctions, and once the body is trained to a certain degree, it can be automatically refined. But perception energy is different. It is deeply hidden within consciousness, requiring entry into the inner world to sense, and through chakra pulling the target's consciousness into it, thus achieving the effect of using genjutsu in combat. Interestingly, perception energy and chakra are closely related. Rather than being two separate energies, they are a combination. Because chakra is a balanced energy fused from life's vital energy and spiritual consciousness, where vital energy corresponds to taijutsu, consciousness corresponds to genjutsu, and the nature-transformed chakra derived from their fusion corresponds to ninjutsu. Just as his grandfather described the core of a ninja, whether in the past or present, has always had only one answer: chakra. There is no second option. This day was destined to be significant for Hinata Yunhai, as his grandfather shared many secrets about the ninja world. These secrets revealed by his grandfather contained detailed explanations of ninjutsu that many ordinary ninjas would never encounter in their lifetime. Only long-established families possessed a complete framework in ancient scrolls. However, what pleased him the most was the meditation technique his grandfather spoke of, which could lower the operation of chakra through breathing, allowing one to enter a semi-conscious state akin to a death-like slumber. To learn the meditation technique, one must rely entirely on innate talent to enter its threshold, exploring the structure of energy within one's inner world to lay the foundation for practical illusion techniques. According to his grandfather, sensing energy is the foundation of Yin attribute chakra. Currently, the only family in Konoha village that can skillfully control it besides the Uchiha clan is the Nara clan, which can manipulate shadows in combat. Notably, the Akimichi clan, sharing the same name as the Nara clan, employs a doubling technique that falls under the category of Yang attribute chakra. Coupled with the Shikamaru clan's proficiency in mental control, they form the renowned trio of Inoshikacho. The greatest highlight of this trio is that their ninjutsu cannot be imitated by others and lies outside the conventional chakra realm, often transforming wisdom into wonder to achieve victory. Interestingly, his grandfather had often worked with members of these three clans on missions, forming deep friendships with some of them, and even the Hinata clan had maintained close ties with the other three, rarely encountering conflicts. The foundation of the friendly relations among the four clans is that the Byakugan of the Hinata clan also belongs to the sensing technique category, providing significant support when combined with the other three clans, enhancing combat and assurance efficiency. His grandfather was able to confirm that sensing techniques could compensate for his eyesight by inquiring with the leaders of the Inoshikacho trio and receiving a detailed response. Additionally, the person who inquired for his grandfather was related to the girl he saw buying candy today. She was the daughter of Yuhi Kurenai. It was only then that he learned Hinata Kurenai and his grandfather had been teammates until they became jonin and parted ways, both having forged a deep friendship. No wonder his grandfather remained silent for a long time after hearing the news of Yuhi Kurenai's death. Lying on the bed, Hinata Yunhai felt a twinge of discomfort. His grandfather's indifference towards the death of friends felt like a habit formed from countless experiences, evoking a sense of premonition. He often experienced this premonition in his past life, feeling like a burden at home, lacking self-sufficiency, coupled with his eyes being shrouded in darkness. It felt as if he had sown a field of blades and fire, somewhat anticipating the arrival of death. For him, death was simply a matter of closing his eyes and never waking up again, as all he could see was darkness. There was little difference between waking and sleeping, so there was no reason to fear the arrival of death. However, living beings always have reasons and perseverance. The warmth brought by family was his hope for survival. As long as his grandfather did not give up on him, he would not cowardly succumb to death. He only awaited his grandfather to inscribe the cultivation methods so he could begin his meditation. He looked forward to having the characters engraved on wood, as distinguishing them through touch was his only way to learn the written language. Only upon understanding the form of characters could he outline related concepts in his mind and engage in verbal communication. Time flowed slowly in his anticipation. His grandfather sat by the window with paper and pen, daily writing, then discarding and repeating the cycle. He understood that for others verbal communication was the most convenient means. However, the two of them were both physically impaired, one could not see and the other could not perform actions, so the best method was to complete the details of cultivation for him to comprehend and guide him verbally. Thus, while he anticipated, he did not feel anxious continuing his previous training regimen, practicing physical techniques at 6 in the morning, exploring the positions of chakra points after breakfast at 8, simulating combat at noon, and selling goods at the street corner in the afternoon. Although his physique far exceeded that of his peers, he was still only 3 years old, insufficient to meet the standards for prolonged training. Forcing himself would severely harm his body. It is known that the Hinata clan is renowned for their physical techniques, yet they practice gentle fist techniques, a choice influenced not only by the Byakugan but also by their inherently weak meridians. A powerful physique and fragile meridians made it challenging for the Hinata clan to employ wide-range ninjutsu and rigid physical techniques, as they ultimately could not have both. However, the connection between the Hinata clan's weak meridians and the Byakugan means that during use the meridians on both sides throb violently, affecting the entire body's meridians and resulting in excessive pressure. Currently, due to his incomplete eyesight, the pressure on his meridians is minimal, allowing him to practice rigid physical techniques, which is a trade-off. "Kid, aren't you eating dinner tonight?" A puzzled voice came from the stall. Hinata Yunhai shook his head. "If I'm hungry, I'll just eat some jerky and dried vegetables." 3 days had passed since the end of the new course and the villagers were busy building houses. Only the girl Yuhi Kurenai came to buy from the stall and stayed for half a day, leaving only when he closed up. After 3 days of acquaintance, he learned that the girl was named Yuhi Kurenai, 13 years old, and a genin of Konoha. Perhaps due to her father Yuhi Kurenai's frequent visits or the fact that the cotton candy was genuinely delicious, this place seemed to have become her sanctuary since the Nine Tails incident, to which she had a deep attachment. "Did your parents also sacrifice themselves?" "Yeah." They chatted intermittently with Hinata Yunhai, saying little, while the calm and indifferent Yuhi Kurenai became quite talkative, creating an awkward atmosphere that neither seemed to mind. "Like you, my parents are mostly away on missions, and suddenly one day they left this world without even a final farewell. By the way, I'm about to be promoted to Chunin soon. I'll also be going outside the village on missions, walking the path they once walked. You might not know, but the first gift my father gave me this year was cotton candy. He said it was made by the grandson of a former teammate who, despite being inherently blind, gained the skill to earn money through his hands. He also said that your perseverance is worth emulating." I was quite unconvinced at the time, but now I somewhat understand. Hinata Yunhai felt puzzled. He had merely sold a piece of cotton candy, so why had he become the confidant of Yuhi Kurenai? Regarding the praise from Yuhi Kurenai, he was even less concerned. If he had not gone blind, selling goods would have been a common occurrence and no one would have spoken of their hardships. In essence, it was still a form of pity in Yuhi Kurenai's eyes. He should be seen as a disabled person unable to take care of himself. Thus Hinata Yunhai maintained a smile, feeling no desire for conversation and even wanting to quickly sell the cotton candy and return home. Whether in his past life or present, he bore an identity in the eyes of others, that of a disabled person needing care. Any actions aligning with those of a typical person would earn him labels of resilience and indomitable spirit. In truth, he was merely trying to find a way to survive. Those accolades and labels became a psychological burden, neither changing the fact of his blindness nor allowing him to make up for the flaw through inner strength. There were still few customers buying candy today, and Hinata Yunhai felt somewhat disappointed as he closed his stall. He wanted to earn more money to buy meat and dried fruits for the next month. Although his grandfather had considerable savings, he knew that money would eventually run out. To ensure stability in the future, he had to possess the ability to earn. Only with income and expenditure in balance could money circulate, preventing him from eating away at his resources. Ultimately, Yuhi Kurenai still left. Before leaving, she mentioned that her next visit would be a long time away and asked Hinata Yunhai to send her regards to his grandfather. To this Hinata Yunhai naturally agreed, returning home with a few coins in his pocket and beginning his daily medicinal bath. Coincidentally, the cultivation manual his grandfather had inscribed was also nearing completion when it was handed to him. His grandfather specifically cautioned him not to share cultivation-related knowledge with outsiders and not to display his strength in public. Hinata Yunhai was somewhat perplexed but did not resist. The entanglement with Yuhi Kurenai was still fresh in his mind and he did not want to encounter more troubles in the future. In the bedroom, a small figure clutched a wooden tablet, using the pads of their fingers to distinguish the words, thereby achieving the effect of coherent reading comprehension. The tablet was densely packed with numerous tiny characters, not only detailing the method of meditation but also the mobilization of sensory energy and precautions to take during cultivation. According to his grandfather's account, sensory energy responds to vital energy, and when the two converge they form chakra. On this basis, for a ninja to mobilize chakra and release a jutsu, they must use their consciousness to direct chakra, and the control thread between consciousness and chakra is sensory energy. However, there are two ways to channel chakra with consciousness. The common method relies on instinctive consciousness to passively control chakra, as most ninjas do. The rare few, on the other hand, possess innately formidable mental strength. They enter a meditative state to explore the presence of sensory energy, construct a false world within their mind, use sensory energy to mobilize chakra, and then with chakra or a part of the body draw the target's consciousness into that world, thereby achieving the effect of casting a genjutsu. This combat method of using sensory energy to manipulate chakra is known as a genjutsu user. But regardless of ninjutsu or genjutsu, taijutsu remains the foundation. Only by tempering the body to a certain degree can the chakra volume increase until it reaches its limit and qualifies. Thus the prerequisite for cultivating ninjutsu and genjutsu is to practice taijutsu. A full hour passed before Hyuga Unkai finished reading the pile of wooden tablets. Yet as his understanding of sensory energy deepened, questions arose one after another in his mind. Because the core of the meditation method is to observe the interior through chakra, thereby shifting consciousness from the external mode to the internal mode, exploring the source of sensory energy. The external mode is essentially perception of the outside world. A person can use limbs and eyes to contact the external, but there is no direct path to perceive the functioning of internal organs. The only touchpoints accessible are the heartbeat, pulse, and breathing rhythm. But currently chakra had not yet been born within him. Or rather, chakra existed inside him but remained within the cells, not yet refined into the meridians. Without chakra, how could he sense the workings of his organs and enter the inner world? Hyuga Unkai frowned, thought for a moment, then sat cross-legged on the bed, following the cultivation method his grandfather had explained to explore the sensory energy within his body. What he did not know was that the cultivation method on the wooden tablet was a pre-study course. His grandfather intended for him to first learn and understand it, then refine chakra at age 6 to cultivate more effectively, avoiding wasted time. But Hyuga Akita never imagined that what he considered complex knowledge would be for Hyuga Unkai, who possessed a soul with 30 years of age, merely a lengthy article not at all intricate. After all, the meditation technique was roughly equivalent to the curriculum of a ninja academy, difficult for ordinary children, but in the eyes of an adult it was very simple. After an unknown period, Hyuga Unkai let out a long breath. The cross-legged posture made him uncomfortable and prevented him from entering the meditative state. Instead, distracting thoughts flooded in and he felt uneasy all over. He pondered for a moment, stood up and practiced the gentle fist in the room, then tempered his strength until sweat covered his body and he was utterly exhausted, clearly hearing the pounding of his heart. Only then did he resume the sensory perception technique. This time, however, he did not sit cross-legged but lay down as usual, finding a comfortable position before discarding distracting thoughts and regulating his breathing. As the rapid heartbeat gradually slowed, he entered a half-awake, half-asleep state. Before him was complete darkness, yet it was different from being awake. It felt as though he were inside a closed room, aware of his bodhi's existence but unable to control it. Trapped in a dream yet conscious, this was the state called feigned sleep. Hyuga Unkai concentrated, surprised that he had entered meditation so easily. But amid his joy he was puzzled. Where was the so-called sensory energy? Could it be because of the absence of chakra? After groping for a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. Successful meditation had yielded no harvest. He could not even detect the presence of sensory energy. He only felt bound, unable to move his limbs, and even moving a finger required immense effort. This reminded him of an egg. After a certain incubation period, it must rely on its own effort to peck through the shell and emerge into a new world. Though he had not discovered sensory energy, entering the meditative state was itself a gain. One must walk step by step. Fruit cannot ripen in a single day. Thus he felt no disappointment. He attempted to enter the meditative state again, and upon succeeding he sank into a deep slumber. This half-awake, half-asleep state of feigned sleep felt novel to him, as if he had found a new direction, and he explored it tirelessly. It was not until the next day, when his grandfather began explaining the knowledge on the wooden tablets, that he sensed something amiss. Upon questioning, he discovered the problem. The knowledge on the tablets was part of his curriculum for the next 3 years, including aspects of combat techniques. This realization made him ponder for a while before grasping the situation. He was only 3 years old, though he had learned to read at 1 and mastered the meridian diagram at 2. Such phenomena could be attributed to talent, like a genius in a past life who excelled in academics. But meditation was different. It was the foundational technique for becoming a ninja. Even the most gifted students could only begin cultivating after age 6, the exceptionally talented could master it in 1 or 2 years, average ones in 4 or 5, and the poor ones might never graduate to become genin. Therefore Hyuga Akita had never imagined that his grandson could enter the meditative state in such a short time, let alone learn sensory techniques. Realizing the truth, Hyuga Unkai felt speechless. After some thought he decided not to tell his grandfather, for now, waiting a while before revealing it so as not to cause undue astonishment. "You little rascal, don't fall asleep while I'm teaching." Hyuga Unkai, deep in meditation, jolted awake and perfunctorily replied, "I wasn't. I'm listening intently." Listening. Then tell me, where did I stop just now? Hearing his grandfather's increasingly furious tone, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly, then put on a serious face and said, "I'll pay attention." His answer somewhat quelled his grandfather's anger, but within a few minutes he couldn't resist slipping back into the feigned sleep state. The reason naturally was that his grandfather's lessons were unbearably boring and came with a hypnotic effect. He simply couldn't help but doze off. Hyuga Akita looked at his grandson, whose chin had dropped again, and couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Though Hyuga Unkai's eyes were always closed, there was little difference between when he was awake and when asleep, only his breathing became imperceptibly slower. Forget it. He's still just a child. In the end, Hyuga Akita gave up and ended the day's lesson. When Hyuga Unkai woke up, his grandfather had already returned to bed to rest. Seizing the opportunity, he quietly took the syrup and as usual set up his stall at the street corner. Earning money was very important to him. Though the income was meager, small amounts accumulated into a considerable sum which greatly satisfied his sense of accomplishment. Moreover, while manning the stall, he would also enter the meditative state, continuing his exploration of sensory energy without interruption. Apart from customers buying syrup, no one would speak to him. Notably, the talkative Yuhi Kurenai did not appear, which pleased him greatly. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye 3 months had passed. Late autumn yielded to the onset of winter. The season for making dumplings had arrived. In the living room, Rishan Yunhai placed a large basin on the table containing kneaded dough and a bowl of seasoned meat filling beside it. In his past life he had lived in the vast mountains of the north, where temperatures could plummet to -30 or 40 degrees Celsius. When his parents were away working, they would wrap dumplings and leave them frozen on the windowsill so he could boil them whenever he was hungry. Boiling dumplings was relatively simple. Bring water to a boil, drop them in, and after 3 rounds of boiling, scoop them out. It was one of the few dishes he could manage despite his blindness. Thus in his former life he often helped his mother knead dough and wrap dumplings. Though still unable to handle a knife, he could barely manage to roll out wrappers and seal the fillings. What a peculiar thing! From his wheelchair, Grandpa stirred the meat filling with a single chopstick, unconvinced that minced fatty meat could taste good, yet yielding to Rishan Yunhai's persistence, he acted as an assistant. Besides mincing meat, there were also vegetables to chop and seasonings to mix, tasks that Rishan Yunhai could not accomplish alone. Catching Grandpa's somewhat disdainful remark, Rishan Yunhai rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Without cabbage, scallions, ginger, or spices available, he could only substitute similar ingredients, guessing the result would hardly be delicious. And as he had anticipated, when the dumpling wrappers encased the fillings and were dropped into the pot in all sorts of bizarre shapes, no rich aroma ever arose. Well, the dough was problematic too. He picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and tasted it, neither bad nor good, merely mediocre. Without a doubt the dumpling campaign had failed. Not bad at all. While he found them ordinary, Grandpa gave a favorable review after tasting. The succulent broth from the meat filling mingled with the fragrance of vegetables held a unique charm. Naturally, this was because Grandpa had never eaten dumplings before, mostly a psychological effect. Rishan Yunhai thought his grandfather was only comforting him, and a trace of disappointment crept onto his face. Still, he finished the dumplings in his bowl, welcoming the arrival of winter. "I've noticed you've been acting strange lately." After the meal, just as Rishan Yunhai finished washing the dishes, Grandpa's puzzled voice reached his ears from behind. He turned with a puzzled look and asked, "Have I grown taller?" "No, you haven't." Grandpa shook his head. Rishan Yunhai continued, "Then I suppose I haven't gained weight either." "Well then." Grandpa was a bit exasperated, so he cut straight to the point. "Your breathing has become weaker. If I weren't so close, I wouldn't even sense your presence." "Oh, that's what you meant." Rishan Yunhai was somewhat disappointed. He had hoped for a change in his height, or perhaps the ability to refine chakra. "I say, little Yunhai, what kind of expression is that?" "Being able to conceal your position through controlled breathing is a hiding technique only a ninja can master." "How did you manage it?" "A hiding technique." Faced with Grandpa's inquiry, Rishan Yunhai naturally understood the reason, but he hadn't expected his meditative state to be linked to such a technique. He dared not reveal the truth. Now was not the time. He thought for a moment, then explained, "Lately I've been trying to practice the sensing technique, so I deliberately adjusted my breathing rhythm. It just became this way without me realizing." "Is something wrong?" Grandpa's expression shifted in alarm. He feared the boy had recklessly refined chakra, so he quickly activated his Byakugan to check. Only after confirming that no chakra had gathered in his meridians did he heave a great sigh of relief. Then it suddenly struck him, could he adjust his breathing without the aid of chakra? Gradually he looked at Rishan Yunhai with an increasingly strange gaze. After a long pause he shook his head and said, "Nothing wrong at all. It's just that your talent is even greater than I imagined. He mistakenly believed that Rishon Yunhai had stumbled upon a method to conceal his aura by chance, never once thinking of meditation. If he knew that Rishon Yunhai had succeeded in meditation without refining chakra, his astonishment would far exceed the present. How odd. I'm going to train. Seeing that Grandpa hadn't noticed anything unusual, Rishon Yunhai brushed it off and began his combat practice. This so-called combat training involved him imagining an enemy's existence, simulating attacks to analyze his own fighting capabilities and keep track of his progress. But unlike before, he was training in a meditative state, consciously commanding his body instead of passively reacting. There is a theory that explains this phenomenon. When danger strikes, the conscious mind reacts first. If it reacts too quickly, the body may lag behind. His current state was exactly that. The reaction speed of his consciousness and his body were not proportional. His mind was faster, his body slower. And that consciousness, the body he maintained in the meditative state, had progressed from merely twitching a finger to raising an arm to attempting to walk until a day ago when he fully gained control. In this process of growth, he discovered that when his consciousness acted, his physical body would mirror the movements, resembling a sleepwalking state. He could control his flesh through will. Thus, since last night he had remained in a meditative state, using his consciousness to direct his body, making dumplings, washing dishes, and inadvertently tipping off Grandpa to something amiss. When a sound arises, the ears are the first to receive it, only then transmitting it to the consciousness. Yet it is still the consciousness that reacts first, proving it remains the core that governs the body. Therefore, I can adopt a different approach, shorten the process of the body receiving commands from the consciousness, achieving full synchronization between mind and body. In battle, I will strike before the enemy, winning by a hair's breadth. Moreover, when the consciousness actively controls the flesh, I can feel every muscle twitch and the expenditure of strength more clearly. Perhaps I can further refine control, concentrating power with each attack, even compressing it into a single point. For an ordinary person, one can imagine many foes to attack. But for the blind Rishon Yunhai, his only imaginary enemy was himself. By familiarizing himself with his own combat ability, he conjured a shadow, challenging it step by step to enhance his own strength. However, he could only act on the defensive, and his range of movement was restricted to within 1 meter. Stepping beyond that meant defeat. The reason was simple: the room was too small. He could only move within a meter's radius, or he would easily hit furniture, even hurt himself. Gentle fist, strong fist, a little too greedy, aren't we? From the windowsill, Rishon Feitian watched his little Yunhai training, alternating between palm strikes and punches, and chuckled to himself. Then he called out, "Little Yunhai, you." But before he could finish, a soft thud suddenly reached his ears, causing his smile to freeze. He stared in disbelief at Yunhai, who had thrown a punch. Rishon Yunhai, who had been focusing his strength, asked in some confusion, "Old man, did you just say something?" Rishon Feitian moved his lips, then shook his head. "Nothing. The sunlight is lovely today." "Oh." Rishon Yunhai didn't give it much thought and resumed his imaginary battle. What he didn't notice was the awe in his grandfather's eyes as he gazed out the window, silently murmuring 3 words: monster strength fist. This is impossible. The Hyuga clan's meridians are naturally fragile. Even if young Yunhai had lost his Byakugan, he couldn't have learned the strange power fist on his own, let alone comprehend it instinctively. Recently, Rishon Feitian seemed possessed, muttering about meridians and the strange power fist all day long. He would constantly examine young Yunhai from head to toe, leaving the boy utterly bewildered. Rishon Yunhai had no idea what his grandfather was up to, nor did he have time to dwell on it. Every day he practiced taijutsu in a meditative state. His combat power visibly surged day by day, and his chi condensation achieved modest success. He could now gather chi into his right fist and strike within 3 seconds, producing a clear, dull thud. His next goal was to shorten the time needed for chi condensation, so every attack would produce that sound, maximizing the force of his blows. Beyond that, he also modified the gentle fist. If the hard fist compressed chi into the size of a fist, then the gentle fist refined chi into rows of needle-like threads, targeting the internal organs, meridians, and acupoints. These 2 techniques, one hard, one soft, were the strongest attacks he currently possessed. They would grow stronger as his physique improved, and once he reached the required level, they would meet the standard of a genin's taijutsu. The skill of manipulating chi was often the foundation for controlling chakra and using ninjutsu more proficiently. There are still over 2 years before I can refine chakra and practice sensory ninjutsu. Training was monotonous, especially when it came to pure taijutsu. It required relentless effort and daily honing, but the strength displayed later would be all the greater. Rishon Yunhai lay on the floor, savoring the tremors after his chi was depleted. His heart pounded rapidly and powerfully, and he particularly enjoyed this unique sound. Ha! What's this? While meditating, he suddenly sensed a gentle breeze. But this wind did not come from physical perception, it was perceived by his consciousness during meditation. Ever since he entered meditation, his inner world had been like a pair of eyes, utterly dark, unable to see 5 fingers. He couldn't even imagine any scenes. His body could only move within the same spot with no material existence at all, as if adrift in a silent universe. Yet now he clearly sensed the wind, even feeling a hint of coolness spreading through his entire consciousness. Could it be sensory energy? Uncertain, he abandoned his perception of the outside world and entered a deep dormant state. As his mind emptied, the breeze around him grew clearer. Gradually he noticed the wind coming from all directions, yet contrary to common sense it did not brush past like flowing sand. Instead it merged into his consciousness, chaotic and directionless, darting about wildly. As the cool wind increased within him, the chill grew heavier, yet for some reason it did not pierce his bones or cause any discomfort. The inner world could not contain material objects. Any emotions or perceptions during meditation could only be the formation and transmission of sensory energy. Therefore this cold wind could only be sensory energy, or perhaps someone had entered my inner world and was sensing my consciousness. Enemy. Or sensory energy. He fell into thought. Human cells inherently possess chakra, which is composed of life and spirit energy. Even without refining it, chakra disperses throughout the body and operates passively. Now wind from outside entered his consciousness and darted about chaotically without leaving, as if it were meant to stay inside. From this, the wind's trajectory and location mirrored the chakra within his body, both operated uncontrollably, consistent with the manifestation of sensory energy. But the biggest contradiction now was, why did the wind come from outside? The inner world was constructed by consciousness, and sensory energy constructed the inner world. The three were originally one entity, so there should not be a situation where consciousness absorbs sensory energy. Unable to understand, Rishon Yunhai exited his meditation, got up from the floor, returned to his bedroom and carefully reviewed the inscribed tablet. But after scrutinizing it several times, the tablet contained no records of consciousness absorbing sensory energy. To be precise, sensory energy and consciousness had no direct relationship. Sensory energy was the root of both consciousness and the inner world. Conversely, consciousness and the inner world were more like the concretization of emotional fluctuations and thought memories, granting sensory energy the ability to think. He pondered for a long time, then suddenly had a flash of insight. He turned to the last pages of the tablet, which recorded the principles of casting and dispelling genjutsu. One essential condition for casting genjutsu was to lock onto the target through chakra physical contact or eye contact, pulling the target's consciousness into a fabricated inner world, thereby causing the target's body to be influenced by the consciousness and unable to control its movements for attacks. To dispel genjutsu, one used the connection between body and consciousness to rapidly condense chakra, forcibly breaking free, or caused intense emotions that shook the consciousness. Coincidentally, both casting and dispelling genjutsu were inseparable from one thing: chakra. Chakra is the fusion of cellular life energy and sensory energy. Cells are the key to human growth. In other words, as the body grows, the chakra within cells also increases. If that were the case, it might explain the source of that wind. His chakra was increasing, so sensory energy was also growing. With this thought, Rishon Yunhei's reasoning became clearer. He traced the characters on the tablet, but after a moment he still had some doubts. Chakra and sensory energy are one. If cell division caused chakra to increase, wouldn't the sensory energy increase before the chakra condensed? Why did it appear in the form of wind? He couldn't figure it out, and the articles on the tablet didn't explain this phenomenon. In the end, he had to let it go. However, he hadn't come away empty-handed. He felt that this phenomenon might be related to his chi condensation. After all, chi came from the body, sharing the same origin as chakra. A strong physique also increased the upper limit of chakra reserves. He would find out by testing. He put away the tablet, entered a meditative state to sense the wind within his consciousness, then after a moment of thought went to the living room to practice taijutsu again. To verify his hypothesis this time, he did not compress chi but simply exhausted his physical strength. When he collapsed onto the wooden floor unable to move, he entered a deep dormant state. Even as his breathing gradually steadied, he did not sense the arrival of the breeze. Now he only needed to compress chi again to confirm the result. After resting for about half an hour, he got up again to practice the gentle fist. This time his stamina was poorer, but before he reached his limit, his consciousness in the meditative state once again sensed the breeze. His body became warm, pleasantly cozy. So that's how it is. Rishon Yunhai frowned. There was no joy on his face at having guessed correctly, only hesitation and uncertainty. If his prediction was correct, the technique of compressing chi seemed to have the effect of refining chakra, yet it did not gather in the meridians. Instead, it dispersed throughout the flesh and organs, even seeping into the bones. If he continued training this way, he might not channel chakra into the meridians, but it would indirectly accelerate cell division, potentially causing adverse effects on his physical development. For instance, becoming shorter or fluctuating between fat and thin body types. In the subsequent days, as he had predicted, Ri Xiang Yunhei's height seemed to have been pressed to a halt. Not only was he exceptionally voracious, but his physique also fluctuated unpredictably. 3 months spent in a state of obesity, followed by a rapid slim-down within a month. On the contrary, he did not cease the cultivation of the strength condensation technique. He merely reduced the frequency of practice from twice a day to once every 2 days, doing his utmost to ensure physical development until he fully mastered the perception energy. Indeed, the primary reason he refused to give up was the perception energy. He wished to try to master it to compensate for his blindness at an earlier stage. The benefits of this approach were also remarkably evident. In just the first year, his world of consciousness was no longer a void of darkness. A grayish-white light began to emerge like a barrier enveloping his surroundings, silently awaiting his arrival to shatter it. In the same year, he could rudimentarily manipulate the perception energy from the first wisp of wind to the second, sixth, ninth, until more and more coalesced into a cluster, and he could alter its shape at will. By the second year, his taijutsu had reached the genin standard. He could clearly sense the chakra flowing actively through his organs, and he had fully mastered the perception energy. By the third year, having just turned 6, he began to refine chakra and underwent an attribute test which revealed a single lightning attribute. Compared to dual or triple attributes, the gap was considerable. It could only be described as mediocre. The upside was that the Ri Xiang clan naturally had fragile meridians coupled with the strain of activating the Byakugan, so they fundamentally did not rely on elemental combat. The downside was that he belonged to the Ri Xiang clan yet possessed no Byakugan, and he had inherited the trait of fragile meridians. Coupled with a single attribute, even if he cultivated Hanseal ninjutsu, he could hardly unleash its full power. Until he began to attempt using chakra to extend the sensing technique outward. Abruptly, the words on the plaque flooded into his mind like memories, and the familiar yet unfamiliar arrangement of the room appeared clearly. He trembled all over with excitement, unable to suppress the thrill. Although using chakra to perform the perception technique had a range limitation and the received scenes were merely grayish-white images devoid of any color. But he was only 6 years old now. The range could be expanded as his strength grew, and the colorless images could still flow, at least enabling him to see his grandfather's features clearly along with his expressions and body movements. Moreover, even the speed of making pulled sugar candy had increased several times over. From any perspective, the gains he had made were substantial. Although his height had never grown, his taijutsu was currently his strongest aspect, having already reached the genin standard. A 6-year-old with genin-level taijutsu was a genius in the eyes of civilian ninja. However, within ninja clans it was relatively ordinary. For instance, Yuzebo Jishue, Yuzebo Uchimu Kakaxi, and Yuenfei Asima had all attained genin rank at around 6 or 7 years old. Naturally, his grandfather Ri Xiang Feitian was also a genius among his peers. But the Mai village had far too many genius ninja. Moreover, he was a member of the Ri Xiang clan who could not use the Byakugan. You just refined chakra and you've already learned the perception ninjutsu, plus your taijutsu has advanced by leaps and bounds. You little rascal must have been hiding something from me. From today onward you are not allowed to practice taijutsu for 3 months. Increase your daily medicinal bath by 1 extra session, do you hear me? Inside the room, Ri Xiang Feitian lectured in a huff, having finally noticed Ri Xiang Yunhei's height issue and the origin of the monstrous strength fist. In response to his grandfather's words, Ri Xiang Yunhei kept nodding, a smile on his face as he wrapped dumplings into attractive golden got shapes with 2 rows already lined up beside him. Now he was no longer eager to condense strength. Resting for 3 months would do no significant harm. Instead, he had developed a greater interest in culinary matters. He could now perform the perception technique if he only covered a 1-meter range. The chakra in his body could sustain it for approximately 15 hours. This sounded incredible. A 6-year-old child having just refined chakra could continuously use the perception technique for 15 hours, something even many Chunin and Jonin could not achieve. But only Ri Xiang Yunhei knew that performing the perception technique consumed very little chakra. Instead, it placed a heavy burden on the perception energy. If he pushed the coverage to the maximum of 5 meters, he could only sustain it for about an hour. This also indicated that his perception energy was considerably greater than his chakra, hence enabling long-duration maintenance. However, most people used the perception technique in an external mode, concentrating more on combat. He, on the contrary, had lost his eyes and could only use the perception technique to observe the outside world. Whether in daily life or combat, he had to maintain it continuously. The meditative state not only reduced the dissipation of perception energy but also replenished it at a low frequency through self-sustained circulation, allowing him to persevere. Therefore he had to accustom himself to entering a meditative state, maintaining it 24 hours a day even while sleeping. This cultivation method was unacceptable to ordinary people, as they could observe the outside world with their eyes and had no need for active exploration, especially within a range of just a few meters. You said I can't practice taijutsu, and I suppose refining chakra is also out of the question. But chakra control should be fine, right? With that, Ri-seong Yunhai opened his right hand and a ball of light blue chakra covered his palm. He asked his grandfather again, "Old man, does this count as ninjutsu?" Condensing chakra into his palm was an extension of his technique for compressing strength, allowing chakra to cover the surface of his hand for protection. However, he could not yet condense chakra into fine needles to shoot out. He needed time to slowly hone this skill. Ri-seong Fatian looked at the chakra flowing in his palm, paused for a moment and shook his head. It can only be considered a precursor to performing ninjutsu. Condensing chakra into the palm is not difficult. The challenge lies in maintaining stability and flow during an attack, ensuring it does not collapse upon a single strike. Only then can it be called a complete ninjutsu. Little Yunhai, you must remember one thing: the opportunity in battle is fleeting. Never use any ninjutsu you have not fully mastered. Doing so will only create openings for your enemies and may even cost you your life. His grandfather's words were easy to understand. Essentially, the chakra he condensed was unstable and could not be applied in combat. Ri-seong Yunhai looked contemplative. He indeed wanted to learn offensive ninjutsu but had no clue how to proceed, so he spoke again. "Old man, you should teach me ninjutsu." His words were very direct, even somewhat disrespectful. Ri-seong Fatian laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, "You little rascal, I've already found a place for you. After tonight's banquet we'll be leaving here." Despite Ri-seong Yunhai's constant "old man" address, his grandfather was actually not that old and was quite robust, laughing with a full hearty voice. "Leaving, huh?" Ri-seong Yunhai smacked his lips twice. Both grandfather and grandson were members of the Ri-seong clan. Leaving mine was impossible. Thus there was only one possibility: moving to the Ri-seong clan's territory. Within the Ri-seong clan's territory he could learn gentle fist ninjutsu. For instance, the 8 trigrams palms he knew of was an advanced form of gentle fist point striking. However, this meant he would definitely be unable to attend the ninja academy. He murmured inwardly, feeling somewhat regretful. In his previous life he had always envied his peers who attended school. He never expected that in this life he would once again be unable to fulfill that wish. Nevertheless, it was merely a trace of regret, not enough to make him sad. Compared to that, he was more concerned about another matter. He asked, "Old man, can I become a medical ninja?" He said. Medical ninjas are a system within the Leaf Village's combat readiness, featuring institutions dedicated to the study of healing ninjutsu. Among these techniques is one called extraction technique for minor ailments, which allows for the removal and transplantation of organs. The eyes are also a part of the human body and can indeed be transplanted. He wishes to learn medical ninjutsu and study transplantation techniques so that he can truly see the light. To learn medical ninjutsu, one must possess yang attribute chakra. His grandfather softly replied, understanding the meaning behind Hinata Yuhei's words, and continued, "When you meditate, if your consciousness perceives a cool sensation, it indicates the manifestation of yin chakra. Conversely, if you feel a warm current in your body, it shows the presence of yang attribute chakra." This knowledge was not recorded in the textbooks, and it was Hinata Yuhei's first time learning about it. If, according to what his grandfather described, he could sense both coolness and warmth during meditation, didn't that mean he possessed both yin and yang attributes? However, his grandfather's voice sounded again. But to become a medical ninja, one must not only possess yang attribute chakra but also a particular purity. If it is too thin, healing even simple wounds can be quite difficult, let alone crank ninjutsu. Little Yuhai humans are inherently endowed with both yin and yang attributes. However, some possess them in abundance while others have them as thin as mist. For instance, the Inazuka and Nara clans belong to the former while the Yamanaka clan belongs to the latter. Yet the mental control of the Yamanaka clan is still regarded as genius level, with hardly one appearing among 1,000 commoners. The same principle applies to medical ninjas. Over the years, the number of formidable medical ninjas in the Leaf Village can be counted on one hand, with the most renowned being Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 legendary ninjas. Thus you must understand that whether it is medical ninjas or illusion ninjas, there is a significant talent threshold. Those without talent will achieve nothing regardless of their efforts, while those with talent can self-learn without teaching. For example, your grandfather, belonged to the category of those without talent. It's not that I cannot learn, but rather that I cannot manifest it. Listening to his grandfather's account, Hinata Yuhai furrowed his brow, uncertain if he belonged to the genius or mediocre category, lacking a reference for comparison. Hinata Haida, seeing his silence, thought he had been discouraged and offered comforting words. Medical ninjas rely on talent and can play a crucial role in warfare, but that doesn't mean their strength is formidable. Some may even lack combat power. This has nothing to do with strength. Hinata Yuhai shook his head and explained studying the acupoint and meridian chart is essential for mastering pressure point techniques, which is also a fundamental aspect of medical ninjutsu. I wish to delve deeper into this, perhaps clarifying the issues with my eyes and whether there is a possibility for healing. Healing the eyes. His grandfather fell silent. The Hinata clan also had medical ninjas, though they could not compare to the top-tier Tsunade Senju. They were still quite capable. When Hinata Yuhai was born, many medical ninjas were called in to help examine him, but they ultimately concluded with one answer: transplantation. Only by transplanting the Byakugan could Hinata Yuhai's eyes be completely healed, and there was an age restriction. This could only be done after he turned 16. In 10 more years I will be 53 and you will be 16. At that time the clan will transplant my eyes to you and you will be able to use them to see the outside world, the cycles of day and night, the rise and fall of tides, and appreciate the scenery that is everywhere. Little Yuhai, your grandfather will grow old and sooner or later I will pass away. With a sigh he reflected, now I only hope to live for another 10 years to witness your growth step by step. By then I can provide your mother with an explanation. Your mother, huh? Hinata Yuhai showed a complex expression as he looked at his grandfather's empty sleeves. For him, having eyes was an extremely important matter, but if those eyes came from a relative he would rather remain blind. Moreover, he wished to learn medical ninjutsu not only for himself but also for his grandfather. Old man, you are amazing. He gave his grandfather a thumbs up, sincerely praising him, then shifted the topic, asking curiously, by the way, who is today's guest? Oh, him. His grandfather smiled and shook his head. You know his name, Hinata Hazashi, the current head of the main branch, making him your mother's brother. Hinata Yuhai was stunned, not expecting the visitor to be the head of the main branch. He pondered and asked, is this banquet related to me? His grandfather nodded slightly and explained in a low voice, if you wish to learn the gentle fist you must gain recognition from the clan, otherwise even if I teach you in private the clan members will label it as stealthy learning, resulting in severe punishment. Oh. Hinata Yuhai understood and said helplessly, no wonder you didn't teach me ninjutsu, it turns out there's this reason. But you said to hide my strength and now you want me to accept clan training. Isn't that somewhat contradictory? His grandfather did not refute but agreed, indeed there is a contradiction. There is no such thing as a perfect solution in this world. If you wish to learn more advanced ninjutsu you must become the recognized genius of the Hinata clan. Then his grandfather changed the subject and said, being a caged bird is unavoidable, but you can choose whom to protect. You only need to pass the clan's assessment to become the guardian of the eldest princess. As long as you do not get involved in clan disputes you can safely cultivate the 8 trigrams palm. Guardian. The responsibility of the branch family is to protect the main family. Therefore, when a child from the main family is born, a guardian is usually selected from the branch family, effectively placing them in the role of a caged bird. However, there is a significant contradiction regarding the selection of the main family. In the Hinata clan, the main family is not passed down through one line but chosen from within the clan, and it is not limited to just one person. For example, Hinata Hazashi is the head of the main family while his twin brother Hinata Hayashi has been placed in the branch family, becoming a caged bird. The Elder Council experiences a similar situation. As long as one person becomes a guardian they must possess a party to protect. As for ordinary clan members, they are generally made into caged birds controlled by the family head and the Elder Council to prevent bloodline dilution. His grandfather on the other hand came from ordinary clan members and was selected due to his high talent, becoming a guardian of an elder. However, that elder passed away due to a recurring illness and his grandfather lost his status as a guardian of the main family, being assigned to the 3rd ninja war, ultimately losing his legs and half of his left arm. Now from his grandfather's words it seems he is preparing to make him a guardian of the main family rather than just an ordinary clan member. He displayed a bitter expression and unwillingly said, while others try to escape from being a caged bird I have to push myself forward. Why don't you just teach me the 8 trigrams palm in secret? I promise to use it only in life and death crises. Grandfather hadn't expected him to show resistance. After a moment of silence he said, and then what? Remain obscure until the day you have no choice but to reveal yourself, only to be punished and hunted by the main family or even be labeled a rogue ninja by Konoha. Zio Yunhai, your grandfather lacks the power to protect you. All I can do now is secure 6 years of peace for you. Even if you choose not to become a guardian, the Council of Elders will eventually seal the caged bird within you. Then you'll be nothing more than an ordinary clan member unworthy of learning the complete 8 trigrams palm ninjutsu. Besides, don't you want to know what happened to your mother? By becoming a guardian of the main family you can not only grow stronger effectively but also achieve the rank of jonin. By then you might be able to rely on the clan's power to avenge your mother. As the words fell, the room fell into a sudden silence. Holding the dumpling, Hinata Unkai found himself momentarily uncertain of how to choose. The Byakugan was a formidable bloodline, but it came with its own restrictions. He struggled to excel in elemental ninjutsu, and relying solely on taijutsu to grow stronger, joining the main family, was his best option. As his grandfather had said, just because he hadn't been sealed with the caged bird yet didn't mean it wouldn't happen. Grandfather could protect him for 6 years, but not forever. The caged bird would inevitably be placed upon him. At that thought, Hinata Unkai let out a bitter laugh and said mockingly, "I feel like all it brings me is burden and trouble with hardly any benefit." It referred to the Byakugan, or perhaps the identity of being a Hyuga clan member, like a shackle that bound him tightly, impossible to break free from. Avenge his mother. She really was no longer in this world. Suddenly his fists clenched, crushing the dumpling in his hand. He asked softly, "Old man, was that man my father?" He had already sensed something amiss. His grandfather never once mentioned his father, only his mother. Though he sensed no hatred in his grandfather's words, there was also no trace of longing. Hinata Unkai's abrupt question made his grandfather's pupils contract. He hesitated momentarily, unsure how to answer. It was precisely his grandfather's hesitation that gave Hinata Unkai the answer he sought. He released his grip, tossing the deformed dumpling into the trash bin. A smile spread across his face as he said with certainty, 10 years. I will definitely achieve Jonin-level strength. You must live well and watch me take his head as an offering to my mother. Such words from a 6-year-old might sound laughable, but Hinata Hikata, who knew Unkai best, understood that this was more like a vow. You little rascal, always tricking me into revealing things. Hinata Hikata tapped him on the head, then couldn't help but rub his own eyes. No way, old man. You may be old, but your heart isn't, you're actually crying. Hinata Unkai exclaimed dramatically. His grandfather, embarrassed and indignant, pretended to strike him with his cane. But the cane stopped midair, never falling. Silence once again filled the room. A guardian of the main family. Merely a caged bird, what was there to fear? Since his grandfather had brought him back to the clan, he must have made plans, such as tonight's guest Hinata Hizashi. He pondered while keeping his hands busy. Grandfather had been wounded by ambush from Kumanin during the Third Great Ninja War. Based on the timeline, it was Konoha year 46. At that time his mother was still alive and he hadn't even been conceived yet. The Third Great Ninja War lasted from Konoha year 44 to year 50, with the peace treaty officially signed in year 51. After the war ended, the Ninetales rampage erupted and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato was killed in battle. That year he was 3 years old. He was born during the war in late spring of Konoha year 49, also his birthday. Grandfather mentioned that he had summoned a medical ninja to treat his eyes at birth, but never spoke of his mother. It most likely meant that his mother had died during childbirth, perhaps her impending death prompted his birth and led to his eye defect. So the question was, he was born in spring of Konoha year 49, meaning his mother conceived him in summer of year 48. In year 44 the Kazekage of Suna disappeared and Kumo launched a sneak attack, starting the Third Great Ninja War. Grandfather was wounded in year 46 and returned to Konoha. His mother conceived in year 48, implying they were not on the battlefield. Since they weren't on the battlefield, there were 3 possibilities: internal conflict in the Hyuga clan, direct involvement of his father, or enemies or families who held a grudge against his mother. Naturally, these were only inferences based on the timeline. The specific circumstances required step-by-step verification. During the Third Great Ninja War, Hatake Kakashi became a Jonin at age 12. He didn't set high expectations for himself, reaching Jonin level by 16 would suffice. Once he learned the complete 8 trigrams palm ninjutsu, he could meet his grandfather's requirements. After they finished making dumplings, the grandfather and grandson waited until dark before hearing a knock at the door. Hinata Unkai hurried to open it. Under the coverage of his sensing ninjutsu, a young man in a kimono came into view. He appeared to be just over 30 and looked somewhat weary. Outside the door, Hinata Hizashi seemed to sense something. Before he could activate his Byakugan, a chubby child appeared before him, eyes closed, staring at him with curiosity. He paused, then quickly introduced himself. I am Hinata Hizashi. I have been invited to the banquet. Hinata Unkai, seeing his courtesy, replied, my name is Hinata Unkai. Please come in, head of the family. After the simple introduction, he ushered the well-mannered clan head inside, finding him much milder than expected, without any airs of being a leader or senior. Uncle. Clan head. Inside, Hinata Hizashi first greeted respectfully with a cupped hand, and his grandfather returned the courtesy, guiding him to the seat of honor. This overly courteous atmosphere was truly disconcerting. Hinata Unkai cooked the dumplings, listening to the mild conversation from the living room. What should have been a casual chat between relatives somehow turned into a meeting room ambience, making him too afraid to speak loudly. When the dumplings were ready steaming hot on the table before he could even sit down, his grandfather coughed loudly and tapped his crossed thigh with a cane. For some reason the people in this world were accustomed to sitting on their heels, which pressed uncomfortably on their ankles. He disliked it and usually preferred to sit cross-legged. Today's banquet at home made his grandfather's reprimand obvious, but he wasn't really a child. He refused to compromise for the sake of a guest. Moreover, if he knelt today there would be a second and third time. It was too troublesome. Better to settle it once and for all by earning a reputation of being ill-mannered. After a moment's thought he looked at Hinata Hizashi and said, "Clan head, I'm just a brat who doesn't know manners. Please don't take offense." Hinata Hizashi was taken aback, never expecting Ankai to belittle himself. He glanced at Hikata, who looked utterly helpless, and quickly understood the situation. Ankai's words, seemingly directed at him, were actually meant for Hikata, a subtle rebellion that sacrificed minor propriety without losing face. "This child has been spoiled by me. Patriarch, just ignore him. Please eat." The grandfather was naturally embarrassed. He raised his wineglass and drank first, but in truth he was gnashing his teeth, glaring fiercely at Xiao Yunhai. Unfortunately, Rishan Yunhai did not notice at all. He picked up his chopsticks and ate heartily with a defiant attitude, like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Compared to other children, Yunhai is indeed much more intelligent. He seems to have mastered the art of perception. His talent is very good. Rizu praised, then suddenly fell silent, slowly eating his dumplings. Upon hearing this, the grandfather put down his wineglass and went straight to the point, saying in a solemn voice, "I invited the patriarch here today because I have a request. My grandson and I have been living outside for a long time and we plan to return to the clan tomorrow. I would like to trouble the patriarch to register our names as soon as possible." Upon hearing his words, Rize's body stiffened noticeably. He was stunned for a long time before putting down his chopsticks and smiling bitterly. "I thought uncle invited me here to discuss the cage bird. It seems I was overthinking. Returning to the clan and registering." These words, the important part was the register. If they wanted to record the family tree, they would need to undergo allocation and also be branded with the caged bird seal. The grandfather's meaning was obvious. He was willingly letting Yunhai be branded with the caged bird seal, but the person making the request was the crucial point. Rizu showed a thoughtful expression, discreetly observing the voraciously eating Xiao Yunhai. Born with an eye condition that prevented him from opening his eyes, his physique nevertheless appeared sturdy and his strength was by no means small. Moreover, he had learned the art of perception, reaching combat standards. Adding to that the earlier scene of the scolding, this child was not foolish. As long as he returned to the clan and performed, he would naturally attract the attention of the main family elders. Yet strangely, this was a certain matter, but Fei Tian had specifically invited him, not the elders of his generation. As the clan leader, he had long cultivated a worldly wise mind, and he began to ponder Feishan's words. "So," he mused and said nonchalantly, "Uncle has fought for the clan and possesses rich experience and knowledge. If you applied to join the Council of Elders, no one could find fault." Council of Elders? Yunhai, who was beside them, was puzzled. He had always thought that only the main family could join the council, but from Rishan Rize's words, his grandfather, as a protector of the branch family, was also qualified to enter. "I have long been accustomed to freedom and cannot stand the rules and regulations of the main family. Besides, I truly don't have the energy anymore." The grandfather shook his head, refusing Rize's goodwill. It was hard to discern his true thoughts from his expression. "I see." Rizu frowned. Not willing to join the Council of Elders, yet letting his only grandson register. Could it be? He thought of a possibility but was not sure. He asked hesitantly, "I wonder, uncle, what do you intend?" "It's actually very simple." Fei Tian smiled and patted Yunhei's head, saying, "We too just want to live a quiet life and not get involved in certain matters. With his talent, becoming a Rishan prodigy is more than enough, but learning the complete 8 trigrams palms is relatively difficult." Upon hearing this, Rize's expression changed slightly, as if he understood his meaning. Fei Tian noticed his change and paused for 2 seconds before continuing, "I heard about Hizashi. Calculating the time, his son Niji should be 5 years old this year. It won't be long before he is branded with the caged bird seal." At the mention of Niji, Rize's face darkened. His eyes flickered as he said, "According to clan rules, branch family members can only learn the 8 trigrams 64 palms, not the complete 8 trigrams palms. Uncle should know this." "Of course I know." Fei Tian sighed and said, "We don't want to get involved in clan affairs, but we cannot escape the clan rules. So we have to choose an ingenious method. I hope the patriarch could take him into your household and make him the guardian of the eldest princess. Only then can he cultivate in peace and also learn the complete 8 trigrams poems along with the princess. After saying that before Rizu could respond, he continued, Yunhei's talent is very good. The defect in his eyes can also be resolved. What he lacks are resources, environment, and enough time to grow. If he replaces Niji as the guardian of the eldest princess, Hisashi's child would be qualified to enter the main family. The downside is that they might not be able to marry in the future. It all depends on how the patriarch arranges it. Rise's expression returned to calm. He picked up his sake cup and took a sip, but before putting it down he gave his answer. If Yunhei truly can become a Rishon prodigy, I will personally brand him with the caged bird seal. From then on he will enter my household and be regarded as my own son. After speaking he put down the sake cup and cupped his hands in salute. Thank you for the hospitality. There are still some matters to handle in the clan. I will take my leave first. Feitian saw this and bowed and returned to show respect. After Rizu left, Yunhei could not contain his curiosity and quickly asked, Old man, why didn't you tell me about the Council of Elders before? Feitian had expected him to ask who the eldest princess was. Hearing this he was somewhat speechless and said helplessly, the internal strife of the Rishon clan mostly revolves around the elders. The branch and main families are fiercely fighting over the allocation of descendants. Getting involved is not good for us. Little Yunhei, you must remember one thing, not every branch family member is willing to guard the main family. Many harbor endless resentment in their hearts. Even Rise's own brother Hisashi is no exception. He was quite resistant to the caged bird system, but because of his identity he could not escape. In the end he could only seek release through death, choosing to atone for his elder brother. Atonement. Yunhei frowned. Half a year ago the head ninja of Kumogakure kidnapped the eldest princess Rishon Hinata, which had caused a sensation in the village. He had heard a few words about it. Rishon Hisashi died at that time. As for the specifics, he didn't know much. His grandfather hadn't mentioned it either. It seemed to have been deliberately concealed. I feel like this clan of ours is not a good place. The children born of brothers have to marry each other and be divided into 2 identities. Isn't that too harsh on our own people? Anyone would have resentment. Upon hearing this, Feitian's eyes showed a trace of gloom. He shook his head and asked, Aren't you curious who that eldest princess is? What's there to be curious about? Yunhei was eating dumplings and muttered back, Well, have to return to the clan anyway. Either become main family or branch family. Who marries whom is decided by the elders. Where do we have any say? Besides, you say you don't want to get involved in the clan's infighting, but in reality you have already sided with the patriarch. Otherwise why would he agree so readily? Who would refuse a benefit? In response to his remarks, Feitian was left speechless. He could only bitterly pat his head. All members of the Rishon clan, whether main or branch, had no choice at all. Their fate was predetermined from the very beginning. Seeing his grandfather silent, Yunhei quickly poured him a cup of sake and changed the subject. Old man, is it very difficult to become a Rishon prodigy? It's difficult for ordinary clan members, but for a true genius it's very simple. Feitian looked at the turbid sake in his cup and explained, You are a genius not only in taijutsu but also in intelligence. If not for your eyes holding you back, you would at least be a leader among your peers. Becoming a Rishon prodigy would be a sure thing. However, I still say that being too conspicuous is not good. The defect in your eyes makes you a cripple, in others' words, but it also gives you a layer of disguise. I have seen too many geniuses fall early, or famous ninjas manipulated by public opinion to end themselves. Little Yunhei, at tomorrow's registration assessment remember to just do enough to pass. If you can barely win, don't show off too easily. Grandpa is worried that he may not be strong enough to protect you. The tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Yunhei understood this principle. He also guessed from his grandfather's words that becoming a so-called Rishon prodigy was not difficult, at least for him it would be simple. With that he had nothing to worry about and earnestly ate his dumplings. Feitian, on the other hand, silently watched him, emotions swirling in his eyes, looking somewhat hesitant. The next morning the grandfather and grandson busily packed their luggage and set off for the clan's territory. His home was in the Hyuga industrial area, very close to the clan territory. It took only about 10 minutes to reach the gate where Hyuga Hayashi had been waiting for a long time. The Hyuga clan territory was vast. Rather than a family, it was more like a village within a village, with houses adjacent to each other, and only Hyuga clan members walked on the restricted roads. Great changes have taken place in the clan, Feitian remarked, watching the bustling clan members nearby. After the Third Shinobi World War, the clan's population had grown noticeably, especially children, almost everywhere. Meanwhile Yunhai expanded his sensory jutsu to the limit, covering a circular area with a diameter of 5 meters. Seeing that many 2- or 3-year-old children had the caged bird seal, he finally understood his grandfather's intentions. He had a visual impairment and was seen as disabled by others. If he were also burdened by the caged bird's shackles, living in the clan would be a disaster, forced to endure ideological indoctrination and increasing psychological pressure. No matter how you looked at it, this place was not a good one. Yunhai smacked his lips twice and pushed his grandfather behind Hayashi. Their appearance attracted many gazes and curious looks. Last night his grandfather said that registering in the clan register required going to the ancestral hall where his mother's grave also lay. He was curious about his mother's name and why his grandfather was unwilling to tell him. Until he entered the ancestral hall, sensing the densely packed spirit tablets on both sides. To protect the bloodline limit, the clan would cremate deceased members and place their ashes in special urns sent to the ancestral hall. He subconsciously searched his pace, slowing as well, trying to find the spirit tablet of one who died in the spring of year 49. Feitian, being pushed along, noticed and couldn't help but sigh. With the year information and approximate age comparison, it didn't take long for Yunhai to lock his gaze on a spirit tablet named Hyuga and walked over. Hyuga lived 21 years, died in the spring of Konoha 48, branch family member, father Hyuga, Feitian, son Hyuga, Yunhai unmarried. He stared at the striking unmarried at the end along with his grandfather's and his own names and unconsciously clenched his fists. So his grandfather never mentioned his father because he simply had no father. Hayashi sensed the movement behind him and silently stopped to wait. As the head of the Hyuga clan, he naturally knew about their family's affairs. In those years too many things happened too suddenly. Even his twin brother had left forever. The three of them stopped in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Finally it was Feitian who broke the silence, saying softly, "When she was born it happened to be the season when fruits and flowers ripened. Your grandmother was fond of good food, so we agreed to name her Hyuga. Oh," Yunhai responded, then after a moment asked his grandfather, "Was it that person who killed her?" The identity of that person was self-evident, one cannot conceive alone. Moreover, the Hyuga clan enforced strict rules of endogamy. Since his mother's spirit tablet was marked as unmarried, it proved that they had lived together secretly without the clan's approval. But if that were the case, the clan would have marked her as married after punishment. Therefore there was only one possibility: that person was not a member of the Hyuga clan. However, such speculation depended on what punishment the clan had inflicted on his mother. If they had killed her, the concept would be different. She was poisoned while giving birth to you, which caused your congenital blindness. I don't know who administered the poison nor whether it is related to that person. I only know that it was he who caused your mother's death. Feitian, seemingly aware that he couldn't hide it from Yunhai, gave a somewhat vague answer. Why is there no portrait? Yunhai murmured in his heart. He longed to see his mother's face. In his past life he couldn't see his family. Now that he could finally use sensory jutsu to perceive, he couldn't even find an impression. However, he didn't want to ask his grandfather anymore, nor did he want to guess. He would wait until the day his grandfather told him personally. "Old man, I seem to lack combat experience." He pushed the wheelchair in a circle and suddenly spoke. "A 6-year-old child hasn't reached the standard for combat." Before his grandfather could speak, Fuga Hayashi answered for him. In that case it was simple. Yunhai grinned and followed him all the way to the depths. The space inside was large, with rows of chairs arranged in a circle, and the ceiling bore the Hyuga emblem. Registrant Hyuga Yunhai, 13th generation descendant of the Hyuga branch family. Witness Hyuga Feitian, 11th generation jonin. Registrar Hyuga Hayashi, 12th generation clan head. Hereby respectfully submitted. As Hayashi announced in a clear voice, the Hyuga clan members filling half the chairs all turned their gazes to Yunhai. Today he was not wearing a cloth strip. His eyes, resembling stitched seams, were clearly exposed, naturally attracting attention. "Feitian, why aren't you enjoying your retirement and instead thinking of returning?" Among them were contemporaries of his grandfather, the Council of Elders. "This is my home. I can come back whenever I want." "You old fellow still alive." Those who could address his grandfather by name were older. Yunhai expanded his sensory technique and observed that the man sat in the left main seat with a caged bird pattern on his forehead, confirming his branch family status. On the right sat the main family members, outnumbering the branch family about 7 or 8, all frowning as if puzzled. Sensory jutsu. The Byakugan is a type of sensory jutsu typically possessing keen awareness. One of the main family elders seemed to detect his scrutiny and suddenly asked. Clan head Hayashi walked to the main seat and nodded. Yes, he is 6 years old this year and has already mastered sensory jutsu. Oh, that's quite a talent. Not just quite, I can tell from his physique that he is trained in taijutsu, though I wonder if he has learned gentle fist. Under Brother Physician's personal guidance, mastering gentle fist shouldn't be difficult. For a moment everyone buzzed with discussion. Although there were only about a dozen people in total, their back and forth created quite a lively atmosphere. Then the elder who had spoken first asked clan head, "You specifically summoned us here, it shouldn't be just for the register. Could it be that you want him to undergo the 6 trials?" The elders present were all advanced in age. Aside from Yunhai, the clan head Hayashi was the youngest. They were all shrewd old foxes, and the first speaker had immediately pointed to the core of the matter. "Uncle Phaeton said he can do it." Hayashi nodded and explained, given Uncle's contributions to the clan, he could have become an elder many years ago, but the Third Shinobi World War came too suddenly and it's been delayed until now without a decision. Last night he specially invited me to a banquet and entrusted me with making little Yunhai the guardian of Hinata. I had no reason to refuse, nor could I refuse. Upon hearing these words the crowd fell somewhat silent, for Phaeton could certainly leverage his qualifications to contend for the clan status, which would be difficult for the clan leader to refuse. However, the reality was quite the opposite. He chose to abandon the clan status to become a branch family member, which surely harbored ulterior motives. The elders present, being old foxes, quickly grasped the underlying reason. "Phaeton, your ambitions are quite grand." The chief elder of the branch family shook his head in lament. He was aware of Physician's growth process. The reason he could become a superior ninja was precisely due to the Bagua Poem ninjutsu from the clan. Yet he had not learned it completely even until now, which was a significant regret. The advantages and disadvantages of the Hyuga clan's physique were evident. For the branch family to gain stronger power, the only path was to learn the complete Bagua Poem. In the ninja world it has always been survival of the fittest, only strength is fundamental. Clearly Phaeton did not want young Yunhai to follow in his footsteps, even sacrificing the opportunity to become the clan head. Conversely, this also created certain benefits for Nichizu, such as an available candidate for the clan head. If I remember correctly, his bloodline has certain flaws. Is it not against the rules for him to be the protector of the Grand Princess? The main issue is that he is inherently afflicted with an eye ailment, and he probably cannot assume the role of protector. The speaker sitting at the far end on the left was an elder of the clan. Yunhai sensed and observed that the person was relatively young, around 30, with a cold demeanor, clearly a difficult character to deal with. Strangely, his grandfather had given up on contending for the clan status and chosen to become a protector of the branch family, which should have been beneficial for the clan. Why then were they the first to resist? He thought it over and suddenly recalled the third-party faction present, the clan leader Nichizu. Last night his grandfather had invited the clan leader, which in plain terms meant handing over the vacated position to him. Thus this candidate could hold the clan status yet not necessarily stand with the clan. If that were the case, it appeared that although the hall seemed divided into 2 factions, there were actually 3 mixed factions. Both the clan and branch families must have supporters standing by the clan leader. Otherwise, what power would the clan leader have to suppress the elder council? It was akin to how civil and military officials convene in court. He inwardly complained, disliking such an environment of open and covert struggles. He is born of flowers and fruits flowing with the blood of the Hyuga clan. No one can deny it, nor should they. As for his eyes, I have already entrusted the clan leader. When Yunhai turns 16, I shall transplant my own eyes to him. For us Hyuga, this is not a problem. Phaeton explained softly, yet his tone was somewhat firm. However, compared to his attitude, the meaning of his words was the focal point. Transplanting his eyes to his grandson indicated that he had nothing left to sacrifice. A person who is inherently disabled voluntarily choosing to give up their eyes speaks volumes. Moreover, the elders present were already old. If they refused to cultivate the younger generation, it would surely chill more than just one person's heart. I have no objections. The elder at the end seemed to have shifted his stance, directly setting an example and conveying an apologetic glance to Phaeton. Yunhai observed everything, and if he guessed correctly, this relatively young elder should have just taken office not long ago, and his considerations were not yet mature. He did not see as clearly as Yunhai. Unmoved by fame or disgrace, you have remained silent throughout, yet your chakra has been active. Do you have any insights? To the right, the chief elder suddenly spoke, asking Yunhai. Yunhai was somewhat puzzled, and after a moment of thought replied with cupped hands, in external affairs one should rely on interests, in internal affairs one should rely on balance. Yunhai understood that externally one must be ruthless and leave no grass behind, while internally one must nurture to leave a fragrance, emphasizing the importance of unity. Unity. The elder chuckled in surprise, glancing at the large character for unity on the wall behind him, along with the clan emblem at the top, shaking his head and saying, utilizing local resources makes it difficult for an old man like me to refute. Indeed, quite impressive. With that he looked at Nichizu and said, "His answer is excellent. It can be considered as passing an assessment." Assessment. Yunhai was stunned. He thought this was merely a casual question and he had answered casually as well. How did he pass an assessment? No, the clan leader had said that assessments were unrelated to combat experience, indicating they were not limited to fighting. Perhaps it was related to aptitude. Nichizu smiled and said, "If that is the case, 3 from the branch family and 2 from the clan will each conduct 5 assessments." The elders from both factions nodded at this and began discussing the candidates for the assessments. Taking advantage of the gap, Faitian began to explain Yunhai the 6 assessments are set by the elders, not fixed. The content of the assessments is varied and strange. They could be combat inquiries or designated tasks. What your great-uncle asked earlier falls under this category. So that's how it is. Yunhai felt somewhat speechless. He knew the assessment content wouldn't be too difficult, but he did not expect it to be this simple, almost like child's play. However, upon further reflection he realized there was hidden depth. If it were a 6-year-old child who heard that elder's inquiry, they would likely be unable to answer at all, let alone perceive the depth of the discussion as he did. Because that inquiry, while appearing vague, was actually pointing to the core of their earlier conversation, which was the foundation of the Hyuga clan. Thus he chose to utilize local resources, borrowing from the character for unity on the wall, and incorporated his own thoughts into his response. In reality, a 6-year-old child could hardly respond, much less discern the core of the topic. Thus his answer was not just good, it was indicative of an exceptionally high level of intellect. So was he set up? Upon realizing the connection, Yunhai could not help but feel frustrated. He had firmly remembered his grandfather's admonition: if you can manage to be inconspicuous, do not easily reveal your strength. The tree that stands out will inevitably be felled. It seems I must hide my talents later. He secretly gritted his teeth while on the surface he wore a foolish smile, appearing to be delighted at passing an assessment which also matched his outward age, making it not strange to others. However, compared to others, the clan's chief elder observed him with a peculiar gaze, revealing a look of keen interest. "I say, brother, do not keep pressuring him. If it really comes to it, why don't we have a friendly arm wrestling match?" Faitian noticed something was off and quickly positioned his wheelchair in front of Yunhai, glaring angrily at the chief elder. "Sounds good, but it's not us, it's them." The chief elder revealed a toothy grin, and then the elder at the end stood up and moved the table to the center. "My assessment is an arm wrestling match with no time limit. The longer you hold out, the higher your chance of passing." Yunhai looked at the relatively young elder, then at the table placed in the center. After pondering for a moment, he pulled up a chair and stood on one side of the table. Arm wrestling was something he was very familiar with. At the age of 3, his grandfather had used arm wrestling to test his strength and endurance, assessing his physical condition based on the duration. In essence, this was merely a method to examine one's physique with no involvement of physical techniques. "Uncle, please." To showcase his own foolishness, he deliberately addressed him as uncle, thereby disguising himself as an impolite child. "You're mistaken, you should call me eldest uncle." Unexpectedly, the other man showed no irritation and even revealed a warm smile. "Ahem, this is your mother's elder brother Hyuga Tamatoshi, also your eldest uncle and a prodigy of the Hyuga clan." Hidden naturally noticed the error and explained with a light cough. Yunhai stiffened upon hearing this. He had forgotten that everyone in the Hyuga household was a relative. "Pay attention, I will exert force slowly. If you can't hold on, don't force it." Hyuga Tamatoshi sat on a chair, grasping Yunhei's small hand with his rough large palm. The disparity between them was evident even from the difference in bone structure. How could he possibly win? Yunhai muttered inwardly, tensing every muscle in his body and beginning to exert force. In an arm wrestling contest, it was extremely difficult to conceal one's strength. He could reduce the explosive force, but he could not feign exhaustion. His bodous reactions would clearly inform everyone present of his actual state. These old fellows were no pushovers. As his strength waned, the large hand remained as steady as Mount Tai, gradually increasing its force, forcing Yunhai to resist with greater effort. After 1 minute, his right hand began to tremble and dense veins bulged on his forearm. After 2 minutes, Hyuga Tamatoshi's power grew heavier. Yunhai had no choice but to adjust his stance, and the stool beneath him creaked ominously. After 3 minutes, sweat poured down his face like rain. Hyuga Tamatoshi's expression also turned grave, his eyes shifting from surprise to shock and finally to astonishment. After all, he was a jonin specialized in physical combat. I can't hold on any longer." Feeling that the moment was ripe, Yunhai spoke with a trembling body, intending to release his strength and fail. Unexpectedly, Hyuga Tamatoshi increased his force and even used chakra to probe along Yunhei's arm. "Little one, don't even think about pretending in front of me. Your acupoints and meridians are beating rapidly, but you're far from the point of exhaustion. Don't even think about giving up. Upon hearing Hyuga Tamatoshi's words, Yunhai was at a loss for what to do. He could only endure passively, his mind racing with thoughts. Grandfather had told him to conceal his abilities, but these elders were all old foxes. The assessment methods were completely unexpected, seeing right through his physical condition. Indeed, observation was the Byakugan's forte, especially when wielded by a jonin. Still, physical strength was merely the foundation, it did not represent combat prowess. He pondered, then suddenly pressed down hard on the stool with his legs to increase his explosive power, steadying his trembling right hand. Your acupoints breathe steadily, you seem more adept at defense. But what puzzles me is that your arm meridians are much stronger than other parts of your body. You must have learned some offensive technique, why not use it? Or is it that I'm not worthy of your full strength? Hyuga Tamatoshi's words poured into Yunhei's ears, but he remained unmoved. He persisted for another 10 minutes before finally succumbing to exhaustion, his right hand pressed down onto the table. His physical strength has reached genin level. His meridians are clearly dilated, showing signs of learning taijutsu. But he is still hiding something. A combat assessment is needed to verify. Hyuga Tamatoshi reported his findings and returned to his seat. The elders had observed the entire process. After a brief discussion, they gave a passing grade, but the looks they cast at Yunhai grew increasingly fervent. In that case, I'll go. The last examining elder from the main family stepped forward and addressed Yunhai. My test is simple. Use your chakra to attack me. Whether you block my acupoints and meridians or inflict an injury on me, achieve either and you pass. The moment he finished speaking, Hida immediately interjected, Peihu, he's still just a child. Aren't you being a bit too much? The elder named Peihu shook his head and said, Hida, whether he passes or not is decided by the elders' discussion. My personal evaluation does not affect the assessment. So don't try to make him hide his abilities. The clan needs a true Hyuga prodigy, you understand what I mean? Hida's face darkened. A 6-year-old child facing off against a jonin, even if the jonin only defended and did not attack, it would be impossible for Yunhai to injure him, let alone block his acupoints and meridians. In recent years the Uchiha have produced 2 prodigies, both sent to the Yumbu for training. Yet the Hyuga cannot even produce a single genius. If this continues, we will inevitably be suppressed, even isolated. The speaker was the chief elder of the main family faction, leaving no room for Hida to argue. But more critically, the others remained silent. Not even the clan leader Hayashi voiced any objection. Hida tightened his grip on his walking stick, seeming to realize something, and asked, are those 2 really that formidable? Formidable is an understatement. Paiha's expression grew complex as he recounted Itachi Uchiha is 9 years old and has already outwardly shown genin-level strength. Shursui Uchiha is 12 and participated in the 3rd Shinobi War. He likely possesses jonin-level power. And this information is only the tip of the iceberg. Yet it has left no one of the same generation in the Hyuga clan able to match them. In fact, we fall far short. As he finished, Tamatoshi spoke up. According to the latest intelligence, Sasuke Uchiha is 3 years old and already proficient in shuriken jutsu. Though not on par with the other 2, he can stand shoulder to shoulder with our Hyuga prodigies. Other clans are also fervently cultivating their talents. The great contest is about to begin again. Here only Niji and Hinata show promise, but they are still too young. Competing with Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha is simply impossible. Thus we now need a Hyuga prodigy, someone at least 6 years old or older, capable of chasing the footsteps of those 2. Not necessarily to surpass them, but at least not to be eliminated. Listening to their conversation, Yunhai had not expected so many complications to be involved. He realized that hiding his abilities might no longer be possible. As for Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha, their names were already well known to him. However, he was still unclear about the meaning of the great contest Elder Tamatoshi had mentioned. Hida's expression shifted between uncertainty and contemplation. After a moment of thought, he asked, I once heard that the Uchiha have been causing trouble recently, their relationship with the village growing tense. Is it related to those 2? I don't know. Tamatoshi shook his head. They are proud by nature, disdainful of mingling with other clans, and have set their sights on the Hokage position. The conflict runs deep. Even if those 2 are involved, they are only part of the problem. In the end, it all came down to strength. Hida sighed and said, I have only one request, don't let him get involved in the struggle for the quota. If the Uchiha's conflict with the village was one issue, then the quota struggle was the greatest contradiction within the Hyuga, a problem that could only be resolved at its root by abolishing the caged bird seal. As for the competition for spots, it was controlled by the clan leader and the council of elders. The remaining members of the Xiang clan had to accept their assignments like goods, and even the clan leader's daughter was not spared. Agreed, said the head elder of the main house. I accept, spoke the head elder of the branch house as well. Seeing this, Rizu made the final decision. Since there are no objections, the assessment will continue. Clear the space. As the chairs were moved back, an empty space appeared in the center. Pei Hu stood in the middle looking at Yunhai with closed eyes and asked, "How many meters can you sense?" Yunhai, seeing that his grandfather had agreed, paused for a moment before telling the truth. 5 meters. I can maintain it for about half an hour. If the chairs had not been moved, his sensing range would just be enough to cover everyone and the wall at the back. Now within his sensing range, aside from the wall inscribed with the character he, there was only Elder Pei Hu. Very well. Within the limit of 5 meters you may launch any attack with no restrictions on methods. As long as you seal any of my acupoints or meridians or even injure me directly, I will grant you a pass. Attack. He was not very skilled at it. Yunhai hesitated. His previous training had focused on defense and he had never practiced offensive techniques. For a moment he did not know where to begin. After thinking it over, he decided to settle it with one move. He formed a combat hand seal and said, "Senior, my eyes are flawed. I only know one straight punch. Please be careful." One move. Pei Hu frowned. In battle 1,000 changes occur. Knowing only one move inherently put one at a disadvantage. However, considering Yunhai's age and visual impairment, he could not refuse. He responded, "All right." With the reply, Yunhai did not hesitate. He stepped forward with his left leg, pulled his right arm back to gather strength and channeled the chakra and physical energy within his body, slowly converging them into his right fist. Soon a blue glow appeared on his fist, flickering with each passing second. The color deepened from light blue to dark blue, and when arcs of electricity emerged, he suddenly rushed forward. Pei Hu, seeing the flickering arcs on his small fist, instinctively narrowed his eyes and assumed a defensive posture. But he did not expect that Yunhai's attack speed was so fast, covering 2 steps across 5 meters in the blink of an eye. The fist aimed straight for his chest. The chest area, also known as the Shanzhong acupoint, belongs to the conception vessel. It is often used in soft fist techniques to block qi and blood. Once sealed by chakra, it would affect the heartbeat, a vital acupoint. Facing this punch, Pei Hu concentrated his chakra at his chest but still did not dodge or block with his arms. Bang! A dull thud sounded. Dark blue chakra burst forth, compressing like a blade and surging into Pei Hu's body, instantly breaking through his chakra defense. But before he could react, the chakra abruptly detonated inside him like a triggered explosive tag, exploding directly within his body. The force, a blend of chakra and physical power, impacted organs and meridians in chaotic bursts. The result was self-evident. The force penetrated from the chest to the back, indicating that Pei Hu had failed to withstand the punch. Not only was he injured, but his acupoints were numbed by the electricity. He was sent flying backward and lay on the ground for 3 to 5 seconds, unable to move. This punch. The elders simultaneously activated their Baiyan to observe the state of Pei Hu's meridians and Yunhai's chakra control and circulation. In the end, they had to accept a fact: Yunhai's straight punch bore the shadow of the monstrous strength fist. The monstrous strength fist was the signature technique of Qianshou Gangsho, one of the Muyi 3 ninjas, and a taijutsu invented by the second Hokage Qianshou Fei Jian. Does he know the Qianshou princess? Rizu asked hesitantly, turning to Fei Tian. Fei Tian shook his head and explained, "No, he does not. This monstrous strength is something he figured out on his own. It is different from Gangshou's, purely a matter of physical constitution." Rizu's eyelid twitched. He seemed somewhat incredulous and asked again, "You mean to say that he, a Xiang clan member with fragile meridians, developed the monstrous strength fist on his own?" At that moment Yunhai had no mind to listen to their conversation. He hung his right arm with a pained expression. He had not anticipated that merging compressed chakra with physical strength would cause a rebound upon hitting a solid object, hurting his arm so much it nearly lost sensation. Meanwhile, Pei Hu, who had been sent flying 4 or 5 meters, slowly stood up. Looking down at his chest, which bore no trace of damage, and feeling the cool breeze on his back, a complex expression crossed his face. A 6-year-old child, even using the monstrous strength fist, could not possibly injure him, a jonin. But do not forget, the assessment condition was to seal meridians or injure him. The power of Yunhai's monstrous strength straight punch not only met the assessment criteria but also forced Pei Hu to use chakra to defend, otherwise it would certainly have damaged his internal organs and caused severe injury. This move has already reached the power of a branch jutsu, but its shortcomings are also obvious. It requires charging in advance, hitting at close range, and it injures the user. His monstrous strength fist is too rough, not even reaching basic control, and it ends up hurting himself. Pei Hu stated these opinions which were not meant for Yunhai but for the elders present. Experience can be learned. No one is born knowing how to fight. I recommend passing the assessment. Agreed. The elders paid no attention to those flaws. Their gazes at Yunhai grew even more ardent, and even the clan leader Rizu was no exception. At this point Pei Hu suddenly said he carries the blood of the Xiang clan within him as well as that person's. Moreover, since the Baiyan does not pressure his meridians, practicing hard fist is not out of the question. Perhaps we can send word to the third Hokage to have my Teikai provide some guidance. Send word. Pei Hu's words were far from simple. On the surface there must be some hidden connection. Yunhai showed a thoughtful expression. Then he heard the elder of the main house say, I heard that the Umbu has produced a genjutsu prodigy, the child of Shiri Jinhong. Since Yunhai has talent in perception, we could also recommend him. With that he looked at Fei Tian and asked, have you tested his chakra nature? Fei Tian frowned deeply, his eyes flickering as he retorted, brother, are you planning to raise him outside? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Yunhai, upon hearing his grandfather's words, instantly understood the situation and fell into contemplation. The purpose of this assessment was to become her guardian. According to clan rules, he would need to train alongside the eldest Princess Chu Tian and eventually marry and produce offspring. Now from what the elders were implying, they intended to let him be raised in the village, or rather handed over to the third Hokage. Fei Tian, do not be hasty. As Pei Hu said, he carries the blood of the Xiang clan and also the water. That person's bloodline. One day it will be exposed, we cannot hide it. Water. Yunhai's expression shifted. From the head elder's words it seemed that person was closely related to the third Hokage. So the one who caused his mother's death was a Mu Yi higher-up. If that were the case, it would make sense. The Xiang clan would indeed not fall out with the third Hokage, and they needed stability and balance. Next, all he had to do was find someone whose name began with Shui to pinpoint the target. A name starting with Shui and connected to the third Hokage. He racked his brains until he suddenly recalled a rarely heard name, Mui's elder advisor Shui Manyan. However, that man's age was close to his grandfather's, so he likely had no direct link to his mother. But if it were his child, that would be a different story. Today's gains were plentiful, it was not a wasted trip. Yunhai listened to the elder's conversation, clutching his right arm as he sat on the ground. The recoil from that punch was strong, and though it hadn't injured his bones, it had affected his meridians. He estimated it would take a while to recover. Was it just to follow in Yuzhiboyu's footsteps that you abandoned him in the Umbu, leaving him to his own devices? Do the dangers of that place need explaining to us old folks? Clan leader, I oppose this. At the very least he should wait until he turns 10 and possesses sufficient strength before he can gain a foothold in the Umbu. Fei Tian spoke with resounding force. At this moment he stood alone against the entire council of elders, angrily pounding his cane against the wooden floor, filling the room with a tense sword-like atmosphere. Fei Tian Yunhai's talent is exceptional, he shouldn't be nurtured solely within the clan. What more can we old folks teach him besides some combat experience? He can learn the complete Bagua palm, but what about the iron fist? Or advanced sensory techniques? These are his gifts. Are you really willing to let him give them up? Moreover, he won't be able to transplant the Byakugan until he's 16. Even if we wanted to teach him its application, we lack the means. Rather than wasting time in the clan, it's better for him to grow more comprehensively by taking on 2 roles and spread the fame of the Xiang genius. This is the best choice. The chief elder of the main family spoke earnestly, showing no sign of concession. Brother is right. Fei Tian, elder brother Yunhai is your grandson, but he is also the new generation of our Xiang clan. He concerns the clan's future prosperity. 10 years from now, even if I have to give him my very eyes, I won't hesitate. Jinyan followed with his exhortation, even making a bold vow to prove his sincerity. Their urgency was not unwarranted, the pressure they faced was immense. Various clans in my village had risen across the land, but the Xiang clan lacked top-tier combat strength. If they didn't cultivate one soon, their decline was only a matter of time. You old bastards, your scheming is too ruthless. Fei Tian was naturally unwilling, but faced with the elder's proposal he had no recourse. The key point was that the clan leader Hizashi remained silent, tacitly approving the motion. Yunhai listened to his grandfather's angry words, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Old man, I want to make some friends. Just one simple sentence plunged Fei Tian into silence. Because for the past 6 years Yunhai had never had a friend, in fact he had resisted the idea. But that was before, when he couldn't move freely enough to play with others. Now that he had learned sensory techniques, he possessed the ability to go out. Fei Tian realized this and didn't know how to refuse. For him, he naturally didn't want Yunhai to get involved in Mui's conflicts, which completely violated his original intentions. Let's finish the assessment first, we can discuss the rest later. Seeing Feitian showing signs of relenting, Hisashi quickly stepped in to smooth things over, then looked at Yunhai and asked, next I will restrict the physical test. Can you persist? Yunhai felt somewhat helpless. His condition was not good, his right arm had swollen up and the pain was intense. But he wanted to become a shinobi and needed a strong heart. In future battles, injuries were inevitable and he couldn't simply avoid them. Thank you for your concern, clan leader. I'm fine and can continue the assessment. Hisashi nodded with satisfaction upon hearing the reply. In that case, the assessment continues. Peihu returned to his seat naturally unharmed. The main family elders tests were complete, the remaining 3 would be conducted by the branch family elders. Because Hisashi had restricted physical techniques, all their questions were written tests. The first question involved the meridian and acupoint chart, Yunhei's most familiar topic, but it wasn't basic knowledge, it was a method of ninjutsu attack. Although this question didn't stump Yunhai, it cost him a great deal of time, essentially requiring him to learn a ninjutsu from a conceptual standpoint and understand it completely. Fortunately, that ninjutsu was the gentle fist, an attack method for sealing acupoints consisting of 64 strikes, also known as the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. These 64 strikes covered the torso and limbs, divided into 8 meridians and 12 vessels. One had to memorize the connection points between acupoints and meridians, striking purposefully to achieve the sealing effect. Sealing one meridian or vessel would render a part of the body inoperable. If all were struck, the opponent's chakra would stagnate, leaving them immobile and at one's mercy. According to Yunhei's understanding, the 8 trigrams 64 palms was a progressive technique. The hardest part was the first 3 strikes. Once one meridian of the target was sealed, the rest became increasingly easier. He might not even need to complete all 64 to take the enemy's head. So his answer started with the 3 acupoints on the chest, Danzhong, Ju-Kei and Jiu-Wei, also known as the 3 channels of the conception vessel. Once struck, they would directly affect the liver, disrupting the flow of blood and qi. As for the remaining 61 strikes, they could be sequenced interchangeably, presenting no difficulty. Solid foundational knowledge and an understanding of acupoint sealing, but you didn't consider the difficulty of striking vital points. Your combat awareness is somewhat weak. Overall assessment average, yet commendable. Pass. The 3 acupoints on the chest were right in front. If he was capable of striking them to seal, why not attack the heart directly and kill the opponent? Yunhai realized this belatedly, his thoughts having been misdirected. He hadn't considered the most basic combat condition, which left him somewhat annoyed. Then the second assessment immediately began. An elder performed hand seals and Yunhai watched and mimicked them, with the speed increasing gradually. Missing 3 seals would result in failure. This test observed his memory and the strength of his sensory technique. The result was self-evident. Since arriving in this world, he had displayed terrifying memory. Even though he had never practiced hand seals before, he could replicate them all, impressing the examining elder with his remarkable ninjutsu talent. It was just a pity that the Rishon clan rarely achieved much in elemental ninjutsu. Mastering the gentle fist to perfection was already an arduous task. As for the final test, it was a very ordinary QA session. The questioner was the same chief elder of the branch family, and the topic concerned the caged bird seal. If a conflict arises between the clan and the village and they want to kill Feitian, but you as the guardian cannot intervene, what would you do? Let me be more specific. Would you choose to protect the main family or protect your own family and abandon the main family? This question would be fatal for others, leaving only one answer: protect the main house. If one failed to safeguard the main house, passing this assessment would be nearly impossible, for the very existence of a Hyuga prodigy was to live for the main house. But this question touched Yunhai's bottom line, and he had no desire to lie just to pass the assessment, for that would be utterly meaningless. Thus his answer was, if one cannot even protect the dearest family members, I believe the main house might as well abandon the branch house entirely and learn from Sunigakure to fight using puppets. Wouldn't that be better? Why bother controlling us who possess independent thoughts? If the main house demands that the branch house bear the burden whenever difficulties arise, then an endless stream of troubles will follow. For those schemers know that they need only move their lips and feign a threatening posture to drive a wedge between the 2 Hyuga factions, even depleting their combat strength. It is a profit-guaranteed venture. Why would they not do it? Therefore I choose option 3. Whoever tries to kill me or harm my family, I will kill them. Whether I succeed matters not. What matters is daring to act, daring to take responsibility, and daring to face death. His response plunged the council of elders into silence. In truth, they themselves knew that this question had no real answer. Yet they still asked it, and for a reason: to test the person's character. If one chose the first answer, that individual was either unthinking and lacked depth, or had too many schemes and was lying. But if one chose the second answer, it demonstrated firm willpower built upon deliberation. As long as one had flesh and blood and was not born ruthless, it was nearly impossible to abandon family ties, especially the most cherished loved ones. Naturally, they were also aware of a third option: to remain silent deliberately or to turn the question back upon the questioner. Yet they had not anticipated that Yunhai would incorporate his own convictions into the third choice, leaving them with no grounds for rebuttal. The Hyuga clan and noble house of Konoha held etiquette in high regard. They could not forcibly deny a child's correct answer, yet neither could they endorse it. Well said, puppet hits the very flaw of the Hyuga clan. Whether main house or branch house, the core lies in unity. If the restraint of the cage bird prevents us from protecting even our dearest family, how can we be worthy of our ancestors' sacrifices and the glory earned by our clansmen? Hayashi laughed heartily, then turned to the two chief elders on his left and right, asking, "I believe he has passed all 6 assessments with excellent overall performance. What do my 2 uncles think?" The 2 chief elders, one from the main house and one from the branch, were advanced in age and had maintained a leisurely air throughout. At Hayashi's words, they roused themselves and nodded calmly in agreement. Thus the 6 assessments concluded. From then on, Yunhai would serve as the guardian of the elder princess, be registered in the clan records, and receive access to the clan's resources. In other words, from now on he no longer needed to use his grandfather's money for medicinal baths, and he would even draw a decent monthly salary. In that case, I shall place the cage bird upon him, and you elders will take turns instructing him. Let the title of Hyuga Prodigy spread throughout Konoha. Hayashi announced in a clear voice, then looked down at Yunhai. Remember, from now on you have only one name to the outside world: the Hyuga Prodigy. Whether in combat or on missions, you must prioritize the clan's honor. Never shy from battle, never show cowardice, and never suffer humiliation. Can you do that? That's simple. Yunhai pondered. He had assumed becoming the Hyuga Prodigy would come with many restrictions, but it seemed surprisingly lenient. However, one thing concerned him more. He asked clan leader, "May I make friends privately? Or are there identity restrictions?" Ah. Hayashi was taken aback by the question. After a moment's thought he replied, "As long as our bloodline does not leak out, you may even befriend Uchiha children. But you must be cautious and not be manipulated by those with ulterior motives. When in doubt, consult your grandfather, that will never steer you wrong." That was good. Yunhai nodded with a smile. Ever since he learned sensory techniques, his mind could hardly remain calm. It felt like a squeezed sponge, desperate to make up for past regrets, almost a compensatory personality. So he scratched his head and asked a little sheepishly, "Clan leader, can I go to the ninja academy? I heard it's a lot of fun and I should be able to learn many things." Hayashi hesitated at his request. Although they leaned toward raising Yunhai outside the clan, the fundamental reason was to catch up with the Uchiha. Thus fame and strength were paramount. If Yunhai entered the ninja academy, it would take at least 3 years before he could graduate and take missions, far too long to spread the reputation of the Hyuga Prodigy. At that moment Peihu rose and said, "In 3 years all the heirs of the great clans will enter the elite class of the ninja academy. The elder princess will likely have no choice but to attend. Perhaps we should have Yunhai join the Umbu first for training and then enter the academy with Hinata 3 years later. That would also help nurture their relationship." As his words fell, Chinyan, who sat beside him, seemed struck by a thought and also stood up. "Niji will be 1 year ahead of the elder princess and his talent is remarkable. We could have Yunhai guide and protect him, fostering the next generation while strengthening their bond and unity." Among Yunhai's generation of the clan, only 3 had exceptional talent. Besides himself, there were Niji and the elder princess Hinata. The rest were somewhat mediocre, far from matching the Uchiha. But Hayashi's face darkened at these words. Helplessly he said, "Niji was influenced by Hizashi and bears a grudge against me as clan leader. My eldest daughter Hinata is naturally timid and will likely struggle to shoulder great responsibilities. I fear we cannot form a 3-man squad." Hearing this, Peihu and Chenyan fell silent and returned to their seats. As for Yunhai, though disappointed, he did not press further. Thus the matter concluded. Under the watchful eyes of the elders, Hayashi personally placed the cage bird upon Yunhai. A piercing pain stabbed into his brain, causing his entire body to tremble. Before the ritual even ended, he had fainted from the agony. When he awoke, he found himself in a strange room. His right arm was wrapped in bandages and his head throbbed fiercely as if something had grown inside. Instinctively he entered a deep meditative state, sensing the meridians on his forehead more keenly. He discovered several additional strands of chakra embedded in the meridians, circulating on their own, too subtle to be clearly discerned. So this is the caged bird seal. He touched his forehead with his left hand. The meridians and acupoints on the forehead were intricate and delicate. Damage to any part could affect the internal neural network, causing instant brain death. If he guessed correctly, the main house used these chakra strands to sense the neural fluctuations of emotions, thereby determining whether a branch house member harbored ill intent. If so, the principle of the caged bird was not complex, it was a rather peculiar sensory technique likely related to the Byakugan. If my guess is right, the emotions they sense are more vague rather than receiving all emotions constantly, and there may even be a distance limit. Otherwise, the main family could simply implant the caged bird on others, expanding their forces indefinitely to establish villages instead of merely being one of the Konoha clans. Yunhai murmured to himself. The caged bird seal clearly had flaws, which meant it could be resolved through a breakthrough, but it required extremely powerful abilities such as perception techniques capable of observing neurons. Perception techniques required an attribute talent which he happened to possess. How dull. He recalled the assessment scene, feeling somewhat disinterested. The 6 tests were split equally between main and branch families, but the content was sharply divided. The main family focused on clan interests while the branch's core was protection. This unabashed display silently narrated the ideological rift between the two factions, a stark contrast to the character unity carved on the wall, truly laughable. However, he had no interest in the clan's conflicts and would not voluntarily join. Instead, he considered himself fortunate. Though the caged bird was implanted, it had brought him many resources. He only needed to learn deeper perception techniques to fully compensate for his eye defects. In both his past and present life, he had 2 deepest obsessions. One was the occasional fantasy of seeing light, and the other, after gaining sight, to remember his family's faces and find what was unattainable in blindness. Compared to these 2 obsessions, everything else was trivial and he cared little. Now he saw light. Though the image was rough and not detailed, he had already made out the features and contours of his maternal grandfather, taking the most crucial step. Unfortunately, he had no chance to see the faces of his past life family. Yunhai sensed the room's furnishings, rich with wood, fragrance, spacious and grand, far superior to the small courtyard he had lived in, perfectly showcasing the depths of the Hyuga clan. He pondered, murmuring, there should be many scrolls here, right? Previously he had learned to read from wooden carvings made by his grandfather. Now with perception energy he could read scrolls independently. But there were no scrolls in this room. Injured with a headache, and it was afternoon, perfect for studying, he grew interested, climbed out of bed and began searching. The noise soon attracted his grandfather, who gave him important information. There's a problem. Niji refused to become a main family member and even struck the eldest princess. He's now confined to the ancestral hall as punishment. Yunhai was stunned and asked his grandfather, does he want to become a branch family member like me? No, Feitian looked complex, shaking his head. It's not about status. He showed killing intent toward Hinata, and the reason is related to his father Hisashi. What? Yunhai counted on his fingers, puzzled. If I remember correctly, he's only 4 or 5, right? A 4 or 5-year-old showing killing intent toward a 3-year-old, no one would believe it. Feitian was silent for a moment, then shook his head. That's not the crux. The key is the clan leader's punishment. According to past clan rules, if a branch member shows killing intent toward the main family, at the very least they would have their Byakugan removed and be confined. At worst, the caged bird would be activated to execute them. Although Niji hasn't obtained branch status and hasn't been implanted with the caged bird, Princess Hinata's main family status is already set in stone. Moreover, Hisashi was the branch leader in life. A mere confinement punishment is far too light. The Elder Council won't let it go easily. Hearing his grandfather, Yunhai frowned and hesitated. Old man, do you mean the clan leader is protecting Niji? His own daughter was hit and the person who hit her showed killing intent, yet as a father he protects that person. Utter chaos. It's obvious. Feitian looked at Yunhai, patted his head and said, I wanted you to train in peace, but who knew it would be so turbulent as soon as you arrived? I don't know if your involvement in their family affairs is good or bad. If I had known earlier, I would have heeded your advice and secretly taught you the 8 trigrams techniques, dragging it out for 2 or 3 years. It would have been better than this. I was too impatient, my grandson. From his tone it was clear that Feitian was now somewhat regretful and guilty. But obviously it was too late to back out. The name Hyuga Yunhai had been registered, the caged bird implanted, and even the reputation of the Hyuga prodigy was spreading within the clan. Now the clan members knew they had a 6-year-old Hyuga genius who, despite being born with an eye defect, had already mastered perception techniques and possessed considerable taijutsu talent, sending Elder Peihu flying several meters with a single punch, his strength comparable to a genin. Moreover, they knew that eye defects were a minor issue for the Hyuga that could be compensated, so they were all praising him. Within a few days the name of the Hyuga prodigy would likely spread through Konoha, bringing prestige to the clan. Since I'm here, I'd better go see the eldest princess and sound out the clan leader's stance. The trouble came too quickly and Yunhai had to act, so he spoke up. Fei Tian looked at him with a strange expression, shaking his head. I taught you to read, yet you keep saying such profound things. Sometimes I wonder if you're an adult trapped in a child's body, not a mischievous boy. He sighed and continued, well, as the princess guardian you should visit her, but remember not to mention Niji in front of the clan leader. He's probably furious and looking for someone to vent on. Yunhai rubbed his nose awkwardly at his grandfather's words. The cultural system he had studied in his past life was vastly different from the present. The former was rich in depth while the latter was relatively shallow. For instance, idioms he found perfectly normal seemed profound to his grandfather, prompting such exclamations. Fortunately, his grandfather only teased him and never truly suspected his real age. Even so, he often pretended to behave in a manner befitting his physical age to avoid drawing too much attention. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yunhai smiled, got dressed with his grandfather's help and headed alone toward the clan leader's residence. The Hyuga compound was expansive, but the layout was obvious. The outermost area housed ordinary branch members, accounting for nearly 70% of the buildings. Further in were the training grounds and material warehouses. At the very center were the pavilions where the clan leader and the elder council lived, next to the ancestral hall he had visited earlier, easy to find. He and his grandfather were both main family guardians, so they didn't live in the outer area. Their home was near the ancestral hall, just a few minutes' walk from the pavilion, convenient for receiving orders and protecting the main family. Along the way many clan members watched him, and some even approached to greet him and ask about his perception techniques. This clearly showed that in just one day he had become known to nearly everyone in the clan, and they extended goodwill. This feeling of harmony seemed surprisingly pleasant. Before the attic, Yunhai murmured softly as he awaited the guard's report. The atmosphere within the clan was better than he had anticipated. The clan members appeared amiable, and some even took pride in being part of the Hyuga clan. Upon reflection, the Hyuga was indeed a prominent clan. Though burdened by the flawed caged bird system, it still offered far more than commoners could dream of: resources, education, training grounds, and so forth. After all, not every family could boast their own training facility. The clan leader is reviewing official documents. He specially instructed you to escort the eldest princess to the ancestral shrine and offer guidance. Unexpectedly, the clan leader did not meet him at all, but directly issued this task. Escort to the ancestral shrine. Guidance. The combination of these two words was rather intriguing. Yunhai wrestled with the thought for a moment, then decided to go and see. After asking a guard for directions, he entered the gate alone and headed toward the rear building. When he arrived at the back courtyard, he was received by a lady, the clan leader's wife, dressed in a kimono with a dignified bearing and a very gentle voice. However, she shared a trait with Yunhai: her eyes were closed, never open. Her eyes looked as if they had been gouged out. Yunhai perceived the lady before him. Her features were as soft as her voice, and her face bore a gentle smile, yet her eyes remained tightly shut with a slight hollow detectable. His sensory ninjutsu was rather crude, unable to discern fine external details, leaving him momentarily uncertain whether her eyes were intact. I am Hinata's mother. Like you, I practice sensory ninjutsu. Please make yourself at ease, Yunhai-kun. Perhaps sensing Yunhei's confusion, the lady explained softly. Then she beckoned behind her, and a moment later a timid girl emerged, peeking out with fearful eyes at Yunhai. You flatter me, my lady. Yunhai replied hastily. Though puzzled by her lack of eyes, he quickly shifted his attention to the girl behind her, assuming this must be the eldest Princess Hinata. Introverted, timid. Her appearance bore a 7/10 resemblance to her mother, with the remaining 3 leaning toward her father Hayashi. Her black hair was neatly combed, suggesting it had been arranged well in advance. This indicated that mother and daughter had long planned to go out rather than the clan leader making a hasty decision due to his arrival. Thus the matter was not complicated. Yunhai breathed a silent sigh of relief. Before he could speak, the latest words reached him. Yunhai-kun, I entrust Hinata to your care. With that, she, who had been sitting in Seiza, suddenly bowed deeply, her long hair falling to the floor, displaying considerable respect. Notably, she used the honorific you, which seemed incongruous with their respective statuses. Trouble. Yunhei's heart sank. He would have preferred a commanding tone, clear and direct, over this deference. Hyuga, Yunhai greets the lady. After a brief pause, he quickly returned a bow. Without waiting for her to respond, he explained, the clan leader ordered me to escort the eldest princess. May I ask when we are to depart? Though his words seemed ordinary, they conveyed a sense of distance to the lady. She fell silent for 3 seconds then smiled again amused. Last night Hayashi praised you at length saying you are an old soul in a young body with great acumen. Now I see he was right. No need to be nervous. With that she turned and whispered a few words to Hinata causing the little girl to shrink back involuntarily. It took a good while before Hinata gathered the courage to walk over to the lattice side fidgeting with her clothes and speaking in a babyish voice. Yun hi. Brother. I. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz and as she spoke she buried her chin deep into her collar like an ostrich. Nice to meet you. Yunhai noticed the girl's awkwardness and broke the tension with a warm smile. He keenly sensed that the 3-year-old princess harbored significant fear though he could not determine whether it was directed at him or simply innate shyness. Nevertheless he rather enjoyed interacting with such a person, quiet and tranquil unlike Yuhi Kurenai who would chatter endlessly. Perhaps because his voice was gentle Hinata's nervousness eased somewhat and she replied simply. Yunhei's smile deepened. He saw a reflection of his past self in her, at 6 or 7 equally timid always hiding behind his grandmother afraid to show his face. Then he glanced at the bandage on his right arm and asked hesitantly, my lady, I am injured. I can manage against a 4 or 5-year-old child but I am unfit for intense combat. I fear I cannot guarantee the prince's safety. In his mind escorting the princess to the ancestral shrine was essentially an extension of conflict combat might well arise. You misunderstand Yunhei-kun. The lattice smile remained. She explained gently Niji and Hinata are siblings, Niji is Hisashi's son. Siblings bicker from time to time but it seldom escalates to serious conflict. I see. Yunhai pondered unable to fully grasp the lattice intent. After a moment he decided not to dwell on it and replied, in that case I shall follow your arrangements. With that he walked toward Hinata, extended his left hand in an inviting gesture and said, how about walking behind me? Hearing this Hinata instinctively turned to look beside her. After seeing her mother nod encouragingly she slowly lifted her chin and placed her right hand in Yunhei's. Wow, you're quite adorable. Hinata's face was round and her pale eyes were large and bright prompting Yunhai to exclaim in genuine fondness. I'm glad you like her Yunhei-kun. The lady suddenly uttered these words leaving him bemused. Yunhai tilted his head but chose not to inquire further. He held Hinata's right hand and drew her close preparing to take his leave from the lady. However, before he could speak a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He studied Hinata for a few moments then frowned. My lady, if I recall correctly, killing intent is something that only develops after one has experienced actual combat, isn't it? His question came abruptly, catching the lady off guard. Her smile gradually faded and she replied softly, it seems you have already sensed something, Yunhei-kun. Niji was 4 years old. No matter how gifted he would only be at the stage of practicing basic taijutsu. Yet according to his grandfather Niji had shown killing intent toward Hinata, a claim that seemed utterly implausible. Thus the heart of the matter lay in Niji laying hands on Hinata. The phrase killing intent was likely a red herring. If so, this escort mission carried a hidden meaning. But the clan leader and the lady had not elaborated. Perhaps the affair had nothing to do with him. In that case his task might simply be a straightforward escort or related to his identity. For instance, the title Hyuga Prodigy. Having connected the dots, Yunhei's brow relaxed. After bidding the lady farewell he led Hinata outside. His face bore a smile and his pace was leisurely. Not only did this put Hinata at ease but to others they appeared as two children walking together, innocent and pure. Little Hinata, do you like meat? Pork, lamb, beef, fish, shall I cook some for you? Let me tell you a secret, I'm actually a great cook and my biggest passion is making meals then earning lots and lots of money. Perhaps because Hinata's personality resembled his past life, Yunhai spoke more than usual. He knew that reserved people often made excellent listeners, though Hinata seemed shy and hesitant she was actually paying close attention to everything he said. So he was happy to take the initiative as if making up for regrets in his previous life. I eat everything. After a long pause Hinata's reply finally came, nearly catching Yunhai off guard. Not being picky is great, you can enjoy all kinds of delicious food. When we get a chance let's go out together and taste every food stall in the village, hee. Oh, by the way, how's your injury? I know the meridian acupoint chart and some massage techniques that can help expel the stagnant blood faster and ease your discomfort. Yunhai chattered on, endlessly jumping from food to injuries, talking about everything under the sun. Thank you, mother already took care of it. Remarkably, Hinata spoke a complete sentence and she visibly relaxed. Seems it's quite effective after all. Yunhai grinned and couldn't help but laugh. He would have many interactions with Hinata in the future, so getting to know her better was always good. Of course he also admired Hinata's temperament as if looking after a little girl next door. After all, his true age was over 30, even 2 years older than the clan leader Hisashi, giving him a feeling like an old father watching a child. But the troublesome part was that according to the caged bird system he would have to marry Hinata when they grew up. Thinking about it was truly headache-inducing. But that was still over a decade away. Worrying now was useless. Along the way Yunhai thought a lot and grew more satisfied with Hinata by his side. Since learning the perception technique, which somewhat compensated for his eye deficiency, Hinata was the first friend he truly acknowledged. Though she was very young, her simple and gentle nature was undeniable. Yunhei-kun, do you have any friends? Just as he was enthusiastically describing how delicious dumplings were, a timid voice came from beside him. Not before. He answered without a second thought, then a slight smile tugged at his lips as he said softly, but now I do. Ah. Hinata's cheeks flushed visibly and a faint mist of sweat appeared on her forehead. Before Yunhai could react, she toppled straight over. Had he not been agile, she would have hit the stone floor. Yunhai quickly caught her and lifted her up, thinking she was injured. But the weakness in his right arm prevented him from checking, so he had to ask nearby clan members for help. Excessive chi and blood circulation leading to fainting. After a moment Yunhai felt her pulse and examined her several times before reaching a conclusion. Chi and blood surged to the heart, causing mental confusion. Apart from that he found no internal injuries, only 2 purple bruises on her left arm which were nothing serious. Strange, could it be something she ate? He had no experience in healing and this was his first time taking a pulse. Yet such a simple diagnostic method couldn't be mistaken. He puzzled over it for a while without figuring it out. The eldest princess is naturally reserved and often faints from excitement. She'll wake up on her own soon, little master, no need to worry. Fortunately the clan member who helped explained. From his words it seemed Hinata had experienced this many times and many people knew about it. If so, that's best. Thank you, uncle. No problem, it was nothing. Yunhai breathed a sigh of relief. His mission was to escort Hinata to the ancestral shrine. If something happened on the way he would certainly be held responsible. After about 5 or 6 minutes Hinata slowly awoke. Her eyes were dazed at first, but when she saw Yunhai her face suddenly paled and she looked flustered. Yunhei-kun, I. She tried to explain but couldn't get the words out in her anxiety. Fortunately Yunhai had been watching her expression closely. Hearing her panicked tone he understood the reason. Could it be that becoming friends with him made her so excited she fainted? No wonder the clan leader had that helpless look when mentioning her yesterday. Yunhai felt a bit speechless. After a moment he reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, if this is why you never had friends, it's not your fault, you just never met the right companion. I may be your guardian but am also reserved by nature. If you don't mind, you can try cultivating with me. Over time you'll learn to control your emotions and won't faint anymore. His words were a bit long and even he felt it was inappropriate. Comforting a 3-year-old like an adult might just confuse her more. After thinking it over he added, simply put, from now on we're friends. You. He was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly noticed Hinata's breathing quicken. He quickly shut his mouth, afraid she might faint again from excitement. Well, she's even more introverted than I was in my past life, it's affecting her health. Yunhei-kun. Are dumplings really that delicious? Yunhai used his perception energy to examine the timid Hinata, thinking, is she this slow? Dumplings were a topic 10 minutes ago, right? Never mind. Compared to that, her stammer is more of a problem. Delicious. They're absolutely delicious. Chives and eggs, shrimp and crab, tomato and scallion, beef and pork, you'll definitely experience a whole new taste. But fair warning, besides dumplings I'm still researching other dishes. Once I perfect them I'll invite you to try them. Hinata tilted her head. Try. Yunhai rubbed his nose awkwardly. Having grown up in the mountains and lost his sight, unable to take care of himself, all he could do was make dumplings and fruit candy as a blind person. He had no other cooking skills. So whether his food would taste good remained unknown. He needed a patient and qualified friend to act as a taste tester. Hinata was perfect for this. Even if his cooking was terrible, her personality wouldn't allow her to lie. Exactly, taste testing. I want to create all the world's delicacies and you, my friend, will be their witness. Ah. Hinata's face flushed, but fortunately she didn't get too excited. Though she felt something wasn't quite right with his words, she still nodded in agreement. Then a hint of curiosity appeared on her face as she asked, Yunhei-kun, what kind of food will you make next? Yunhai paused in his steps and replied evasively, not there yet. I'm currently studying ingredients and spices. He quickly added, don't worry, within a month or so we'll definitely come up with some dishes and invite you to taste them. Hinata's eyes curved with delight at his words. Though she felt a little nervous about the future invitation, her heart was filled with joy and she softly hummed in agreement. Then her eyes flickered brightly as she slowly lowered her head, staring at the road, lost in thought. Yunhaken doesn't seem afraid that he'll faint. Unlike the other clan members who were so concerned, the gentle breeze carried a wave of heat and the midday sun was particularly scorching. In the ancestral hall courtyard, 3 young figures sat on a stone bench while the chaotic sounds of arguing could be heard from inside. It was the elder council discussing matters concerning Niji. As he had anticipated, this escorting of Hinata indeed carried other implications. However, the clan leader's goal was never them but rather to convey his attitude to the elder council, demonstrating his determination to protect Niji. In other words, the elder council did not want Niji to become part of the main family. Yunhai yawned in boredom, sensing Hinata's nervousness beside him and Niji's silence not far away. He was a small boy who upon their first meeting did not exhibit the expected arrogance. Instead he seemed somewhat reserved and hesitant to engage in conversation. Perhaps he misread the situation. In response to Hinata's greeting, Niji appeared somewhat hesitant, exhibiting a barely perceptible sense of guilt and regret. However, his perception ninjutsu was too shallow to clearly sense the changes in the other's expression and emotional fluctuations. Yet he did not forget the request from the matriarch and pondered ways to find a solution. After a while he suddenly turned to Hinata and asked, "Princess, do you know Gentle Fist?" His words broke the silence, causing Hinata to hurriedly lift her head and nod, saying, "Yes, I have practiced." "Oh, so you haven't mastered it yet?" Yunhai nodded in understanding and then turned to Niji. "Kid, do you know Gentle Fist?" The same question drew the attention of the siblings. Niji instinctively glanced at Hinata and then quickly turned his head away, angrily retorting, "What does it have to do with you?" "Oh, so you haven't mastered it yet?" With the same tone, Hinata chose to remain silent while Niji, like an agitated cat, coldly shouted, "Do you want to get beaten up?" It seems like it's tsundere personality that makes things easier." Yunhai smiled and directly ignored Niji's icy glare, asking Hinata, "Do you want to take revenge?" "Ah." Hinata looked at his smiling face, her cheeks flushing. Yunhaiken Niji. Niji brother is very good." Hearing Hinata's words, Yunhai was taken aback. On the contrary, Niji's expression became awkward as he opened his mouth to say something, but for some reason he lowered his head in frustration. He didn't refuse, rather he was helping her speak. This indicated that the relationship between the siblings should be quite good, at least it was before Lord Hayashi's sacrifice. "You two are acting this way, making me feel somewhat unnecessary." Having figured it out, Yunhai couldn't help but feel helpless. He reached out to rub Hinata's head, thinking she was just a silly girl. "Forget it, fools have their blessings. Niji is quite interesting." He sighed, turned to Niji and said, "Let's play a game. You and Hinata will compete every 3 days. I will be responsible for teaching her and you can also look for a teacher. Consider it a way to settle grievances. What do you think?" Both of them were taken aback, and before Niji could speak, Hinata's panicked voice rang out. "No. No way." Seeing her so nervous that she couldn't even speak, Niji couldn't stand it anymore and said, "She's weak, she can't fight." "Can't fight?" Yunhai laughed. In his past life he couldn't fight either, but the more he couldn't, the more he was bullied. Only by making others afraid could one protect themselves from being bullied. Thus Hinata should train even more. "What are you laughing at? Do you want to get hit?" Niji's anger was provoked by Yunhai's laughter, thinking he was mocking Hinata, and he threw a punch. Yunhai did not expect him to act so quickly and hurriedly retreated. After dodging Niji's attack, he explained, "It's precisely because she can't that she needs to learn. Yesterday it was you hitting her, tomorrow it will be someone else. Do you want her to always be bullied? Moreover, she will become a ninja in the future. Not being able to fight will lead to great losses." He did not voice the last part in his heart. He thought this knowledge was too profound for a 3 or 4-year-old. His words, however, made Niji pause, revealing a complex expression. After a moment he seemed to muster his courage and looked at Hinata, whispering, "I'm sorry, I was a bit excessive yesterday. I didn't mean to hurt you." This sudden apology startled both of them, and Hinata quickly shook her head. I understand. Niji brother doesn't need to blame himself. Taking responsibility, it seemed quite commendable. Yunhai felt surprised. He did not expect Niji to apologize, so he felt he could no longer scheme against him. "All right, the misunderstanding is cleared. Let's go out and play. I'll treat you to grilled meat. How about that?" Yunhai suggested, then turned to Hinata and asked, "Someone said Niji showed murderous intent towards you. As the person involved, did you feel it?" Hinata hurriedly shook her head. "No. I didn't." I fell by accident. She didn't fall, I accidentally pushed her. At worst I'll let her push me back. Niji, noticing her lie or perhaps her intention to shoulder the blame, immediately corrected her wording. So it was an accident. Does that mean the murderous intent was non-existent? Yunhai smacked his lips. The sibling pair was so in sync that he didn't need to guide them at all. It should be right. Hinata's mind clearly wasn't very agile and she seemed confused. How did the problem get resolved in the blink of an eye? The atmosphere once again settled. At this moment Yunhai was pondering a question: which elder was using the children's pushin pool to create a big fuss? Such methods were somewhat despicable. He first thought of the two chief elders, but recalling yesterday's scene he felt it didn't seem like them. Logically, the allocation of quotas was an internal family struggle and each elder had their own bottom line. Using children to achieve their goals would likely incite the wrath of the clan members, and for the sake of the family's development they couldn't do that. After considering it, he felt this matter did not seem like the work of the Elder Council but rather like someone from the outside stirring up trouble. Or could it be the clan leader's ploy of self-infliction? Thinking of this, Yunhai couldn't help but shake his head. This matter likely wouldn't have any follow-up. Thus he proposed again: for me today is a day worth celebrating. I successfully made my first friend Hinata, and you siblings have also resolved your conflict. So let's go have grilled midgets on me. Hearing this, Hinata's cheeks turned red and she stammered, unable to speak up. Niji, having unloaded his burden, saw that Hinata did not refuse and felt a little tempted, hesitantly saying, I have no problem, but I'm currently grounded by the clan leader, so I need to wait a month. Grounded? Yunhai shook his head and reminded him Hinata said you didn't show murderous intent. The so-called beating was just a push. She took the initiative to come find you to explain, so what else is there for those old geezers to say? Moreover, I see they have been discussing for ages without a conclusion. They will probably argue later. How about we go eat grilled meat first and then come back? If they ask later, we can testify for you. Hinata's eyes widened suddenly and she quickly shook her head in denial. No, lying is wrong. Yunhai was speechless. Lying was wrong, but it also depended on the context. How could she be so rigid at such a young age? Fine, you two talk, I'll take a nap. Yunhai, seeing the matter as hopeless, lost all interest. With that he stretched languidly and settled into deep meditation beneath a cool shaded spot. Rather than waste time here, he might as well refine his awareness of chakra. Niji, relieved that Yunhai had dropped his insistence, fell silent for a moment before turning to Hinata. Grandfather said you were injured. How serious is it? Hinata hastily shook her head, then paused to explain. Mother examined me, it's very minor. That's good. Niji's expression softened. After a brief hesitation he added quietly, yesterday when speaking with him I mentioned my father and inadvertently implicated you. I apologize. He of course referred to clan head Hayashi. Hinata, curious yet knowing little of the past, remained reserved by nature, too reticent to ask outright, and instead lowered her gaze, retreating inward like an ostrich. Silence descended once more, and lingered for a long while. Not until dusk did the murmurs from within the house fade as the elders emerged one by one, their faces clouded with varying degrees of dismay. The Elder Council has decreed Hyuga Niji shall join the main house, and both he and Princess Hinata shall be designated heirs to the clan leadership. Effective tomorrow they shall be inscribed in the ancestral register. The ancestral register, the clan's sacred genealogy, admitted only successive clan heads and their designated successors, symbolizing the highest status within the Hyuga lineage. No one had anticipated that after hours of deliberation the Elder Council would issue such a seismic proclamation. Most striking was that this decision bypassed clan head Hayashi entirely, rendered unilaterally without consultation. The authority wielded by the Elder Council appears to supersede even that of the clan head. Awakened by the announcement, Yunhai felt genuine astonishment. He had assumed the elders were debating disciplinary measures, not that they would revise the ancestral register itself. In retrospect, the move clearly bore signs of long preparation, not the product of a single day's discussion. In the end, no one elucidated the origins or reasoning behind it. Niji departed the ancestral shrine. Hinata returned home, and the grilled meat feast Yunhai had been eagerly anticipating vanished without a trace. Life settled back into quiet routine. So you're saying the main house represents pure bloodline, that even if I never become a guardian my mixed heritage would bar me from entry? Inside the house, grandfather and grandson sat across from each other at lunch. Yunhai asked curiously. Fuyuta nodded, essentially yes. As for finer details I've refrained from prying, but I do know this concerns Niji's father Hisashi. As he spoke, Fuyuta seemed to recall something and lowered his voice. A year ago, when Princess Hinata was inscribed in the ancestral register, the Elder Council proposed Niji as guardian, prompting Hisashi to direct lethal intent toward Hinata, triggering a curse-mark backlash. The incident sent shockwaves through the entire clan and ignited widespread controversy. Lethal intent, again. Yun-hai had heard those words before. Now linking them to the escort mission half a month prior, a new suspicion stirred within him. Perhaps the elders' deliberation that day had nothing to do with Hinata or Niji, and everything to do with old grievances. So it's truly a feud between the older generation. Yun-hai grasped his grandfather's implication. Though he couldn't fathom why Fuyuta withheld further explanation, he wisely chose not to press further. Lately the wound on his right arm had fully healed, but the lingering effects of his earlier training remained unresolved. His taijutsu and chakra refinement were still stalled. Thus his days fell into rhythm, either experimenting with culinary arts or studying alongside Hinata and Niji, voraciously catching up on knowledge he'd missed, filling every hour with purpose. By contrast, Hinata and Niji trained under Hayashi's strict supervision from dawn until dusk in gentle fist techniques supplemented by academic studies totaling 12 grueling hours daily, so rigorous that even the word strict fell short. This prompted Yun-hai to reflect the depth of a noble clan's legacy was simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Even the ninja academy paled in comparison. Sha Yun-hai, after washing the dishes, don't rush out just yet. You wished to learn medical ninjutsu, didn't you? A guest will arrive today to assess your aptitude. Just as he mused, his grandfather's voice broke in. Medical ninjutsu. Is she from the clan? Yun-hai perked up, surprised his grandfather still remembered. Fuyuta chuckled and shook his head. All clan members proficient in medical techniques are currently deployed on missions, neither available nor qualified to assess you. Then falling silent, he studied Yun-hai intently for a long moment before uttering a name. She is a revered elder, Tsunade's senior colleague Koharu Yutane. Surely you've heard of her. At the name, Yun-hai's smile froze, and his face tightened. Koharu Yutane, one of Konoha's highest-ranking advisors, a disciple of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju and teammate to the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, possessing both the power and wisdom of a cage-level shinobi. Two others held positions equal to hers in Konoha: Danzo Shimura and Hikaru Mitokado, the very figure Yun-hai had been investigating. All three were disciples of the second Hokage, commanding immense prestige throughout the village. Yun-hai hadn't imagined his grandfather could summon Koharu Yutane. Observing Yun-hai's silence and the shadow crossing his face, Fuyuta's expression dimmed, his own suspicions quietly confirmed. Yun-hai lifted his gaze to his grandfather and asked, "Old man, do you know her?" Fuyuta gently shook his head. "Not exactly an old friend, but I owe my life to her and Lady Tsunade. They saved me. Strictly speaking, it was a debt of salvation." Yun-hai's lips twitched. A sudden realization struck him. He blurted, "Then, she was involved in my eyes too?" "Yes." Fuyuta nodded without hesitation. "Oh." Instantly Yun-hai rose, grabbed his coat and hurriedly declared, "Grandfather, I just remembered the chief matriarch urgently needs me. Please tell her not to come." Without waiting for a reply, he bolted from the house. Fuyuta opened his mouth, but only watched the boy vanish into the distance, then sighed softly. In the end, the truth cannot remain hidden. His expression grew complex, sorrow flickered in his eyes, uncertain how to proceed. Meanwhile, Yun-hai slowed to a halt outside the gate, stood motionless for a moment in stunned silence, then shook his head wryly. Clearly his grandfather intended to reveal the truth. Yet the problem was this: Yun-hai had already uncovered nearly all he could about his mother Hyuga Hanako, and though he harbored strong suspicions, he lacked the strength to verify them. His grandfather had once said the full truth would only be told once he attained Jonin-level strength, meaning for now he possessed neither the power nor the capacity for vengeance. If so, learning the truth prematurely might prove dangerous. He feared he'd act rashly, launching revenge before he was ready. "Young one, pardon me, could you tell me how to reach house number 32? As he stood lost in thought, an elderly woman's voice called from ahead. Channeling chakra to observe, he saw a dignified elderly woman, her attire bearing no Hyuga crest. She could only be Koharu Yutane. "House 32. You must be Elder Koharu, my grandfather lives there. Just walk straight in." Yun-hai pointed, then sprinted off, determined not to be called back. "Grandfather." Koharu Yutane watched his retreating figure, murmuring softly, "Sensory ninjutsu. Madam Yun-hai seeks an audience." In the backyard, Yun-hai stood before the door and called out softly. He had not lied to his grandfather. He indeed planned to visit the madam in the afternoon to discuss the matter of sensory ninjutsu. Perhaps it was because they both had lost their eyes, or perhaps because the madam possessed a gentle disposition compared to the clan leader and the elders. He much preferred spending time with her. "Yun-hai-kin, you have come for 7 consecutive days. What problem do you have this time?" The door remained shut as a teasing voice drifted from within. Always clad in a kimono, the madam approached gracefully, a smile blooming on her face that showed her excellent mood. He. Yunhai scratched his head, sheepishly clasped his hands and replied, it is not a major issue. I simply wish to ask the madam about the form of perception energy. Form. The madam turned to close the door, took out 2 cushions and placed them on either side. She first made a gesture of invitation and only after Yunhai sat down did she continue questioning. Perception energy has no form, lighter than wind, untouchable, and even the Byakugan can scarcely observe it. After speaking she poured another cup of tea, pushed it before Yunhai and motioned for him to drink. Yunhai did not stand on ceremony, he raised the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Then he asked again, recently my excavation of perception energy has grown sparse. Yet when utterly exhausted I feel a cool breeze surging in, as if it were a change in the form of perception energy. A cool breeze. The madam furrowed her brows slightly, pondering. Cultivating sensory ninjutsu requires in attribute chakra, which originates from cells and coexists with yang attribute. In is cold, yang is warm, formless and bodiless, never undergoing any change in shape. Hearing this, Yunhai could not help but sigh. These teachings were also recorded in the wooden inscriptions, but not as detailed as the madam's explanation. Thus the cool breeze emerging from his consciousness body was likely something quite rare. Then the madam's voice rang out again. However, the Yuzebo clan is naturally strong in the in attribute and their Sharingan carries extreme emotional power. They might be able to shed light on the cool breeze you speak of. Yuzebo. Yunhai frowned and shook his head. Our 2 clans have never been on good terms. Why should I court trouble? After speaking, a look of doubt crossed his face and he asked, I have heard from my grandfather that the observational ability of the Sharingan is no less than that of the Byakugan and it greatly assists in battle. Some even master illusions. Are they different from ordinary people? Wrong. The madam shook her head and corrected, the Sharingan advances through the number of tomo. Whether for ninjutsu or taijutsu, each additional tomo greatly enhances its power. At 3 tomo it grants a strength comparable to that of an elite jonin. But the Sharingan has both strengths and weaknesses. First, it consumes a large amount of chakra. Second, the in attribute it controls leans toward emotions, often awakening through intense stimulation. In severe cases it can even lead to loss of reason. Stimulation. Yunhai mused and asked, does the madam mean that the cool breeze I sense might be related to emotions? Not at all. The madam smiled and said, whether it is the Yuzebo or our Rishon, we have one thing in common, our eyes. The eyes we possess have been destined from the very beginning to be different from ordinary people, and so it is in cultivation as well. You can think of it as a kind of talent, a power you must uncover on your own, or a ninjutsu unique to yourself. Kekei Genkai. After the madam's explanation, a sudden realization dawned on Yunhai. Not to mention the Rishon bloodline he already bore, the mere continuation of his past and present lives had already set him apart from ordinary people. From this perspective, the phenomenon of the cool breeze in his consciousness body seemed quite normal. Precisely because he himself was not normal. If he were like everyone else, that would be the most astonishing thing. Thus being special was the correct answer. I am truly enlightened. Yunhai raised his teacup and bowed respectfully to the madam, a feeling of admiration welling up within him. He had to admit that the knowledge the madam possessed was far beyond what his grandfather could compare with. A mere trifle. Please do not stand on ceremony, Yunhaken. The madam returned the bow with a smile, then suddenly added, what do you think of Hinata's training? Yunhai was taken aback, not expecting her to ask about such a matter. He scratched his head and said shyly, madam, I am still only a child. I do not know how to answer. Nevertheless he shifted the topic and with a look of embarrassment continued, but I do have a small opinion. From what I have seen and heard recently, when I first heard my grandfather speak of the caged bird, I thought the curse seal was far too cruel. Forcing another's destiny can only breed resentment. However, ever since I saw the clan leader's harsh training for Hinata, I suddenly realized that fate is a strange thing. The branch family marked with the caged bird cannot enjoy freedom, but at least they can have things they like and interests they pursue. In contrast, all I see on Lady Hinata is oppression. Though she is the eldest princess, she is even worse off than a caged bird. We can cultivate on our own, but her destiny is laid out step by step. At this point Yunhei's expression turned serious and he asked earnestly, madam, do you know what Hinata means to me? The madam withdrew her smile, sensing the change in Yunhei's tone, and said, please enlighten me, Yunhaken. Since the madam had brought up the matter, Yunhai as a friend naturally wanted to help Hinata. He picked up the teapot and refilled the madam's cup, then explained softly, the other day the madam told me about the puppet arts of Sunagakure, saying they alter corpses to create puppets controlled by chakra strings. At that time I suddenly had a realization. Lady Hinata holds a noble status, so it is natural for the clan leader to be strict with her. But one must understand that the living are not corpses, they have blood, flesh and emotions. Strictness is good but excess brings loss. A shinobi seeks a single weakness for a fatal strike. A physician must diagnose multiple times before healing. Therefore I have one doubt. May I ask the madam, how is the clan leader's training of the eldest princess any different from the process of making a puppet? In my heart she is more like a puppet waiting to be transformed, wanting to struggle but unable to escape. The madam listened quietly, her usually gentle expression shifting. She pondered for a moment and explained, identity must match ability. Without the corresponding strength one cannot command respect. The same applies to shinobi, the strong survive, the weak perish. We are also looking out for her future. Future. Yunhai felt somewhat disheartened. He thought the madam was knowledgeable with a broad mind and keen insight, yet she could not see the contradiction within. Could this be what they meant by those trapped in the game are blind while the onlookers see clearly? He sighed softly and said, like a little adult, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. In terms of talent Lady Hinata is by no means inferior. In terms of perseverance, has the madam ever seen her slack off? The only thing she lacks is courage. Courage. The first madam's lips curled into a bitter smile. After a long silence she said, compared to me his mother Lord Yunhai seems to understand her even better. It's not understanding, but I was once timid as well, so I can empathize more deeply. Yunhai replied softly. The once he spoke of was naturally his childhood in his past life, which was even more unbearable than Hinata's. The first madam hadn't expected him to say that. Suddenly reminded of something, she couldn't help but smile wryly. She had forgotten that Yunhai was born blind and had likely endured much hardship in the past. Thinking of this as a mother, she set aside the formalities of rank and bowed to ask Lord Yunhai, do you perhaps have a remedy in mind? Yunhai clenched his fist upon hearing this, helping her up as he said, I only know that hardship outside is a trial, but coercion from family is a dagger to the heart. What she needs is encouragement and praise. If even you cannot give her that, who else can help her? The first madam gently stroked her hair, her expression calm again, and asked, Lord Yunhai, do you have a solution? Yunhai understood from her tone that she had already sensed something. But this matter, even her own family felt powerless. How could an outsider like him resolve it? If you hadn't brought it up, I wouldn't have thought of it. It all needs to be decided by you and the clan leader. Very well. The first madam shook her head and suddenly changed the subject, asking Lord Yunhai, is there anything else? Indeed, there is something I wish to consult you about. Yunhai eagerly pulled a book from his bosom and handed it to her, saying, I found this at home last night. It records interesting anecdotes of many ninja predecessors, including the second Hokage Chiensho Feijian and the sealing book he authored. It says the sealing art records many powerful forbidden techniques. The Flying Thunder God, the signature move of the fourth Hokage Basui Shuuman, originates from that book. So I came to ask if you have a copy of it. The first madam was somewhat surprised and took the book to examine it with her sensory jutsu. Then her cheeks suddenly flushed and she couldn't help asking, where did this book come from? Yunhai couldn't perceive her expression, only felt that her tone was off. Besides, he had already told her it was from his home. Could she have missed that? This book is full of nonsense. I'll dispose of it for you. As for the sealing book, only one copy exists in the entire village. It cannot be viewed without the Hokage's permission, and the clan has no transcripts. Before he could ask further, the first madam's voice came again. He stood dumbfounded, watching as she tucked the book into her robe, clearly not planning to ask for his opinion. Ma'am, Intimate Paradise is merely an amusing tale. Though its title is a bit frivolous, it does record many interesting anecdotes. His tone was plaintive. His home had few books to begin with, and now that he had found one that piqued his interest, the first madam had confiscated it. He couldn't help feeling annoyed. The first madam was moved by his words and asked, have you finished reading this book? No, only 2 chapters. Yunhai quickly replied, hoping she would return it. Good, good. The first madam sighed in relief and said sternly, don't read it anymore. If you disobey, I won't teach you. Ha! Yunhai looked puzzled and asked instinctively, have you read this book, ma'am? Then there was no follow-up. Outside the door, Yunhai was completely bewildered after being shooed out by the first madam. He pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out how he had offended her. Could it be that there was something seriously wrong with that book? He pondered, growing more curious. The very fact that she forbade it made him itch to see it. He headed out of the clan grounds, intending to find a bookstore and buy another copy. Oh hey, Niji training. Let's have some grilled meat later. Passing by the training ground, he spotted Niji with Uncle Peihu and his son nearby, presumably giving instruction. Damn it! Niji gasped and cursed under his breath. He received an invitation for grilled meat every day, yet he could never accept because of training. But Yunhai seemed to do it on purpose, taunting him every time he passed 2 or 3 times a day. Anyone would get annoyed, and it stirred Niji's cravings for grilled meat. Taking the curse as a refusal, Yunhai was about to leave when a thought struck him. He called out to Peihu Sr., "I want to buy a book called Intimate Paradise. Do you know where to get it?" Suddenly the bustling training ground fell silent. Countless eyes shifted between Yunhai and Peihu, their expressions strange. Yunhei's sensory jutsu had limited range, he couldn't perceive anything beyond 5 meters. But Peihu's eyes were sharp. Seeing the odd looks from the younger clan members, his face darkened. Those in the training ground were either ninjas or students. Apart from Niji, they were at least 8 or 9 years old and all knew of Intimate Paradise. But the key point was that it wasn't a normal book, and its contents weren't normal either. Go out the main gate, turn left, walk 2 streets, turn left again, and it's the 3rd shop on your left. Surprisingly, Peihu actually gave a straight answer with a strange grin. "Thanks, senior. You little brat, since I've lost face you're not getting off easy either." Peihu muttered inwardly, watching Yunhei's retreating figure and the amused looks from his clansmen. He couldn't help but smirk. Within a day the clan would be abuzz with news that the newly promoted Hyuga prodigy, only 6 years old, was an avid reader of Intimate Paradise. Then no one would care that he knew where to buy it. But what Peihu didn't know was that Niji and his eldest son were now overflowing with curiosity, muttering under their breaths. If one listened closely, they were reciting the address of the bookstore, evidently planning to check it out themselves. Alright, back to training. Meanwhile, Yunhai eagerly followed Peihu's directions. But as he searched, something fell off. Turn left at the main gate, walk 2 streets, turn left again, 3rd shop on the left. But the problem was there was no shop here. Sensing the forest ahead, he hesitated before stepping in, just in case there really was a shop inside. Well, I fell for that one. Having wandered through the woods for a while, Yunhai had to admit one thing: Peihu had tricked him for no apparent reason. "You old bastard, you tricked me." Yunhai was furious and wanted to go back to the clan to settle scores with Peihu. But recalling that the latter was a jonin, he suppressed his anger, deciding to wait until he was stronger to get even. "Mom said he is a monster and doesn't let me play with him. Let's hurry and go." Just as they stepped out of the woods, disdainful voices flooded their ears. At first he didn't take it seriously, but after a moment of thought he turned and walked over. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is different from ordinary peoples in the eyes of the villagers. It is often described as monstrous, and this includes the Uchiha clan, both of whom many people fear. As a prodigy of the Hyuga, if he turned a blind eye to his clansmen being bullied, it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold among his peers in the future. However, what he didn't expect was that the person being bullied was neither a Hyuga nor an Uchiha, but a boy around 4 years old who appeared no different from ordinary people except for some strange whiskers on his cheeks resembling those of a cat. The aura he emitted was rather peculiar. As Yunhai approached, the other children had already run far away, leaving only the despised boy with his head bowed, holding a wooden shuriken in his hand. However, in Yunhei's perception, the boy emanated an unusually strong aura, faintly revealing a trace of violent emotion that captivated one's attention. Chakra. No, it seems to be some kind of sealing technique. It feels like there is something within him. In Yunhei's perception, ninjutsu was viewed as a black and white image, making it impossible to distinguish colors. He couldn't determine if the aura was chakra, but he was sure it did not come from the boy himself, but rather from something contained within. Oh, so he is a Jinchuriki. After thinking for a long time, a flash of insight struck him, and he guessed that the sealed entity within the boy should be the Ninetails, the very Jinchuriki his grandfather spoke of. "Hello, do you need help?" Although he was not from the same clan, Yunhai chose to assist. He carefully examined the boy's body and found numerous bruises, likely from fighting. His voice startled the boy, who turned around and, seeing his tightly closed eyes, realized he was blind. He shook his head, saying, "The one who needs help should be you." Yunhai was momentarily stunned by this, then quickly realized the boy must have thought he was lost and had come to seek help. So he explained, "I can see I heard your conversation earlier and came over. By the way, my name is Hyuga Yunhai, also known as the Hyuga prodigy." "What is your name?" "Hyuga prodigy." The boy looked at him oddly and said, "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." "I didn't expect you to be even more narcissistic than me, calling yourself a prodigy. Impressive." "Uzumaki." Yunhai tilted his head. He had certainly heard of the Uzumaki clan, once renowned as a great sealing clan that established the land of whirlpools and allied with Konoha. However, their fortunes did not last long. Many feared the sealing powers of the Uzumaki clan, leading various nations and clans to unite in war, resulting in the downfall of the land of whirlpools, leaving only a few members of the Uzumaki to survive. If he remembered correctly, his grandfather once mentioned that the wife of the fourth Hokage Uzumaki Kushina was a pure-blooded member of the Uzumaki clan. Now with the Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto and the sealing techniques combined, it was almost too much of a coincidence. Could it be that he is the child of the fourth Hokage? Indeed, Minato Namikaze was of commoner descent while Kushina Uzumaki belonged to a noble clan. It could explain the difference in surnames if he had married into the Uzumaki. Thinking of this, he directly asked, "Is your mother Uzumaki Kushina?" "Ah." Naruto scratched his head and said, "I don't know. The third grandpa didn't tell me who Uzumaki Kushina is. Do you know her?" "The third grandpa." Yunhei's lips twitched twice and he could almost confirm that he was indeed the son of the fourth Hokage. Even if he wasn't, he was at least a Jinchuriki of the Uzumaki. At that moment Naruto suddenly said, "Do you want to play a game with me? I will play the role of the god of ninjutsu Senju Hashirama and you can be the evil Uchiha Madara. Let's reenact the battle at the Valley of the End." Looking at the wooden shuriken he was holding, Yunhei thought for a moment and said, "You probably won't be able to defeat me. I can use ninjutsu, you know." Ninjutsu. Upon hearing these two words, Naruto's eyes widened immediately and he hurriedly asked, "What ninjutsu can you use? Can you teach me this?" Yunhei was not stingy with his teaching, but the problem was that sensory ninjutsu required talent. After thinking for a moment he said, "My ninjutsu is sensory, which allows me to move even when blind. Since you are not blind, it would be useless for you to learn. However, I can teach you taijutsu, the really powerful kind." Naruto seemed a bit disappointed at first, but after hearing the last part he became excited again. But just a few seconds into his happiness he suddenly remembered something and said dejectedly, "The third grandpa said that learning taijutsu requires a lot of money and I don't have any money. Does learning this require money?" Yunhei was puzzled. He referred to the third Hokage as grandpa, and wanting to learn ninjutsu shouldn't be a matter of money, especially for the most basic taijutsu. There seemed to be a problem here. He fell into deep thought, suddenly recalling the earlier remarks of the children monster, their families forbidding them from playing with him. It didn't seem like something a group of children would say. Was it prejudice, or was it related to the Nine Tails chaos? Or perhaps it was because of his identity as a Jinchuriki. The speculations in his heart made Yunhei hesitate. His first impression of this child was not bad. What bad intentions could a 4-year-old child have? But besides that, he was more concerned about the fourth Hokage who sacrificed himself to protect the village. Such a person is always admirable. Forget it, teaching basic taijutsu shouldn't cause any trouble. Yunhei shook his head, patted the boy's shoulder and said, "I can teach you taijutsu for free, but in exchange you need to take me to the bookstore. I want to buy a book, but I don't know the way." "The bookstore?" Naruto looked up, thought for a while and said, "I don't know where the bookstore is, but I know a place with many books. I can sneak you in there." After saying that he grabbed Yunhei's arm and urged, "We need to hurry, otherwise they will close." Yunhei was also intrigued and followed him, running north. Needless to say, Naruto's stamina was incredibly robust. Although he was breathing heavily, he managed to keep going and ran for 7 or 8 blocks. "Is this the Hokage building?" Yunhei, feeling the surrounding architecture, observed for a long time before realizing that the place Naruto brought him to was indeed the Hokage building. Yes, there are many books on the 3rd floor of the building, but there are no ninjutsu, otherwise I would definitely teach you a few." Upon hearing Naruto's words, Yunhei couldn't help but smile. Not to mention that Naruto couldn't learn ninjutsu right now. Even if he could with the physique of the Hyuga clan, he was certainly not suited for attribute ninjutsu. Conversely, he was more interested in taijutsu. However, Naruto's words once again earned his approval, at least proving that this child was not selfish. As the two entered the building, they were surrounded by ninjas wearing forehead protectors, bustling with activity, and they cast peculiar glances at them. Fortunately, the guards did not stop them from entering. Perhaps Yunhei benefited from Naruto's identity and they easily reached the 3rd floor. The shelves on the 3rd floor were filled with rows of books resembling a library. "Naruto, what brings you here?" "He is." An elderly voice suddenly came from behind. He did not turn around. In his mind, a figure appeared clad in feathered garments and wearing a large hat with a prominent fire symbol. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage. Sensory ninjutsu. The sensory ninjutsu allowed for a complete 360 view, but was also the easiest technique to detect. Hearing the 3rd Hokage's words, Yunhei turned and cupped his hands, saying, "Hyuga genius, I greet you, Hokage-sama. Grandfather, he is a new friend of mine looking for a book." Naruto explained briefly. "Looking for a book?" Sarutobi Hiruzen scrutinized Yunhei and kindly asked, "What book are you looking for?" "I can help." Yunhei's face lit up with joy as he said it's a humorous book called Paradise of Affection. I would appreciate your assistance, Hokage-sama. His reply made Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile freeze. Paradise of Affection. How could a child read such a book? Hiruzen's expression darkened as he asked solemnly, who told you about this book? His tone was heavy, causing Yunhei to furrow his brow as he softly replied, I came across it while moving. I saw it contained anecdotes about the Hokages and thought to consult the elders of my clan. However, for some reason it was confiscated, so I wanted to buy a copy outside. Hokage-sama, is there something wrong with that book? Your expressions turned sour upon hearing it. Ah yes, grandfather, you have furrowed your brow. Naruto agreed. So that's how it is. The third Hokage's expression softened as he explained gently, this book was written by a ninja named Fukasaku and it involves some secrets. It has been deemed a forbidden book by the village, only accessible to adults. You should refrain from pursuing it. Forbidden book. Yunhei was somewhat perplexed about what kind of book it was that had age restrictions. He did not think about the gender aspect as it detailed certain darkness. Seeing that the third Hokage did not want him to search for it, he wisely nodded in understanding. Then he requested, Hokage-sama, may I borrow a few books to read? Just set the price as long as it's reasonable. Technically the library in the Hokage building required a ninja to access it and there was no rule about paying to borrow books. But since Yunhei was a friend of Naruto, the rules could certainly be bent. After pondering for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally nodded, saying the books in the Hyuga clan are not fewer than these. If you wish to borrow them, it can be free of charge, just 100 ryo per book. After you make your selections, you can come upstairs to settle with me. Indeed, the clan's collection was vast, but it was not accessible to Yunhei at his current level. He would need to attain the rank of a genin to be permitted to view them. Fortunately, the third Hokage agreed. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Come on, Naruto, I will help you select a few books on taijutsu. Yunhei's expression brightened as he beckoned Naruto towards the bookshelves, which were filled with well-organized categories: taijutsu, medical, ninjutsu, sealing techniques and illusion techniques, as well as geography and miscellaneous notes from various ninja clans totaling no less than 1,000 books. Most importantly, the books contained detailed information and some were compilations of several texts rich in substance. He wandered back and forth selecting one book from each of the 8 shelves, ensuring they were not overly obscure, suitable for his learning stage. Next he found a book on meridian points and a basic training outline for taijutsu, carefully explaining the precautions to Naruto before proceeding to settle with the third Hokage. By the time they exited the Hokage building, the sky had darkened. Considering that Naruto had helped him greatly, he hesitated for a moment before extending an invitation for dinner. To his surprise, Naruto immediately accepted without any hesitation. Well then. Yunhei did not mind walking alongside Naruto towards his clan. Along the way he learned about Naruto's living situation and discovered that Naruto had no parents, having grown up on the aid provided by the third Hokage. In other words, the Uzumaki Kushina he had speculated about did not exist, and the third Hokage did not live with Naruto. To be precise, since Naruto could remember, he had been living alone with the third Hokage, providing him money for necessities to ensure his daily stability. A 4-year-old child living alone plunged Yunhei into silence, filling him with a sense of melancholy. Could it be that even the third Hokage dared not get too close to Naruto? Was it just because he was a Jinchuriki? But if he wasn't mistaken, Naruto was 80% likely the son of the fourth Hokage. The third's actions seemed a bit excessive. He could not understand, but soon after he found the answer. He noticed that the villagers seemed to recognize Naruto, yet they cast him looks of disdain, even avoiding him while walking. What was worse, some shops would even close half their doors upon seeing them, seemingly afraid they would enter and buy their products. Yunhei had just recently learned sensory ninjutsu and had not roamed the village much. This was the first time he witnessed such a bizarre occurrence. How did they know Naruto was a Jinchuriki? And how did they know that the Nine-Tails Fox was sealed within him? Hadn't his grandfather said that Jinchuriki were the village's secret weapons? They should be hidden, not common knowledge. Upon returning to his clan, Yunhei still could not solve this mystery and instead noticed that the clan members looked at Naruto strangely. Before he could reach home, the clan leader Hizashi blocked his path. Yunhei, his identity is rather special and cannot be brought into the clan. A simple statement from the clan leader delivered with an irrefutable tone. Naruto trembled at these words, his smile turning to despondency. However, he still forced a smile and said to Yunhei, I remembered that grandfather would be back, so I won't go to your house. Let's meet again tomorrow. As he spoke, Naruto turned to leave but was stopped by Yunhei, who placed a hand on his shoulder. The clan leader is right, I am just bringing him to the clan to take a look. I will take him out shortly. Without giving Hizashi a chance to speak, he added, I wonder if the eldest princess has finished her training. I promised to treat her to barbecue and hope the clan leader will allow her to come out. Anyone could tell this was Yunhei's wording. However, Hisashi did not care. His reason for stopping was to prevent the Jinchuriki from staying in the clan for too long. If someone were to catch onto him, it could implicate Yunhei and pose a danger to his life. If it was just a quick visit, it would not be a problem. Okay, remember to call Niji along. Upon hearing this, Yunhei felt relieved. Hisashi's attitude confirmed his guess. The clan did not reject Naruto, but Naruto's presence would cause many troubles. After all, Naruto was a Jinchuriki with the nine-tails fox sealed within him. Come on, I will take you to my house. Remember the way, don't mix up the house when you come looking for me. Naruto nodded vigorously at this, his eyes gradually lighting up. The two little ones dashed through the clan compound. At first, when Grandpa saw Mingren, he was pleased that Yunhei had made a friend. But upon hearing the name Xuanhua Mingren, his smile froze completely. Although he didn't distance himself like some others, his expression turned sour. Fortunately, Yunhei didn't care about that. He brought a large bag of dried meat from home along with wooden plaques carved by his grandpa and gave them all to Mingren as a welcome gift. He had promised to teach Mingren some ninjutsu even though they had only just met. But the gesture of their visit to the Huiying building was already enough. Those books were more than sufficient to match that kindness. Yunhei-kun. Chutian still appeared timid, as if no matter how long they had known each other, she always seemed a bit reserved. As for Ningxi, after seeing Chutian, he became completely silent, making the atmosphere rather awkward. Anyone who didn't know might think they had been quarreling. Let me introduce you. This is my new friend Xuanhua Mingren. He's about the same age as you all. Mingren, they are my clan members Rixiang Chutian and Rixiang Ningxi. As the initiator, Yunhei naturally couldn't just stand by and watch. He spoke up first. The three of them sized each other up. From the expressions of Ningxi and Chutian, it was clear that the siblings didn't know Mingren's identity. Instead, they were curious about the whiskers on his face. In contrast, Mingren was much more carefree, staring unabashedly at their eyes. The pale blue pupils tinged with a milky white like lard all testified to something special. I see you are the Ukiya, and this is the Xiaolunian, right? Unexpectedly, after observing for a long time, Mingren blurted out such a statement. Upon hearing this, Ningxi's face darkened and Kyushin's lips twitched. Yunhei couldn't help but slap Mingren's head and roared, "What the hell, Ukiya? Our surname is Rixiang, the Rixiang Baiyan Rixiang." They had already introduced their names, but this guy hadn't listened at all. They had already introduced their names, but this guy hadn't taken in a single word. Mingren rubbed his head in pain, then realized he had misspoken. He apologized sheepishly. "I forgot, the one with special eyes is also the Rixiang." Having said that, he looked at Yunhei and asked in confusion, "Haven't you unlocked your eyes? Why are they always closed?" Well. Yunhei's mouth twitched. He probably realized that Mingren didn't know what perception ninjutsu was, so all his previous explanations had been in vain. However, it seemed normal for him not to know. He looks very stupid. Ningxi never spoke unless necessary, but once he did, he was relentless. Mingren's eyebrows shot up instantly. He held up a wooden shuriken in front of him and asked seriously, "Are you challenging me? A duel? Ninja from Rixiang, I challenge you in the name of the Huiying. How Chanibu?" Yunhei and Ningxi looked speechless. In contrast, Chutian couldn't help covering her mouth and giggling, seemingly delighted by this cheerful atmosphere. "Hey Chutian, that's not fair. I've known you for half a month and I've never seen you laugh like that." Yunhei felt a bit jealous, his tone slightly reproachful. Upon hearing this, Kyushin's face instantly turned red. She lowered her chin, grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands and hurriedly explained, "No. That's not it, Yunhei-kun. Hey, why couldn't she take a joke?" Yunhei had just teased her, not expecting Chutian to take it seriously. He quickly pretended to be an adult and rubbed her head. "Don't you faint now or we'll have to carry you out. At least wait until after we eat the barbecue." As he spoke, he concentrated, afraid that Chutian might actually faint, ready to support her at any moment. "You'd better shut up." Ningxi couldn't help but comment. If anyone among the three understood Kyushin's personality best, it was undoubtedly Ningxi. Yunhei's attempts at comfort only made Chutian more agitated. Fortunately, after Yunhei's painstaking training over half a month, Kyushin's self-control had clearly improved. She was no longer as easily flustered as before. "I'm so envious." Mingren looked at Yunhei, his eyes shining with admiration. "Let's go. Set off. Eat barbecue. Ill treat. Ningxi pays." "Hey, you're treating, why should I pay?" Ningxi demanded loudly. Well, I brought my purse, it should. Should be enough. Shutian suggested softly. Great, he'll just eat and won't waste anything. Needless to say, among the four only Mingren had such thick skin. Yunhai picked his ear and said with a sly grin, someone talks about apologizing but shows no sincerity at all. Tisk tsk. Immediately Ningxi fell silent, just feeling his waist pouch, probably wondering if he had enough money. This dried meat is really delicious. Mingren didn't understand what they were saying, but it didn't affect his mood at all. He pulled out a handful of dried meat and stuffed it into his mouth, praising its flavor while eating. Even he took out 2 handfuls and forced them on Ningxi and Shutian, thoroughly enjoying himself. I say, that's my dried meat, right? I gave it to you as a snack. Yunhei's face darkened. On the way back he had clearly noticed that the shops didn't welcome Mingren, which meant that even if Mingren had money he might not be able to buy anything. That was why he thought of giving him the dried meat as a small comfort. But obviously Mingren didn't realize that. It's really good with a unique spice flavor. Yunhai, give me some tomorrow so I can save time on meals and practice better. Hey, this is just ordinary dried meat, you can easily find it for sale outside. Yunhai pursed his lips. Seeing that Ningxi and Mingren were both eating happily and Shutian also looked delighted, he suddenly realized that these 3 little ones were probably eating dried meat for the first time. But this was something that could be bought anywhere. They were really alike. The 4 of them bickered as they soon exited the clan gate, planning to find the nearest barbecue restaurant to have a taste. But unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, the store owner stopped them, claiming insufficient ingredients and that they couldn't serve customers. At first they didn't think much of it and went to another barbecue restaurant, but again they were refused, either because there were no seats or because it was closing. Clearly those were just excuses. They didn't welcome Mingren, or rather they were afraid of him. What's going on? They seem to be rejecting us, and the way they look at Mingren. Not to mention whether Mingren is the one directly involved could feel it, even the 3 of them couldn't help but be angered. One barbecue restaurant was like that, and so were all the others, as if they had prearranged it. Yunhai could not believe that no one was pulling strings behind the scenes. Damn it! Furious Yunhai stood grimly in front of the barbecue restaurant. Inside figures were bustling about, lively and anything but closed. But since they weren't welcome he couldn't just attack. He just felt extremely aggrieved. I don't believe that in the entire my village we can't find a place to eat barbecue. At this moment Mingren suddenly spoke up. How about we just forget it? I need to go home and sleep. You can. Go eat first. Don't be ridiculous. I don't have the habit of eating alone. Before Yunhai could speak, Ningxi immediately shut him down. It was easy to tell from his tone that he was already angry. It must be noted that the combined age of the 4 of them was less than 20, and neither Niji nor Hinata had ever encountered such immense malice before. However, judging by Naruto's expression, it was evident that he had long grown accustomed to it. In truth, Yunhai had also become accustomed to it in the past, but habituation did not equate to surrender, especially after mastering the art of sensory perception. The differential treatment from certain individuals only made him more vigilant. Let's go search every shop, ask every owner. I refuse to believe we can't spend our money. With Yunhei's command, Niji and Hinata raised no objection. They entered every barbecue joint they saw, traversing street after street and hearing a litany of rejections. This plunged Naruto into silence. He trailed behind with his head lowered, as though all strength had drained from his body, each step a laborious effort. Yunhai understood his current emotional state, yet he also knew that this was not a time for compromise. If they allowed Naruto to go home this time, they might never have another chance to dine together. Coupled with his own experience of being treated differently in his past life, Yunhai knew deeply that persistence was the right course. Do not let others' actions affect your own state. This was a lesson he had drawn from his previous life and a skill for living a better life. Some people simply don't deserve the money in our pockets. Yunhai patted the pouch at his waist and said with a smile. The other 3 found his words somewhat puzzling, yet they nodded in agreement, Hinata included. After all, Hinata was the eldest princess of the Hyuga clan. Niji was a candidate for clan head. He was a genius of the Hyuga, and even the universally despised Naruto held a special identity. Whether in the present or in the long run, none of them would ever lack for money. Barbecue was certainly well within their means. It seems I'll have to focus on honing my culinary skills. With a mutter under his breath, Yunhai stepped into yet another barbecue shop. He had expected another polite refusal, but to his surprise he was welcomed inside. Your adult didn't come with you. Kids, what would you like to eat? How about big sister helps you grill? Even after entering the shop, the 4 little ones were still dazed. At the sight of the young proprietress' beaming face they couldn't help but reveal expressions of delight. "Auntie, I want to eat roast lamb." Before Yunhai could speak, Naruto shouted excitedly. "Kid, you should call me big sister. If I hear auntie again you'll give you a fist." As she spoke, the young proprietress made a fist and narrowed her eyes as if warning them to think twice before using certain forms of address. "A ninja." Yunhai frowned slightly. It wasn't that he sensed chakra from her, but her tone and demeanor were more in line with that of a ninja. "Eh?" The young proprietress looked at Yunhai in surprise. "Never mind, food first." Yunhai surveyed the surroundings. The barbecue shop was not large with unexpectedly elegant decor. He asked for the menu. "Roast lamb leg, roast lamb kidney, roast lamb eye, roast lamb tripe." The four little ones took turns reading the menu, ordering all lamb dishes. Perhaps because it was their first time they were unfamiliar with many items. The roast lamb eye was ordered by Yunhai. In his past life he had only tasted barbecue once, and uncle had given him leftover roast lamb eye. The peculiar flavor lingered vividly in his memory. "Eyes. You can eat those." Not long afterward, fresh ingredients were laid on the table. The young proprietress personally handled the grilling, not daring to let them near the stove. Niji stared at the eyeballs on the plate, his face turning pale. He couldn't help but ask. Hinata and Naruto shared his reaction, unable to look at the round objects. They're edible with a tender texture. But because of their odd shape, not many people enjoy them. It's my first time seeing a child order them. The young proprietress spoke with crisp frankness, possessing a rather spirited personality. She explained to Niji. After speaking, she glanced at them and said with a smile, "Two from the Hyuga clan, one with whiskers like a cat and one with blind eyes who can use sensory jutsu. Your group is truly unique." Yunhai was speechless. How could she phrase it so bluntly? He complained inwardly but showed a smile, asking curiously, "Big sister, is this shop exclusively for ninjas?" "Sharp." The young proprietress patted his shoulder and said, "You've got good skills. Consider working for me, you'd make the perfect greeter. I'll pay you a salary and we can split profits too, provided you can afford the steak." Perfect greeter. The other three looked instinctively at Yunhei's eyes. The image of a blind man leading them in ordering dishes and grilling meat, just thinking about it was amusing enough. Really? But to Yunhei's ears the words struck a different chord. He became immediately interested and asked eagerly, "What's the profit split? How much is the steak? Does it include learning the craft? Can you disclose the annual revenue?" After all, making money was his obsession. Hearing about a profit split, how could he not be tempted? The proprietress looked at him with surprise and uncertainty. Seeing that he wasn't joking, she thought for a moment and held up 5 fingers. 50,000 coins a year. After deducting costs, I'll give you 30% of the profits. As for operations, you can discuss any ideas with me, but the final decision rests with me. As for annual revenue, it's not huge, around 200 to 300,000 coins. With your 30% share you'd get nearly 100,000. 50,000 coins was not too steep. On a busy day selling stretch candy he could earn 2,000 to 3,000 coins. Averaging around 50,000 coins per month, that came to about 50,000 a year. The shop might not be large, but it was a street-facing storefront specifically catering to ninjas, so he didn't have to worry about low foot traffic. 50,000 coins for 30% profit was neither excessive nor insufficient, quite fitting. He pondered, feeling that it was worth a try, and nodded, "No problem, but I need one privilege. If I bring friends to eat I should get at least a 20% discount." "You're quite generous." The proprietress laughed and shook her head, saying, "Actually, that's part of the shop's business model. Most customers here are my friends or friends recommended by friends. Discounts are inevitable, though that does cut into revenue." That may be so, but the fact that the shop was still open spoke for itself. Yunhai understood the value of steady, lasting income, especially for dining and barbecue. Exorbitant profits were temporary, but stable clientele was the foundation. Most importantly, his training required a lot of his time, leaving him little energy to run a shop. Choosing a profit share was relatively suitable. Having made up his mind, he didn't hesitate. Carefully pulling 2 rolls of coins from his pocket, he handed them to the proprietress. "Hey, raise a deposit of 10,000. I'll bring the rest tomorrow. Then we'll go to the Hokage's office to write up a contract just in case." "Strange, me and Hinata only get 20,000 a month as allowance. Where did you get so much?" "Impressive. Old Man Third's relief fund for me is only 10,000. This is nearly a year's living expenses for me." Niji and Naruto were both astonished and shocked, having always believed that Yunhai was merely asking casually or planning to seek help from an adult. They never expected him to directly pull out 100,000 ryo. Yun-hai pursed his lips. Good heavens, just by doing nothing for a month he could earn either 20,000 or 10,000 ryo, accumulating 1 to 200,000 over the year. The 100,000 he had just taken out represented a tenth of his savings. Over the past 3 years he had set up a stall daily to make stretchy candy. Thanks to its unique flavor and lack of competition after deducting costs, he had only amassed 1 million ryo, averaging merely 300,000 per year. Crucially, those 300,000 ryo were only enough for 6 medicinal baths, each bath divided into 3 buckets, 1 bucket per day, totaling just 18 days of soaking. Had it not been for his maternal grandfather's support, his meager funds would hardly even count as a fraction. Little brat. The boss didn't reach out to take the money, shaking his head. You can call me Sister Hwajio. Bring the money together tomorrow. If I weren't really strapped for cash, I wouldn't want to give you a share. Hwajio. Yun-hai, naturally unhurried, retrieved the bills back into his pouch and asked, Big sister, are you in dire need of money? I could invest more, perhaps provide up to 1 million ryo. Don't push your luck. The proprietress Hwajio rolled her eyes dramatically, but after a moment of silence she added, lend me 500,000 first. You'll repay in installments with a monthly profit of 10,000. What a pity. Yun-hai sighed inwardly. The proprietress willing to bring a child like him into a partnership must have encountered a truly troublesome situation. He too saw an opportunity to take advantage. With a contract signed at the Hokage building, he wasn't afraid she would abscond with the money. After all, it was unlikely for a ninja to flee over 1 million ryo. Alright, you'll bring it all tomorrow. Yun-hai agreed readily, picked up a set of chopsticks and a bowl, placed them before the boss and asked curiously, Big sister, are you a genin? Hwajio didn't stand on ceremony, she had already decided not to charge for this barbecue. Nodding, she fetched some more meat from the kitchen before replying, I have poor aptitude, far behind prodigies like you. After years of effort I couldn't even be promoted to chunin, so I quit my team and opened this shop. Coincidentally, one of my former teammates was also from your Hyuga clan. Though it's a pity her luck was somewhat poor. Poor luck, that could be fatal for a ninja. The 4 youngsters all understood her implication and fell silent. Even the boisterous Naruto caught on to the issue. Sorry to hear that. Yun-hai bit his lip, then encouraged, I hope well, I'll be fortunate from now on. Alright, tell me, why did you ask about my ninja rank? It can't just be curiosity, can it? As she spoke, Hwajio distributed the grilled lamb. To Yun-hai's surprise, she deliberately gave Naruto a large portion, her gaze toward him exceptionally tender. Ah, thank you. I'll dig in. Naruto couldn't help but shout, lifting his plate and shoveling the food into his mouth, clearly famished. The reason I'm alive is because the 4th Hokage saved me. Otherwise I'd have been buried deep in the soil long ago, never to be here now. Hwajio spoke these words inexplicably, as if talking to herself or offering some explanation. Hearing this, Yun-hai understood inwardly. Niji and Hinata, however, were touched but didn't grasp the implied meaning. I think if he could see this, he'd be really happy. Big sister, you have such a kind heart. Hwajio was taken aback, looking at Yun-hai with a hint of doubt, unsure if his words carried a hidden meaning. And thus Yun-hai found his answer. Naruto was indeed the child of the 4th Hokage. That being the case, Naruto's talent for ninjutsu should not be inferior. With that thought, Yun-hai grinned and asked, Big sister, do you know the 3 basic jutsu? Could you teach us? No. Hwajio saw through his scheme, pursed her lips and refused without hesitation. Teaching ninjutsu was troublesome and she lacked the energy. Ah, I thought you were generous, Big sister. Yun-hai smacked his lips, feigning disappointment. But his plan didn't work. Hwajio completely ignored him, instead chatting intermittently with Naruto as if the other 3 were invisible. By this time Yun-hai had realized that Hwajio's true purpose in hosting them was likely to get close to Naruto. They were merely secondary. Come on Hinata, you've trained all day, have some more. Yun-hai tactfully stopped pressing, dividing the grilled meat on his plate to Hinata while inquiring about her training progress. As for Niji, he was thoroughly ignored. He wished to interject but couldn't bring himself to speak. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately chose silence. His tsundere nature destined him to be poor with words. Thus the stove continued to radiate warmth and the meat sizzled and browned batch after batch. Perhaps because he had eaten barbecue in his past life, Yun-hai found the seasoning here somewhat unfamiliar and not quite to his taste. Fortunately, the meat itself was delicious, fragrant and satisfying his cravings. Only when his belly was round did he finally set down his chopsticks. This barbecue experience for him was not merely about filling his stomach. More so, it fulfilled a regret from his past life, the satisfaction of dining out with his own money. If only his parents and little brother were here, it would have been perfect. Humans are never content once they have something good; they desire even better. Yet separated by 2 lifetimes, his wish seemed impossible to fulfill. Thanks for the treat. Good night, big sister. After bidding farewell to Hyuga, the 4 youngsters walked out of the barbecue shop. Naruto trailed behind, slowly carrying a large stack of boxes, gifts from Hyuga. As for Yunhai and Niji, they didn't even receive a token of consolation. Only Hinata got a hairpin, which she clutched happily in her hand. Comparisons are odious. Next time just let them go alone, we're nothing but foils here. Yunhai muttered discontentedly. The proprietress was far too biased. Niji was speechless at his words. Naruto and Hinata had received gifts and Yunhai had gotten a share of the profits, leaving him with nothing. Worst of all, he hadn't eaten much meat and had emptied his wallet. Initially the proprietress had intended to treat them, but Yunhai butted in, insisting that Niji should pay as an apology, leaving him no choice. Next time we eat out, you're paying me back or I'm not coming. Niji looked resentful. One barbecue had cost him 5,000 ryo, a quarter of his monthly allowance. Of course it pained him. Considering their build, they shouldn't have been able to eat much. Yet they were all big eaters, especially Hinata and Naruto, whose stomachs seemed bottomless, consuming nearly as much as adults. Yunhai's stomach was stuffed, but they remained unfazed, walking effortlessly without even a burp. Alright, let's take turns treating each other every week. Naruto has a smaller allowance, so we can split the cost, won't cost much. Niji frowned at this. He wasn't stingy, but said softly, with your arrangement Naruto won't dare come next time. Hearing this, Yunhai thought it over and realized it made sense. People have their pride; special treatment can often hurt. It might be well-intentioned but misguided. However, he turned to look at the enthusiastic Naruto and shook his head. Given his experiences, he can tell good from bad. When he earns his own money, he can treat us back, simple as that. Niji remained silent. Having been part of the earlier conversation, he found the reasoning reasonable. You seem to know something, but I don't want to ask. His personality is good, I hope it lasts. Yunhai stretched, yawned, and said, I'm only here to make friends, nothing else matters. Full and satisfied, time to go home and sleep. After the barbecue, the relationship between Yunhai and Hinata as well as Niji grew increasingly closer. The siblings held no grudges, as if the incident had never happened. Naruto became a frequent visitor to their family, often coming to play. However, due to the clan leader's restrictions, he never dared to stay for too long. In the end, it was Yunhai who came up with a plan to invite Naruto under the pretense of learning physical techniques, allowing him to cling to Hiruzensuke for a visit, which was personally welcomed by Hisashi. Since that day, the clan leader no longer resisted Naruto's visits, but rather cordially asked Hinata to host a family banquet. His demeanor could only be described as amiable. Yunhai knew that the clan leader and the third Hokage must have made some sort of agreement that led to the clan leader's special concern for Naruto, even specifically instructing him and Niji to properly teach Naruto physical techniques. Physical techniques were the specialty of the Hyuga clan, and they were naturally unafraid, simply allowing Naruto to train at the training ground, sometimes even bringing Hinata along. As for Yunhei's developmental shortcomings, they were completely remedied. In addition to teaching Naruto the basics of physical techniques, he also engaged in intense training led by the elders, with the clan leader Hisashi supervising the process and the matriarch instructing knowledge, filling the schedule fully. Thus he greatly admired Hinata, who managed to endure such rigorous training for so long, and he resolved to work even harder to become stronger. Stop hesitating with your punches. You're lacking strength, lacking strength. I've told you countless times, don't just think about hiding your strength in chakra. That will only waste your physical energy. You must learn to strike with precision. Your enemies won't stand still for you to hit. Foolish, foolish. Tomorrow you will train with weights, your attacks are too slow. Amidst the endless scolding, Yunhai could only grit his teeth and improve, for he had no reason to refute. The elders took turns teaching, with unlimited supplies of medicinal baths and meals. The clan leader personally taught the 8 trigram secret technique, while the matriarch compiled knowledge that even the ninja academy lacked into volumes for him to peruse freely. You were born with a visual defect. Perceiving ninjutsu is the most fundamental guarantee in battle. You can learn the 8 trigrams 64 palms later, and your comprehension of the technique can be delayed, but the range of your perception ninjutsu must expand to 30 meters, or else you will be at the mercy of others. Compared to handseal ninjutsu, physical techniques inherently have distance limitations. Your super strength fist can cause damage equal to that of a chunin, but it requires charging to achieve that. Now speed, timing and insight will all be your weaknesses. Only by compensating for them can you possess true genin strength, otherwise you are merely a half-baked ninja. As his strength progressed, his shortcomings became increasingly apparent. From the 8 trigrams 6 palms to the 8 trigrams 16 palms 28 palms 36 palms, he eventually learned the full 64 palms. These 64 palms encompassed the main meridians of the human body. As long as he became sufficiently familiar with the acupoint locations, he could strike the acupoints to achieve the effect of incapacitating a chunin even without the aid of Byakugan. However, what he currently lacked the most were advancements in perception, ninjutsu, and combat experience. As for the 8 trigrams return, it was an interesting matter, as the clan leader originally stipulated that he should master it by the age of 8. In reality, from the moment he started practicing to completion, it took him less than 3 months, even with just 2 hours of practice each day. As a result, the clan leader directly changed his mind and began teaching him the ninjutsu that only the main family could learn, the gentle step twin lion fist. Yunhai understood that the clan leader had given him 2 years to train. By the time he turned 8, he would be sent out to the village obeying the third Hokage's arrangements and would even have a jonin teacher. However, they could not anticipate that Yunhai would easily master ninjutsu even more advanced than the 8 trigrams 64 palms, such as return and the gentle step twin lion fist. He mastered return in 3 months, while the gentle step twin lion fist took an even shorter time, only 1 month. Both of these ninjutsu are executed through acupoint meridians, and under his strong perception ability, training them seemed to yield twice the result with half the effort. To this end, the clan leader and the elders conducted special studies, discovering that his chakra control was exceptionally robust, nearly reaching the level of a jonin, enabling him to easily condense chakra into needles as fine as hair and pass through leaves without damaging the veins. This reminded Yunhai that the core essence of his self-created super strength fist was chakra control. Even before practicing return and the gentle step twin lion fist, he could already condense chakra into fine needles and applied it to the basics of the gentle fist. Now he was 7 years old. At the training ground, Yunhai was eating dried meat while Neji and Naruto were practicing their physical techniques. Hinata, who had just finished training, sat quietly, occasionally casting admiring glances at Yunhai. Meanwhile, Yunhai was deep in thought about his training. Currently, the most proficient ninjutsu he had was the super strength fist, followed by return and the gentle step twin lion fist. Although he could execute the 8 trigrams 64 palms accurately, it was the most challenging to apply in practical combat, requiring experience to hone. He had already mastered ninjutsu and did not need to learn new ones for the time being. However, the question remained, how should he advance his perception ninjutsu? Yunhai was distracted. After a year of hard work, his efforts bore fruit with steady improvements in both his physical techniques and chakra volume. Yet ironically, the most crucial perception ninjutsu showed no progress. 1 year ago his range was 5 meters, and a year later it remained at 5 meters. The only improvement was the duration, which expanded from a maximum of half an hour to 6 hours. Hinata, do you think I'd become useless? A 5-meter perception range also indicated his combat range. If an enemy performed ninjutsu from beyond 5 meters, he could only passively evade and could not counterattack. Moreover, an enemy only needed enough shuriken to prevent him from engaging in close combat, gradually depleting his physical strength and chakra until he was killed. In short, his visual defect still existed, placing him at an absolute disadvantage from the very beginning. Such a disadvantage rendered him incapable of becoming a ninja, let alone carrying out missions. My father said that Yunhei is very impressive. Although he cannot compare to Uchiha Itachi among his peers in Konoha, he can definitely rank in the top 3. Hinata said softly. She understood Yunhei's worries but had no solution, so she could only offer comfort. But talent is talent and battle power is battle power. Having talent without battle power cannot be called genius. I've decided. Tomorrow I will visit Hyuga. She is a renowned genjutsu genius in Konoha and might be able to help me. The name Hyuga was all too familiar to Yunhai. When he was 3 years old, Hyuga often patronized his business, and she was quite generous, buying up all the leftover cotton candy every time she visited. At that time he had complained about her incessant chatter and thought they would have little interaction in the future. Little did he know that he would now be visiting her, asking for her help, which was truly unpredictable. Thinking of this, Yunhei's spirit sank and he sat back down, feeling frustrated. Hinata, what gift do you think I should bring? I can't just give her cotton candy, can I? Hinata, seeing his timid demeanor, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, saying, as long as it's not cooking cotton candy should be fine. Hey, what do you mean by that? I put a lot of effort into making it. Although it doesn't taste great and looks unappealing, at least it has some aroma. How could it taste like poison in your mouth? Yunhai couldn't help but retort, looking quite indignant. Hearing this, Hinata bit her lip. Although she didn't want to discourage Yunhai, she couldn't help but shudder at the thought of her experience after eating at his house last time, where she lay in bed for an entire day. In the end, she chose to remain silent, fearing that Yunhai would cook up another delicious dish and invite her to taste it. "Brother Yunhai, I've mastered the soft fist. Let's spar," Naruto shouted loudly on the training ground. "Idiot, that's not soft fist at all." Niji's exasperated roar followed. His patience was nearly worn thin. This could be traced back 8 months ago. Ever since the clan leader instructed them to teach Naruto taijutsu, Yunhai and Niji had taken time every day to offer guidance. However, while Naruto had considerable talent in taijutsu, his understanding of acupoints and meridians was a complete mess. He only learned the attack techniques, and hitting the correct points was pure luck. A soft fist that couldn't strike acupoints was less satisfying than a hard fist. For this reason, Yunhai had specially taught him the basics of the monster strength fist, the technique of compressing physical energy. Yet for some reason Naruto's control over his physical energy was abysmal. He couldn't even perform the simplest gathering, let alone compression. But Naruto's taijutsu talent was by no means poor. Whether in techniques or speed, he grasped them effortlessly. His physical energy in particular surged at a terrifying rate, now rivaling Niji's. "I've never seen Nijinai so attentive to father's instructions," Hinata said softly, joy evident on her face. This scene felt like a dream to her, Niji's attitude being the most crucial. "He's teaching Naruto not to fulfill the clan leader's task but purely out of selfish motives," Yunhai corrected her gently. "Haven't you noticed? Before we four met, none of us had friends, Niji, you, Naruto and myself. What we've always valued is this rare friendship and the recognition in our hearts." Hearing this, Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she recalled their first meeting, a little shy. "I've decided to give some pulled sugar candy that holds a special significance for Yuhi Kurenai." Yunhai sat up from the grass and thought for a moment. "Let's tell them later. After training we'll go eat barbecue. Sister Huajio's debt is overdue again." Hinata curved her lips. Ever since Yunhai lent the barbecue shop owner 500,000 ryo, only 100,000 had been recovered over the past year. The agreed monthly installments had turned into perpetual delays, let alone the 10,000 interest. Somehow, despite the barbecue shop's decent business and daily revenue, the owner always lacked money. The accounts barely kept the shop running. Naruto said Sister Huajio's money goes to supporting her teammates' families. She also offered him pocket money, but he didn't take it. Yunhai fell silent. Supporting teammates' families was common among shinobi. He wasn't pressing for repayment but offering a symbolic reminder. Because according to the contract signed at the Hokage building, if Huajio failed to pay Yunhai his share on time, the shop would automatically transfer to his name, becoming part of the Hyuga clan's assets. He didn't want the shop and had no time to manage it. He'd have to hand it over to the clan and lease it out. After a moment of thought, Yunhai pulled out 2 rolls of cash from his purse and handed them to Hinata. "Find a reason to give this to her, otherwise we won't have barbecue anymore. I don't want to keep eating ramen, only Naruto never tires of it." The 2 rolls totaled 100,000, essentially returning what Huajio had paid back, leaving his purse empty again. Hinata took the money carefully and put it into her own purse. "Yunhai, can I treat tonight?" Yunhai looked at her curiously. "What?" Niji spoke too. "No. It's just your purse." Hinata dared not say it directly, stammering again. "What are you thinking? I have a salary of 30,000 ryo a month, 10,000 more than you all. My purse is only empty because it can't hold more, the rest is at home." Yunhai tapped her forehead. This girl was observant but not very sharp. She only saw his purse go flat but forgot that when he pulled out the 2 rolls it was already nearly bursting. Hinata was silent, just staring at him. Over the past year she had learned that Yunhai was very money conscious, always haggling and never letting merchants gain an advantage. But sometimes he could be generous, like this 100,000, which was over 3 months' salary. "Once I advance my sensory jutsu I can go on missions and earn commissions. The money will grow." Thinking she didn't believe him, Yunhai added an explanation. Then he went home, dug out the stove from the corner, bought some fruit jam and wheat sugar, added water and boiled the mixture until it turned into a syrupy paste. Making pulled sugar candy was simple and cheap, but it had to be eaten fresh, otherwise it would cool into small crystals, affecting the texture and making it very sticky to the teeth. So he packed the stove and ingredients in a wooden box, ready to carry them to find Kurenai. "Old man, don't cook dinner tonight, I'll bring you barbecue." Yunhai called out to his grandfather, who was playing chess next door, and dashed out the door. He had already learned Kurenai's home address. It was relatively far from the Hyuga district on the south side of the village, in the same area as the Inoshikacho clans. He didn't know if Kurenai was on a mission, but that didn't stop him from making the trip. If he went to the Hokage building to inquire, he'd have to see the third Hokage or Mitokado Hamura and Utatane Kohara, which would only cause trouble. Ever since Kohara's last visit, his grandfather seemed to understand that he was deliberately avoiding the topic and never again brought up learning medical ninjutsu. In truth, he had no spare energy to study medical ninjutsu now. The soft fist and monster strength fist already consumed all his time. This should be the place. Yunhai looked at the building ahead. There were many ancient clans in Konoha. The Yuhi clan was among them, though many had dwindled in numbers, making them less famous than the Hyuga or Uchiha. Even so, the Yuhi estate was quite spacious and easy to find. Seems like no one's home. Seeing the gate tightly shut, Yunhai knocked a few times. After waiting a while with no response, he slipped the note he had written through the crack. On it he had written the reason for his visit, his identity, and a proposed time for his next call so as not to be too presumptuous. "Little one, who are you looking for?" Just as he slipped the envelope, a gruff voice sounded behind him. Yunhai turned to see a young man in dark green combat gear with a forehead protector, sturdy and robust. He didn't recognize the man and said in Hyuga, "Yunhai. You can call me the Hyuga genius. I'd like to consult Senior Yuhi Kurenai about some ninjutsu knowledge." "Oh, the Hyuga genius." The man seemed to recognize him. "You can call me Asuma. I'm Kurenai's teammate. She's out on a mission and should be back tonight." Asma. Yunhai was taken aback. The son of the third Hokage. During this year of training, the doctor not only taught him combat knowledge but also detailed the history and figures of the 5 great ninja villages, including Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, who uniquely created the fire-style dust jutsu. "From the look on your face, do you know me?" Asuma squinted and asked. Yunhai did not deny it, cupping his hands in respect and continuing, "Senior Asuma, I am a bit confused about sensing ninjutsu. Could you possibly offer some guidance?" "Well." Asuma awkwardly scratched his head. "Sensing ninjutsu cannot be learned by just anyone. It requires a high level of talent. Though he had studied it, he certainly had not mastered it." However, Yunhai appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, so he thought the issue couldn't be too difficult. He pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "Since you have come to me, feel free to explain and I'll see if I can help." Yunhei's face lit up with delight upon hearing this, and he quickly explained, "I have a deficiency in my innate eyesight, so I learned sensing ninjutsu to compensate. However, I do not understand why I have been unable to advance in a year. During this time I have also learned methods such as sensory extension, illusion meditation and emotional fusion, but I have made no progress at all." As he spoke, Asuma's expression subtly changed, because sensory extension, illusion meditation and emotional fusion represent 3 major categories of sensing. To learn them, one must have at least the chakra capacity of a genin, which is not something a 7 or 80-year-old child can achieve. However, this reminded him, and he pondered aloud, any ninjutsu relies on chakra support. Your inability to advance in sensing ninjutsu may be related to your body not being fully developed. Asuma's words hit the nail on the head. The amount of chakra Yunhai had not yet reached the standard for a genin, yet similarly he had not made no progress at all in his practice of sensing ninjutsu. The increased duration of continuous use proved he was indeed making progress. Thus he also detailed the situation. "That is impossible. The strength of sensing energy is inherently fixed, differing only in the upper limits. Moreover, the main core of meditation is excavation. Just like refining chakra, it cannot be obtained from the outside world. Your age is young and your body is not fully developed, which may limit the excavation of sensing energy. However, it is impossible for the duration to increase while the range does not. This contradicts the illusion system. However, the illusion system is not immutable. If you are different from ordinary people and possess powers similar to a bloodline limit, such a situation may occur." One must admit that Asuma's knowledge was substantial. Although the doctor had also discussed these matters with Yunhai, it still required a certain level of knowledge. Inevitably, this did not solve the problem he was currently facing. "Thank you for informing me, Senior. As a reward, let me give you some cotton candy. Please accept it." Yunhai smiled, and from the earlier situation it seemed Asuma was also looking for Kurenai. Surely there would be another opportunity to meet. This. Asuma showed hesitation. He did not want to refuse, but the mention of cotton candy triggered certain memories. "Having a defect in your eyesight, a Hyuga genius. Do you know Kurenai?" Yunhai found an open space, set up a stove and began making cotton candy. Hearing this, he nodded, saying, "Yes, her father is acquainted with my grandfather. He frequently visited a few years ago, but after she became a chunin the visits gradually ceased." Oh, she must have been too busy." Asuma nodded in understanding, squatting down to watch the syrup stirring in the pot, his expression somewhat distracted. Yunhai did not notice concentrating on making 5 pieces of cotton candy before saying goodbye to Leaf, planning to come back the day after tomorrow. It is indeed quite tasty. Asuma took a stick and tasted a couple of bites, a look of delight appearing on his face as he carefully wrapped the remaining 4 pieces and stuffed them into his pocket, quietly waiting at the door. 20 minutes later at the Hanamori barbecue shop, Yunhai was busy organizing the meat in his work uniform and Hinata and the others had not yet arrived. Hey, here is the ledger. This year's total profit is 289 million Ryo. You can take a 30 share plus the debt and interest I owe you, making it an even 2 million Ryo. After working until evening, Hanamori suddenly threw a bundle of cash at Yunhai while yawning. Yunhai instinctively caught it and saw that it was 100,000 Ryo notes totaling just over 100 and quickly tucked it into his pouch. Sister Hanamori, did you just rob someone? A few days ago he was still broke, but now she suddenly pulled out so much money, which surprised Yunhai somewhat. More or less. Hanamori stretched and softly said, I took a mission to escort supplies. Originally the commission was only 200,000 Ryo, but I encountered a group of robbers and it was about 2 million Ryo. Finally I can have a good rest now. Impressive. Yunhai gave a thumbs up and shook his head, saying, with so much money, why not do something good instead of becoming a robber? I can't fathom their thoughts. Well, obviously this money was all stolen. Otherwise who would carry so much cash on them? Hanamori rolled her eyes and complained. I suppose that's true, Yunhai thought. He then said, if one day I can't make a living I might just rob them for fun. After saying this he suddenly remembered the 100,000 Ryo he had set aside for Hinata, quickly putting down his work and standing by the door looking around. Calculating the time, they should be arriving soon and he needed to stop Hinata from actually giving the money to Hanamori. Soon Hinata and Niji appeared from the street, but for some reason Naruto was not with them. Quick, take out the money I gave you. Don't let Sister Hanamori see it. Hearing this, Hinata, although somewhat confused, still took out her pouch and handed the money to Yunhai. You only care about money, huh? Niji couldn't help but retort, then shifted the topic to ask Hinata, said you went to find Senior Kurenai. Did you solve your problem? I didn't see her. Yunhai carefully stuffed the money into his pouch, his tone gloomy as he said, I suspect it's a bit hopeless. My inability to advance in sensing ninjutsu is not due to incorrect cultivation methods but other reasons. Speaking of this matter he became somewhat agitated and said, forget it, you wouldn't understand if I told you. Let's go eat once the customers come, I won't be able to get busy. By the way, why didn't Naruto come? Is he still training? Niji shook his head and explained, he said the Hokage would come tonight and after training he would go straight back. Oh. Yunhai did not pay much attention and returned to the shop to prepare some ingredients, calling Hanamori to eat. Since no workers were hired at the shop, it was all Hanamori's effort. So whenever he came he would help attract customers, plus his blindness and sensing ninjutsu could be considered a trademark of the shop. Naturally this was also due to the customers grilling their own meat, otherwise even with Niji and Hinata they would not be able to keep up. Eating meat is still the best. Yunhai said while eating lamb skewers. Seated beside him was Hanamori, who was busy calculating with the ledger. This year beef and lamb are slightly cheaper than last year. We still have some surplus funds and I plan to redecorate the shop. You should come with me tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yunhai frowned slightly and said, I have something to do in the morning and need to train in the afternoon. Once I'm done it will be late at night. Can't you go by yourself? Not really. Huajio closed the account book and explained, the most famous decoration shop in the village is run by your Hinata family. Going with you will surely get us a good discount, helping us save some money. After finishing she added meaningfully, the key point is you are better at bargaining than I am. Hinata Industries indeed. Yunhai stroked his chin and after a moment of thought he realized which shop she was referring to. It wasn't far from his family and it wouldn't be much trouble to go there. Okay, let's meet there at 8 tomorrow. You handle the payment and he'll handle the bargaining, making sure to decorate the shop nicely. After saying this he looked at Huajio and suddenly asked, do you know Shiri Hong? Shiri Hong. Huajio was taken aback and asked, why do you ask her? Naturally it's for a reason. I have questions about sensing ninjutsu that my family can't solve. Oh. Huajio glanced at his eyes and said, I haven't gone on a mission with her, but she often comes in the evenings to pick up barbecue, so we see each other frequently. If luck is on our side you might see her at the shop around 10 tonight. Just rely on luck. Yunhai shook his head. He still had to deliver barbecue to his grandfather, so he said, if she comes could you please pass on a message for me, hoping she can set a time to meet at the shop. I have questions about illusion techniques that I want to consult her about and she can decide the reward. Sure. Huajiao agreed but then shook her head and said, "Sometimes I really don't feel like you're a 7-year-old child, you seem too mature." Yunhai let out a bitter smile and replied, "No matter how mature I am, I can't compare to those two geniuses from the Uchiha clan. I've heard they killed a team from the hidden cloud village at the border." "That is certainly true." Huajiao's expression grew slightly serious as she shook her head. "Actually, you're not bad, at least your mind is very mature. It seems like I've underestimated you." Yunhai pressed his lips together. He had never shown his strength outside. Compared to Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, he only had the reputation of being a genius from the Hinata clan to slightly impress others. At this point he suddenly remembered the matter of the ninja school and asked Niji, who was leisurely eating barbecue, "By the way, aren't you going to school next year?" Niji didn't expect him to ask about this. He nodded and said, "Yes, I'll be 6 in the spring after the new year." While Naruto and Hinata were both born in the second half of the year, so they won't start school until the year after next. That means there is still less than 2 years left. Yunhai fell into deep thought. The clan leader said he would enter the Anbu at the age of 8 following the arrangements of the third Hokage. But this timeline was set according to his training progress. If he could advance his sensing ninjutsu today, he could report to the Anbu tomorrow. In simple terms, it all depended on how hard he tried. Yunhai felt somewhat restless, turning his frustration into appetite as he voraciously consumed barbecue, shouting that he wanted to have an eating contest with Hinata, with the loser treating the winner. In the end, after devouring 2 large plates of meat, he completely collapsed onto the chair, while in front of Hinata there were 3 plates piled up and she was still wiping the grease off her hands, looking slightly unsatisfied. "How can someone so small eat more than me? This is illogical." Yunhai couldn't help but complain, causing Hinata to blush and stammer, unable to say a word. "It truly is illogical." Niji nodded in agreement. All 3 of them shared the Hinata bloodline and he was even Hinata's cousin, but when it came to appetite he couldn't keep up at all. However, Hinata's character has improved a lot compared to before. "I plan to talk to the matriarch tomorrow to see if we can train together." Indeed, after a year of guidance from Yunhai and Niji coupled with Naruto's support, Hinata had become much stronger. At least she wouldn't faint from excessive excitement anymore. However, Hinata's strength still leaves much to be desired. While she had no problem conversing with them, she would still act like an ostrich when meeting unfamiliar people. This unfamiliar person does not refer to strangers but to clan members she has met before, such as the Council of Elders and the main family's guardians. They discovered that the reason Hinata had always been unable to open up was due to the pressure from the clan leader Hinata Hisashi. The intense training and overly strict reprimands made Hinata, who was already inclined to be introverted, feel even more helpless. This issue was not only noticed by him and Niji, the matriarch was also aware, and many clan members could see it with their own eyes. However, the Hinata clan upheld old customs where the husband is the head of the family and the wife has little say. Thus the reason the matriarch could only watch helplessly as the clan leader was overly harsh with Hinata's training was that she herself had no voice, and as the clan leader's wife many actions were beyond her reach. It's useless to look for her, you might as well directly meet the clan leader. After all, you are one of the candidates and the current pure bloodline of the main family has more power in this aspect than the matriarch. As for me, being able to become a guardian of the main family is already fortunate enough, but I have no right to plead for Hinata. You must understand that in our Hinata family, status is more important than power." Hinata, upon hearing this, suddenly raised her head and explained, "No. It's not like that. Yunhaken is very important." Yunhai was taken aback for 2 seconds at her words. Although he didn't understand why Hinata was so agitated, he nodded and replied, "To me you have never been a princess but rather my friend Hinata Hyuga." "Yunhaken." Hinata once again lowered her head, her hands twisting the hem of her clothes in a flustered manner, appearing quite shy. "You two, really?" Niji shot Yunhai a glance, feeling a bit jealous. Clearly he had spent the most time with Hinata, yet he could only hold second place in her heart. He could sense that Hinata cared more about Yunhai and he was second. Perhaps it was because Yunhai was slightly older. Niji couldn't figure it out, shook his head and stood up to pay the bill, but Yunhai stopped him. He had just lost a bet. "This time you'll pay, next time you treat." Today not only did he receive a share, but Sister Huajiao had also cleared his debt. At this point he could be described as wealthy, with the money he carried being enough to cover Niji and Hinata's living expenses for 4 years. Niji was well aware of this and didn't say anything more. Instead he helped clean up the tableware. "It's time for the guests. I'll go get some raw meat to grill. You two still have training tomorrow, so just go back and rest. Remember to be careful on the way and avoid remote places." After settling the bill, Yunhai exchanged a few words with the siblings, then began preparing barbecue while waiting for customers. Sister Huajiao, who was resting, also put on her work uniform. Her job was to take orders and serve food. Niji and Hinata did not disturb him. After clearing the table they left. After they walked out, busy ninjas began to stream in and soon the shop became lively. Oh, the little genius has arrived. Huajio, have you paid off your debt? Come on little Yunhai, have a drink with your sister, there's a tip to be had. Yunhai, looking at the teasing ninja sister, ran over happily and said, "Milk cow sister, I want to drink milk." The other party's cheeks flushed at his words and she couldn't help but scold, "You lot, tone it down, you're going to corrupt the kids." After saying this, she reached out to ruffle Yunhai's hair saying, "Little Yunhai, be good, milk isn't tasty, let's drink wine, it's much better." "Sister Milk Cow, you're drunk again." On the empty street, Yunhai supported the intoxicated Xiaofeng Tuanpu, who was sitting under a street lamp feeling quite helpless. Xiaofeng Tuanpu, who graduated from the Ninja Academy alongside Huazhou, earned the nickname Milk Cow due to her generous assets. She is a chunin in the Ambu and also a medical ninja. Let me tell you, there's a reason Huazhou has faith in Naruto, but I can't tell you otherwise, it would cause a lot of trouble. Also, I'm not drunk, I just want to unwind. See, I still know where home is, how can you say I'm drunk? Ugh, as she spoke a retching sound erupted and Yunhai patted her back, long accustomed to this. Sister Milk Cow's words just now were repeated every time she got drunk. Though they said nothing substantial, they highlighted her close bond with Huazhou, otherwise she wouldn't bring it up every time she was tipsy. As for Naruto's matter, since Sister Milk Cow didn't speak of it, he wouldn't bring it up either. He played deaf and dumb, pretending not to hear, keeping his own counsel. Hee, you little one are quite good at taking care of others. Let me tell you, Lady Tsunade should never have left Konoha. Those Danzo folks are too reckless, constantly driving a wedge between the police force and the village, even claiming the Ninetales was released by the Uchiha and that the fourth Hokage was killed by them. Burp, they don't think it through. That was the yellow flash of presence whose mere name could frighten the Cloud Shinobi into retreat. How could the Uchiha possibly have killed him? It must be Roots doing, trying to frame the Uchiha. Ha, the third is nostalgic and old himself. If Lady Tsunade were here, she'd surely keep them in check and no more sacrifices would be made. Big sister, is this something we should be discussing? Yunhai complained inwardly, got up, surveyed the area and only sat back down after confirming no one was within 20 meters. Clearly Xiaofeng Tuanpu was talking about the internal strife within Konoha's high command related to the elder counselor Shimura Danzo. The tense situation between the Uchiha and the village likely had much to do with this advisor. However, he wasn't yet qualified to pay attention to these matters, nor did he care to. He forcibly helped Sister Milk Cow up, half carrying and half dragging her toward home. At his current height of 1.46 meters, he couldn't fully carry an adult. As for where to take her, Yunhai was already familiar with the route. First he delivered the packed barbecue and sake home, then escorted Xiaofeng Tuanpu. Fortunately it was on the way, unfortunately he couldn't return home himself. The reason was simple, Xiaofeng Tuanpu had a habit of acting wild after drinking. During his first escort, the moment he stepped out of her front door, she jumped from the second floor muttering about a mission to assassinate someone. Fearing she might get into trouble, Yunhai stayed at her house until the wee hours, only daring to leave after she was sound asleep. Because of this, the two had bonded over sake. Every time Tuanpu visited, she would invite Yunhai to drink, and though he always declined, she never stopped. They all call me Milk Cow, but if we're talking about size, Lady Tsunade is more impressive. They're just afraid of getting beaten, so they dare not say it openly, a bunch of cowards. And oh, I do have suitors, but I haven't found the right one. Otherwise my child would be about your age. Just shut up. Yunhai gritted his teeth. Drunk Tuanpu was very unruly, throwing him off balance as he constantly adjusted his posture but couldn't speed up. Besides, what were you talking about? Lady Tsunade is not someone we should gossip about, she is one of the legendary Sannin. She really doesn't treat him like an outsider. What should have been a 10-minute walk dragged on for over half an hour. By the time he handed the barbecue to his grandfather, Tuanpu was already snoring, lying on the floor like a lump of mud, refusing to get up no matter how he tugged. Seriously, what happened to ninja vigilance? Did this girl actually graduate from the academy? Beside him, Feitian looked at the gritting Yunhai and chuckled. Seems like your life is quite eventful. Let her rest here, since there's food and drink, he'll go chat with an old friend. Yunhai knew his grandfather was trying to avoid impropriety and had no other choice. He responded, "Old man, your health isn't what it used to be. Drink less. I don't want to grow up without any family." Feitian fell silent. His body was indeed not what it once was. Many hidden injuries had surfaced, especially on rainy or overcast days when he felt terrible all over. Fortunately, he didn't have to go on missions, so he wasn't adding new wounds to old ones. He had a chance to recover. Don't worry, I'm not a heavy drinker. Take good care of her and don't touch her personal belongings to avoid trouble. With that, he picked up the meat and sake and left the house, deliberately turning on all the outdoor lights. In this world both men and women valued their reputation. It was only because Yunhai was still young, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to leave Tuanpu alone at home with him. A man and woman alone in the same room could ruin reputations, and clansmen would look at him askance. Forget it, she can sleep on the floor. Yunhai couldn't be bothered to fuss further. He grabbed a blanket and covered Tuanpu, then returned to his room to read. His mental energy was robust, usually 4 to 5 hours of sleep sufficed for his daytime training. If he didn't train in taijutsu, a short nap could dispel his drowsiness. This unique phenomenon was a benefit of his light meditation. Though he seemed to be constantly using sensory jutsu, the recovery rate of his mental energy exceeded the consumption. Coupled with a semi-dormant state, he could conserve stamina more effectively. If you must call it unique, it's only due to experience and age. Yunhai sat in a chair looking at the complete guide to illusion techniques on the desk. Though it covered basic sensory jutsu, it clearly revealed the root of the problem. The problem was what Asuma had described during the day: abilities akin to a Kekkei Gunkai, or peculiar traits different from ordinary people. He was of the Hyuga bloodline, possessing the Byakugan Kekkei Gunkai, which already set him apart. Add to that a past life, a physical age of 7 but a soul of 34, the disparity was evident. Thus he wanted to understand the differences between the two and the reasons behind them in order to find a solution. Until the early hours he made no progress. Lying in bed with a heavy heart, he couldn't fall asleep. After tossing and turning for a long time, he finally drifted off in deep meditation. But that sleep lasted only 2 hours. As dawn barely broke, he put on his weights and began his daily training, tempering his physique, practicing taijutsu, then honing ninjutsu attacks, thus ending his morning routine. Oh no, I'm going to be late. Just as he entered the yard, Tuanpu's anxious voice rang from inside. Before he could react, she leaped out the window, vaulted onto the roof, and dashed into the distance. Kid, thanks for taking care of me. Next time I'll make you drink. Yunhai's mouth twitched slightly as he shook his head helplessly. After having a simple breakfast, he headed to the decoration store as per his agreement with Sister Huajio the night before, waiting quietly at the entrance. Before long, Huajio approached while yawning. It seemed she had been busy until late last night and appeared quite listless. Hong wants you to find her at 2 in the afternoon. The basic fee for teaching is 20,000 coins. The issue regarding illusion techniques is 200,000 coins, and the difficult problem you encountered requires 2 million coins. Upon first meeting, Huajio immediately got to the point and cast a puzzled glance, saying, "By the way, did you offend her? This price is rather steep." Not just steep, it's downright outrageous. Yunhai's expression darkened. 2 million coins equated to half a year's income for an ordinary family. Wasn't this just price gouging? However, judging from Huajio's words, it seemed that Hong was somewhat aware of his situation. Perhaps she knew a solution which gave her the audacity to charge 2 million. If that were the case, even though Yunhai was reluctant, he would have to painfully cough up the money. Compared to the advancement in sensing ninjutsu, money was secondary. He could always earn more. Huajio looked at his sullen appearance and hesitated for a moment before saying, "How about I lend you some?" "You?" Yunhai shook his head. Huajio had to take care of her deceased teammate's family and was already under considerable financial strain. "I can still scrape together 2 million, but it would wipe out all my savings. I just feel a bit uncomfortable. The money you gave me yesterday isn't even warm yet, and that was a stack of 10,000 notes." Seeing Yunhai's pained expression, Huajio couldn't help but chuckle, her tone slightly mocking. Yunhai's face darkened again upon hearing this, and he raised his fist in a threatening gesture, looking fierce as if to say, "Try laughing again." All right. Huajio quickly composed herself, changing the subject. "By the way, how is Tuanpu? She drank quite a bit last night." "What else could it be? She's as drunk as a skunk, flat on the floor, and can't get up." Yunhai replied dismissively as he turned to enter the decoration store. He didn't know the owner inside, but the owner knew him. "Little adult, what do you want to buy in the store?" Before he could respond, Huajio's eyes lit up and she immediately stepped forward, saying, "I'm his partner managing a barbecue restaurant. I was hoping to decorate the hall. Could the manager provide some recommendations?" The decoration store owner was taken aback by her words. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and led them into the courtyard to begin introducing the wooden materials and the finished products. With the reputation of the Hinata genius and being from the same clan, the owner wasn't interested in gimmicks. He directly explained the quality and durability of the materials and showed styles that were more suitable for decorating a barbecue restaurant. Naturally, the price could be halved, but it still had to be paid. After some discussion, they chose a cost-effective set and haggled a bit, ultimately settling on 2/3 of the price, equivalent to a 30% discount. For this, the owner felt a bit embarrassed. If Huajiu had been the one haggling, he certainly wouldn't have lowered the price so drastically, but if it was Yunhai asking, he had to consider it. Still, the fact remained that the Hinata clan's status outweighed their strength. If Hinata or Niji had come, the owner might have even given it away for free. In plain terms, this was Hinata's family estate. No matter how much profit was made, it would all go into the clan's finances, and the cost was borne by the clan. The owner was merely making a labor fee. In that case, thank you very much, sir. The total is 190,000 coins, please keep it. Yunhai politely handed over the full amount, a smile brightening his face. Just as they stepped out of the store, Huajiu excitedly said, as expected, it's better when you handle things. If I came alone, it would have started at 300,000 coins. This way I saved 100,000, how wonderful. Yunhai hadn't anticipated the reputation of the Hinata genius to be so effective, but he still replied, we can't do this next time. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's bowl is short-handed. It's fine to take advantage occasionally, but too much will come at a cost. With that said, he paused, then continued, in a few days let's check out the fresh food store. If we can sign a long-term contract, we might save a bit more. If she hadn't heard his last words, Huajiu might have looked at him with more respect. Instead, she could only roll her eyes in silent disdain. Alright, I'll go investigate this afternoon and inquire about the prices beforehand. If there's a bargain to be had, it would be foolish not to take it. The two of them were indeed cut from the same cloth. Yunhai shrugged his lips, acknowledging her words. With the decoration plans settled, it was time to prepare for the visit in the afternoon. He thought for a while and returned home to organize some jam, then made a portion of lamb dumplings and took out all the savings hidden under his pillow. 100,000. 300,000. 900,000. He counted the cash, feeling an unbearable pain. After 4 years he had saved a total of 2,700,000 coins, and today he would probably have to spend it all. Just yesterday he was still wealthy, even betting with Hinata on eating barbecue. After today he feared he wouldn't be able to afford barbecue anymore. With a heavy heart he stuffed the money into his bag and practiced for 3 hours in the yard. It wasn't until his grandfather returned and finished lunch that he set out laden with bags. Hey Yunhai, are you moving? Elder Pei Hu immediately shouted upon passing by the training ground. Since last year's intimate paradise incident, the two had entered a phase of verbal sparring. Whenever they encountered an opportunity, they would surely mock each other before putting on an air of righteousness. Hey, thanks to your remote uncle sending money right to someone's door. If you don't mind, could you lend me some? Not much, just 500,000 coins would do. I believe with your strength it's just a small change. 500,000 coins. Elder Pei Hu's eye twitched, turning to look at Niji, who was practicing soft punches, and instructed, your punches are too slow, they need to be fast and precise. Your body is a weapon, don't hesitate. What an old shameless man. Yunhai rolled his eyes. He couldn't perceive Elder Pei Hu's expression, but he could imagine how quickly the man's demeanor changed based on his words. He was nothing but a cunning old fox. After exiting the family gate, he strolled leisurely towards the Hong family. He arrived just in time for 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the dumplings in his box were still warm. He rubbed his face, forcing a smile as he knocked on the door. Not long after, footsteps approached and the door slowly opened, revealing a beautiful figure. Hinata Yunhai. Hong said expressionlessly, her gaze scrutinizing him. Yunhai was a bit stunned, feeling the perfect figure and exquisite features with soft lines flash in his mind. He momentarily lost his response. Was this the girl from back then? She looked quite stunning. Hong Yuha's appearance and physique far exceeded his expectations. In his mind, Hong Yuhi should have been a loquacious chatterbox with a childish temperament, not too tall, perhaps a bit immature, yet now she clearly exuded a mature charm, the kind that was cold yet alluring. Especially with her neutral tone, it felt as if Yunhai owed her money. Bang! While Yunhai was still in a daze, Hong slammed the door shut without hesitation and turned to leave. Hey, I am Hinata Yunhai, here for our appointment today. Seeing this, Yunhai hurriedly knocked on the door, shouting loudly. Upon hearing him, Hong's lips curled into a fleeting smile before quickly turning into an impatient expression as she frowned and opened the door. Why didn't you answer just now? The first thing she said upon opening the door was to question him. Yunhai was a bit confused and didn't have time to think. Fearing he would be shut out again, he hurriedly replied, I've just never seen you before and was worried I'd recognize you incorrectly. Oh. Hong looked into his eyes, nodding as she asked, did you bring the money? Ah. Yunhai was momentarily stunned. Why did this feel like some underground transaction? However, he still nodded, refraining from speaking further. Seeing this, Hong's expression softened as she extended her right hand and said, the teaching fee is 20,000 coins per session, half an hour per session. Yunhai was speechless, staring at her slender right hand. After 2 seconds of realization, he understood that she wanted him to pay first. Hey, doing business like this will leave you without customers in the future. She had been waiting for this remark, a look of vindication spreading across her face as she replied, don't be angry, I learned this from you. Pay first, deliver later. This is your style. Hong's words left Yunhai astonished as he pondered. It seemed indeed to be the case. 4 years ago, when Hong bought cotton candy, the scene was no different from the current one, except that their roles had reversed, allowing him to experience the excellent practice of fairness for all. All right. Yunhai had nothing to say and obediently took out 20,000 coins from his pocket, stuffing them into her hands. Although he hadn't expected Hong to hold such a grudge, the rules were indeed not to be broken. Are you sure just one class? Hong did not retract her right hand and glanced at the cash she held, speaking meaningfully. Half an hour for a class should be sufficient. However, to be safe, Yunhai gritted his teeth and stuffed in 2 more bills, fearing that once the time was up, Hong might pull some tricks. Please come in. Having received the money, Hong immediately became courteous, stepping aside to make a gesture of invitation, her expression unreadable, resembling a mask. Yunhai chuckled and stepped through the door, his eyes falling upon a spacious courtyard and a tall building nearby. This residence was comparable to the loft where the clan leader lived, the only difference being it lacked vitality and felt a bit desolate. Yesterday Asuma told me about the problems you've been facing. I have roughly summarized some conclusions. Your issues likely stem from your soul. Before even reaching the main hall, Hong got straight to the point, glancing at him and explaining generally, perception ninjutsu is difficult to advance and there are only 2 directions, either the body is special or the soul is special. And you, as a genius of the Hyuga clan, were born with eye defects and your body seems rather ordinary. You do not possess the chakra innate to the Kagaya clan nor the strong yang attributes of the Akimichi clan. Coupled with your bloodline limit, the Byakugan, it suggests that your soul is particularly unique. Whether or not one is an expert can be validated simply by speaking. The problem that had troubled Yunhai for a year was pinpointed by Hong in just a few words. Although he knew that the inability to advance in perception ninjutsu was likely related to the soul, it had only been a vague suspicion, lacking the detail with which Hong spoke. Indeed, to be called a genius in illusion arts is no empty title. Yunhai's expression changed slightly, his heart filled with surprise as he hurriedly asked, do you know how to resolve it? Not in a hurry. Hong glanced at him, yawned and continued, before resolving it, I need to delve into your inner world to take a look. To enter the inner world you must master at least one illusion technique and have a complete understanding of the illusion system. Ha! Yunhai was taken aback. He had attempted to learn illusion techniques but had failed all attempts, not even mastering the most basic emotional control, let alone constructing an inner world. He hesitated and quietly explained, I have tried to learn but I have never succeeded. Right, that's the first step. Hong's expression grew serious as she explained, currently the methods of training illusion techniques in Konoha are based on the standard of a normal ninja. For instance, I belong to the category of normal people, while Uchiha and Jinchuriki are considered special cases. Oh, by the way, you should know about Jinchuriki, right? Why did it come to Naruto? Yunhai furrowed his brow and softly said, I have heard the elders in my family mention him and I have seen a Jinchuriki. He emits a special aura, causing his physique to differ from ordinary people. Hearing his words, Hong's previously cold demeanor softened slightly as she said, it's good that you can speak honestly. You should know that not everyone can approach a Jinchuriki. Naturally, your situation will attract the attention of some people. Her words seemed to imply something. Yunhai was not a 7-year-old child, but he could not pretend to be too profound, so he asked, are you saying someone is secretly observing me and Naruto? That does seem plausible. Many villagers do not like him. His self-questioning made Hong fall silent for 2 seconds. Then he heard her say, my father died at the hands of the Nine Tails and the Nine Tails is sealed within him. This makes it impossible for me to harbor goodwill towards Naruto, yet I know it is not his fault, so I will not hold any malice. However, the malicious cannot be easily stopped. Too many people will let hatred blind their eyes. Observation is not just surveillance and responsibility but also protection. For instance, before you encountered Naruto, many were secretly in contact with him. Can you guess why? Yunhai appeared contemplative and murmured, the power of the Nine Tails is formidable and cannot be completely killed, so they probably would not foolishly release the seal. Therefore their only objective must be to kill Naruto. Wrong. Hong shook her head in rebuttal, coldly laughing, hatred possesses the power to distort the hearts of others. Releasing the Nine Tails to destroy Konoha is also a form of revenge for them. In their hearts there is always a contradiction. Why should my loved ones perish in battle while you can live without a care? Thus many spies who deliberately approach Naruto are doing 3 things. First, they learn the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Second, they aim to release the Ninetales to destroy Konoha. Third, they seek to kill the Jinchuriki so the Ninetales can accompany them to the grave. However, it is well known that tailed beasts cannot be completely killed. They inevitably disappear along with the Jinchuriki but will revive from some part of the world after a certain period. All nine-tailed beasts are like this. This very reason prevents them from avenging themselves, yet they cannot diminish the hatred in their hearts, ultimately leading to a psychologically twisted fate. Han's words alerted Yunhai, and he suddenly recalled Naruto's plight, hastily asking the villagers dislike Naruto. Could it be related to those spies? Otherwise, what do you think? Han coldly laughed again, explaining people are foolish. Those spies do not need to actively slander Naruto's identity. As long as they live stably in Konoha, their existence will repeatedly remind the villagers of the horrors of that time. At the same time, blind hatred will obscure their understanding, causing them to forget a fact: the Ninetales was released by a mysterious enemy, and the one responsible for that disaster was also him. Yunhai was astonished by her words. Was this still the Hinata who cried 4 years ago? How could she have changed so much in such a short time? No, why am I discussing this? Yunhai suddenly realized and hurriedly asked, the lesson shouldn't have started yet, right? Upon hearing this, Hong suddenly smiled slightly and replied, the lesson began the moment you stepped through the door. I thought you knew that. I know nothing. Yunhei's face darkened angrily, shouting, why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly teach me illusion techniques, there won't be time later. Unexpectedly, Hong raised her right hand and said, the teaching fee is 20,000 coins and the illusion technique impartation is 200,000 coins. If you learn it, it's yours. If you don't, it's still yours. I only conduct legitimate business, fairness for all, no refunds. Yunhei's mouth dropped open, then he was both angry and amused, asking, what was the money I paid before for? Let me clarify up front, what I mentioned earlier is the course fee, the entrance ticket for attending my lessons. Of course you're free not to pay it. You may simply study illusion techniques on your own. I'm no bandit forcing goods upon unwilling customers. Indeed, she was no bandit, merely a shrewd merchant with transparent pricing. Yunhai silently unslung his satchel and counted out 22,000 coins into Han's palm. By now he had realized bargaining with Han was utterly futile. Some expenses were simply unavoidable. Very well. Han led him into the main hall, tossed the coins carelessly onto the table and poured him a glass of plain water. Next I shall explain the fundamentals of illusion arts, the 3 interwoven pathways of world emotion and perception. Though conventionally categorized as 3 distinct domains, they are in truth inseparable, not typically manifesting as one dominant pathway supported by 2 auxiliary ones. Now you must practice them precisely as I instruct, preparing yourself for deeper advancement. Having received payment, Han's demeanor turned markedly brisk and decisive. She issued her instructions with crisp clarity, her eyes glinting with quiet depth. Upon hearing her, Yunhai straightened his posture and gave a solemn nod. Begin with meditation, gradually deepen it step by step until external sensations and sounds fade from awareness and you consciously attune yourself solely to my voice. Remember, this attunement must be active, not passive. Should you hear me respond immediately, I will then guide you into the next stage, emotional infiltration. Yunhai nodded faintly. Han's method diverged notably from the texts he'd studied. According to those records, during deep meditation, consciousness could only passively register external stimuli. Once registered, such stimuli would instantly rouse the practitioner, snapping them back from deep to shallow meditation, the very state of feigned drowsiness he habitually maintained. Though not impossible to perceive external stimuli while in deep meditation, it remained exceptionally difficult, akin to consciously navigating the contours of a dream while fully awake. In essence, deep meditation was dreaming, only the dreamer dictated its content. 4 years ago such control would have eluded Yunhai entirely. Today, however, it came effortlessly, he had long since mastered it. Very well. Now enter deep meditation and attempt to speak to me aloud. Han stepped forward, closing the distance between them to less than 20 centimeters, carefully observing his breath, guiding him through its rhythm and intensity. Yet she suddenly furrowed her brow and added, do not deliberately suppress your aura, otherwise I cannot assess your state. Yunhai paused, startled. After a moment's hesitation he replied, but I am already in deep meditation, and I have actively perceived your voice. What? Hong froze, stunned. This deviated sharply, not merely slightly, from her expectations. It was far too swift. Wait. A sudden recollection struck her. Beyond my voice, can you perceive anything else? Yes. Yunhai broke into a faint grin. You stand very close, I hear your breathing with crystalline clarity, whereas your heartbeat is fainter, discernible only in outline. His reply left Hong utterly silent. Then he asked, can you sense my emotions? Roughly like a subtle fluctuation, or perhaps akin to a gentle breeze. Breeze. A flicker stirred within Yun-hai. He felt no breeze, but her words evoked the perceptual energy coiled inside him. He attempted to direct it toward her presence. Yet that energy refused to extend beyond his consciousness, leaving him without recourse, unable to grasp her emotional resonance. After several failed attempts, he admitted, "I cannot sense your emotions. I can only locate and track you by sound. To visualize your expression, I would need to activate a perceptual ninjutsu, projecting imagery directly into my mind." "Stop." Hong stared, incredulous. You can deploy perceptual ninjutsu while in deep meditation." "Ah." Yun-hai certainly could, but doing so served little purpose. It would drain both chakra and mental focus and severely disrupt his command over perceptual energy. Still, Hong's question carried hidden weight. Saying nothing, he channeled chakra and activated the perceptual ninjutsu, its range unchanged at 5 meters, yet its chakra cost tripled. The instant the technique engaged, the world before him dissolved into monochrome imagery. There, mere inches away, hung Hong's face, her features sharp, her expression frozen in astonishment. In that moment, Yun-hai grasped the answer. Could it be deep meditation precluded perception altogether? Yet no text he knew ever mentioned such a limitation. "I believe I understand why you've been unable to advance." Hong felt the unmistakable prickle of being observed, not imagined but brazen, deliberate scrutiny. And precisely because it was so deliberate, it revealed Yun-hai's extraordinary nature. It is widely known that both the caster and the target of an illusion instantly enter deep meditation, one voluntarily, the other involuntarily. This distinction lies at the heart of illusion arts. How then could a victim perceive external reality? Put simply, if one retains perception, illusion loses its power to deceive. What I just guided you to do, actively attuning to my voice, is the first step in illusion casting, perceptual anchoring. Hong spoke softly, then shook her head. That you can deploy perceptual ninjutsu while in deep meditation proves you could do so even under another's illusion. Master bodily control and you could fight unexpectedly lethally even while ensnared in illusion. Is that so? Yun-hai frowned. Speaking was possible in deep meditation, so controlling the body should not be insurmountable. Yet Han's expression suggested this was profoundly rare, if not outright anomalous. Then again, wasn't verifying his own uniqueness precisely why he had come? Anomaly was the correct answer. Ambush. After a moment's reflection, Yun-hai raised his hand, seized Hong's wrist and gently squeezed. "I suspect it isn't difficult at all." Hong made no sound, she hadn't yet processed it. Their proximity had left her unprepared for the reality he truly could command his body in deep meditation. Then there remained one final test. Hong's gaze sharpened. Her hands flashed through seals, she locked onto Yun-hai with perceptual energy and cast an illusion. Before Yun-hai could react, a brilliant light flared before his eyes. When his vision cleared, he found himself bound to a tree, limbs entangled in thick vines, immobile. Hong emerged from behind, kunai drawn, poised to strike. Color, vivid kaleidoscopic color. Yun-hai gaped. There stood Hong, only her head visible, yet the first living flesh he had ever seen across lifetimes. So this is what a person looks like: skin like fresh snow, hair like polished ink, eyes like gleaming rubies. He strained violently against his bonds, reaching for her face, only for the entire scene to dissolve like mist. His struggle had severed not only the vines, but also Hong's illusion phantom tree binding strike. "You actually broke it. My hypothesis was correct, perceptual illusions hold no sway over you. You actually broke it. My hypothesis was correct, perceptual illusions hold no sway over you. Invalid." Yun-hai lowered his chin. The illusion had already been dispelled, yet the image of Hong still lingered in his mind. It was a riot of colors, warm sunlight spilled through the verdant shade, her hair gleaming with a luster as dark as the ancient poems described. From the pitch-black void of blindness to perceiving the world in monochrome through his trained sensory ninjutsu, he once believed that true sight would only come when his eyes opened. Yet an unforeseen illusion had shattered his expectations, intruding into his heart before its time. How fascinating. So this is the allure of the illusion world. It turns out that the world can be seen not only through eyes but also through your memories. Yun-hai suddenly broke into laughter, clutching his stomach in bewilderment. Only he knew the storm raging within him. "I never thought the first person I would see clearly would be you." Beside him, Hong watched Yun-hai, trembling with excitement, and furrowed her brow slightly. She could not fathom the yearning a blind person holds for color. The hues she took for granted were an unattainable dream for Yun-hai. Now the dream had become reality, no longer distant but within his reach. "Though I don't understand why you're so moved, now is the perfect time for the second step. Try using your perception to lock onto me actively, then channel your emotions to me, achieving the effect of intrusive suppression." Hong guided him softly, her rationality surpassing the ordinary. It seemed no matter what happened she could remain unruffled. Okay. Yunhai took a deep breath, gathered the perceiving energy within his consciousness and directed his will toward Hong. The moment he mobilized his perceiving energy, the chakra in his body surged to life as if guided, directly enveloping Hong's form. Not only can you move your body in deep meditation, but you can also control chakra. Truly a special ability. Hong murmured under her breath, but the scene before her had already shifted. She felt an intense longing rise within her, and the memories buried deep in her consciousness surged uncontrollably. In a daze she saw her father appear before her, gently stroking her forehead. The touch was so real, as if she had returned to her innocent, lively childhood when her father would come back from mission, smile, ruffle her hair and praise her for being beautiful. Because she was born with curly hair, unlike many of her friends and classmates, she felt like a monster. She believed beautiful hair should be perfectly straight. Her self-consciousness became her father's encouragement. Without knowing when it started, he began complimenting her hair over and over until she believed it herself. Her family would never deceive her. If her father said she was beautiful, then she truly was. Memories flooded and thoughts swirled. The power of emotional illusion revealed itself, fully capable of evoking joy or summoning sorrow. Humans possess joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. As long as there is something cherished in the heart, emotional illusions will never fail. It seems your emotions are quite intense right now. Hong pressed the numb point on her right arm to suppress her feelings, then forcibly subdued her thoughts with willpower, temporarily breaking free from the intrusion of the illusion and restoring her rationality. Yunhai grinned and said, "Because you let me see color for the first time, a living, breathing person vividly appearing before my eyes. I just didn't expect it to be you." The words carried a hint of ambiguity. Had Yunhai been older, they might have been taken as a confession, but Hong, who had experienced his emotional intrusion, knew it was regret amid immense joy. Yunhai rejoiced at seeing the world, yet grieved for not meeting the one he longed to see. She understood this sentiment, while knowing his words held no hidden meaning. Perception locking and emotional intrusion, you have successfully mastered both, and your uniqueness has been revealed. Hong did not wish to dwell on the matter, fearing she could not suppress her own thoughts and affect her state. She continued, "The reason you couldn't cultivate the 3 advanced methods before is indeed related to the soul. Controlling body movement under deep meditation, this only occurs when both yin and yang attributes are present and at a very dense stage. However, the strength of yin and yang attributes raises the ceiling, which is why you couldn't perceive passively. The principle is somewhat complex. Wait a moment." With that, she picked up teacups from the table beside her, arranged 3 in a row, and poured water into them. For the first cup, imagine it's made of paper. I poured 10 drops of water into it. The cup represents the yang attribute in the body and the water represents the yin attribute in the soul. A paper cup is thin, but 10 drops of water cannot soak through it either, forming a balance I call chakra balance. For the second cup, still made of paper, I pour 1,000 drops of water. Over time, the water soaks the paper cup and slowly overflows. This phenomenon can be understood as chakra imbalance. The yin attribute is strong while the yang attribute is weak. To prevent the water from leaking, we developed meditation modes to control the water without destroying the cup, that is, illusions or the unique secret arts of the Inoshikacho. The Kagaya clan's bloodline limit the Hyuga's Byakugan and the Uchiha's Sharingan. For the third cup, still with 10 drops of water, but the material of the cup has changed, it is now a porcelain cup. The water is tightly sealed with no possibility of leakage, but because of this we cannot control the water to perform illusions. The porcelain cup represents a robust yang attribute, indicating a constitutionally gifted physique. It can manifest as medical ninjutsu, bloodline limits, multi-elemental affinity, such as the Senju Uzumaki, Sarutobi Akimichi, and other ancient clans all belong to this domain. 3 cups of water. The first symbolizes the common ordinary person, the second is the yin attribute talent, and the third is the yang attribute talent. It was only then that Yunhai realized that multi-elemental affinity was also a branch of yang attribute. Using metaphors, Hong not only made it easy for Yunhai to understand but also demonstrated her profound grasp of yin and yang attributes. "I don't seem to belong to any of the 3. Yunhai saw the crux and asked. "Yes. The illusion system circulating in the village only applies to ninjas matching the second cup of water. Clans like the Kagaya and Inoshikacho have their own special training methods. As for you, you are even more special, a fusion of the second and third cups. You not only have a high chance of possessing 1,000 drops of water but also might have an impenetrable porcelain cup. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. A single yin or yang talent can be specialized, but if both exist they can strain each other, forming a balance barrier. No matter how many water drops there are, they cannot permeate and are essentially useless. The impermeable porcelain cup also makes it hard to tap into. To advance your sensory ninjutsu, you must create gaps in the porcelain cup, pushing the body to its limits, opening the door for perceiving energy to flow out, thereby expanding the range of insight. Limit state. Yunhai, well-versed in physical arts, naturally understood the meaning of the limit state. It refers to the stage where the body has been tempered to its peak, and then by persisting and increasing endurance one achieves the effect of breaking through the shackles of the flesh. However, the problem was that achieving the limit state was extremely difficult. Not to mention Konoha, even all 5 great shinobi villages combined would only have a handful of such individuals, not even a full hand's worth. Moreover, reaching the limit state would leave irreparable hidden injuries, a self-mutilating method of trading lifespan for power mostly used in close combat attacks. Yunhai fell silent for a moment, then asked, "You mentioned earlier that my jutsu nullification is also due to my overly abundant yin and yang attributes." Hong nodded. Abundance is only one factor, the main reason is the barrier formed between them. A basic fact: the combination of sensory energy and physical energy is the birth of chakra. Similarly, they belong to the yin and yang attributes. Once separated, they become yin and yang chakra. The core of medical ninjutsu and sensory ninjutsu remains these. Just then Hong took away the water cup on the table and sighed, saying, "I once met a girl similar to you. She was born with strong yin attributes but weak yang attributes, which not only made it hard for her body to endure the flow of spiritual energy but also sacrificed her physical health. She couldn't even undergo ninja academy training. And she shares a common trait with you: genjutsu nullification. Genjutsu cast by those with weaker spiritual energy than her would have no effect. You, on the other hand, have an additional ability on top of that: body control. Simply put, the reason I could pull your consciousness into the illusion world is mainly due to the balance of your yin and yang attributes. But similarly, you still possess the trait of genjutsu nullification. You can use it to remain unaffected by genjutsu. Even if afflicted, it cannot influence you." Yunhai looked thoughtful. There was a doubt in his mind that was hard to resolve, so he asked, "But I learned sensory ninjutsu and extended its range to 5 meters. If your theory is correct, this porcelain cup should have a crack. Can I use that as an opening to break through?" "That is not a crack, nor is it related to one." Hong gently shook her head, extending her right hand, saying, "A person has a temperature. Inside the palm a heat-like aura emerges, just like hot water poured into a cup releasing steam. The aura also spreads from the cup as its center. In other words, your current ability to sense things within 5 meters comes not from the extension of sensory energy but from the aura inherent to your body. Because of this aura, even though you lack the conditions to learn sensory ninjutsu, you still expanded to a range of 5 meters. Therefore, this 5-meter range is not dominated by sensory energy but controlled by chakra. If I'm not mistaken, right after you learned sensory ninjutsu, your sensing range directly expanded to 5 meters. Yet over all these years you haven't made any progress. Am I right?" Yunhai was speechless. He understood Hong's meaning. The reason was simple: he had indeed learned sensory ninjutsu, but due to the barrier formed by yin and yang attributes, or rather the limitation of his body, his sensing range could only overflow through the aura, unable to fully manifest. Now he was sensing through chakra rather than controlling through sensory energy. The situation was more complicated than imagined, yet it allowed him to find the root cause. Limit state. Yunhai smiled bitterly. After a moment of thought he asked, "I've achieved sensory locking and emotional invasion. Only the inner world remains unfinished. In my current state, can I still practice genjutsu?" Hong shook her head and replied, "You can only practice emotional genjutsu. By using sensory locking to forcibly impose your own emotions on the opponent, you achieve the effect of influencing their mind. In fact, you've already learned half of this technique. You only need to choose an emotion you can control to unleash it directly. However, the range is limited to 5 meters, your sensing range." After speaking, she didn't give Yunhai a chance to speak. She continued, "The next step is to enter your inner world. I need to understand its scale in order to judge the number of water droplets." Inner world. He was also curious about what his own inner world looked like, so he nodded in agreement. "What should I do?" Hearing this, Hong turned around and fetched 2 meditation cushions, placing them on the ground, indicating Yunhai to sit on one. The 2 cushions were close together, about 30 centimeters apart. Hong formed several hand seals with her left hand as if condensing something and pressed it directly onto her right palm. When she parted her hands, Yunhai noticed a curse seal on her right palm. Besides the chakra aura, there was an intangible energy active within it. This is a secret technique passed down in my clan. It allows one to enter another person's inner world. However, you must constantly lock onto me with your sensory perception. The duration lasts at least 2 hours up to 5 hours. During this time if I cannot enter your inner world the curse seal will stop functioning and dissipate on its own making it impossible to enter and difficult to judge. But rest assured there is no danger. Yunhai was somewhat surprised he had never heard of such a ninjutsu existing. However since Hong said it was a clan secret it was unlikely to be recorded in books. His ignorance was normal. After thinking he asked, how should I cooperate? Extend your left hand and don't make any movements. Hong said softly but grabbed his left hand and pressed the curse seal onto it. Remember don't make any movements, don't even mobilize chakra. Try to keep your body in a state of semi-sleep. After saying this she closed her eyes, her breathing gradually slowing and entered deep meditation. Faced with Hong's repeated instructions Yunhai naturally dared not be careless. He concentrated on capturing Hong's aura afraid that a single slip would cause everything to fail. Time passed minute by minute inevitably causing inner torment. After a full hour Hong who had entered meditation still showed no sign of movement. If not for the curse seal in her palm operating he would have doubted if Hong had fallen asleep. This also indicated that the technique was quite complex to perform entirely relying on her control. Soon another 3 hours passed. Seeing the time limit Hong mentioned drawing closer Yunhai couldn't help but grow anxious thinking that some accident must have occurred. Little did he know by now Hong's clothes were soaked with sweat and her face had turned pale and haggard, a sign of excessive mental energy consumption. And this feeling of being watched. Just as Yunhai was growing anxious he suddenly felt a gaze watching him but before he could trace its source his vision went dark and a layer of ground appeared beneath his feet. Ah, hi, call grandma for dinner. Today I made your favorite shepherd's purse dumplings. Suddenly a familiar voice came startling him. He quickly looked toward the sound but it was pitch black. Grandma doesn't know what's out there. I've only heard that there are very very tall buildings and standing on top of them you can see the mountain scenery. I believe Ahai will see them too one day. The voice sounded again, Grandma slowly telling stories of the world beyond the mountains. Don't tell me it's a village thing. If I see you bullying Ahai again I'll take a knife and chop you bastards. Little Yunhai's pulled sugar candy is really delicious. Much better than the kids in the clan. No wonder you're Fiishan's grandson, haha. Familiar voices came from all directions, memories from the depths of his consciousness. But no matter how he called out he received no response. Until after running an unknown distance the scene around him suddenly shifted. Black and white images fully materialized before his eyes, from the first time he learned sensory ninjutsu to the first time he saw his grandfather's face. Then he walked out of the bungalow, entered the village and followed the street further and further. Countless figures passed by like a blur fleeting in an instant. The clan leader, the council of elders, the first wife Hinata Niji Naruto. Each known figure emerged and then changed as the images flowed. Until at the end of the road a silhouette that didn't belong to the black and white world came into view. Its colors were warm yet piercing like the bright moon suspended in the night sky. As if sensing his arrival it slowly turned around. She had black hair falling past her shoulders, eyes like rubies. After staring at Yunhai for a long moment she finally spoke, your inner world is truly vast. After saying this a flash of shock passed through her eyes as if she had discovered something incredible. Why is your consciousness entity ethereal? And those eyes? Yunhai felt perplexed by Hong's words. He looked down at his own lower body and after comparison indeed noticed something amiss. While his own body was translucent like amber, Hong's was indistinguishable from a real person. After a moment's contemplation he stepped forward and felt her pulse. Not only did it exhibit vital signs but it even possessed warmth. The consciousness entity and the body are intimately connected. Even in the inner world it manifests the bodhi's physical signs. Did you not know this? Hong perceived his bewilderment and began to explain. Naturally Yunhai was unaware of this as no book would ever address the morphology of a consciousness entity. Because this is knowledge so rudimentary it doesn't even qualify as foundational. Any ninja who enters a meditative state can immediately grasp the form of consciousness. Thus throughout his cultivation up to this point he had never sensed anything unusual, assuming that a consciousness entity was meant to appear this way. But now it was evidently incorrect. I'm not sure. Troubled Yunhai asked Hong, is there something different about my appearance? And my eyes, you seemed rather startled. Your appearance is fine but some aspects are rather peculiar. Hong circled around him and explained softly, your age doesn't match, you look more like a youth. Your eyes have a liquid flow but they lack luster. Your soul seems somewhat detached from the body yet it is much denser. She pondered for a long while before finally shaking her head. I'm sorry but I cannot comprehend your uniqueness. Even Hong could not discern the reason. Yunhai felt a bit disheartened but only for a moment before asking, you said my inner world is vast, does that mean my yin attribute is extremely powerful? I'm not sure. Hong looked somewhat helpless and explained, although I can enter your inner world I can only passively receive the scenes you wish to show me. I cannot probe your memories. Forcing exploration could prove life-threatening. Yunhai could understand this. The inner world is forged from memories deep within consciousness, and the consciousness entity holds absolute dominion. If Hong forcibly explored it, his memories would become chaotic and she herself might become trapped, unable to return. However, he currently lacked the ability to create an inner world, that is, the capacity to forge an illusionary realm. To put it precisely, he was utterly incapable of doing so. Then what can you see now? Yunhai posed the crucial question, eager to know which memory scenes Hong had glimpsed. Hong understood that memories were not to be pried into and that everyone harbored their own inner secrets. Thus she shook her head slightly and explained, under your influence all I see is darkness. Apart from your consciousness entity, the only thing I can perceive is the path beneath my feet, sometimes perfectly flat, other times exceedingly steep like a mountain trail. But these observations suffice. Your inner world is at least twice as vast as mine. Darkness. Yunhai fell silent. He had indeed been worried that Hong might glimpse memories of his past life, but he had never anticipated that the darkness wrought by blindness would be reflected within his mind. This meant that darkness was the foundational hue of his memories, the color he was most accustomed to. Then can you hear other people's voices? Say my grandfather Fei Tian. Upon hearing his query, Hong frowned involuntarily and cautioned, I cannot share memories nor can I share sounds. Don't misunderstand, I have no interest in probing your past, it's also a way to avoid peril. Yunhai however shook his head and reasoned, if you could view my memories wouldn't you have a chance to identify the problem and confirm the origin of my uniqueness? Past life and present, it all sounds too mystical. He suddenly realized that even if Hong truly saw his memories, she would hardly interpret them as a past life. Instead, she would suspect why he possessed memories that did not belong to him, symptoms akin to schizophrenia or delusional fantasies. Yes, the memories of a past life served as a dividing line in the present, more like foreign invaders fitting perfectly the profile of memory disorder. That's impossible. The soul is innate. Even the death god can only trade souls, not alter their form. Do you know how the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself back then? He used a forbidden technique called the dead demon consuming seal, borrowing the death god's power to forcibly seal the Nine Tails. But the price was that his soul was claimed by the death god. Otherwise, with his spacetime ninjutsu, how could he have been killed so easily? Unexpectedly, Hong recounted the hidden secrets of the Nine Tails rampage, finally answering a long-standing doubt that had lingered in Yunhei's heart. He had often heard from Daifu about the Flying Thunder God technique, an art that could instantly reach any location, akin to a teleportation technique with no range limit. Setting aside whether it could defeat the Nine Tails, at least it was certainly sufficient for survival. I've understood your situation. Now you can leave. After delivering this, Hong's body directly faded into nothingness. Yunhai was not flustered. Instead, he reached out and touched his eyes. The tactile sensation was no different from reality, he could distinctly feel the presence of his eyeballs. Hong had described his eyes as having a liquid flow shape, and he believed she was not deceiving him. It likely indicated something within the eyeballs, though he could not fathom why it was so bizarre. Byakugan, could it flow? Or perhaps because his consciousness entity was translucent, his eyes had not yet taken a definite form. He suddenly felt that the consciousness entity Hong spoke of was like a clay sculpture on the verge of collapse, one that had not even been air-dried and solidified. He needed to exit and ask properly. With this thought, Yunhai ended his deep meditation and used his sensing ninjutsu to check on Hong. He found her half reclining on a cushion, looking weary from her expression. Don't misunderstand, I am a jounin after all, so I have some skill. The reason I'm so exhausted is that your Bodis barrier is extremely thick. I traced along the curse seal for a long time before barely finding a slit through your eyes to enter. In other words, there is indeed a fissure in your body that leads into the world of consciousness, it's your eyes. Hong explained unhurriedly, then rose, took a bottle of sake from the cabinet, opened it and took a sip before saying, pay first, then receive the goods. Small business, no haggling. You still owe 2 million ryo. Just put it on the table, I won't bother counting. Yunhai did not dawdle. He directly placed his satchel on the table and said, there's about 250,000 in here. The extra 50,000 is for the teaching fee. I wish to learn how to forge an illusionary realm. Can't teach. The moment he finished speaking, Hong's voice rang out immediately. Swishing the sake bottle, she explained, the so-called forging an illusionary realm is essentially excising a scene from memory. For instance, if I see cherry blossoms falling, I can lock onto it through perception and transmit it, thereby confusing the enemy's vision and even exploiting the gap to launch an attack. Therefore, the essence of forging an illusionary realm is memory. The clearer a memory fragment, the easier it is to cut out. Everyone's illusion technique is unique. You would find it difficult to learn my tree binding slaughter. Of course, darkness can also be a deterrent. If the enemy loses their vision, they will have the most fatal vulnerability. You can attempt to cut out that darkness. However, this is somewhat impractical for you now. Once the enemy leaves your perception range, the illusion will also fail. There is a significant distance limitation. Sensing ninjutsu again. Yunhai clenched his fist and asked, "What should I do next?" My suggestion is to give up advancing the perception ninjutsu and choose a simpler method, eye transplantation. Shiri Hong answered directly. But this answer was not what Yunhai wanted. He was silent for a moment, then asked, "Are there other options?" "There is one." Shiri Hong, as if anticipating this, looked at him earnestly and said, "Two choices: either refine your physical body to its limit to break the balance barrier, or specialize in mental energy to forcefully break through the perception ninjutsu. Of course, whichever you choose comes at a great cost. Not to mention the difficulty of refining your body to the limit. The hidden injuries alone can be fatal, even causing total paralysis. As for specializing in mental energy, it's the same principle. It requires long hours of meditation, perhaps 10 years, maybe 20. Even with the best talent, it will take at least 5 years to have any hope of success." Hearing these two methods, Yunhei's heart sank. He seemed to have a choice, but in reality there was no path to take. Because his original intention was to advance the perception ninjutsu to expand his perception range to compensate for his eye defect. If he only refined his body to the extreme without the aid of perception ninjutsu, he would still be unable to change his situation, only becoming a bit stronger in combat. But combat effectiveness requires vision. After much thought, a bitter smile tugged at the corner of his lips. In that case, he'll take both to have more options later. Hong gently shook her head upon hearing this. Refining the physical body to its limit was extremely difficult, and enhancing mental energy through meditation also required a great deal of time. If Yunhai wanted to balance both, the effort needed would be more than double. However, she did not persuade him. The choice was Yunhei's. All she could do was provide options. "Thank you." The night was deep. Yunhai did not intend to stay longer. After solemnly thanking Hong, he prepared to take his leave, but then remembered another question. "Regarding the form of my consciousness, have you noticed anything unusual?" Hong, seeing him bring this up, pondered for a moment and explained, "Perhaps it's affected by balance, or maybe related to age. You can observe it in the future, and if there are changes, come to me for further inquiry." Clearly she was unsure of the changes. "Thank you. Get some rest. I'll take my leave now." Yunhai cupped his hands in a bow, then took out the dumplings and syrup from the box, heated them briefly before turning and leaving the main hall. He did not take back the extra 50,000 coins. The dumplings, once warm, had long gone cold. Only the drawn sugar served as a token of his gratitude. Hong noticed Yunhei's low spirits and quietly saw him out the gate. When she returned to the hall, her face showed deep exhaustion. She didn't have the strength to go back to her room, so she lay down on the floor and fell asleep, clearly worn out. Similarly, Yunhai was walking on the street. He had no intention of going home, so he found a place under a streetlight and sat quietly. The cold wind blew but could not dispel the bitterness in his heart. After all his twists and turns, it was all in vain. His eye defect clung to him like a shadow, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not change his fate. If he couldn't advance in perception ninjutsu, he would lack the conditions for combat. Without combat conditions, he would not be qualified to enter the Anbu. Not being able to enter the Anbu meant he lacked the ability to become a guardian. By then the genius of the Rishon clan would be a joke. His clan members would abandon him and his grandfather would be disappointed. Most crucially, he had made a promise to his grandfather to take the enemy's head and offer a libation to his mother. In truth, he had no memory of his mother's appearance. He wanted to do this because she was his grandfather's daughter and he was his mother's son. "If I just stay quiet for a while, I'll think of a solution." Yunhai repeated this to himself. He couldn't calm his mind for the moment, but he was already used to it. It seemed that since his past life, having no choice had long been his only option. He would try each of the 3 plans Hong had given him. This moment stretched on as stars and moon shifted and the morning sun broke through. Finally he slowly stood up, sensing the darkness 5 meters away, seeking his path in that small space. Since breaking through the limit could create a gap in the physical body, he would abandon everything else and focus on body training. Ninjutsu could wait, money could be foregone, and even if his body suffered or his lifespan shortened, it didn't matter. Only by doing well what was in front of him could he have the right to talk about the future. With a plan in mind, he returned to the clan, put on weights and entered the training ground to exhaust his physical energy. He spent all his time training. When his body reached its limit, he entered deep meditation to refine energy, and as soon as he regained a bit of strength, he resumed training. Silence seemed to become his only undertone. He had no eyes, so no one could see the ruthlessness in his heart, but when everyone saw him they could clearly sense that he was different. But what was different? Ningxi was puzzled. The clan members didn't understand. Only Hinata unconsciously clenched her fists as if sensing some emotion. Have you encountered something? In the early morning, Peihu, who had just finished breakfast, frowned. The younger clan members only felt that Yunhai had suddenly become quiet, but Peihu, having experienced many battles, clearly noticed the change in Yunhai's temperament. It had become very oppressive. To have changed so abruptly overnight, there was only one possibility: he had received some strong stimulus. Hearing Peihu's words, Yunhai suddenly spoke. I want to break through the limit of my physical body. It requires long-term tempering and refinement. Find some people to fight me. Tempering could be achieved through training alone. But refinement required external assistance. Constant fighting was the simplest method, or keeping the body in a state of being hit. Limit. Peihu's gaze sharpened. He thought for a moment and asked, is it related to perception ninjutsu? He knew Yunhai was struggling to advance his perception ninjutsu and now suddenly wanting to break through his physical limit. He naturally connected the two. Yes. Yunhai did not hide it. He said softly, I want to expand my perception range. I need to keep pushing my body past its limits. Otherwise the only way is transplantation, and I don't want to wait, nor do I have time to wait. Transplantation required being 16 years old, the key being whether the body was fully developed. If Yunhai wanted to transplant now, it could still be forcibly performed. But whether the eyes would work after transplantation, what effect they would have, and whether rejection would occur, all depended on luck. Most importantly, the only person whose eyes had a high success rate for transplantation was his grandfather Feitian. He did not want his grandfather to lose his eyes, at least not now. Besides, Peihu had more to consider. The main reason Yunhai became the genius of the Rishon clan was to fill the gap left by the Uchiha genius. The clan could not wait for him to turn 16, that would be too late. But did Feitian know about this? Peihu's expression was complex. He could roughly guess the difficulties Yunhai faced, but he couldn't help solve them. You don't need to find anyone else. I'll help you. In the end, Peihu agreed. Yunhai got up from the ground, assumed an attack stance and growled, come on, as long as you don't kill or cripple me, the harder the better. With that he charged forward, first using neither chakra nor ninjutsu, relying solely on raw physical strength. Yet the speed of his assault was swift, and the speed with which he was sent flying was even swifter, a full 8 or 9 meters. However, such attacks could only injure him, far from achieving a tempering effect, so he rose again to attack. Peihu dared not be careless. He gradually increased the intensity of his strikes, afraid of accidentally wounding him gravely. Yunhai fell and rose again and again. In an instant his body was covered in wounds, and he staggered as he walked, having reached his limit. And this extreme state was merely the first step of cultivation. Only by breaking through the limit could one open the balanced barrier formed by the body and conscious mind, thereby expanding the range of perception. 5 minutes later, Peihu looked at Yunhai, who lay motionless on the ground, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. 19 strikes in total. He had sealed 19 acupoints on Yunhai's body. According to reason, it was impossible for Yunhai to stand again, yet the fact was that he still struggled to rise, but failed numerous times. To break the bodhi's limits required immense willpower. It could not be achieved by the weak or the strong, nor could it be accomplished overnight. Throughout the entire Muyi, only Meitikai had succeeded in doing so. Could this path truly be traversed? Peihu was not certain, but neither could he deny it. He felt he should have a serious talk with the clan leader to secure some favorable resources for Yunhai. Again. A low roar as if breaking through clenched teeth resounded. This time, without waiting for Yunhai to attack, Peihu charged forward and sent him flying with a palm strike, sealing another acupoint. Again. With acupoints sealed and meridians reversed, Yunhai took longer and longer to rise. Accompanied by each successive blow, by the 32nd palm strike he finally fell into complete unconsciousness. But no one knew that after losing consciousness, Yunhai passively entered a deep meditation, continuously refining the cool breeze, initiating another round of cultivation. You lot. If your physiques were even half as strong as his, our Rishon clan would not be overshadowed by the Uchiha, nor would we have only one Rishon genius. Peihu scolded them with frustration, his words striking fear into the hearts of the surrounding clan members, who immediately began to train diligently. Without using chakra for defense, he had persisted from the first 8 trigrams palm to the 32nd before fainting. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. And in the days to come he would witness another side of Yunhai's relentless determination. Many could train for 8 hours a day, the strong-willed could manage 12, the truly perseverant could do so day after day, year after year. But Yunhai was even more crazed, spending nearly every moment in the training ground. Being knocked unconscious counted as rest. The moment he awoke he would immediately resume training. When hungry he ate only dried meat, when thirsty he drank only cold water. His stamina was never fully restored, keeping himself perpetually in a state of extremity. For 3 consecutive days Hyūga calculated and found that Yunhai rested only 3 hours on average each day. By all logic he should have collapsed long ago, yet he persisted. This peculiar situation not only defied principles but also transcended Hyūga's understanding of the human body. In the end this matter alarmed the clan leader and the council of elders. Watching Yunhai train like a walking corpse, they observed for a long time before discovering that he was actually in a state of deep meditation. On the training ground Rizu gazed at the unconscious Yunhai. After deep contemplation he sent people to summon Shiri Hong and Mei Tikai, but the reply came that they were away on a mission and would not return anytime soon. I will dispatch a medical ninja to examine his condition. If anything is wrong, immediately terminate the training. Rizu instructed, then looked at the frowning elders, finally fixing his gaze on the chief of the main family. He requested, I ask you to make a trip, uncle, to ease Senior Physician's worries. Even if Yunhei's sensory ninjutsu cannot advance, we will not abandon him. I hope he does not add to his mental burden. The chief of the main family nodded gently and replied with a cupped fist, then this old man will go first. In the distance the 3 youngsters quietly stood guard beside Yunhai. Chu Tian lowered her head, lost in thought. Ning Xiai stared at the sky with a complex expression. Even the usually carefree Mingren fell into silence, sensing a trace of fear. This fear was a cruel realization about training. The path to strength was never leisurely, it required enduring much hardship to be tempered. Previously they all thought their own training was arduous, but now they realized there was much room for improvement, especially in terms of time. So being a Rixiang genius is this hard? I thought it was just a title. Ming Ren's words reached Chu Tian's ears. To others this might have been a mere sigh, but to her it struck like a heavy hammer. Because the first wife had told her that if Yunhei's sensory ninjutsu could not advance, he would not only lose his qualification as a ninja but also the title of Rixiang genius and the identity of the main family's guardian. Yunhai was a guardian, but the one he guarded was Chu Tian. Perhaps others did not know what this implied, but Chu Tian understood clearly it represented their future. Perhaps Yunhai was fighting so desperately to become a ninja, but equally there was an unbreakable bond with Chu Tian. His success meant her peace, his failure would also affect her. If Chu Tian lost her guardian, the clan would reassign a new guardian for her and a fixed future. She had never wanted to marry a stranger even before her first meeting with Yunhai. But she lacked the power to refuse, and her identity as the eldest daughter of the Rixiang clan made refusal impossible. Thus she chose to comply. Perhaps it was fate's mercy. Not only did she resolve her conflict with her brother Ning Xiai, but she also gained her first friend. Everything that happened seemed less terrible than she had imagined. Even her mother praised her for becoming braver. But now change had come again. Chu Tian buried her head deep in her knees, terror overwhelming her heart, causing her entire body to tremble. If I could give him my eyes, would everything become better? Her innermost thoughts remained unknown to anyone. Again. Suddenly a low growl escaped Yunhei's lips. He struggled to stand, his face twisted with determination. For 3 whole days his body had been in a state of overload, yet he still could not break through the limit, unable even to find the path. This meant his persistence was not enough, he needed even greater tempering and deeper refinement. Here he comes again. This time he only rested for 20 minutes. Hyūga grimaced, then charged straight at Yunhai. Without giving him a chance to steady himself, he unleashed a series of attacks, the 8 trigrams 32 palms. After many sparring sessions, Hyūga knew that the 32 palms were Yunhai's limit. Instead of striking him repeatedly, it was better to deliver a full set, allowing Yunhai a longer rest. Hyūga. Be careful. The chief of the branch family could not bear to watch, afraid he might lose control of his strength and kill Yunhai. Unexpectedly Yunhai, who had been sent flying, lay for less than a minute before stubbornly rising again. Again. How could this be possible? Hyūga's pupils contracted. As if struck by a thought, he rushed forward to deliver the 33rd palm, a sign of breaking the limit. But with that palm Yunhai could no longer stand, even blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. 10 centimeters. 10 centimeters. He murmured to himself, letting out a silent laugh as blood continued to flow. After being knocked flying, he noticed his perception range had expanded by 10 centimeters in an instant, as if a crack had split open in his bones in excruciating pain. So it was only when the body was tempered to the point of injury that breaking through the limit became possible. Fortunately, the meridians are unharmed. Peihu immediately approached to examine him, activating his Byakugan to carefully inspect the wound. Only after confirming that Yunhai had merely suffered external injuries did he breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at the smile on Yunhei's face, he couldn't help but tease, "You little lunatic, aren't you afraid he'll strike you dead with one palm? Get some rest, don't be too hasty. Let's take it step by step." Yunhai indeed needed rest, but only for his physical body. In his inner world he still had to absorb the cool breeze to master that energy akin to perception. If his speculation was correct, that energy could thicken his consciousness, allowing him to tap into his mental power more swiftly. After all, meditative dreams did not hinder physical recovery. Time flew like an arrow in the blink of an eye. Winter had given way to spring. Ever since breaking through his limit 3 months ago, Yunhei's training had grown fiercer, from breaking the limit once every 3 days initially to once every day now. Each breakthrough expanded his perception range by about 10 centimeters, and he could actively release perception energy outside his body, though only in minuscule amounts. Apart from Elder Peihu refining his body, the clan leader had specially invited Might Guy to offer guidance, imparting some esoteric knowledge, the 8 gates. The 8 gates were a taijutsu technique created by the second Hokage, fully known as the 8 gates formation. It was a forbidden jutsu that unlocked the Bodis acupuncture point restrictions, using 8 vital points as a foundation and meridians as a formation to forcibly break the upper limit of chakra within the body, unleashing its ultimate power. However, the 8 gates were a forbidden technique recorded in the Scroll of Seals. Without the third Hokage's authorization, Might Guy could not teach it privately. Thus he only explained the connection between certain acupoints and taijutsu, providing a path for cultivation. Yunhai found this immensely beneficial. He had already studied acupoints and meridians and understood the purpose of the so-called 8 gates. He simply hadn't anticipated that these 8 deadly points represented the upper limit of chakra. Once unlocked, the entire body would transcend its limits, flooding every inch with chakra and breaking through the physical barrier. This bore a striking resemblance to the balance barrier he sought to shatter. Yet compared to its power, the side effects of unlocking the 8 gates were far more severe than he had imagined. Each open gate subjected the body to ravaging chakra, causing irreversible damage that even medical ninjutsu could not repair. If all 8 gates were opened without a meridian formation to assist, the heart would be unable to withstand the chakra pressure, leading to death with blood oozing from all 7 orifices, or even the blood vaporizing. Thus the clan leader repeatedly warned Yunhai never to attempt activating the vital points. If it became absolutely necessary, he would find a way to have the third Hokage teach him the 8 gates technique. So until now he had never tried to open the gates, instead adhering to his original training method. 3 months, 98 breakthroughs in total. Though each time only a tiny crack opened, my perception range has expanded by 7.6 meters. Adding the previous 5 meters, it's now just under 13 meters. If I keep training consistently, expanding the perception range to 30 meters will take at least another 7 months, barely meeting the clan leader's requirement. In the medicinal barrel, Yunhai, his body covered in bruises, savored a brief moment of leisure. He calculated his training timeline, realizing that even with relentless physical tempering he could only barely achieve the clan leader's goal of expanding his perception range to 30 meters before age 8. At least there was hope now. He exhaled in relief, then suddenly thought of something. He reached up to touch the center of his brow, where besides the caged bird curse mark there was a faint gray dot. According to the human acupoint chart, this location was the Du Meridian's extraordinary point known as Tsume. Ever since his breakthrough, his perception range had expanded. On the 81st breakthrough he felt something shatter in the center of his brow. At first he thought it was an auditory hallucination from extreme fatigue. But when he meditated again, he found that the strange energy within his consciousness had diminished by more than half. After pondering for a long time, he realized that a small vortex had appeared at the brow of his consciousness, exactly at the Tsume acupoint. Since then the images he received became much clearer. Though still in black and white, he could now discern others' expressions, chakra flow, and even a singular emotional perception. What was most peculiar was that previously, when he used perception techniques, he spread outward from himself, passively sensing changes in his body. Now it was different. He could clearly observe the flow of chakra within his body and even the surging of physical strength. This made him suspect that the balance barrier Hong had described might actually refer to the acupoints and meridians. Evidence of the barrier's existence was the faint gray dot at his brow. Its appearance was too coincidental. Perhaps my consciousness is special precisely because it is obstructed by acupoints, he murmured to himself. When the water cooled, he went back to the training ground to continue practicing. Now was not the time to rejoice. Only when his perception range expanded to 30 meters would he feel completely relieved. For now he needed to endure day and night of tempering and refinement lest unforeseen circumstances arise without time to react. Thus day after day the training ground became his home, cluttered with exercise equipment, black wooden stakes for attack practice, a sand and driver pit for endurance, various weights and several changes of clothes. Once upon a time the Hyuga clan would never have seen equipment for training strong fist techniques. They only needed to repeatedly strike wooden dummies marked with acupoints and meridians, occasionally using some weights. But ever since Yunhai arrived everything changed rapidly. The image of a Hyuga training in strong fist became his new label. His frenzied training method earned admiration from his clansmen but also bred a hint of fear. Being outmatched in talent was fate, but being outmatched in effort was a personal failure. A genius who worked harder than them was like a mountain pressing on their hearts, heavy and unsettling. Thus spring passed and autumn arrived, summer slipped by quietly. In the training ground Yunhai was sparring with Peihu. Though his figure was as thin as a bamboo pole, he possessed terrifying strength that defied appearances. He could withstand the 8 trigrams 64 palms without falling and even trade blows evenly with the Jonin Peihu. Naturally this was because Peihu wasn't using chakra. But even so it highlighted Yunhai's fearsome prowess. The sheer disparity in their physiques made any semblance of equality unlikely. Break for me. With a roar Yunhai's veins bulged across his body as he forcibly exchanged a punch with Peihu, only to be sent flying over 10 meters. Yet it was precisely this punch that pushed his body beyond its limits, once more entering an overload state. Crack! The familiar sound of breaking echoed like a porcelain cup shattering. Yunhai felt a refreshing coolness at his brow and his perception range abruptly expanded, stabilizing after several seconds. From 27 meters to 35 meters. This breakthrough had actually increased it by 8 meters. Yunhai was taken aback. Before he could examine it closely he felt a wisp of cool wind surge into his brow. As he meditated and focused he discovered that within his conscious body not only had a water vortex appeared, but it was also connected to the previous one by a curved line. This pattern was deeply familiar. A contemplative look crossed his eyes as he sensed the acupoints and meridians of his body, realizing that the positions of the water vortices and the connecting lines corresponded precisely to the physical acupoints and meridians. The cool breeze that had seeped into his brow entered both water vortices, directly bypassing the refinement process entirely. This meant that his uniqueness lay in his conscious body, which now had a clear direction forward. It seemed that his cultivation was finally taking shape. Deep in thought he channeled chakra into the Tsume and Mingwang acupoints. These two acupoints, like bottomless pits, greedily devoured the energy. Strangely, the chakra that emerged did not return to the meridians but instead surged into his bones and flesh. Yet he could still command and manipulate it, and it moved even faster. The function of the Tsume acupoint was to convert chakra and accelerate the absorption of strange energy. As for the Mingwang acupoint, it functioned somewhat like a perception lock, capable of capturing all movements within its range and transmitting them to his mind at an incredible speed, greatly enhancing his insight. The development of these acupoints resembled the unearthing of the body's latent potential, or perhaps a form of evolution. Were these newly awakened abilities considered a Kekkei Genkai? Yunhai pondered for a moment, then shook his head. A Kekkei Genkai was a unique and complete power. The abilities developed from the Tsume and Mingwang acupoints were clearly below that level. They were more akin to self-created ninjutsu. Hey, are you okay? Your perception jutsu disappeared. Just as he was exploring the mysteries of the acupoints, Peihu ran over, reaching out to check his pulse. Perception jutsu disappeared. Yunhai was stunned, then a look of joy flashed across his face. He quickly felt his body and found that while his chakra had not diminished at all, the jutsu was still active, operating in a flowing manner, purely through spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was an advanced form of perception energy, like the difference between raw wood and a carved statue. It could elevate the perception range into a domain. Within this domain, the perception jutsu no longer relied on chakra to operate, but instead was sustained purely by spiritual energy coverage. This allowed for less energy loss and made it possible to replenish through meditative trance. The key difference was that a perception range powered by chakra was easily detected by others, whereas a spiritual domain was intangible, offering extreme insight and greatly reducing the chance of being sensed. Peihu, unable to detect his observation, assumed he had been seriously injured and rushed over to check. My perception jutsu has advanced. Yunhai spoke softly. Even Peihu, a jonin with the Byakugan, had not sensed his domain's probing, which meant his perception jutsu had undergone a qualitative leap in stealth. Perhaps it was connected to the enhanced insight from the Mingwang acupoint. So fast. Peihu's face showed surprise, then he sincerely congratulated him. Finally done, kid. You really have some grit. Yunhai chuckled at the words. Suppressing the aches and discomfort throughout his body, he struggled to his feet and said earnestly, if not for your guidance I would have had to wait years for this advancement. Thank you so much. Teaching you is my duty. Peihu nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Go home and rest for a few days. Don't leave too many lingering injuries or you'll suffer greatly later. With that he brushed the dust off his clothes and said, damn, this was more exhausting than a mission. I need to rest too. If anything comes up, find me anytime. I'm off. Will do. Yunhai nodded firmly. After Peihu turned and left, he made his way home step by step. Perhaps it was due to his high spirits, but he noticed his body didn't ache as much as before, though he felt extremely tired, as if his legs were filled with lead. When he arrived home, his grandfather was nowhere to be seen. He ate some dried meat and then lay down, sinking into a deep sleep. This was the first time in a year he had truly slept. Previously he had merely rested in a deep meditative state, leaving his mind somewhat hazy. Still, he had finally succeeded and the effort had been worthwhile. Now it was time to go out and train. After an unknown amount of time, Yunhai slowly awoke, his eyes vacant and dull. He had dreamed of the illusion cast by Yuhi Kurenai, strolling through a verdant forest with the cheerful chatter of his loved ones behind him. He couldn't make out what they were saying, only that they were his past life family. Just as he turned to introduce his grandfather, Kurenai suddenly appeared before him, startling him awake. An obsession. Yunhai stared at the roof beams, his thoughts drifting for a long time. Finally he got up, boiled water, and began his medicinal bath. The moonlight was abundant tonight. In the yard he gnawed on dried meat and drank milk, gazing up at the night sky. Though he couldn't see clearly, his fatigue dissipated and even the aches and discomfort faded away. When he removed his weights, his body felt light as a feather and his mind became utterly tranquil. His frame was gaunt, skin stretched tight over bones, he had changed drastically. After 2 days of proper rest he would apply to the clan leader for the Ambu. Yunhai calculated in his mind, pinching the taut skin on his arm. A year of relentless training had transformed his appearance beyond recognition. Not only had his skin darkened, but his complexion was sallow, his lips cracked and peeling, and his hair grew long enough to cover his eyes. He looked nothing like his former self. This was the price of pushing past limits, sacrificing health for power. In later years hidden injuries would surface and his reflexes and agility would deteriorate. But he had no choice, time was too tight to proceed step by step. I suppose the clan leader won't teach me more advanced jutsu for now. He muttered to himself, staring at the moonlight in the courtyard for a long time before remembering the pot of hot water boiling in the kitchen. He rose and returned inside for his daily medicinal bath. Fortunately the herbs didn't cost him anything. After the bath he took another nap. When dawn broke he began making breakfast, but his grandfather was still nowhere to be seen. Yunhai! Yunhai! Before he could fill his stomach, Naruto's shouts came from outside the gate. Stepping out he saw Naruto waving his arms over the fence with a disdainful Niji beside him. Both carried satchels. When they saw Yunhai, Naruto promptly said, I heard you finished training. Let's go eat barbecue tonight, Niji's treat. Make sure to bring Hinata. Yunhai nodded and glanced at the new satchel at Naruto's waist. By the way, aren't you starting school next year? Why are you carrying a school bag already? He. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. After I learned the gentle fist, the third Hokage let me start school early. He said I'm really talented and will definitely become Hokage. Niji, unable to resist, retorted, idiot, it's because you burned down the kitchen learning to cook, so the Hokage had to put you in the ninja academy. It has nothing to do with your taijutsu. Yunhai was speechless and laughed softly. Burning the kitchen was indeed something Naruto would do. Hey, no one's going to think you're mute if you keep your mouth shut. Naruto's face flushed as he shouted at Niji. Niji curled his lips dismissively and said to Yunhai, school's out at 5:30, well, head straight to the shop. Sister Hwajo has been asking about you for ages. Don't forget. With that he jumped straight off the wall. Naruto quickly followed. Niji. Let's duel. He'll show you the power of the gentle fist. Those two were still at odds, just as they had always been. Yunhai clicked his tongue and found a lounge chair to bask in the sun. His muscles were still tense and needed relaxation to recover. Of course he barely had any muscles now. Just as the sun grew warm his grandfather hobbled back slowly with a cane, a smoking pipe dangling from his mouth, his face ruddy and beaming with delight. Oh, isn't this my genius grandson? I heard you gave Peihu quite a hard time. As soon as he entered, Feishan's teasing voice reached Yunhei's ears. Yunhai rubbed his eyes and said lazily he didn't complain at all. In fact, he seemed a bit convinced. By the way, where did you go last night? You didn't drink, did you? He knew that his grandfather's physical condition worsened daily, especially late at night when the hidden injuries from his youth would flare up with pain and soreness, making sleep impossible. I had an old student of mine do some acupuncture and we had a few drinks together. Feitian explained softly, his gaze dimming as he looked at his grandson's gaunt face. Noticing this, Yunhai rose and pushed a wheelchair over, asking gently, "Did the acupuncture help?" "It did." Feitian patted his chest and explained, "It's just some blood stasis that's been there too long and turned into toxins. As long as they're slowly expelled, it'll be fine. No need for medical ninjutsu." "No medical ninjutsu, yet there are toxins." Yunhai was no fool, he could tell that his grandfather was lying to him. It must be due to some hidden condition that made medical ninjutsu impossible. Could it be his internal organs? He would have to start learning medical ninjutsu someday and seek advice from Sister Milk Cow. "Today let's have dumplings. Beef stuffing." Yunhai didn't expose his grandfather's lie. Instead, he proposed with a bright smile. Feitian nodded. "I'll mince the filling, you roll the wrappers and fill them. In the afternoon I'll give you a gift, your mother's keepsake." "Really? How exciting!" Yunhai murmured. After sending his grandfather back to his room, he went out to buy ingredients for a sumptuous lunch. Time slipped away in joyful busyness. He made 3 large plates of dumplings, ate with his grandfather, then delivered some to Paiha's family as well as to the lady and Hinata. It was then that Yunhai learned the lady was 5 months pregnant. She said it was a girl and Hinata would soon have a younger sister. Yet for some reason the lady seemed melancholy and listless. Whenever she mentioned Hinata, a faint sadness crept into her voice. He knew a little about this. It had much to do with the clan leader's severity. After years of training, Hinata still hadn't mastered the 8 trigrams 32 poems. Her combat awareness was too weak. If he recalled correctly, 4 months ago Niji had confronted the clan leader but failed to change anything. Instead, it strained their already fragile relationship further. Honestly, Yunhai couldn't understand why the clan leader was always kind to everyone but so harsh with Hinata. Was it just because she was the eldest daughter? In the end, the lady unintentionally revealed a secret: she had lost her eyesight when Hinata was taken away. In other words, she was blinded by the Cloud Ninja while saving Hinata. If his memory served, when the clan leader pursued the Cloud Ninja, he had struck to kill, driven by sheer rage. That was how Niji's father had been sacrificed. No wonder Hinata was so timid. She had been affected since childhood. But it wasn't her fault. Why did the clan leader take it out on her? The Cloud Ninja. They had also caused his grandfather's injuries. It seemed he had to fulfill his duty as a guardian. After bidding farewell to the lady, Yunhai didn't go home. Instead, he met with the clan leader and requested to lead Hinata on a mission. The clan leader immediately refused. But Yunhai laid out his reasoning, tempering her spirit through combat. He spotted a lot of grand principles and promised that within a year Hinata would master the 32 poems. Only then did Hayashi reluctantly agree. As he always said, Hinata's problem wasn't talent, it was temperament. Only when courage overpowered timidity could her talent blossom. At any rate, the lady was delighted when she heard. She said his words were more effective than Niji's, and even her spirits lifted. Taking the chance, he carefully asked about her health. The answer was only 4 words: "Time is running out." The lady didn't say whether she was ill or injured, and Yunhai didn't press further. Her very aura spoke volumes. Asking would only cause more distress. But she was only 31, a time when flowers should bloom. Why was she withering so soon? "Little Yunhai, this headband belonged to your mother. It's time I gave it to you." That evening his grandfather pulled a headband from his pocket. It was covered in scratches but polished to a shine. This was the first time Yunhai had touched something of his mother's. As his fingertips traced the scratches, a thought finally took root in his heart, adding a splash of color to the blank space that was his mother. "Old man, sooner or later I'll reach the level of a jonin. Then I'll be able to avenge you," Yunhai said earnestly, a happy smile spreading across his face as he carefully tied the headband around his head, parting his bangs to reveal his closed eyes. Then, wearing the headband, he pushed his grandfather out of the house, called for Hinata, and together they headed to the barbecue restaurant. Well, look who's here, you little brat. I barely recognize you." As soon as they entered, Hwajia's gritted voice filled the air, making Niji and Naruto, who had been waiting, burst into laughter. "Sorry, Sister Hwajio, I've been too busy." Yunhai said apologetically, then quickly introduced her to his grandfather. Old man, this is my business partner Huajio, who's been taking care of me. I mentioned her before. Huajio A. Fei Tian looked her over and asked curiously, if I recall correctly you were from the medical division. I think I saw you during the Third Great Ninja War. Huajio was startled, then nodded. I was in the first class. My teacher was Lady Tsunade. May I ask who you are, sir? That's right. Feishan's eyes lit up with joy. I was severely wounded back then. You were trembling, crying as you wrapped my bandages. And you promised to treat me to barbecue. Remember. He paused as if recalling something, then added, at that time I remember there was a little girl with you, bold and brash. I don't recall her name, only that you called her Uzumaki. Huajio, right? Wait, Uzumaki. Yunhai was taken aback and couldn't help asking, wait, didn't you say you were an orphan? You don't have a surname. Ah, does Sister Huajio also have the surname Uzumaki? Naruto's eyes widened. Huajio fell into silence, then said softly after a moment, it was precisely because my adoptive mother bore the surname Uzumaki that she was killed. The clansman of Sister Nixin saved me. She looked at Yunhai and explained, I merely carry the surname Uzumaki, but I have no bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. I was an orphan adopted by my mother, and later Konoha took me in. Well. That life story is far too tragic. Yunhai wisely shut his mouth. Upon reflection it made sense. If Huajio were truly of the Uzumaki clan, she would have met Naruto long ago. He pondered carefully and discerned the difference. When he first met Huajio, she said she had been saved by the fourth Hokage. Just now she mentioned being saved by the clansmen of Uzumaki Kushina. This indicated that while she might not be closely acquainted with either of them, she owed them 2 debts of life. Adding her special care for Naruto, the answer was obvious, she was repaying a favor. But why didn't she do it before? Why only dare to offer help after Naruto came to her? Could it be because of the Jinchuriki? Senior, I never expected you truly survived. At that moment Huajio suddenly spoke, apparently recalling Fei Tian, and her expression was rather shocked. Fei Tian laughed heartily upon hearing this and said, like you, I have a tough life, saved by the fourth Hokage. So that's how it is. Huajio's mood clearly brightened. She took the initiative to push Fei Tian to a seat and asked curiously, Senior, how did you survive? I don't recall seeing you in the shelter. Mentioning the past, Fei Tian also grew a bit sorrowful. He recounted softly, the Cloud Ninja attacked so suddenly and you kids had no combat experience. We had to use explosive tags to block them and deliberately break through in the opposite direction to buy you time to retreat. Unfortunately, I was too severely wounded and lost the ability to move, so I was buried directly in the dirt. Yet by a stroke of luck I survived. When I woke up I had already returned to Konoha. Later I learned that the fourth Hokage alone had slain them all. Thinking about it now, I didn't even catch a glimpse of him and I survived without knowing how. Huajio was moved by his words, and looking at his mutilated legs and left arm she felt a pang of sorrow. I also survived by sheer luck, but many comrades fell in battle. After returning to Konoha I opened this barbecue restaurant and occasionally take on crank missions. I'm no longer in the medical corps. Fei Tian fell silent as well. Huajio's words reminded him of someone, Senju Tsunade. The medical corps back then had been established by her. Now she was rarely seen in Konoha. Nearby the 4 youngsters listened to their conversation. Though touched, they didn't fully grasp its weight. At this moment they had never experienced war, their hearts as pure as clear water untainted by blood. Huajio, another bottle of sake and a plate of lamb leg. A customer's voice rang out. Yunhai stopped Huajio as she stood up, put on his work uniform and began bustling about while also preparing the day's meal. Meanwhile Niji and the others listened quietly, neither noisy nor restless, appearing quite well behaved. Old man, I suddenly remembered a dish. Let me have you taste it. After several rounds of drinks the aroma of meat wafted through the air. Just as they were about to dig in, Yunhai suddenly placed a large pot on the table, chin lifted, beaming with joy. Fei Tian's mouth twitched. As his relative he had naturally tasted Yunhai's culinary creations. Apart from dumplings the other dishes were somewhat peculiar, not that they tasted bad, but eating them caused poisoning symptoms. Sure enough, he peered into the pot. A thick layer of meat slices tumbled continuously, with pork bones visible at the bottom, along with many strange new ingredients. Those new ingredients were meant to enhance flavor and remove gamey odors, but sometimes they were no less than poison. How peculiar, you actually know how to cook. Huajio grew interested. She picked up chopsticks, scooped half a bowl of meat slices, and her eyes lit up as soon as she took a bite. Multiple unique flavors assaulted her taste buds. Besides the rich taste of meat and vegetables, there was no gamey smell at all, nor was it overly heavy. Not bad, not bad. I never expected you had this skill. What's the name of this dish? Yunhai heard her words and smiled even brighter. This is called hot pot. The core of its deliciousness lies in the broth base. As long as the flavors are well matched, you can boil any ingredient in it. The pot I made uses bone broth, which I specially bought from the ramen shop next door. I see. Huajiao seemed thoughtful, finding the dish quite novel, perhaps suitable as a new menu item for the restaurant. Yunhai pulled over a stool. Knowing his grandfather's concerns, he took the lead by filling a bowl and began eating while explaining, I know you're afraid of poisoning, so I drank a big bowl while boiling the broth. I guarantee this time there won't be any of the previous problems. Hearing this, Fei Tian and the three youngsters waited skeptically for a while. Only after seeing that neither he nor Huajiao showed any abnormalities did they dare to pick up their chopsticks. Speaking of which, did I miss something? Huajiao noticed the shift in their expressions and asked nervously. It should be fine. Fei Tian tasted a slice of meat, tender and full of broth, and casually replied to Huajiao. I must say, Yunhai, your cooking is truly delicious. If it weren't for the rather severe aftereffects, I would indeed be longing for it. Strangely enough, Niji gave a positive review with an expression of great satisfaction, as if he had found immense pleasure in the food. It was precisely because of his words that Naruto and Hinata dared to start eating. Naruto directly filled a large bowl, his stomach had long been growling. As for Hinata, she was more reserved. She took a small portion first, then another after eating, never stopping her chopsticks or mouth while maintaining basic etiquette, yet she ended up eating even more than Naruto. Come Huajiao, you've grown up in the blink of an eye. Let me toast you, thank you for taking care of this old man back then. Fei Tian then engaged Huajiao in a drinking contest, downing glass after glass, which made Yunhai purse his lips in disapproval. These few small cups kept coming without pause. However, he could tell that his grandfather was genuinely happy, so he didn't stop them and instead talked with Niji and Naruto about teaching Hinata. Carry out a mission. Isn't that too risky? Niji frowned upon hearing his account. Yunhai shook his head and said in a low voice, don't be so rigid. The mission isn't important, the commitment is. As long as Hinata learns the 8 trigrams 32 palms within a year, the clan head naturally won't say much. Besides, do you really think the clan head would be at ease letting me take Hinata out? Not to mention, he disagrees, the elders would never agree either. So the crux of this matter is practicing the technique. Let's find a secret base to teach Hinata privately. I refuse to believe she can't learn it. Upon hearing this, Niji understood his intention and pondered for a moment before saying, why not ask Naruto to request a patrol mission from Lord Third Hokage? That way you can leave Hinata at the academy. She'll gain knowledge, her safety will be assured, and I can still teach her. Yunhai was taken aback by this and couldn't help slapping the table, saying, you may seem like a quiet one, but your mind works even better than mine. Alright, let's do it this way. Naruto is half a year older than Hinata anyway, it's time he started fulfilling his duty as her older brother. Naruto's eyes lit up immediately and he eagerly thumped his chest in assurance, don't worry, leave it to me. I'll get it done. Fei Tian, overhearing their conversation, shook his head and said, don't think you can take shortcuts. This is a promise made by Yunhai and he must see it through. It is indeed dangerous to take the eldest princess on missions, but it's not as extreme as you imagine. He then turned to Yunhai and reminded him, joining the ANBU requires passing an exam and you need to be at least a chunin to be eligible. After you report, the Hokage will likely assign you a supervising jonin. At first you won't go on missions, instead you'll undergo training and learn the mission procedures. It will be a period of tempering. Yunhai nodded thoughtfully. He had never been involved with the ANBU before, but the reason he dared to make that promise to the clan head was partly because he knew Hinata well and partly because he was certain the clan head would secretly assign protectors. Now, hearing his grandfather's words, he realized another possibility: the clan head might have intended to entrust Hinata to Lord Third Hokage for guidance. I understand. Yunhai nodded and said to Hinata, pack your things tomorrow. We'll rent a house near the Hokage's office. From now on we'll live together and you'll receive training from a jonin. Clever. Fei Tian chuckled. According to ANBU regulations, one cannot bring outsiders on missions. But if family members live nearby, interactions are inevitable, and then the jonin overseeing Yunhai will have some leverage to legitimize the arrangement. Yunhai didn't have the authority to lead a team, but a jonin did. They could request special considerations from the Hokage's office. Sometimes I really don't understand what you're saying. Naruto looked a little disappointed. His expression showed how much he genuinely wanted to help Hinata. Seeing this, Yunhai thought for a moment and said, your place is also near the Hokage's office. If you really want to help, you could inquire about suitable housing. Lord Hokage would certainly know. Upon hearing this, Naruto's eyes lit up like a chick pecking at rice. He nodded vigorously and thumped his chest again. Don't worry, you'll get the job done. Wait. Neji suddenly interrupted, hesitatingly asking, by the way, are you all feeling hot? Why is steam rising from your heads? Ha! They looked at each other and realized that everyone was drenched in sweat, their faces flushed as if they were drunk, yet they hadn't noticed it themselves. Clearly they had been poisoned again, an insidious toxin that worked unnoticed. I knew I shouldn't have eaten your cooking, Neji said weakly. Now regret was too late. Don't worry, let me check first. Hwajo's expression turned serious. She grabbed a bucket of cooking oil from the kitchen, drank it in large gulps, then pressed heavily on 2 vital acupoints in her abdomen. This immediately expelled all the meat she had eaten, mixed with an unnatural crimson that was not blood. It's flame grass, dried ground and used for soaking or applying externally to remove toxins. But if ingested, it causes profuse sweating and excess heat. It's not harmful to the body, and once the medicinal effect wears off, you'll be fine. Hwajo identified the problem at a glance, breathing a sigh of relief. Yunhei's eyes lit up when he heard this. Flame grass was a beneficial herb, one of the components in his medicinal baths. Knowing it was non-toxic, he had tried cooking with it. But he hadn't expected it to be for external use only, not for ingestion. Good to know. Neji sighed in relief, and Hinata also felt a lingering fear. Only Naruto seemed uncomfortable, his whole body burning with restlessness. Sister Hwajo, I don't seem to be sweating much, but it's so hot I can barely breathe. His words made Yunhei's breath catch as he suddenly remembered Naruto's identity, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Could the potency of the flame grass affect the seal? You just ate too much. Same with Hinata. If you feel uncomfortable, drink plenty of water, don't try to tough it out. Hwajo glanced at them both, then turned to Yunhai seriously. Don't cook in the shop anymore, it'll affect business. At that moment she finally understood why the others had looked so hesitant earlier. Using flame grass as a seasoning, no one in the whole of Konoha would think of that. It was a medicinal herb after all. He'll get some water. Knowing he was at fault, Yunhai quickly went to the front room, poured warm water and courteously filled their cups. Then wisely he moved the hot pot to his own spot. Strange, why didn't he feel anything? He touched his face, his temperature was normal, no heat. He figured he might not have eaten much, so he served himself another half bowl. The flavor was decent, tender savory meat slices. One more bowl, please. For some reason the flame grass seemed to have no effect on him. By the time the others had returned to normal, he had finished the remaining half pot of hot pot. Still not feeling full, he began roasting a lamb leg. Seems like you've got a weak constitution, Hwajo remarked, giving him a meaningful smile as she watched him eat like a starving ghost, his appetite more than double before. A bit, Yunhai admitted. He had added flame grass to the hot pot hoping to nourish himself with food therapy, but Hinata and the others couldn't handle it, so everything ended up in his stomach. Come on, drink more water and more wine. Once your stomach settles, well, continue with the barbecue. Phaetian smiled, clearly pleased. Likewise the 3 kids felt relieved. At least this time, unlike before, they hadn't ended up bedridden for several days, they could still stay conscious. Good thing you didn't put any weird mushrooms in there, Neji said, eating a piece of grilled meat with satisfaction, still taking the chance to belittle Yunhai. Yunhai was silent for a moment, then stubbornly said, actually many mushrooms are edible, but you need to taste and identify them, selecting those with less toxicity and removing it through cooking. This wasn't the first time Neji had heard this explanation, so he asked, from what you're saying, have you eaten them before? Why not just learn directly from that person instead of trying over and over? Because. Yunhai pressed his lips together, then gave a grin. I ate them in my dreams. Neji was speechless and scooted closer to Naruto, clearly disgusted with him. Actually mushrooms are delicious. Hinata said, naively worried that Yunhai might be upset. Upon hearing this, Yunhai reached out and ruffled her hair, saying, I think roasted meat tastes better. With those words he placed the roasted leg of lamb directly into Hinata's bowl, prompting a loud protest from Naruto. Hey Yunhai, you're way too biased. At least leave a bite for me. Yunhai picked up his chopsticks and gave Naruto a small piece. Here, a bite, as you said. Naruto fell silent at the sight of the meat in his bowl. It wasn't until Hwajo placed a roasted chicken wing into his bowl that his smile returned. See, Sister Hwajo is the best. Beside them, Neji's eyes were filled with resentment, his bowl empty. He suddenly felt that his presence there was superfluous and silently began to roast a fish fillet himself. The next day Yunhai packed a few clothes, said goodbye to his grandfather and went to see the clan leader. During dinner the previous night, considering that the umbu would be unoccupied, he had entrusted the barbecue restaurant to his grandfather, asking Hwajio to assist while his grandfather handled the accounts and the contracts for fresh ingredients. The Hyuga clan had their own fresh produce shops. Last year he and Hwajio had discussed signing a long-term purchase contract. He had been busy with training then, so Hinata and Niji handled the negotiations and the contract was finalized. Thus Hwajio's shop bore the Hyuga mark. It was only logical for his grandfather to help out there, and it would also attract some clan members to taste the food, boosting the shop's customer traffic. At the clan leader's residence, Hayashi looked at the bundle on Yunhei's back and said after a moment's thought, living near the Hokage building is not impossible. There's a warehouse there that belongs to the clan. You can live in the vacant rooms inside. He'll send some people to stay there and secretly protect you. As expected, Hayashi had never intended to completely let him go and had already made arrangements. Yunhai agreed without hesitation. Understood. Should I report directly to the Hokage or wait at home for instructions? Hayashi frowned at his gaunt face and asked, you don't look well. Don't you want to rest a bit longer? Yunhai shook his head. The Hokage probably won't assign me any dangerous missions. Simple tasks won't hinder my recovery. Besides, staying at home is rather boring. I'd rather get a sense of the situation first. In truth, he wanted to get Hinata out as soon as possible, lest the clan leader force her to practice the 8 trigrams palms again. Very well, he'll write a letter of introduction. Give it to the Hokage and you'll receive your assignment. Hayashi asked no more questions, turned into the study and emerged with an envelope which he handed to Yunhai. Then clan leader, he'll take Hinata and depart. Rest assured, within a year I guarantee she will learn the 8 trigrams 32 poems. With that he hurried away and went straight to the backyard to find Hinata. Hayashi watched his receding figure, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. As the Hyuga clan leader, he cared little about the 8 trigrams palms. Even if Hinata didn't master them in a year, she would still be his daughter. But sometimes he couldn't force his own views on her. The lady of the house had never spoken openly, yet he as her husband could not be oblivious to her worries, anxiety for Hinata and concern for him personally. He had to admit that he had become fixated, allowing the anger he suppressed to affect the way he taught Hinata. Hinata, timidity cannot make a ninja, still less a clan leader. I hope he can truly help you. If not, then embracing ordinariness might be a better choice for you. Hayashi murmured to himself, lost in uncertainty. If only that night had gone peacefully. Hinata, pack your things. He'll take you out for dumplings. His voice arrived before he did. Hinata, who had been waiting, stood with a satchel over her shoulder and a water bottle around her neck. Beside her was the lady of the house, smiling warmly. As for the luggage, 3 large cabinets stood behind them, requiring a cart to move. Clearly Hinata had told her mother about the previous night's conversation and had prepared early in the morning. Hayashi, the stern father, hadn't even caught wind of it. Ah, so much. Yunhai sensed the contents of the boxes, clothes and toys, but also pastries and dried meat, as if they were going on a long journey. Indeed, a princess outing was a different affair, he mused. In the end they left the clan by carriage. The lady accompanied them, escorted by a 3-man squad led by a branch elder, all the way to the warehouse the clan leader had mentioned, just 1 street away from the Hokage building. Naruto would probably be disappointed again, Yunhai thought. Getting his help was fraught with difficulties. He silently mourned for Naruto as he looked at the row of warehouses before him. With the branch elder on hand, the move was effortless. Everything was arranged in no time, and after the lady had given Hinata her final instructions, they slowly departed. The entire process from start to finish took less than an hour. Yunhai entered the courtyard. His room stood adjacent to Hinata's. Though not as large as the ones in the clan compound, it was fully furnished. He first surveyed the surroundings. The adjoining warehouses housed Hyuga clan members, nearly 20 in number. Though they wore no ninja headbands, chakra fluctuations emanated from them. These were likely the shadow guards sent by the clan leader to protect Hinata. Yunhaken, do we train today? It was her first time away from home, and Hinata was naturally sad, tears welling in her eyes. She clung to Yunhai without leaving his side, clearly frightened. Yunhai reached out and ruffled her hair in comfort. For Hinata to overcome her timidity, living independently was the best method. The unfamiliar surroundings and her family's absence would make her insecure, but over time she would grow stronger. As promised, let's eat dumplings first. We'll talk about other things after we've filled our stomachs. He smiled, then suddenly extended his right hand to her. How about I hold your hand? Upon hearing this, Hinata's eyes widened. She instinctively stepped back and lowered her head, too shy to respond. But Yunhai could sense no resistance in her. She simply couldn't bring herself to accept. So he didn't withdraw his hand. Instead he waited quietly, letting Hinata learn to accept on her own. Only by accepting willingly could she cultivate independent thinking, the most crucial first step. After about 3 or 4 minutes, though it seemed to Hinata that time had stood still, she hesitated, took a tentative step forward and slowly grasped Yunhei's right hand. Her hand trembled uncontrollably and the hem of her clothes was twisted into a rope by her other hand. Yet this time she didn't retreat, nor did she faint from fear. "It seems you really have become braver." Yunhei's smile widened. He held her small hand tightly and quickly walked out of the courtyard. "Let's go. Today's goal is to taste every kind of dumpling there is. We won't go home until our wallets are empty." Hinata hurried to keep up. Hearing this, her cheeks flushed red but her eyes sparkled. For you see, she could eat a lot. There are no fish balls in the octopus balls and no chicken in the large chicken steak. I'm really at my wit's end. In the bustling snack street, Yunhai held a chicken steak in his left hand and a fishball in his right, but his face was full of gloom. The reason was that the food in the snack street was far inferior to what he had expected. Not only was the flavor bland, but even the ingredients were fake. "Yunhai, and this one tastes better." Beside him, Hinata held a skewer of marinated meat dusted with chili powder, gasping occasionally from the spiciness while offering another skewer to Yunhai. "Let me try." Yunhai took a bite, and aside from the spiciness there was only a hint of sweetness. Fortunately the meat flavor was quite aromatic, barely making it acceptable. The food here was somewhat disappointing. He muttered to himself, pulling Hinata along to continue wandering, buying a few things that caught his eye. Most were more unpleasant than tasty, yet they still filled their stomachs. After searching for a while, the fish balls are still the best, at least they have a variety of meat fillings. In the end they brought back a bucket of fish balls, and when they craved a snack they each had a skewer, analyzing the cooking methods together. After this trip Hinata seemed to relax a lot, no longer tensing up all the time, and occasionally she would actively ask him questions in confusion. However, it was only just noon and there was still plenty of time. So at his suggestion the two went directly to the ninja school. Not only did they bring a lot of snacks for Neji and Naruto, but they also planned to experience the learning atmosphere, peeking into the classroom with their heads stretched, which startled Hinata's small face to turn pale. But Hinata did not consider that he was blind. As long as he activated his perception of ninjutsu he could see inside without needing to peek. A blind person spying, how ridiculous. "Those two kids, why are you running around instead of attending class? Which class are you from?" Soon their actions attracted the attention of a teacher and a reprimanding voice reached their ears. "Run. It won't be good if we get caught." Yunhai grabbed Hinata and darted down the corridor like a rabbit. The teacher didn't expect this and was left stunned in place. By the time he regained his senses there was no trace of them. "Phew, it's a good thing we ran fast, or it would have been terrible if we got caught." Yunhai chuckled, noticing Hinata was so anxious that she didn't dare to breathe, and a trace of guilt arose in his heart. Is it really okay to deceive a little girl like this? He questioned himself, but his actions didn't stop as he led Hinata to carefully observe the surroundings, even employing ninja stealth techniques, sneaking around with furtive glances. At this moment Hinata also realized, and after hesitating for a while she couldn't help but ask softly, Yunhei, why are we running if we're not students?" Her complete words made Yunhei's efforts not go in vain. He turned around and tapped Hinata's forehead exaggeratingly, saying, "Silly, we just came out. If we get caught they'll definitely tell our parents. It will be hard for you to come out and play again then." "Ah." Upon hearing this Hinata's small face immediately became serious as she pleaded, Yunhei and I. We could go to the rooftop. After they finish class we can pretend to be students and leave together." As soon as this little idea came out Yunhei's expression turned strange. He hadn't expected Hinata to come up with a solution so quickly. "Alright, I'll follow your lead, let's go to the rooftop." Yunhai grinned, bending down to say, "Stay close to me and don't let them find out." Hinata quickly nodded, following Yunhei's example, bending down as they walked out of the corridor. As the sounds of the teacher's lecture came from the classroom her anxious little face turned red, not daring to breathe. Every time they passed the corridor and heard noise she would tightly grip Yunhei's clothing, afraid of falling behind if she wasn't careful. Perhaps for her, holding onto his clothes really eased her nerves. In any case Yunhei's smile never faded. After going through a series of challenges Hinata finally reached the rooftop as if she were the Tang Sang guarded by the great sage, having gone through countless dangers. When the iron door closed and the cool breeze rushed to her face, she observed her surroundings for a long time, only daring to wipe the sweat from her forehead after confirming the danger had passed. That was close, that was close. She couldn't help but murmur, a smile of relief appearing on her face as if she was celebrating the success of this moment. Yes, it was really dangerous. Yunhai replied with a smile, looking up at the blue sky, suddenly asking, Hinata, is there anything you want to obtain? Including people. Hinata was taken aback by this suddenly falling silent. After a long while she said, I want my mother to get better. She had delayed her answer for a long time, but Yunhai had been waiting. Then he said, then it's the same for me. I also want my grandpa to get better and stay by my side forever. However, I also know that people have to face the sorrows of life and death, and the only thing that cannot be cured is longing. Sooner or later we will both experience the pain of separation. Longing cannot be cured. Hinata murmured, seemingly struggling to understand the meaning behind it. Seeing this, Yunhai didn't explain but continued, everyone is a child with their own parents and loved ones. I am not afraid of death, rather I fear forgetting them. If there ever is a day of separation, I just hope to be able to stay by my grandpa's side, and that would be enough. After saying this, he asked again, Hinata, is there anything you don't want to do? Or anyone you don't like? His question made Hinata feel a bit awkward. But this time she didn't ponder or hesitate, stammering, I don't want to become a candidate. After saying this, she seemed to lose all her strength, lowering her chin and not daring to look up. So that's it. Yunhai thought of many responses but didn't expect it to be about the candidate. So the pressure in her heart was caused by the candidate's role rather than the responsibilities of being a princess. It's simple, just give it to Niji. Although he may not necessarily want it, as an older brother he naturally should solve his sister's troubles. Otherwise, what use is he? Do you know what I don't want? Hinata blinked curiously, asking, is it separation? It's my eyes. Yunhai pointed to his closed eyes and said softly, I can only transplant the eyes of my relatives, otherwise I will have rejection symptoms. Even if the transplant is successful, there will still be a heavy burden. My only relatives are my grandpa. If I want to see the light, it means my grandpa will lose his sight. So I have to work hard to practice my perception ninjutsu to compensate for the deficiencies caused by my eyes. Hinata, you must remember, whether it's something you want or don't want, it requires action to achieve it. Even if the results may not be satisfactory, at least we will have tried, rather than choosing to do nothing or being afraid to act only to regret for a lifetime when things happen. So following your heart is very important. Yunhai-kun. Hinata stared blankly at Yunhai, never having thought that those closed eyes could be so bright. I'm so envious. I really want to live here. After school, the four youngsters gathered once again. Naruto dashed across the fallen leaves, shouting at the top of his lungs. Beside him, Niji's expression softened, revealing a trace of longing. They all seemed uniquely fond of this new courtyard. If you want to stay, just come. The three of us can squeeze together, don't stand on ceremony with me. Yunhai replied calmly, stirring the syrup with his hands. Hinata watched and learned intently, stars twinkling in her eyes. He's a Jinchuriki, the Hokage won't agree. Niji didn't reject the idea but instead brought up Naruto. That's not right. Yunhai chuckled slyly and hatched a mischievous scheme. As long as he's within the village, it doesn't matter where Naruto lives. What truly matters is safety and protection. I don't understand. Niji shook his head slightly. His limited experience couldn't grasp the meaning, yet he sensed Yunhai was revealing certain information. He stared at Hinata for a while, clearly reluctant to leave her, but still spoke, I'm off. Come find me when you're on break and well trained together. I need to teach Hinata the 8 trigrams poems. Yunhai nodded gently upon hearing this. He quickly made 2 sticks of pulled sugar, handed them to Niji and Naruto, then accompanied Hinata to see them out of the courtyard gate. How was it? Was today fun? Back inside the house, Yunhai sealed the syrup and asked Hinata. Hinata hesitated, first nodding slightly, then adding this. This isn't quite proper. Not proper. Yunhai couldn't pinpoint exactly what she meant. After a moment's thought he asked, was going to school not fun? No. Hinata quickly shook her head. No, this is Yunhai-kun's house. Mother said girls shouldn't stay overnight. But I never said I wanted you to stay overnight. Yunhai hadn't noticed how dark it had gotten, but he knew the clan valued propriety. After thinking it over, he said, how about we go to your place to chat? That should be fine, right? Hinata's expression froze. A visible blush crept across her cheeks. She lowered her chin, stepped back 2 paces in slight panic, her lips quivering as if to speak, yet she couldn't utter a word. Yunhai noticed her change. Though he couldn't understand why a 5-year-old girl would have such a strong sense of safety, he knew it was a good sign. If that was the case, his next plan would be impossible to carry out. He pondered for a moment, then asked softly, "Are you afraid to sleep alone at night?" Anyone when living alone for the first time would feel uneasy or fearful in an unfamiliar environment. He was no exception. Moreover, Hinata's nature was already timid, which made him worry whether she could endure it and whether it would affect her psyche. According to his original plan, he intended to tire Hinata out until she reached a state of deep sleep, letting her slumber straight through till dawn. Now, however, it was a bit difficult to implement. Hearing his question, Hinata shook her head and explained, "Mother sewed me a sachet. She told me to smell it before sleeping and then I wouldn't be afraid." Well then. Yunhai showed an expression of understanding. So it wasn't just he who had thought of this, the lady had already prepared well in advance. How thoughtful of her. He smiled and reached out to ruffle Hinata's hair. "Compared to when we first met, you're very brave now. Even without my guidance, it's only a matter of time before you master the 32 poems." With that, he didn't linger. "Alright, go back, wash up and get some sleep. There's hot water in the kitchen. Starting tonight you have to learn to take care of yourself." I know." Hinata gave a shy smile, then suddenly said, "Yunhai, mother said I should say thank you." The abrupt words stunned Yunhai for a moment. Then he broke into a cheerful grin. "Actually, it's me who should thank you. You know, you're my very first friend." Hinata returned to her room, her face beaming with immense joy. In that instant she seemed to have grown up, showing none of the fear or anxiety one might expect. Yunhai lay in bed. 2 years had flashed by in the blink of an eye. The journey had been full of twists and turns, but fortunately the outcomes were all good. Family, friendship, strength, all had been achieved within the expected range. His next step was to join the Anbu, contend with the Uchiha, and make up for the genius deficit among the clan's younger generation. Uchiha Shirsue, Uchiha Itachi. He was truly curious about what kind of people they were. With that thought, he slowly drifted into slumber. Instead of entering deep meditation as usual, he allowed himself a proper rest. He wondered if he would dream of his past life family again. Early morning. Autumn brought frequent rains and the air was damp. Not long after dawn, the lady hurried over to visit. After a long round of solicitous inquiries, she finally left. Starting today, we'll begin training. After a simple breakfast, Yunhai stood in the courtyard and said to Hinata with a smile. He had long had a plan for Hinata's training. Instead of rigid fixed patterns, he believed that self-guided practice suited her better. Dressed in her training gear, Hinata asked nervously, "Yunhai, do I have to strike the post?" Upon hearing this, Yunhai gently shook his head and pointed to the open space in the yard. The core of striking the post is offense, while the essence of the gentle fist lies in meridians and acupoints. The two complement each other to form a complete jutsu. Why force a distinction? Hinata, the training method in teaching is unique. It cares not for results, nor time, nor experience. There's only one requirement: distance restriction. Distance restriction. Hinata looked bewildered, unable to grasp his meaning. Without beating around the bush, Yunhai walked to the open space, drew a circle with his toe, stood at its center, and performed a set of the 8 trigrams 32 poems. You've already learned the gentle fist and have a foundation in acupoint striking. What you lack is simply attack power and familiarity with the meridians and acupoints. Then the crucial question arises: what is the core of attack power? And how does one become familiar with the meridians and acupoints? Having said that, he suddenly stepped forward, transforming his fist into a palm. With each step his posture shifted, and with each shift he adjusted his attack style: fist, palm, finger, elbow, grapple, entanglement, intentionally slowing his movements to a crawl. The gentle fist differs from the strong fist. The lower body guards the middle body, generates power, and the upper body attacks. If you truly want to master the 8 trigrams palms, you must first learn the footwork, then practice the strikes. Only by solidifying the lower and middle positions can you use your eyes to distinguish meridians and acupoints and execute a rhythm. Remember, the true essence of executing any jutsu is to defeat the enemy in one move. The same applies to the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Each acupoint strike is meant to seal the opponent's meridians. Though it seems like many strikes, they all serve as preparation for the final blow, that is the rhythm. My requirement is that within the restriction of not leaving this circle, you search for your own attacking rhythm rather than clinging to others' guidance. Hinata listened intently. From her confused expression, it was obvious she couldn't fully comprehend Yunhei's teaching method. Yet she had one very rigid virtue: obedience. Come try performing a set of the 8 trigrams palms. Remember, don't step outside the circle. Hearing Yunhei's words, Hinata couldn't help but feel a bit anxious as she obediently stepped into the circle. Taking a deep breath, she prepared the 8 trigrams palm stance and began to slowly execute her first palm. Seeing this, Yunhei couldn't help but show a hint of helplessness. Hinata still hadn't grasped the core of the upper, middle and lower levels, and even her initial stance revealed many issues. One must understand that the enemy won't care about your initial stance. Battles have never been about following a set routine. Sure enough, just as Hinata was about to perform her 6th palm, her left foot stepped out of the circle, and she hadn't even realized it until she was nearly finished, completely lacking any combat awareness. Yunhei, can I think I have failed, Hinata said in a panic. Think? She had clearly already failed. Yunhei looked at her timid demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle softly, saying, failure is part of the process. What you need to do next is find the direction for success. Combine the 8 trigrams palm with gentle steps to execute a complete attack within 1 meter. A friendly reminder: 2 steps equal 1 meter, 1 step equals 1 palm, and you must switch positions after each palm to successfully execute the complete 8 trigrams palm. So do not get too hung up on each move during your practice, instead learn to be flexible. After saying this, he stretched lazily, feeling that the sun was almost overhead, and advised, take your time, think things through, and you will succeed in due time. When I return, I will teach you more. Hinata vigorously nodded and said earnestly, Yunhei, can please be careful, I will definitely master this. She seemed quite confident. Yunhei couldn't help but step forward, ruffling Hinata's hair vigorously before leaving with satisfaction. Indeed, little girls are the cutest. He praised her silently as he walked out of the courtyard towards the Hokage building, and soon he passed through the guards and arrived at the office of the 3rd Hokage. As soon as he entered the room, he caught sight of the back of Yakumo's figure along with 3 Jonin: Asuma, Sarutobi, Might Guy, and a yawning youth wearing a black mask that obscured his left eye. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed his arrival and a smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Yunhei, Naruto has mentioned you quite a bit, saying that you are his greatest rival on the path to becoming Hokage. Upon hearing this, Yunhei's mouth twitched. Become Hokage? Come on, how about learning to control chakra first before talking big? Helplessly, he took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to the 3rd Hokage, saying, since he said that I must prepare well, if he really becomes Hokage, I will be in serious trouble. With it, he turned to the 3 beside him, smiling as he said, long time no see, Gai Sensei and Yakumo. Would you like to buy some candy? 2,000 yen for 20 skewers. Hearing him, Yakumo broke into laughter and then without hesitation punched Yunhei, saying, rude little brat, if you dare call me by my name again, I will let you experience what it's like to be a punching bag. This punch wasn't very strong and Yunhei didn't feel much, immediately retorting, that won't do. At that time you called yourself my sister, and calling you senpai makes you sound too old. Your name is easier. Sister, you big-headed ghost. Yakumo punched him again, appearing somewhat exasperated. Bringing up the past was somewhat embarrassing. She had confided in a 3-year-old child and she never expected Yunhei to remember it. Impressive. Might Guy, seeing Yakumo's sudden change in temperament, gave Yunhei a thumbs up, revealing his bright white teeth as he praised, I heard you broke through the limits of your physical body. You truly are the genius I have my eyes on. Let's train together and I will teach you how to unleash your youth. Unleash youth. Yunhei took a step back. Might Guy's personality was somewhat quirky and different from ordinary people, as exemplified by his recent statement. He was just a child under 8 years old, not even a teenager, let alone unleashing his youth. He was still just a tender sprout. However, he still somewhat agreed with Might Guy, so he teased, why don't you teach me the 8 gates and we can open all 8 gates together in Kumogakure, turning youth into a sea of fire, defeating them all so that we will have fewer opponents in the future. He knew that Might Guy's father, Might Dway, opened the 8 gates during the Third Shinobi World War, directly defeating 4 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, which not only severely weakened Kumogakure but also ended the war between the 2 villages. The key point was that until Might Dewey's death he was still a lower-ranking ninja from Kumogakure. Looks like you know about that event too, haha. Might Guy laughed heartily, then turned serious as he looked at the masked youth, saying, Kakashi, I will reserve my strongest move for you. Only by defeating you can I prove the might of the 8 gates. I swear by my youth, one day you elite Jonin Kakashi will be defeated by me. Might Guy showing the world that hard work can surpass genius. The masked youth Kakashi turned away silently, not wanting to engage with him. Enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the envelope down, looking at Might Guy with a hint of helplessness. While the 8 gates held immense power, the side effects were even greater, and each gate open consumed one's lifespan. Moreover, the Hyuga clan's physique is not suitable for training the 8 gates. He pondered for a moment, looking at Kakashi and asking, recently how has Itachi been performing? Speaking of serious matters, Kakashi finally perked up, explaining softly, as for Jonin's strength, I'm not quite clear. His personality is rather indifferent and we haven't spoken much. Upon hearing Itachi's name, Yunhai couldn't help but become interested. One must know that Jonin are divided into two stages. One is the special Jonin who was proficient in a specific field, and the other is the elite Jonin whose combat power is comprehensive and balanced. All the people present belong to the latter. Kakashi saying that Itachi possesses Jonin strength indicates that he is unlikely to be a special Jonin, but since he was not labeled as elite either, he should belong somewhere in between. If he remembered correctly, Itachi Uchiha should be 10 years old this year. A 10-year-old Jonin 2 years earlier than Kakashi. This talent is simply too monstrous. Most importantly, Uchiha Itachi is a 10-year-old Jonin and Uchiha Shisui is 3 years older than him, so his strength couldn't possibly be inferior. He at least possesses Jonin-level strength. However, Jonin strength and Jonin status are two different matters. At least he hadn't heard any news about the two becoming Jonin yet. They are being promoted too quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, his expression calm, revealing no thoughts as he turned to Asuma and asked, "The new generation of Hyuga geniuses, it's likely that ordinary Jonin will find it hard to guide them. If you are interested, you may consider it." Asuma pondered for a moment but shook his head, saying, "I'm skilled in fire techniques while Yunhai specializes in body techniques, and Genjutsu Gai and Yakumo would be more suitable." Genjutsu. Yunhai frowned slightly. Currently he only mastered two rather basic genjutsu, one being the most fundamental emotional intrusion and the other being sensory blocking, both taught by Yakumo. However, both of these genjutsu belong to foundational ninjutsu and hardly qualify as proficient. They both have tasks to attend to, but your reasoning holds some truth. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment, then addressed Yunhai. "Your clan leader specifically requested that I assign you a shinobi skilled in taijutsu combat, but there are very few in the village who excel in taijutsu and even fewer whose abilities align with your Hyuga bloodline. After much deliberation, I believe two individuals are well suited to guide you. They are proficient in sword combat, which shares many similarities with the gentle fist. Are you amenable to this arrangement?" The choice of the supervising Jonin greatly influences one's growth and strength, making it a matter of utmost importance. For instance, Itachi Uchiha was assigned to a team with Kakashi after joining the Umbu, partly due to the guidance of an appropriate Jonin. In his mind, the foremost choice for a supervising Jonin was naturally Might Guy, with Kurenai Yuhi as the secondary preference. The former's mastery of the 8 gates would allow him to learn much about acupoints. The latter possessed profound knowledge and unique insights into genjutsu, enabling her to clarify matters concerning the consciousness body. However, if it involved swordsmanship, it would be barely satisfactory for him. Because swordsmanship requires training from a young age, and he had not even mastered the 8 trigrams palms, leaving no energy to dedicate to learning something else. Therefore, this was not a favorable choice. Nevertheless, the third Hokage had asked for his opinion, and it was difficult for him to refuse. After considerable deliberation, he nodded in agreement. "I will follow the Hokage's arrangements." Hiruzen Sarutobi, seeing his consent, smiled and said, "They are special Jonin with extensive research in taijutsu. After you join the Umbu, you may consult them on any matters you find perplexing." Having said that, he glanced at the envelope on the desk and continued, "Typically the promotion timeline for Umbu shinobi is Genin at 12, Chunin at 15 and Jonin at 18. However, the contents of this letter specifically request that the timeline be lowered to Genin at 8, Chunin at 10 and Jonin at 12. In other words, if you fail to advance within these time limits, you will be sent back to your clan. To advance further, you can only rely on the ninja examination. Are you willing to accept this? A Jonin by 12. The clan leader is truly ruthless." Yunhai remained silent for a long time, then finally sighed and said, "I will follow the Hokage's arrangements." He had spoken these same words once before, but the meaning behind them this time was quite different and fused with the stance of the Hyuga clan. In any case, the clan leader had intended to let him fend for himself, and now while outside the clan he had to convey certain intentions. "You children truly are not to be underestimated." Hiruzen Sarutobi understood his implication and praised him with a chuckle before moving on to another topic. "Regarding Hinata, Hyuga Hayashi specifically came to request that I assign 2 supervising Jonin, one for you and one for her. What do you think?" Concerning the safety of the Hyuga clan's eldest princess, Hiruzen Sarutobi had made his decision after thorough consideration. Assigning 2 special Jonin for protection was a considerable gesture of respect toward Hayashi. In truth, Yunhai had also sensed something amiss. The third Hokage was far too courteous. This didn't feel like a superior addressing a subordinate, but rather like a transaction. If it was a transaction, it could only be about favors or debts. He naturally had no objections. "On behalf of Hinata, I thank the third Hokage for his care." This time he did not address him as Hokage-sama, but like Naruto called him Grandpa. "Clever little rascal." Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile widened. "I also thank you for looking after Naruto and helping him find friendship." As for the reporting procedure, you can go to the second floor to fill in your information and someone will guide you. Hearing this, Yunhai quickly cupped his hands and turned to leave. While he was present, Kurenai Yuhi and the others had remained silent, likely related to a mission. After he left, Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly and asked the four, "Did any of you sense his arrival?" Asuma and Might Guy simply shook their heads. Kakashi and Kurenai Yuhi, after some thought, gave their responses. There was a very faint feeling of being observed, but even with my Sharingan activated I couldn't track it. Hearing Kakashi's words, Kurenai Yuhi nodded as well. I was in a similar state. I barely caught a trace of emotional fluctuation but couldn't lock onto it. It was as if Yunhai Hyuga had been standing right in front of us. She paused, then added, "His constitution is rather special, possessing abundant yin and yang attributes. The enhanced perception techniques he has cultivated exhibit a concealing property which is hardly surprising." Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded slightly and instructed, "You have some acquaintance with her, look out for her in the future." The Hyuga are not like the Uchiha, their hearts are still aligned with the village. He then turned to Kakashi and asked, "How are things with the police department lately?" Kakashi replied expressionlessly, "Gatherings have been more frequent and patrol patterns have shifted slightly. Beyond that, Itachi often brings up Shursui Uchiha and it seems there may be some connection with Danzo." Upon hearing the latter part, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned again. After a moment of thought, he looked at Kurenai Yuhi. "How is the child named Yakumo doing?" "Not well. Her sensory energy is leaking out of control and she needs extended meditation to master it," Kurenai Yuhi replied gravely. With her words, the office fell into silence, awaiting Hiruzen Sarutobi's next command. "Hello, my name is Yunhai Hyuga. I'm here to apply for UMBU membership." On the second floor, Yunhai approached the counter and addressed the male ninja at the desk. "Let me check the file. Your supervising jonin are Gekko Heiate and Yuzuki Yugo. If there are no errors, fill in your information in the back, your ninja-type family members and referral person." Yunhai reviewed the form and seeing that it only listed the names of the supervising jonin without any relevant details, wore an expression of helplessness. He wondered whether these two were as skilled as Elder Pei-Hu. At least their names sounded pleasant enough. After filling in the information, he followed the guide to collect his uniform equipment and the mask and codename representing his identity. By the time everything was settled, it was already noon. Dressed in the black UMBU uniform and wearing a moth-shaped mask, he now possessed the status of an UMBU trainee. As for his two supervising jonin, he had yet to meet them. The guide merely said to gather at training ground No. 3 at 2 in the afternoon. At any rate, he was now officially a genin. Yunhai played with a shuriken as he bought some ribs on his way home. The UMBU uniform attracted many stares, including those of many ninjas who were curious about his identity. After all, he was far too young. Even during times of war, it was rare to see a ninja under 10 years old. The few that existed were all recognized prodigies in the village. He understood clearly that in the future he would inevitably have to interact with these people quite often. His next goal was to advance to Chunin before the age of 10. This required not only possessing Chunin-level strength but also completing a certain number of missions. Truly something to look forward to. Yunhaken, this outfit looks wonderful. As soon as he entered the house, Hinata's exclamation filled his ears. She gazed at him with adoration, very much like a fangirl. Yunhai burst into laughter. He too found the outfit quite appealing, not only comfortable to wear but also neatly styled, giving him the illusion of having grown up prematurely. "Lunch will be rib rice. Only with a full stomach can we have the energy to train." He lifted the large bag of ribs in his hand, his face beaming with a joyful smile. "Delicious." In the courtyard, Hinata devoured the contents of a large bowl with wolfish gusto, praising incessantly as she ate, which left Yunhai astonished. At this moment, Hinata displayed a boldness unlike her usual self. In the past, no matter how delightful the food or how amusing the event, she would express herself with reserve. But now she dared to speak out directly, marking a clear transformation. Yunhai stroked his chin, pondered for 2 seconds, and asked, "You seem different today. Has your training improved?" Hearing his query, Hinata could not help but blush, nodding gently. "Yunhaken, I think I am nearly mastering the 8 trigrams 32 poems. My speed and power have noticeably increased." "So that was it. Truly astonishing." Yunhai muttered inwardly, but his surprise arose not from the progress in the 8 trigrams but from the confidence Hinata now exhibited. Indeed, success is the best nourishment. It seemed the clan head's strict teaching methods had suppressed Hinata severely. He smiled and said, "When the clan head's wife comes next time, you should demonstrate your achievements to her. She will be delighted to see them." Since Hinata had made such evident progress, he believed he could guide her further. As always, what she lacked was not talent but courage and confidence. Family recognition and praise were the finest gifts. Ma'am. Hinata nodded eagerly, finished the rice in her bowl with large mouthfuls and immediately resumed her training, brimming with vitality. Yunhai watched intently. Compared to the morning, Hinata's gentle step was slower, but the force of her strikes had become markedly swifter, already entering the threshold of power accumulation. However, her greatest improvement lay in obedience. The seemingly slow gentle step was interwoven with shifts. Each attack sought the optimal angle and position, unlike before when she rigidly adhered to the sequence of techniques. He truly had not expected Hinata to excel in learning ability. Why had the clan head never noticed? Given her training pace, she would likely master the 8 trigrams palms within a month. Then she would only need to refine her chakra and practice a little to unleash the technique's full power. Everyone was making progress. He lowered his gaze to his hands. Learning a jutsu was one thing, being able to employ it in battle was another. That was no mere exchange of blows but a life-or-death struggle where lives were lost. Sometimes he wondered if the day came when he had to kill an enemy, would he hesitate or falter? He needed to prepare mentally. Lost in thought, he looked up and said to Hinata, "From today onward I will take charge of your meals. We'll have chicken for dinner." Hinata was taken aback, then nodded with slight embarrassment, remaining silent. Their courtyard was adjacent to the storehouse where a dedicated kitchen prepared meals. There was no need for them to cook themselves. But since Yunhai had said so, there must be a reason. Why bother asking? Obedience, or rather a delicate thoughtfulness, was Hinata's greatest virtue. She considered others before herself. Knowing her character, Yunhai offered no further explanation. After tidying the bowls and chopsticks, he bid farewell to Hinata and headed for the 3rd training ground. He was curious about the strength and character of the 2 supervising special jonin. The 3rd training ground was far away, located in the northeastern outskirts. A walk would take an hour, so fearing he might be late, Yunhai channeled chakra to the soles of his feet, scaled a wall and leaped onto the rooftops. The streets crisscrossed, but traveling in a straight line over the rooftops reduced the journey from an hour to just over 10 minutes. The good news was that he arrived early. The bad news was that he sensed someone watching from the shadows, but the presence was beyond his perception range, making identification impossible. It shouldn't be an enemy, perhaps someone passing by. He stood at the training ground entrance, listening intently to the surroundings. After confirming nothing, his heart sank. The sensation of being watched was faint but recurred many times, reminiscent of long-range tracking techniques. It seemed unlikely to be a coincidence. Yet he had just reported to the Umbu today. Being followed immediately was too strange. Could it be a guard dispatched by the clan head? No, the clan's guards possessed the Byakugan, a sensory ninjutsu that allowed observation from great distances. They wouldn't need such tracking techniques. Moreover, the pursuer's skill was not high. The tracking was mediocre, as if they knew his sensory range had limits and kept a constant distance. In that case, he could only secretly inform the 2 supervising jonin. Yunhai quickly found a solution. After waiting about half an hour at the gate, he saw a man and a woman approaching leisurely. "You must be the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Yunhai." The speaker was a man with slightly long hair and a lean frame, appearing somewhat unhealthy. Yet both he and the woman wore blades matching the information he had. Yunhai nodded gently. "You can call me Yunhai. I look forward to your guidance." The man studied him for a few seconds, then introduced himself. "I am Moonlight Gale and she is Yuzuki Yugo. We are 18 years old special jonin specializing in taijutsu and kenjutsu. Feel free to ask anything you don't understand." After speaking, he glanced around and asked, "I recall there was a girl named Hyuga Hinata. Didn't she come?" "No." Yunhai offered no explanation but cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, if I sense a faint elusive feeling of being watched, can I conclude that someone is following me?" Being watched? All 3 wore masks, so Moonlight Gale could not read his expression. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "The foundation of a shinobi is to eliminate all potential threats. Whether intentional or not, maintaining vigilance is crucial. We generally use counter-surveillance techniques and raw patterns to confirm the enemy's location." At these words, Yunhai's heart stirred. He added, "If that person has followed me here, how should I respond?" "I see." Moonlight Gale fell silent, glancing subtly to the side. At that moment, Yuzuki Yuga drew her blade a few inches and casually spun it twice. But Yunhai keenly noticed that she was observing through the reflection on the blade. She had understood his message. A wolf mask, someone from Squad 3. Soon Yuzuki Yuga identified the person. Moonlight Gale said nothing, only staring at Yunhai for a while longer before stepping into the training ground. I knew the Hyuga prodigy would be a great trouble, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, we are your instructors and responsible for your safety. I will report this to the Hokage and eliminate the threat for you. That was precisely what Yunhai wanted. He had no combat experience, yet if a real conflict erupted, his chances of defeat were high. Moreover, anyone who could shadow him inside the village was unlikely to be of a different identity. A wolf mask squad 3, someone from the Umbu. He followed behind Moonlight Gale, accompanied by Maui Yen, who occasionally twirled her long knife, suggesting that someone was still secretly tracking them. The Umbu consists of a total of 17 squads, each squad comprising 4 teams, and each team consists of 4 members. Typically, the leader of each team is a jonin, with members being at least chunin, but considering your young age, the Hokage assigned us here ostensibly for guidance but in reality for protection. Initially I thought there would be trouble, but I did not expect this trouble to come from the 3rd squad. Yunhai didn't know much about the Umbu system, but he listened attentively. He was somewhat curious about this 3rd squad, having sensed a confrontational tone in Moonlight Gale's words. We belong to Team 1 of the 5th squad, led by Mori no Ibiki, with me as the team leader, specifically responsible for interrogation, investigation and intelligence gathering, usually only assisting in combat. The 3rd squad is of the same type as us, but the only difference is that they handle intelligence independently after gathering it rather than collaborating with other squads. Do you know the reason behind this? Yunhai showed a pensive expression and hesitated for a moment before replying. It seems that although they are all Umbu, they have actually established a separate system. Could it be an organization controlled by families? You are partially correct. Before Moonlight Gale could speak, Maui Yen suddenly chimed in. Many of them come from families, but they are not under family control. They are governed by advisory elders who call themselves the Roots of Konoha. Another advisory elder. Yunhai stopped and asked, is Elder Midogate Yen also part of this? Hearing his question, both of them did not answer and instead changed the topic. Moonlight Gale slowly turned, placing the long knife across his chest, and said flatly, remember, the Umbu only recognizes nicknames, but before that you need to demonstrate your strength as a genin to earn my acknowledgement. Is this an assessment from the team leader? After a moment of silence, he suddenly pulled out a shuriken and threw it at Moonlight Gale, charging forward with a burst of chakra in his legs, moving faster than the shuriken. This was not the body flicker technique, but a pure leap. But what was the intent behind that shuriken? Moonlight Gale gripped the knife handle and with a flash of silver light the sharp blade slashed out, aiming to knock both Yunhai and the shuriken away. What he didn't expect was that Yunhai, who was clearly facing the attack, swiftly slid in close at the moment the knife was drawn, as if he had predicted the assault. Thus his slash only sent the shuriken flying without creating distance between himself and Yunhai. Close quarters combat was the attacking style of the Hyuga clan. Once the acupoints were sealed, they would be drawn into the rhythm of gentle fist. Moonlight Gale was taken aback by Yunhai's sudden attack. After failing an initial strike, he immediately retreated, covering his long knife with chakra as his attacks began to grow swift. However, Yunhai had taken the initiative and naturally wouldn't allow him to create distance. Before each attack with the long knife he would precisely evade, and with their significant height difference he clung to him like a monkey. This type of close-quarters sticky attack is called entangling whirlwind in gentle fist, allowing the user to become a force of wind that cannot be severed or dispersed, effectively limiting the enemy's attacks. However, Moonlight Gale was ultimately a jonin in terms of both strength and combat experience. He was not someone Yunhai could compare to. After just a few exchanges he found a way to escape, continuously slashing with a faster speed, forcing Yunhai to turn from offense to defense. The two faced off more than a dozen times, yet neither was able to harm the other. Moonlight Gale's blade was too swift, a single hit could be deadly, while Yunhai's bagua palm needed to break through defenses, which proved difficult. Compared to weapons, fists and feet were ultimately flesh and blood. Helplessly he had to voluntarily retreat, preparing to find a new breakthrough point. He looked at Moonlight Gale, contemplating whether to use ninjutsu, but quickly dismissed the idea. Earlier exchanges revealed that Moonlight Gale had only used basic sword techniques and had not employed any ninjutsu. If he merely executed the gentle step twin lion fist, he would likely lose even faster. Ultimately his attacking speed was still inferior to that of his opponent and lacked the necessary ferocity. Yunhai took a deep breath, channeling chakra and energy together, beginning to build up strength in secret. Since gentle fist cannot break through defenses, then he would use strong fist for a powerful attack which could potentially break through the web of knives that Moonlight Gale deployed. Such a rapid reaction speed, truly not something an 80-year-old child should be capable of. Moonlight Gale remarked as Yunhai seemed to predict the trajectory of every attack, almost achieving instantaneous evasion, unable to find any gaps in the feints or changes. Physical techniques and sword techniques are similar in their high combat awareness requirements. If it weren't for his faster blade speed, Yunhai would have likely broken through his defensive circle and sealed his acupoints. However, similarly he could not break through Yuhei's defensive circle. The method of clinging and attacking was indeed somewhat formidable. Your gentle fist is different from other Hyuga. Moonlight Gale planted his knife into the ground, forming hand seals to use the shadow clone technique, summoning a total of 3 clones standing in a fan shape, gripping their long knives in a posture to encircle. Seeing this, Yuhei's expression tightened. Moonlight Gale's shadow clones were somewhat special, with chakra fluctuations appearing. Is it the multiple shadow clone technique from the ceiling scroll? No, Moonlight Gale had also used other techniques. Sensing the chakra fluctuations of the 2 shadow clones in Moonlight Gale, he quickly retreated into the forest, avoiding the disadvantage of direct confrontation. A tactical drag. Moonlight Gale was somewhat astonished, then helplessly looked at Maui Shien and said, "One Uchiha Itachi isn't enough, now there's another Hyuga genius. The Hokage really has too much faith in me." With that, he leaped onto a branch, pursuing Yuhei. Maui Shien had remained silent throughout, only glancing at the ground before leaving, where many depressions were left from Yuhei's attacks. If it were merely gentle fist, it couldn't produce such strong impact force. In the forest, shadows flickered and knife lights flashed. This was a hunting battle where the skills of pursuit and assassination were perfectly displayed. Each time the knife light appeared, the distance between the two would shorten. However, with every attack by Moonlight Gale, one of the clones would disappear in a puff of smoke. After Yuhei dealt with all the clones, he was unable to accurately lock onto Moonlight Gale's position, only sensing a continuous chakra fluctuation while maintaining a distance of 10 meters, unwilling to close in. Is he looking for an opportunity? Yuhei frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he settled in a clearing, focusing intently on the surrounding sounds while his hands surged with chakra, employing the gentle step twin lion fist. If it were merely a contest of physical techniques, he could hold his own. However, with Moonlight Gale employing ninjutsu, he fell into an absolute disadvantage. If this dragged on, he would gradually be worn down. Therefore, he could only wait for Moonlight Gale to take the initiative to reveal himself, creating an opportunity for counterattack to turn the tide. Moonlight Gale seemed to sense his thoughts, summoning 2 clones to attack Yunhai while concealing himself to throw shurikens from the shadows. At the critical moment, Yunhai had no choice but to reveal another trump card, using a half circle rotation to powerfully deflect the shurikens and launch an attack toward Moonlight Gale's position. But it was unknown what ninjutsu Moonlight Gale had used to completely conceal his own aura, making it difficult for his sensory field to detect him. Only when the opponent made a move could he precisely perceive the exact location. Having used the rotation and with the gentle step twin lion's fist exposed, coupled with the inability to use the 8 trigrams 64 palms at close range, he had exhausted all his hidden cards and was at the end of his rope. Logically, the strength he had displayed far exceeded that of a genin and met Moonlight Gale's conditions, yet the battle did not cease, instead it intensified. If this continued, his only option was to land a monstrous strength fist on Moonlight Gale, wounding him enough to hinder his pursuit, thus ensuring he would not lose. As for defeating Moonlight Gale, it was basically impossible. Yunhei's attack missed and he searched around like a headless fly. At this moment, Moonlight Gale was standing on a nearby tree branch, his entire body appearing eerily transparent, accompanied by Hyūga. I didn't expect him to have learned the Hyuga secret techniques. Could he be the next clan heir candidate? Moonlight Gale's tone was puzzled. The reason he persisted was very simple: to force out all of Yunhei's strength. However, the actual situation exceeded his expectations. Yunhei had displayed strength no less than that of a chunin, meeting the standards in both taijutsu and ninjutsu. 80-year-old chunin were not unheard of in Konoha, but they were all among the top geniuses of their generation, countable on one hand. Uchiha Shursui is 13, Uchiha Itachi is 10, and he is 8. Suddenly Hyūga mentioned the other 2, speaking softly. In this generation, the clan prodigies haven't fully grown yet. Uchiha Shursui is already the front runner. If he had been born a few years earlier, he might have rivaled those 2, but now he can only rank 3rd. The 3 she referred to were the gap between the young adult generation and the younger generation. People like her, Gale Kakashi and Yuhi Kurenai, had already entered the young adult generation, while Neji Hinata and Naruto belonged to the next. During this transitional period between the 2 generations, there was also a smaller interim generation, currently mostly around 10 years old. The leader was 13-year-old Uchiha Shursui, and the tail end was Yunhei, who was right at the age limit. Competition among peers has always been a major event in the village, bestowing the title of genius based on both talent and age. Yunhei suffered from his age, destined to be unable to compete with the Uchiha. This was why the Council of Elders only asked him to keep pace with the Uchiha prodigies, not to surpass them. He has a visual impairment. Even though he compensates with sensory ninjutsu, it still falls short, unable to perform long-range detection. Moonlight Gale sighed. He had a Kekkei Genkai that allowed him to conceal his form and mask his aura, which was a hard counter to Yunhei's sensory ninjutsu. Combined with the distance limitation, he could easily wear him down from afar. But doing so would deviate from the purpose of the assessment and wouldn't force out all of Yunhei's hidden cards. He needs a teammate, a partner who can compensate for his weaknesses. Hyūga gave her response, then continued, that's about enough. Continuing won't reveal any tricks. I suggest we end it soon so we can investigate the situation with the third squad. She was uneasy about the intentions of that cat mask ANBU. All right. Moonlight Gale nodded and summoned a shadow clone to enter the combat zone. But this time the way he gripped his sword changed, as if he was gathering some kind of power. Again. As soon as the clone stepped into the sensory field, the image was directly transmitted to Yunhai, precisely locking onto the opponent's attack trajectory and perceiving the surrounding movements. Although Moonlight Gale's clone posed no threat to him, it could create an opening for the original body to attack. Having been caught off guard once, Yunhai changed his tactics, directly executing the rotation to forcefully block the clone's attack and then unleashing the 8 trigrams 64 palms. His speed was swift and his attacks were impenetrable. However, just as he disposed of one clone, a flash of light appeared before his eyes and countless blade shadows attacked from 3 sides, instantly closing in on him. Illusion. No, this isn't a slash, it's a thrust. Yunhai's heart tightened. Quickly counterattacking when the blade shadow was 10 centimeters from his heart, he forcibly grabbed the blade with his left hand while his right fist gathered power and swung forward violently, unleashing terrifying monstrous strength. However, his counterpunch only resulted in a poof sound. It was the substitution technique. Before he could retract his right arm, 3 afterimages appeared behind him. Moonlight Gale finally revealed his true form, swinging his blade toward the back of Yunhai's neck. Finally out. Yunhai was not flustered. He crouched, turned and performed a flying kick while locking onto Moonlight Gale with his perception, consecutively unleashing 2 genjutsu, emotion invasion and 5 senses seal. Moonlight Gale, caught in the genjutsu, was suddenly plunged into darkness with panic and helplessness enveloping his heart, and all perception of his surroundings vanished. Genjutsu. Release. He quickly channeled chakra to stimulate his tenketsu, sheathed his sword and rapidly retreated. Just as he dispelled Yunhai's genjutsu, he found the latter already closing in with a punch. But just as Yunhai was about to land the hit, Moonlight Gale suddenly released his long sword and threw an explosive tag. With a loud boom, the explosive shockwave swept in all directions and Moonlight Gale used the momentum to escape, causing his monstrous strength fist to miss again. I'm done. The fierce blast from his punch dispersed the flames. Yunhai sat directly on the ground, loudly calling for the assessment to stop. Having used the rotation and the gentle step twin lion's fist repeatedly, along with frequently concentrating chakra during attacks, he was now completely spent. Even if he had the stamina to continue fighting, he could no longer pose a threat to Moonlight Gale. Continuing would only mean repeated exchanges with no point. Hearing his words, Moonlight Gale revealed himself again, and Hyūga also leaped down from the tree branch. The two observed Yunhai for a long time before Moonlight Gale finally spoke. Assessment passed. Welcome to Squad 5 Group 1. Remember, my codename is Ryu and she is Rixing. Ryu Rixing. In fact, both of them had been affected by the explosive tags, with their combat suits sustaining some damage. This bout, though it was hard to say who won or lost, could still be called splendid. I can't believe you used an explosive tag. Was that genjutsu just now? Hyūga's tone was amused, somewhat teasing. Yeah. Moonlight Gale was also somewhat resigned. He took an explosive tag from his pocket and skillfully tied it to the hilt of his sword, not minding at all that Yunhai saw. The destructive power of an explosive tag wasn't particularly strong, but its blast radius was rather large, often used by ninjas for feints or ambushes. Yunhai hadn't expected Moonlight Gale to use the explosive tag in such a novel way, easily neutralizing his monstrous strength fist. Your strength is enough to reach the Chunin level, but your combat experience is rather poor, and coupled with your own flaws, you need hard training to fully bring it out. Moonlight Gale sheathed his sword, stretched lazily, and said in a languid tone, assemble at the Hokage's gate tomorrow at 7 a.m. Remember to call Hyuga Hinata, she also needs to be assessed. Yunhai frowned and said, she is only 5 years old and has not yet refined her chakra. Don't worry, her assessment is different from yours, she doesn't need to fight. Yuegwang Jifeng alleviated his concerns and continued, you can only undertake rank missions for now. First get familiar with the procedures, you will understand the rest in due time. Alright. Yunhai remained silent for a moment, then hesitated and asked, I want to inquire about someone with you. Upon hearing this, Yuegwang Jifeng asked, Yuzibo Yu? Not him. Yunhai touched his forehead protector and said, its owner, my mother Rishan Huagwa, once served in the Umbu. As his words fell, the surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Rishan Huagwa was a name from a distant past, yet it left a deep impression. They just never expected that Yunhai would be her child. Are you sure you want to ask? Yuegwang Jifeng became serious, his expression turning solemn. Yes. Unsurprised Yunhai explained, I have asked many clansmen but they were unwilling to speak. I only found out that she served in the Yambu before her death. Alright. Yueguang Jifeng showed helplessness and said to Mao Shiyan beside him, see, I told you he is bound to be a big trouble. Mao Shiyan ignored him and after a long silence quietly said, I can only tell you one thing, she came from the third squad. Another mention of the third squad. Yunhai clenched his fists. The Yambu's third squad was a force established by the Council of Elders. Shuahuman Yen was an advisory elder. Now he could almost be certain that his mother's death was related to this man. However, the three members of the Elder Council were all disciples of the second Huoying, holding status comparable to the third Huoying, and their strength at least reached the level of elite Shangren. At present he was still far from being a match for them. Moreover, this was my. Having found the answer in his heart, Yunhai did not press further. He cupped his hands and said, thank you for telling me. I owe you a favor. If there is ever a need in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. His words carried such gravity that both of them sensed its weight and did not refuse. From then on the three remained silent as they walked out of the training ground. Yueguang Jifeng and Mao Shiyan were heading to the Huoying building, which was somewhat along his way. However, Yunhai took the initiative to leave and went to the market to buy a live chicken, watching the slaughter and cleaning process. He needed to get used to bloodshed. The environment of selling fresh meat was suitable, allowing him to gain more insights. People need to eat meat, so they kill chickens and cattle. When conflicts arise, it's either his death or my survival. Killing is a process that every ninja must go through. He did not want to be hindered by a soft heart in his first battle, unable to strike decisively, affecting himself. Any hesitation could invite the hand of death. If the enemy was the Elder Council, what method should he use to kill them? Would his clan provide help? Yunhai walked along the street carrying the cut chicken, wearing a thoughtful expression. Mai had many ninjas and the Elder Council held authority second only to the Huoying. If he truly wanted to kill Shuahuman Yen, it would be tantamount to making an enemy of the entire village. Even if he possessed the strength of a Shangren, it would be impossible. Presumably this was the reason his grandfather was unwilling to reveal the truth. Most importantly, even if he had the power to kill Shuahuman Yen, the village would have no place for him. His clan would send people to hunt him down. With a mere activation of the caged bird curse mark, they could directly cause his brain death. Then what about the third squad? Whenever they mentioned the third squad, they all showed suppressed emotions. What secrets did it hold? Even after returning home, Yunhai still hadn't found a suitable direction. If his enemy was indeed Shuahuman Yen, killing him would be extremely difficult. Even if successful, it would require a tremendous cost, even his life. Yunhai and I made some sushi. In the living room, Kyushin's words snapped him back to reality. Seeing the sushi placed before him, he smiled, picked up a piece with chopsticks and put it into his mouth, showing an expression of enjoyment. He did not speak but answered with actions. After wolfing down the sushi, he exaggeratedly rubbed his belly. You don't know, today was absolutely exhausting. Fighting against a Shangren is no joke. I was afraid he might cut me down with a single slash. Yunhai recounted the assessment process while tasting the stewed chicken soup. The flavor was somewhat poor, too many seasonings had been added, masking the freshness of the meat. By the way, did you make any progress this afternoon? Hearing his question, the blushing Chutian slightly shook her head and said, discouraged, still quite unfamiliar. I can only deliver up to the 8th palm strike. I see. Yunhai thought for a moment and proposed, tomorrow morning let's practice sparring. Well, limit the distance to within 2 meters to achieve a practical combat effect. After speaking, he remembered Yueguang Jifeng's advice and added, we might go on a mission tomorrow. You need to come with me. 2 supervising Shangren will lead us and conduct some sort of assessment. But don't worry, she won't fight you. Chu Tian fell silent. Given her introverted nature, she naturally felt some resistance to this arrangement. But at the same time, she understood that this was an unavoidable interaction. After a long moment, she softly replied, Yunhai, I will work hard. Work hard. Yunhai smacked his lips, feeling that Chu Tian seemed to have misunderstood his meaning. That so-called mission and assessment was actually more like a special way of greeting. After all, Chu Tian had not been registered in the records. Strictly speaking, she was not an UMBU member. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Your only task is to focus on training. Don't be too impatient, take it slowly. Alright, I'm going to practice a bit more, then take a good hot bath. I smell awful. Upon hearing this, Kyushin's eyes lit up slightly and she took the initiative to say, I'll go boil some water. Ha! Before Yunhai could react, Chutian quickly headed to the kitchen, showing much more boldness. Her growth far exceeded Yunhai's expectations. In just 2 days she seemed like a different person, increasingly composed and at ease. This was a good thing nonetheless. Everything was progressing steadily as anticipated. With that in mind, he had to work even harder. He went to the courtyard and began studying ninjutsu. Today's sparring made him aware of many issues. In particular, the three ninjutsu Huitian Shuangshi Quan and Bagui Zhang did not align well with his combat style, lacking a crucial explosive technique. Both Huitian and Shuangshi Quan are performed through meridians and acupoints similar to the core of elemental ninjutsu. However, his chakra could be controlled and mobilized within his flesh, blood and bones, freeing itself from the limitations of fixed meridians. Perhaps he could try to fuse and modify them, deriving ninjutsu that suited him. It could be both gentle fist and strong fist. Yunhai pondered for a long time but made little progress. His combat experience was ultimately too limited and his knowledge was also lacking. He simply did not have the foundation to modify ninjutsu. The foundation of ninjutsu is intricately connected to the human body. Conversely, the authoritative branch of knowledge representing the human body is medical ninjutsu. It seems I need to visit Sister Kao as soon as possible. The next morning the two little ones arrived punctually at the gates of the Hokage Tower, surrounded by hurried figures, mostly adults dispatched on missions, making them appear rather conspicuous. Hinata appeared reserved, though thankfully she wasn't fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. She kept her head low as if deep in thought, occasionally casting glances toward Yunhai. They were both curious about what kind of mission they would undertake for the first time. "Quite punctual, aren't you? And this must be Hinata, quite adorable indeed." The voice rang out as Yueguan Jifeng approached from behind them. Mao Yueshien was not accompanying him. "Hinata, this is our supervising instructor Yueguan Jifeng." Yunhai made a brief introduction and handed over the juice he was holding. "A small gift of greeting, don't refuse it." "Oh." Yueguan Jifeng reached out and took it, his eyes brightening slightly. He wasn't wearing a mask today, which made him appear much gentler than the day before. It's quite good. Thank you." He didn't stand on ceremony, expressing gratitude to Hinata before striding into the Hokage Tower, already speaking of the matter at hand. Mission assignments are solely managed by the Hokagesima, with levels ranging from highest to lowest SAB, C and D. For the first 4 most require leaving the village only. Drank missions are basic tasks within the village. For the time ahead you will need to complete drank missions on your own. I won't intervene to offer assistance, only providing guidance and protection. Mao Yueshien will do the same. In truth, given the strength you've displayed, you are already capable of taking on crank missions. However, your experience and insight are far too thin. You need to temper yourself thoroughly. Yunhai listened attentively, somewhat surprised that Yueguan Jifeng would have him complete tasks alone. If so, it didn't seem so bad. It would allow him to learn the mission procedures more quickly, such as the simplest handover process. The first step should be finding the third Hokage. Soon the 1 adult and 2 children entered the top floor. The scene was similar to his previous visit. Elite Jonin were gathered for a meeting, though Yuhi, Kurenai and Kakashi were absent. Perhaps because the meeting hadn't started yet, the office was relatively quiet. They only glanced at the newcomers, and even Mike Guy remained silent. "This is your mission." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was somewhat grim as he handed Yunhai a prepared mission sheet, then took a long drag from his pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Yunhai accepted the sheet, nodded and promptly pulled Hinata away, turning to leave. But no sooner had he stepped out of the office than he encountered a group approaching, 3 elderly figures, several masked Umbu members and 2 youths wearing the Uchiha clan crest. These 2 must be Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. He hadn't expected their first meeting to be at the Hokage Tower. Yunhai stepped aside to let them pass, briefly scanning the 2 youths before focusing his attention on the 3 elders at the front. If his guess was correct, these 3 represented the Elder Council. The woman on the right was Utatane Koharu, the tall man in the middle should be Shimura Danzo. Then the one on the left would be Midokado Hamura. He speculated inwardly, firmly memorizing the auras of all 3. From their chakra patterns they were slightly stronger than Yueguan Jifeng, yet seemed somewhat sluggish. If chakra aura were compared to a flame, Shimura Danzo's was the largest, with Midokado Hamura and Utatane Koharu slightly inferior. He himself was several times weaker, and Hinata, having not yet refined chakra, could only show a faint glimmer. Perhaps due to age, the chakra auras of the 3 advisory elders were rather subdued, far inferior to that of the 3rd Hokage. This indicated that their chakra reserves were only at the Jonin level. However, Uchiha Itachi's chakra reserve seemed rather meager. He was somewhat surprised but didn't dwell on it, leaving the building with Hinata unnoticed by anyone. Today's Hokage Tower was somewhat unusual. Yunhai looked over the mission sheet and couldn't help feeling speechless. It was a population census mission covering the entire Hidden Leaf Village and required covert investigation with a duration of 3 full months. A Drank mission conducting a census of the entire village's household registration, no less than 100,000 people, within 3 months. So what was the core objective? He knew Drank missions were simple, but he hadn't expected them to be so troublesome. Wasn't it a pure waste of time? Just then Yueguang Jifeng leaned over, and upon seeing the 3-month duration on the sheet his eyes lit up. Great news, 3 months of vacation. Finally I can get some proper rest. Hearing this, Yunhai twitched his mouth, wanting to make a sarcastic remark but not knowing how to refute. Don't worry, this mission is actually quite good. It will greatly enhance your intelligence gathering skills, which will bring you many benefits later. Yueguang Jifeng offered a soft consolation, though inwardly he felt quite uneasy. He had conducted population census missions many times before, but each time only covered a small area. He never imagined the Hokage-sama would entrust the entire village to Yunhai. Was this the special treatment for geniuses? He felt both envious and fortunate. Actually, I'd much rather train. 3 months is far too long. Yunhai was somewhat resistant. He was already short on time and lacked combat experience compared to intelligence gathering. Enhancing his strength was the top priority. Moreover, this was his first Drank mission. There would be a second and third. A lengthy duration was hardly beneficial. What a hassle. Yunhai sighed and handed the sheet to Hinata. He couldn't refuse to execute the mission. He could only find a way to shorten the timeline. A population census conducted covertly, meaning he couldn't knock on doors to ask questions and had to observe and tally on his own. With sensory jutsu aiding him, covert counting wasn't difficult. The biggest problem was population mobility. Villagers wouldn't stay home all day. Most importantly, a portion of the village consisted of ninjas, and the 5 major districts east, south, west, north, central were also home to ninja clans. So were there any restrictions on the census? With this thought, Yunhai frowned and asked Yueguang Jifeng in a low voice, clans, are they included? Yueguang Jifeng was somewhat surprised that he had thought of this point and gave an ambiguous answer. Use your judgment and do your best. Hearing this, Yunhai instantly understood. Sending a genin to investigate clans was akin to seeking death, or at least provoking conflict. This mission is so hard. Hinata murmured in shock, a trace of worry coloring her round little face. Actually, a challenging mission is better. Ordinary genin don't even qualify to take on such tasks. Yueguang Jifeng offered a meaningful reminder, then added, let's go to my place first. Shiyan will come later. While they're conducting the assessment, you can start drafting a plan, no need to rush. Yunhai nodded, took Hinata's hand and followed behind, slowly turning his thoughts over. To carry out a population census, a highly detailed map of my village was essential. Such an item might be in the possession of Bumbu, but it would never be sold in shops. Perhaps he could learn handdrawing, then devise patrol routes, observe and record the flow of people day and night, distinguishing the numbers of ordinary villagers and ninjas. As for the population of the clans, he directly excluded them from consideration. By the time he arrived at Yueguang Jifeng's home, he had already outlined the general plan and could put it to the test in the afternoon. The house is a bit messy, feel free to sit anywhere. Yunhai observed the building. It was relatively old, showing signs of age. Well, it is indeed a bit messy. There's a cockroach nest behind the freezer. With his perception field covering every corner, Yunhai could detect even the smallest crevices. Without standing on ceremony, he directly moved the freezer aside. CCO. Cockroaches. Kishin's face paled slightly as she stared at the roaches scurrying around the corner, a hint of panic in her eyes. Perception ninjutsu really is impressive. Yueguang Jifeng felt somewhat embarrassed, grabbed a pair of chopsticks and swiftly exterminated the cockroach swarm in the blink of an eye, afraid of frightening Chutian further. Yunhai rubbed his nose and simply began tidying up the house. He wasn't a neat freak by nature. In fact, he was quite slovenly, not even bothering to cut his hair, yet he held a special definition for what a home should be. Being a guest had rather keep busy than sit idly, considering it a small gesture of goodwill. No need, and usually too busy and have gotten used to the mess. Yueguang Jifeng hadn't expected Yunhai to take the initiative to clean, so he quickly explained. It's not like I have anything else to do, and Shiyan hasn't arrived yet, so it's no trouble. Yunhai explained as he skillfully tidied the room. Chutian, who was beside him, also began to help by sweeping away the clutter. Alright, Shiyan has been telling me the same thing for a long time, I really should clean up. Seeing this, Yueguang Jifeng stopped dissuading them and started folding the clothes. At that moment he suddenly noticed a mature side of Yunhai, not a fawning pretense but a casual and earnest attitude. Indeed, only through prolonged contact could one truly understand another's character. Many hands make light work. In less than half an hour the house was completely refreshed and even their mood seemed lighter. Without resting, Yunhai borrowed paper and a pen from Yue Guangjifeng, then began sketching a map based on his memory, marking the location of every street clearly. Before long, Maui Shiyan arrived bringing some jerky for Chutian. Her hair was damp, suggesting she had just finished training. The old man asked me to tell you he'll be away for a while and not to slack off on the refinement of swordsmanship. Don't just focus on the blade. She poured a cup of tea, drank it, and relayed the message to Yue Guangjifeng. Then she noticed the house looked different from usual but didn't pay it much attention. Not bad, you actually cleaned up for the guests. After saying that, she walked directly toward Chutian. After a brief discussion between the two, she had Chutian demonstrate a set of gentle fist techniques and declared the assessment passed. Remember my address. If you ever encounter an emergency, you can come directly to find me. If no one's home, leave a letter. Yue Guangjifeng handed Yunhai a handful of jerky, then looked at the sketch he was drawing and furrowed his brow. The reason Yunhai's straight lines were crooked and his grip on the pen was incorrect. You never learned to draw? Yunhai nodded at the question and explained, I was born blind. After learning perception ninjutsu, I've been busy training and never got around to such things. Ah, I forgot about that. A look of understanding crossed Yue Guangjifeng's face. After a moment's thought, he got up and walked to the bookshelf, retrieving some old study books. He handed them to Yunhai, saying, basic drawing knowledge, I bought them when I was in school. They'll be useful for you. Yunhai was momentarily stunned but did not refuse. Thank you. He then picked up the book and began reading, discovering that drawing indeed involved many techniques, and found himself intrigued. What an odd personality. Yue Guangjifeng didn't disturb him, but his impression of Yunhai shifted slightly. This boy was not like ordinary children. Are you kidding me? Surveying the entire My Village, that counts as a trainee mission. When Maui Shiyan learned of the task Yunhai had accepted, her face darkened as she frowned. It's only natural. You have to understand, he's the new generation's Rishon genius. Yue Guangjifeng explained softly, then turned to look at Yunhai and murmured, haven't you noticed? He doesn't seem troubled in the least. He's even started drawing a patrol route that in itself speaks volumes. Maui Shiyan had a straightforward personality but excelled at calm analysis. After pondering his words for a moment, she grasped the implication. An 80-year-old genin single-handedly undertaking the task of surveying Mui's population, even if it was only a drank mission, it was enough to make a name for himself. By then the name of the Rishon genius would spread within Anbu, perhaps even reach the heights of Yuzhibo Yu. Thus this was about building momentum. The greater the fame, the greater the danger. Yesterday the third squad only followed, they might very well make a move in the future. I also heard that the Hokage convened a meeting this morning with the three elders all attending. It must be related to the Yuzhibo matter. Hearing Yue Guangjifeng's words, Maui Shiyan shook her head. The police department has been holding frequent gatherings. The council of elders can't just sit idly by. I'm worried someone might use this opportunity to drag the Rishon clan into it. We have to protect them. After a moment of contemplation, she said, I can provide protection under the pretext of teaching Chutian while you guide Yunhai and make sure the third squad doesn't seize any advantage. Fine, I'll follow your arrangements. Although Yue Guangjifeng was the squad leader, his authority was equal to Maui Shiyan's, and many matters required joint discussion. They did not let Yunhai and Chutian overhear their discussion. By the time Yunhai had sketched the basic outline of the map, it was already noon and the survey could begin immediately. I've decided start from Yuzhibo patrol around my village from the outskirts inward and end at the Hokage building. 4 times a day, morning, noon, evening, and once in the dead of night. After finishing the map, Yunhai directly outlined the survey process. 4 patrols a day was a tight schedule, but for a ninja it merely meant some extra exhaustion. What caught Yue Guangjifeng and Maui Shiyan's attention was the starting point, the Yuzhibo clan grounds. Initially the Yuzhibo clan grounds were located in the center of the village, but after being affected by Yuzhibo ban they faced exclusion from various clans and relocated to the outskirts while also taking on defensive duties. And their current location was not exactly close to the Yuzhibo clan grounds. It took about half an hour just to get there, wasting time and easily arousing Yuzhibo's suspicion. Even as members of Anbu they preferred to avoid the Yuzhibo clan grounds, too many troubles arose there. Why? The Yuzhibo? Maui Shiyan frowned and asked. She didn't believe Yunhai had chosen the Yuzhibo clan grounds as his starting point without a reason. The reason is simple. Yunhai shrugged his shoulders and said softly, I want to see their reaction. I want to see their reaction. Attitude. Yueguan Jifeng asked, curiosity threaded through his voice. What do you mean? It's actually quite simple. Yunhai smiled faintly and explained, we are all my ninjas. Outwardly we must present a united front, while inwardly it cannot be called outright hostility. The task my family assigned me is to secure a leading place among our generation. At its core it is competition. So I want to know what stance Yuziba will take. If it is merely competition, it can be kept within bounds, perhaps even lead to cordial acquaintance. But if interests are involved, then even ordinary communication may prove impossible. That point is crucial. Hearing his words, Yueguan Jifeng and Maunwei Shiyan exchanged a look of astonishment. Put plainly, their definition of a genius is blurred. The prodigy villagers gossip about the reliance ordinary ninja look to the Ember families must tend, or the hope of tomorrow. Having endured 3 great shinobi wars, everyone knew that geniuses were the keystone that tipped victory, regardless of who sits as fire shadow. Cultivating talent is always paramount. Yet contests of interest are hard to extinguish and high-level doctrines rarely align. The Yuziba clan and the advisory elder council of Niui's upper echelon are now widely seen as the root of the unrest. I do not believe Yuziba would take up arms directly against your Rishon clan. There may have been disputes before, but not to the point of bloodshed. Compared to Yuziba, I think you should be wary of Sanfendui and of the spies hiding within the village, Maunwei Shiyan murmured. Her words were unexpectedly blunt, somewhat at odds with the composure expected of a guiding jonin. Though I am surprised you can sense such shadows as Shiyan said, Yuziba has no real reason to hate you. It is true that your 2 families are famously at odds, however. Yueguan Jifeng offered his own view. None of them believed Yuziba bore ill will toward Yunhai. Is that so? Yunhai sighed and suddenly asked, 2 years ago I heard my clan say that Yuziba's relationship with the village was very poor, so bad that they were spat upon by all. Yueguan Jifeng gave a bitter smile and nodded. Indeed. The police unit responsible for the village's security is proud by nature. Over time it clashed with the villagers repeatedly and earned a poor reputation. At that, Yunhai raised the core question, do you think they have a good relationship with the Rishon clan? To clarify, when I say they I mean Yuziba and the villagers. His question fell into silence between them. There was no doubt their relationship was far from good. In my village the only clans possessing eye techniques were Mai and Rishon. Because of their different eyes, many villagers felt uneasy and they were often branded as monsters. Especially Rishon born with unusual eyes, they constantly felt others' strange gazes and the chill of social distance. Still, Rixiang's reputation was somewhat better than Yuziba's. Having avoided the whirlpool of power, they cooperated with ninja squads on reconnaissance and had built good relations with many clans. I don't quite understand, what exactly are you trying to express? Maunwei Shiyan, unable to discern the hidden motive, asked directly. It's simple. Yunhai removed his mask and said softly, Sanfendui took an interest in me. I joined the Umbu to match the Yuziba geniuses and to win my family the honor of having a prodigy. I have 2 enemies, one is the inscrutable Sanfendui, the other is Yuziba. An enemy's enemy is a friend. If they combine, you will not be able to protect me. Back then, when Chutian was abducted by Cloud Ninja, the clan leader, enraged, killed the enemy captain. To avoid a war, the village proposed the clan leader atone. If not for Lord Richa stepping in, Rishon would long since have a different head. Tell me, if Yuziba and Sanfendui join forces to eliminate me, would Rishon have the right to resist? I've long been aware of the village's darkness. Yunhai spoke with a cool detachment. Your elders actually told you this? Yueguan Jifeng frowned. In truth, he did not know the inside story of Richa's suicide, or perhaps he was not yet entitled to know. This is easy to guess. Yunhai explained softly, the matriarch had said that her eyes were injured while rescuing Chutian. The clan leader's harshness toward Chutian was largely influenced by her and her brother Richa. If one recalls the leader's excessive attention to Ningxi and the murderous intent incident 2 years ago, the core of the matter centers on one person, Rishon Richa. At that time, the village rumor held that the Cloud Ninja had killed Richa, but the matriarch insisted the clan leader owed Richa a life and owed Ningxi a father. Most crucially, Ningxi once told Yunhai that his father died because the caged bird took its own life and the village bore some responsibility. Thus his hatred for the caged bird far exceeded his grievance toward the clan. Those who could represent the village were only Niui's upper echelon, the 3 successive fire shadows, and the advisory elder council. If Yuziba treated him badly and Sanfendui took an interest in him, it meant he could fall into danger at any moment. I still feel you are worrying excessively. They would not move against a single child, and besides you hold no sway over them. Yueguan Jifeng disagreed and offered his opinion. Maunwei Shiyan, however, noticed one point. Yunhai regarded Sanfendui almost as an enemy. She asked, if you care about Yuziba's stance, why not care about Sanfendui's? Or have you already decided they are your enemies who will inevitably strike? Yueguang Jifeng started at her words, eyes wide as he looked to Yunhai, finally sensing the inconsistency. Yunhai fell silent. He had not expected Maui Xian's mind to be so keen as to deduce his ultimate intent so directly. There was nothing left to conceal. Sooner or later they would have guessed. Before my mother died, there was a poison in her body that took her breath before she delivered me and left me blind. You say she once served in San Fendui, a force organized by the Elder Council. Then tell me, who was her husband, my father? Why does my mother's memorial tablet bear the word unmarried? Who poisoned her? Did she willingly bear me? Was San Fendui then an enemy or an ally, and what role did Shuehu Menyen play in all of this? As he spoke these words, Yunhei's tone grew colder. I became Rixiang's prodigy not because the title is noble, but so that one day I might avenge my mother. Likewise, even if they never come for me, sooner or later I will come for them. The two frowned, and even Shutian, silent by their side, whitened her eyes. None of them expected Yunhai to reveal such intentions, much less to tell them outright. Why tell us this? Mao Weixian again pressed the core question. Why tell us this? Because you are members of the assassination squad, subordinates of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Therefore, no matter who my supervising jonin is, I will still recount this matter. Hearing this, Yugugo Yuzuki shook her head and said, I thought you were still a child, but now I see we were mistaken. She sighed, I understand your meaning. We will report this truthfully to the Hokage-sama. But I must warn you, you lack the strength to take revenge now. The 3rd squad is far more powerful than you imagine. Yes, Heiate Gecko agreed, coming to his senses. Although the 3rd squad has a poor reputation, they are still part of the ANBU. They will not ally with the Uchiha against the Hyuga, that much is certain. Moreover, the Council of Elders merely has different stances. They do not intentionally harbor hostility toward the Hyuga. Otherwise the village would have long descended into chaos. Yunhai understood his point but disagreed, retorting, if the 3rd squad hadn't sent someone to tell me, I wouldn't have linked them to the Uchiha. As for the Council of Elders, I only target Koharu Utatane. In fact, Elder Kohara once saved my grandfather and me, and my grandfather has a good relationship with her. That's a separate matter. In essence, he narrated all this for a single purpose, to make his stance clear to the 3rd Hokage. It's good that you know what you're doing. Heiate Gecko breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a headache coming on. He had thought Yunhai was merely striving for family prestige. Little did he expect such intricate entanglements beneath the surface. By the way, do your family elders know about these matters? He asked Yunhai after a moment's thought. Yunhai pulled Hinata over, ruffled her hair, and said with a smile, the clan seeks prestige. It has nothing to do with my investigation into my mother's past. You don't think they could persuade me to give up revenge, do you? Well. Heiate Gecko pondered and found the words reasonable. Alright, I'll try to apply to the Hokage-sama to access the archives. Given Elder Kohara's reputation, I don't believe she would have killed your mother. However, right and wrong are distinct. I must say this in advance, if your mother was at fault first, you must not be blinded by hatred. Otherwise it will put us in a difficult position. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Yugugo Yuzuki let out a cold laugh. Haven't you realized yet? He's using our authority to report to the Hokage-sama. This kid has ulterior motives. He'll be trouble in the future. Yunhai grinned upon hearing her words. Anyway, you'll report the situation to the Hokage-sama. It's your duty as ANBU shinobi. I just don't want to hide anything. Yugugo Yuzuki gritted her teeth, anger evident on her face. Yet she had to admit that Yunhei's words were true, as ANBU failing to report known information was a grave mistake. Most importantly, the so-called supervising jonin was itself a form of surveillance and insight, much like when Kakashi teamed up with Itachi Uchiha. Many things could never escape the 3rd Hokage's eyes. I think it's not just the villagers who fear the Uchiha and the Hyuga, you do too. Suddenly Yunhai spoke a baffling sentence, causing the two to fix their gazes. For many newly promoted shinobi, the supervising jonin serves as a guide and mentor. But for the Uchiha, the Hyuga, and other Konoha clans, it is more akin to a means of understanding and surveillance. Who becomes his supervising jonin and with whom he forms a team has always been decided by the 3rd Hokage. I truly wonder how your family raised you. At 8 years old your mind is far too sharp. Heiate Gecko sighed helplessly, then changed the subject. Still, I rather admire you. At least you're straightforward and don't hide anything. Thank you for understanding. A bitter smile tugged at Yunhei's lips as he stood up. I'll trouble you with this matter. Next, I want to see the Uchiha stance. Heiate Gecko frowned. Now. Yunhai nodded, explaining, I am the new Hyuga prodigy. They must have received intelligence about me. Testing them now might yield some gains. Alright, well go with you. Heiate Gecko agreed without further hesitation. Yugugo Yuzuki said nothing more, but her attitude toward Yunhai was clearly colder. Perhaps she disliked being used, especially so openly. In the end, the four of them set out carrying dried meat and water flasks to begin the census mission. Heiate Gecko and Yugugo Yuzuki refrained from interfering, merely following behind to provide protection. Yunhai carried Hinata on his back, leaping across rooftops, relying on her to confirm that their direction was correct. A perception range of 35 meters sufficed for walking on the streets, but when traveling at speed it was difficult to distinguish direction without environmental landmarks. Soon they arrived at the Uchiha clan's territory. Yunhai did not enter directly but patrolled along the perimeter. Before long, a squad of Uchiha shinobi rushed over, wearing combat uniforms with clan emblems on their left arms. This is Uchiha territory. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden to enter. With that, 3 shuriken were thrown, embedding themselves before the trio as a warning. Direct action to drive them away. Yunhai had not expected the Uchiha to attack without a word. He said coldly, the ANBU are executing a mission. Every area of Konoha village is subject to investigation, including Uchiha territory. Boo. The leading Uchiha shinobi glanced at them. Seeing Hinata's Byakugan, he cautiously asked, I know many ANBU members, but I've never seen anyone carry a child on a mission. Who are you? Yunhai replied directly, the Hyuga prodigy. Upon hearing these 4 words, the Uchiha clansmen exchanged glances. They naturally knew that the Hyuga clan had produced a new genius, a blind child at that. But they hadn't expected Yunhai to not only become a genin but also to come to Uchiha territory on a mission. So was this mission assigned by the 3rd Hokage? What was the intent of sending the Hyuga prodigy here? In an instant many thoughts raced through their minds, thickening the atmosphere. Heiate Gecko and Yugugo Yuzuki had already grasped their sword hilts. In that case, do as you please, but do not venture deep into our territory, or you may be mistaken for spies and harmed. Fortunately, they showed goodwill, not harboring ill intentions after learning Yunhei's identity. Yunhai felt relieved as well and nodded. Thank you for your understanding. In the coming days I will continue to patrol nearby, but I will never enter Uchiha territory. Please rest assured. I see. The leader pondered for a moment, did not inquire further, made the seal of reconciliation, and then turned back into the clan grounds. Presumably he went to report the intelligence. Still uneasy, Yunhai circled the perimeter 3 more times. Seeing no further Uchiha arrivals, he began the population census according to the map, with Hinata providing positioning and him sensing and observing. Working together, their pace was not slow. They marked the number of people in each household on the map, then tallied by area. I am curious, why do you want to become a genius of the Hyuga clan? Is it simply for revenge? The 4 individuals leaped across the eaves at a relatively gentle speed. Perhaps influenced by previous events, the impression of the moonlight swift wind on Yunhai had clearly changed. He asked softly, his gaze somewhat profound. Yunhai grasped Hinata's small hand, habitually counting his knuckles as he replied, my family is quite unique, many do not have the freedom to choose. I know you refer to it as a caged bird, but that is an inescapable fate. Indeed, the moonlight swift wind had other intentions, but did not expect Yunhai to see through his thoughts. Well then. He chuckled and shook his head, sighing, in my memory the personalities of the Hyuga clan members are quite peculiar. They may appear spirited, yet internally they are quite repressed, both the main family and the branch families. Thus I have always found it hard to understand. The Uchiha also have a bloodline of ocular jutsu and practice inter-clan marriage. Why do you Hyuga insist on creating a caged bird, enduring pain while steadfastly bearing it? The meaning behind this statement was quite subtle, or rather abrupt. If it were other members of the Hyuga clan, they might not even respond. Yunhai was the same, but considering the upcoming collaboration he remained silent for a moment before answering. Do you have any relatives you care about? He suddenly asked. The moonlight swift wind frowned, instinctively glancing at Yuzuki Yuin, nodding and saying, I am an orphan, but I have 2 relatives I care about, one is my master and the other is my junior sister. Upon hearing his words, Yuzuki Yuin took out some jerky to eat, her gaze somewhat flickering. Yes, even orphans can have relatives they care about. Yunhai paused at a building, feeling the shadows of people moving below, calculating as he spoke, humans are social creatures. When alone they instinctively seek companionship, leading to love and hatred. I have never met my parents. I was raised by my grandfather, who was once a genius of the Hyuga clan. He was severely injured during the 3rd Great Ninja War and lost most of his ability to move, relying on a cane to walk. The moonlight swift wind listened intently. Although this did not quite match his inquiry, it highlighted 2 words: fate. In fact, I am blind. Even if I were to leave the Hyuga clan, I would not face bloodline extermination. However, my mother is buried in the Hyuga ancestral hall and my grandfather's relatives are there as well. Many elders are his brothers, my uncles. If I refuse to be made into a caged bird, what choice would my grandfather have? If he chooses to leave the clan with me according to the rules, he would have to gouge out his eyes to prevent the bloodline from being lost. Yunhai spoke softly about this matter, something he had never shared with outsiders before, but now that he had it, felt as though a weight had been lifted from his heart. Then he answered the Moonlight Swift Wind's question. The caged bird is a physical limitation, but what truly binds us is the emotions within our hearts. If I have no thoughts in my heart, then heaven and earth are both my homecoming paths. If I have thoughts in my heart even in the midst of hell, isn't it still a form of homesickness? The Uchiha do not have a caged bird, yet they possess shackles even more solid than ours, the lofty bloodline, the unyielding belief that their world has always revolved around family, not Konoha. You see, all the members of the Hyuga clan know that the branch family despises the existence of the caged bird, yet they would rather choose to endure pain than sacrifice themselves for the next generation's freedom. The core of this issue is quite simple: they do not wish to harm each other, or rather they cannot bear the cost of conflict. If it were me and my grandfather was killed, I would use all my strength to ensure their descendants are eradicated, disappearing from henceforth. As I've said, whether or not one can succeed is one thing, whether to act or not is another matter. If I just kill one enemy, I could plunge their relatives into suffering. Isn't that a form of revenge? Those who harbor thoughts like mine as an Umbu Jonin, you should have seen quite a number of them. The Moonlight Swift Wind silently listened, his expression changing rapidly. Even Yuzuki Yuin frowned, looking at Yunhai with increasingly unfriendly eyes. They sensed the malice in Yunhei's words. However, this malice was intertwined with rationality, like the blade they held hidden within its sheath. At that moment, Hinata suddenly spoke up. Actually, Yunhei doesn't want to disappoint his grandfather, just as I don't want to let my father down, but I always seem to fall short. Upon hearing her words, Yunhai smiled and softly said, I believe that one day the clan leader will be proud of you. With that, he gathered his thoughts and said, it's time to get down to business. There are 9 floors in total, with 7 households on each floor, 5, 3, 5 and 2. As he revealed the numbers, Hinata quickly noted them down, her face beaming with joy, looking very happy. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Swift Wind and Yuzuki Yuin exchanged silent glances, staring blankly at them, a sense of clarity suddenly rising in their hearts. People are born into different circumstances. Some are blessed with peace and happiness, while others face a tumultuous fate filled with challenges, giving rise to good and evil. Like a scale, it is hard to discern the balance dictated by fate. They felt that Yunhai, despite his young age, harbored malice. Little did they know he had no choice at all. Who wouldn't want a joyful and fulfilling family? Upon reflection, they realized they were no different. If there was a true distinction, it was merely age. As an orphan, the Moonlight Swift Wind only began to understand this truth after graduation. After all, he was only 13 at that time. Perhaps the biggest difference between us and geniuses is not just talent, but also the maturity of our minds. The Moonlight Swift Wind murmured to himself, feeling rather bitter within. Let's go see the housing area below. After counting the numbers, Yunhai called out and leaped down. Konoha village is neither too small nor too large. Patrolling it all would take several hours. He pondered that by the time this round of counting was completed, it would likely be 8 or 9 in the evening. Thankfully, with Hinata's help, it went much faster. Yunhei, there's another small house over there. Hinata became his eyes, scanning the buildings excitedly and pointing out a secluded courtyard. Let's go check it out. Time flowed by indistinguishable. Yunhai suddenly realized that conducting a population census was a very pleasant task, turning monotony into joy and fatigue into motivation. Thus the night slowly descended. Atop the Hokage building, Yunhai stood on the rooftop, having counted the last person in the office area. There's just one old man. The first population census is complete. Time to clock out and head home for dinner. As for the Moonlight Swift Wind and Yuzuki Yuin, they had already entered the Hokage's office and begun reporting the intelligence gathered today. Naturally, there was also Yunhei's utilization. Inside the office, Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to the two recount their story, narrowing his eyes slightly. He took out a file from the table, looking at the information, and said, the masked moth nicknamed the Hyuga genius is blatantly telling everyone that he has arrived. A Hyuga prodigy. Halt Gecko and Hyuga Yuzuki exchanged glances, still unaware of the meaning behind Yunhei's codename, as he was merely a genin and had yet to require one. Yet now they realized it carried deeper implications. Yugeo's eyes flickered as she hesitated, then asked, perhaps the third squad knew his codename and that's why they sent someone to tail him. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer directly. Instead, he said, there's another possibility. He was fishing and the third squad became the bait, taking fish, thereby revealing the location of the nest. Ah. Halt Gecko widened his eyes in disbelief. If that were true, it would mean Yunhai had already set a trap before even joining the Umbu. It seems this generation's Hyuga prodigy is not to be underestimated. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a sigh of admiration, a smile spreading across his face. Tell Yunhai this: if he can become a squad leader within 2 years, I will release the files as a mission. Whether he can uncover the truth depends on his own ability. This. Hey-8 Gecko frowned. Becoming a squad leader in 2 years required promotion to Jonin before one could even be considered for the position. The competition was fierce. More importantly, strength did not equal rank. To become an Umbu Jonin, one needed not only formidable power but also a sufficient number of completed missions and a clean background. From every angle, success seemed impossible. Yet if he did manage it, where would that leave Shisui Uchiha? In the end, both of them walked out of the office building in silence, lost in thought. I knew he'd be a big headache. Hey-8 Gecko let out a helpless sigh. Meanwhile, Yunhai returned home with Hinata setting the takeout ramen on the table. It was already late, too late to cook, so they had to make do with the ramen. Besides, Hinata was exhausted. Yunhai-kun, do I have to continue tomorrow? Hinata ate the ramen in large mouthfuls, devouring it really, yet her face still brimmed with excitement as if she couldn't get enough. Train in the morning, you'll take you out again in the afternoon. Yunhai replied softly, ruffling her hair. You need to learn to manage your own time, prioritize properly. Only then can you become better. Ma'am. Hinata nodded quickly, then said apologetically, I'm sorry for troubling you, Yunhai-kun. With that, she buried herself in the ramen again. Yunhai had bought her 3 large bowls, enough to fill her stomach. Unlike her ravenous appetite, Yunhai showed little interest in his food. He ate slowly, head down, his mind churning over the events of the past 2 days. In truth, he had no intention of investigating his mother's death. He planned to follow his grandfather's advice and wait until he achieved Jonin-level strength before being told. Yet he hadn't expected that soon after joining the Umbu he would attract the attention of the 3rd Squad, the special treatment reserved for the council elders. What exactly had gone wrong? The truth was, he hadn't used his codename as bait to lure out the 3rd Squad as Hiruzen Sarutobi suspected. His scheming wasn't that deep. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that the 3rd Squad's appearance had forcibly triggered the beginning of the conflict. Could it be due to the files? After much thought, he concluded that the 3rd Squad must have seen his file leading to the tailing incident. The thought of it being related to his codename never crossed his mind. After all, his identity was impossible to conceal. The gentle fist's point sealing technique was unique to the Hyuga clan, and the clan had already spread his name far and wide. Many knew the new Hyuga prodigy was a blind man without the Byakugan. In such a deliberately orchestrated environment, hiding his identity was nearly impossible. Thus he had to alter his original plan, leading to the series of events during the day. Probing Uchiha's attitude, investigating the 3rd Squad situation, using Hey-8 Gecko's authority to catch the 3rd Hokage's attention, all were deliberate actions on his part. However, these thoughts had come as fleeting inspirations, not carefully calculated, and many details had been overlooked. For instance, he hadn't considered how Hey-8 Gecko might view him after this, whether it would leave a bad impression or even cause him to keep his distance. He needed to think it through carefully. He rubbed his temples. His grandfather wanted him to grow stronger before revealing the truth. But that idea was somewhat naive. They were in the same village and Hamura Mitokata was no fool. How could he just let things slide? In his grandfather's retelling of the art of war from his past life, it was said that knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Only detailed and accurate intelligence could improve the odds of winning. Tomorrow he would go see his grandfather and make him tell the truth. The appearance of the 3rd Squad had made him sense danger, a death signal. If the 3rd Squad decided to kill him, as long as they left no solid evidence, the clan would have no power to demand justice. Hisashi Hyuga's case was the best example. Besides that, he also needed to improve his strength. More importantly, what stance would the 3rd Hokage take? They were fellow disciples, could he truly have no bias? If Hiruzen Sarutobi was biased, then Hey-8 Gecko and Hyuga Yuzuki would be the greatest threats. Damn it, he had acted too hastily. His thoughts churned as Yunhai rubbed his brow in frustration. He was still too weak and had no one to rely on. The clan placed profit above all else. They wouldn't help him. Finish eating and go to sleep. I'm going to train for a while. Restless, he lost his appetite. Setting down his chopsticks, he spoke to Hinata and then went to the yard to practice. Only by pushing past his limits could he expand his perception range, compensate for the deficiency of his eyes, and enhance his strength. Yet what he needed most was time, the very thing he lacked. Too slow, too slow. In the yard, Yunhai relentlessly tempered his strength. Without Elder Peihu to spar with, breaking through his physical limits would be slow. He would need at least 10 hours of intense training for a single breakthrough. And as the number of breakthroughs increased, the time required would grow, making the journey even harder. Inside the house, a small head peeked out from behind the door, watching the figure training, tirelessly biting her lower lip. Today had made Hinata very happy, not just because of the mission but also because of Yunhei's secret. But the joy of the day gave way to the torment of the night. She suddenly understood why Yunhei had trained so desperately before. It wasn't just about being a guardian or advancing his perception jutsu, it was entangled with pain she could hardly comprehend. She couldn't grasp his words, but she could empathize with one thing: pain, the oppression of the soul. At this moment Yunhei was like the timid version of her former self. Only back then Yunhei had been there to help her. Now she knew no one could help him. If only she could help him. Hinata clutched her clothes, her small fingers turning white at the knuckles. Panic and helplessness gripped her heart, and finally her whole body trembled. It felt so wrong. Her vision gradually blurred as she staggered back to her room. Yet she didn't notice the veins around her eyes twitching slightly, and through the roof she glimpsed the night sky in a daze. Her heart was tormented by emotions, making it impossible to sleep. Suddenly she opened her eyes, and her gaze, like a gentle breeze, drifted out of the house and landed on Yunhei in the courtyard. Suppression, indifference, coldness, these emotions poured into her heart, entangled in a deathless struggle, like a torrential rain drenching her soul. So this was the chaos inside him. Hinata curled up, her face pale from the emotions Yunhei radiated, yet she couldn't bear to withdraw that gentle breeze. She didn't even care that her own bloodline had awakened, that she had activated the Byakugan. If you're lacking in strength, you make up for it with your life. Once you die, it's all over. In the courtyard, Yunhei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, planning his next move. Perhaps it was because he often stayed at home in his past life, or maybe his blindness made daily life difficult to manage. At some point he had developed the habit of planning tomorrow, wanting to keep everything under control. But that was hard. With his current strength, any ordinary jounin could easily take his life. Even a seasoned chunin, by exploiting his blind spot, could slowly wear him down. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, 8 trigrams, palms, revolving heaven, gentle step, twin lion fists. These three techniques were inherently limited by range, and without the Byakugan to support them, their flaws were glaringly apparent. As for elemental ninjutsu, feeling the flow of chakra within him, neither broad nor narrow meridian channels, he could barely release elemental techniques, but they lacked full power. However, he could try learning the 3 basic jutsu, adding more options in battle. The body replacement technique in particular could save his life at critical moments. But above all, true power was the foundation. The 8 gates would push his body to its limits, allowing him to break through more easily. At the same time, it would cause severe damage to the body. Yet again, it was a choice with no alternative. Couldn't there be some variety? Yunhei murmured inwardly, racking his brains. The only way to rapidly boost his strength was to train in the 8 gates. At dawn he would visit the clan head. With a clear plan in mind, he didn't get up to go back inside, letting the cold wind brush his face as he gradually slipped into deep meditation, his restless heart slowly calming. By the way, Hinata seems to have awakened her Byakugan, truly impressive. He suddenly recalled a faint detection he had felt during training, which emanated from Hinata. But he was curious, both the Byakugan and the Sharingan could be awakened through emotional stimulation. Could it be from joy? Joy, that was a type of emotion too. It seemed she had been truly happy these past few days. At that thought, the corner of Yunhei's mouth lifted unconsciously. At least he had succeeded once more. Training in the 8 gates demands a high level of physical constitution. For those with average constitutions, even opening all 8 gates only multiplies attack power a few times, which is far more detrimental than beneficial. Moreover, we Hyuga are born with narrow and fragile meridians, making it difficult to even unleash the full power of elemental ninjutsu. Training in the 8 gates would be fraught with obstacles. I don't approve of you training in the 8 gates. At the clan head's mansion, Hyūga advised earnestly. Just before dawn he had received a report from the guard, fearing something had happened to Yunhei. He had only had time to throw on his nightclothes before rushing to the study. I need to break through my physical limits to strengthen myself, but my progress will slow down. I need the 8 gates to stimulate me. I want to actually open all the gates. Yunhei explained softly. He wasn't foolish enough to make the 8 gates his primary cultivation, he would use it as an auxiliary. I see. Hyūga stared at his calm demeanor and frowned, asking, is there anything else? Like the Ambu. His timing was quite apt. Yunhei caught his meaning and smiled. Clan head, are you referring to the 3rd platoon, the Elder Council, or the 3rd Hokage? As I thought. A bitter smile tugged at Hyūga's lips. He shook his head and said, I thought you'd need more time before encountering them, but it only took you 2 days. It seems you've already discovered something. They spoke in riddles, not stating things explicitly, yet each understood what the other meant. So Yunhai no longer hesitated and asked directly, Clan head, do you know the details about my mother? No. Hyuga shook his head without a moment's thought, but then changed the subject, lowering his voice however. Before leaving the clan, Feitian once visited me and made a request. I didn't agree at that time. Yunhai was startled. His grandfather had left the clan after his birth and had never mentioned the past in these 7 years. This matter has nothing to do with your mother, but it is closely related to Niji. Hyuga spoke softly, continuing, he wanted to destroy his own Byakugan and take you away from Konoha. As clan head, I couldn't agree according to clan rules. So he sought out Hisashi, and after several heated arguments with the main family's elder, they exchanged for an opportunity. An opportunity? Yunhai didn't quite understand. Does it have to do with the caged bird? No. Hyuga shook his head. Inside, my younger brother Hisashi disliked the caged bird system but devoted half his life to the clan's prosperity. His inner conflict represents all Hyuga members. Even the main family's elder once hesitated, is the caged bird more beneficial or harmful? Unity is the eternal root of the clan and also the essence of the main family. Outsiders say our Hyuga clan is outdated, disregarding the law of the jungle and valuing bloodline status above all. But what they don't know is that since the main family's founding, there has never been an instance of a main family member abandoning a branch family member and fleeing alone. Because the original purpose of the caged bird was to forcibly bind two people together carrying on the clan's torch, that is endogamy. Thus protection is the meaning of the clan. After saying this, a trace of loneliness appeared on his face as he continued, whether in times of turmoil or the current balance of 5 villages, war and infighting cycle like the seasons, meaningless yet unstoppable. Yunhai, in this world living is far harder than you imagine. Especially for us ninja clans, it is full of trials. Many things leave us no choice. Hyuga's words were lengthy, but they redefined the identity of the main family. If the caged bird placed a shackle on the branch family, then the main family as the controller was bound by the clan rules into a mental cage, or rather a belief passed down through generations. But the caged bird seals the Byakugan, greatly limiting the time it can be activated and creating fatal blind spots in perception. Yunhai refuted his words, offering a counterargument. If the caged bird's restrictions were a little looser, not only would he believe the clan head but many branch family members would too. Yet the reality they saw was only oppression. Yes, for the branch family the caged bird has 100 harms and no benefit. Hyuga murmured to himself, then suddenly laughed. That only proves the main family has failed. While maintaining pure bloodlines through endogamy, it severely restricted the clan's development. So before Niji was born, Hisashi, using the incident with your mother Hyuga together with the branch family elder and several jounin like Feitian, petitioned for a council to abolish the caged bird, or at least to exclude talented members from its mark, allowing them to develop independently outside. At that time I refused. Hearing this, Yunhai fell into thought, detecting a hint of chagrin and a wavering heart in Rizu's words. Could it be that the clan leader also wishes to abolish the caged bird system? It felt unlikely. At that moment Rizu's low voice sounded again. Since that day my relationship with Richa has grown increasingly strained. We have hardly exchanged a word beyond official matters. Until Ning Xiai and Shu Tian were born successively and the dispute over quotas was once again put on the agenda, things finally took a turn. During that time I often sensed emotional fluctuations in Richa, hatred along with a faint murderous intent. When Yunhai heard the words murderous intent, he was suddenly startled and somewhat understood what the clan leader meant by opportunity. The essence of the caged bird is a curse mark, and the Byakugan is also a sensory ability. If Lord Richa had shown murderous intent, the clan leader and the elders could not have failed to detect it. If one also considers the special treatment the Elder Council gave Ning Xiai when he first went to the ancestral shrine with Chu Tian, it is very likely a consequence of this matter. Do you mean the main house elders compromised? That year Yunhai had not seen through the core of the words murderous intent, but he guessed that someone had fabricated the incident, turning the children's pushing and shoving into a conflict. At first he thought it was someone from the Elder Council or an outsider stirring up trouble, and even suspected the clan leader of using a self-inflicted trick. Now upon reflection the answer was almost obvious. It was not that simple. Rizu's eyes dimmed and he said softly, as the clan leader, there are things I cannot say or do. Even though I knew Richa was dissatisfied with the caged bird system, I had to consider the overall situation and maintain the clan's stability. To abolish the caged bird cannot be accomplished overnight. However, Richa's other demand, Fei Tian's request for external foster care, sparked controversy among the Elder Council. The branch family supported it while the main house deemed it against the rules. After many discussions, no conclusion was reached. Because of this controversy, matters took a turn. The quota dispute kept being postponed. Ning Xiai should have been implanted with the caged bird at age 3 and begun sparring with Chu Tian, but it was delayed due to this issue. As for what happened afterwards, you experienced it yourself. Fei Tian took you away from the clan. Richa died for the clan. The anger of the branch family elders had already upset the balance, forcing the main house elders to make concessions. Until that night when your grandfather invited me to come. I initially thought he still wanted to take you away from Konoha or free you from the caged bird's restrictions, but I never expected him to join the quota dispute. Yunhai had personally experienced the subsequent events and now he frowned. The whole story, rather than being about Lord Richa's death forcing the main house elders to compromise. It was more that his grandfather had instigated it. Then he heard the answer. I had always thought that Richa and Fei Tian's goal was to abolish the caged bird. But after that banquet I suddenly realized that what they wanted all along was the external foster qualification, and they had completely tricked me and the Elder Council. Richa didn't have that kind of mind, he was as rigid as me. So this matter could only have been orchestrated by your grandfather. He is truly adept at scheming. The Elder Council only realized it after the fact, but it was already too late. Because you came, the new Hyuga genius. You were too great a temptation for us and we couldn't refuse. Yunhai listened quietly to the clan leader's words, his expression indifferent, and asked the contradictory point, but I remember that grandfather didn't want me to be externally fostered, he wanted me to stay by the eldest prince's side, and he even got angry with the elders. Rizu smiled at this and corrected him wrong. Your grandfather did want you to be externally fostered, but only after you had attained a certain level of strength, because the outside world is dangerous. He paused for a moment, then added, of course he also wanted you to learn the complete 8 trigrams techniques. If you were sent out directly you would not only encounter danger prematurely but also waste your talent. I thought you came in such a hurry because you had encountered some difficulty. Was that so? But based on his understanding of his grandfather, he was incapable of such meticulous scheming, it was too far-fetched. But was the clan leader deceiving him? Yunhai lowered his chin, unable to comprehend. His originally clear train of thought became muddled once again. In the end he persisted in his original intention and said, Clan leader, I wish to train in the 8 gates. Upon hearing this, Rizu also fell silent. He had explained so much precisely to make Yunhai give up the plan of training in the 8 gates, but obviously he had failed. I will apply to the 3rd Hokage, but you must promise me not to make it your main training, this is for your own good. After pondering for a long time, Rizu finally agreed. He could basically guess that Yunhai must have encountered something. It seemed that some people were no longer willing to show the Hyuga clan any respect. His heart grew heavy and his gaze turned profound. Thank you. Yunhai sighed in relief and then asked, do you know how my grandfather got injured? Seeing him ask this, Rizu pondered for a moment and replied, your grandfather was in the reconnaissance squad responsible for scouting enemy movements and gathering intelligence. I don't know the specifics. I only know that he was ambushed by Cloud Ninja while on a mission. Though reinforcements arrived in time to annihilate the enemy, he suffered severe injuries. However, one thing is very clear to me, your grandfather's squad was ambushed because their intelligence was leaked. Afterwards many traitors were found within the medical unit, causing severe losses in the rear. Medical unit. Yunhai frowned and asked again, given Lady Gangshou's power, how could such a thing happen? Gangshou. Rizu shook his head. She had already left Konoha after the Second Shinobi World War. Zilayi only returned once during the Third War, but he didn't go to the battlefield. At that time Konoha lacked top combat power and was always on the defensive, leading to frequent rear attacks. Even Bo Feng Shuiman's disciples, 2 of them died in battle, leaving only Kakashi alive. Our Hyuga clan also lost many members in those years. That your grandfather managed to return alive was already very fortunate. But why are you asking these things? To the clan leader's doubt, Yunhai replied softly, his health is not good, likely due to internal injuries, so I wanted to find out. I see. Rizu's eyes grew somewhat complex and he suddenly asked, do you know about another restriction of the caged bird? Yunhai was startled and shook his head. To ensure the Byakugan doesn't fall into others' hands, the caged bird directly destroys the eyes during transplantation. Ha! Yunhai was stunned and frowned, asking, do you mean that branch family members' eyes cannot be transplanted? To outsiders, yes. Rizu nodded, then added, however, a main house member can temporarily suppress the curse mark and extract the eyes intact, but the price is that the person receiving the transplant will die immediately. Hearing this, Yunhai instantly clenched his fists, unable to suppress the shock on his face. It seems you really did not know. Rizu sighed and then said, your grandfather's body is quite bad, he might not live past 50. I can only tell you this much, and I also hope that in the future you can help me comfort Chu Tian. Her mother's condition is not good. The First Lady. Yunhai fell silent, roughly understanding the clan leader's intention. It seemed the first lattice injury was even worse than expected. And grandfather's injury. He paused for a moment, then asked again, Tsunade, can you save them? I don't know. Hisashi lowered his eyes and said, I sent someone to find her and explained Hinata's mother's condition, but she refused, citing physical discomfort and inability to treat. I suspect she might have been injured and thus chose to leave Konoha. This answer was not what he wanted to hear. There was too little time. Yunhei's heart was troubled. The things the clan leader had told him weighed on his chest like stones, making it hard to breathe. He had never cared about eye transplantation, he only wanted his grandfather to spend his remaining years in peace. Why was it so difficult? It seemed that his grandfather had been paving the way for him from the very beginning. Niji's fate had changed because of this. Then was it still necessary to ask about Squad 3? How many people were involved in the secret behind his mother's death? From the attitudes of Gekko Heiate and Yagugo Yuzuki, they both knew about his mother but dared not speak openly. What role did Koharu Udatane play in all this? Yunhai suddenly realized that without him having to ask actively, things were already coming to light and the truth was getting closer. I think it will be very difficult for Uncle Feitian to keep it from you any longer. Your mental maturity is not that of a child. Hisashi said softly. A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Yunhei's mouth. His maturity could not solve the problem, what he lacked were strength and time. He fell silent for a moment, then said, in addition to the 8 gates I need 2 other techniques for reference. Hisashi was taken aback and asked, which 2? Multiple Shadow Clone Technique and Flying Thunder God Technique. As soon as he finished, the room fell into silence. Hisashi stared at him in amazement, momentarily at a loss for words. But in the end he nodded in agreement. Having received the reply, Yunhai stood up and said, last night Hinata awakened her Byakugan. I won. With that he turned and left, planning to visit his grandfather. Hisashi watched him go, his expression dazed, his eyes carrying both joy and bitterness. To awaken one's eyes at the age of 5 was an achievement that could be counted on one hand throughout the entire clan's history. At this moment Hinata became his pride. Meanwhile Yunhai had already left the compound and was heading home. Contrary to his previous thoughts after the clan leader's explanation, he no longer wanted to inquire about his mother's matters and decided to follow his grandfather's lead. Squad 3 huh? Feitian smacked his lips, his expression somewhat odd. Yunhai noticed but didn't ask. Instead he recounted everything that had happened over the past 2 days, including using the supervising jonin to state his position to the third Hokage, his conversation with the clan leader, and his plans for future training. Using shadow clones to carry out missions is a good idea, but pushing one's limits through the 8 gates is ill-considered. Feitian smiled broadly and reminded him, actually you can train and receive treatment at the same time. Huajiu and her friend Tuanpu are both medical ninjas. They may not be able to repair the internal injuries caused by pushing limits, but they can minimize the damage and allow your body to recover. However, your intention to clarify your stance with the third Hokage is excellent. The Anbu is Konoha's Anbu. It has never belonged to any faction. Whether Squad 3 or Squad 5, they must abide by the rules set by the Hokage. Little Yunhai, you are the new Hyuga genius. If Squad 3 wants to harm you, they must first obtain the tacit approval of certain people. You still have time for now. These words sounded strange, even full of loopholes, or perhaps they were a display of sharpness. But Yunhai seemed not to notice. He only nodded lightly, sighing inwardly. It seemed his grandfather had guessed it. The two of them tacitly refrained from exposing each other's thoughts, still getting along as pleasantly as before. If there was anything out of the ordinary, it was the change in their conversation. His grandfather began to share many of his views about the village with him. From his words Yunhai heard a lot of darkness. The Senju clan, which founded Konoha, fought to the very end for the village. But after the second Hokage's death they were isolated by the other major clans, leading to the clan's disintegration, with only Tsunade left as a direct descendant. Similarly, Madara Uchiha, who also founded the village, set aside his hatred and reconciled with the Senju clan for the sake of clan peace. Yet when he left Konoha, not a single clan member chose to follow him. Kakashi's father, Tsukumo Hatake, was known as the White Fang of Konoha, feared across the 4 great ninja villages during the Second Shinobi World War. But because he abandoned his mission to save his comrades, leading to a battlefield loss, he was blamed by the village. He was even criticized by the comrades he had saved. Ultimately unable to bear the psychological pressure, he chose to take his own life to prove his integrity. Similarly, the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, known as the Yellow Flash throughout the ninja world, saved the village from destruction. Yet his own son was called a monster, and even the third Hokage could only protect him in secret. These events silently expressed the darkness of the village. If even such renowned figures in the village were treated this way, the behind-the-scenes situation could well be imagined. At this moment Yunhai was silent. He could hear the discontent and helpless sighs in his grandfather's words. Discontent with the village, helplessness with human nature. Yunhai said nothing in response. In fact, war had been going on for many years before the ninja villages were established. That was the conflict of the Warring States period, but people preferred to call it the Age of Chaos. Alright, this old bones of mine is still strong. Don't you worry, go do your missions. Remember, try to achieve excellence in your mission completion, it will be your capital for future promotions. After not long, Feitian dismissed him, but an almost imperceptible pain flickered in his eyes. Yunhai was silent for a moment, feeling his grandfather's trembling body, then stood up and said, I will learn medical ninjutsu and heal your injuries. Obviously his grandfather's internal injuries had flared up again. Or perhaps they had been persistent for a while before he arrived. Also, I no longer need eye transplantation now. You must live well. With that, Yunhai walked out of the door, slowly clenching his fists. Time. What he lacked most now was time. He must learn medical ninjutsu to understand his grandfather's physical condition. He couldn't trust anyone else with this. Thinking this, he ran toward the Uchiha clan compound, patrolled as usual a few times, and then began the second population census. The clan leader said to come get the technique scroll the day after tomorrow, it should be a sure thing. The people from Squad 3 were not following him again. As for the Hokage, Gecko Heiade would bring the news. However, he needed to remain vigilant at all times. The reason Squad 3 was following him had not been figured out yet, and the possibility of an ambush was not non-existent. Yunhai calculated and began to compare the fluctuations in the population of each area. With the map as a reference, his inspection speed increased more than threefold, and in just over 2 hours he completed a census. However, the results of the two censuses fluctuated too greatly, allowing him to only arrive at a specific number. Excluding the family members, there were a total of 140000 villagers remaining in Mai, and if he added those who were out, it could increase by about 10000. Among these 150000 people, 120000 had refined chakra. Unsurprisingly, most of them did not even possess the strength of a genin, yet they had basic combat abilities. As for the remaining 3000, they were children who had not yet begun their training. In addition, he discovered some villagers acting suspiciously, gathering at a certain location to discuss, mentioning many names he was familiar with. Spies. Are they from the village or outsiders? Yunhai did not pursue the matter further, merely marking the location briefly, unwilling to complicate things. Next he arrived at the Hokage Tower, where Tsukikage Jifeng and Azora Sirin had been waiting for some time. Upon meeting, Tsukikage Jifeng revealed a piece of news. Last night we discovered a corpse near your house. Yunhai was taken aback and took a long time to regain his composure, frowning as he asked from Team 3. His question startled both of them and they frowned. Don't overthink it, I was cultivating last night, Yunhai explained softly, though his expression gradually grew colder. The appearance of a corpse near his home, along with Tsukikage Jifeng's initiative to inform him, represented a certain possibility the corpse was from Team 3. So was it surveillance or something more sinister? Tsukikage Jifeng did not continue speaking until he led Yunhai into a quiet corner, then began to explain the details. It was a member of Team 3 and the body has already been detained by them. I only received one piece of information: that person had their main chakra vein broken and was killed by the Bagua Palm. Bagua Palm. Yunhai immediately thought of the hidden guards in the storeroom, but upon careful reflection he noticed clearly inappropriate aspects. Thus he said, if the murderer is from my Hyuga clan, you wouldn't have seen the corpse at all. This kind of framing is too obvious. You have a point, Tsukikage Jifeng agreed, but then shook his head, saying, although it is a trick, it aligns with the style of the Yambu. What they want is a reason, an excuse to take action against you. If they want to take the opportunity to investigate you, Lord Hokage won't be able to refuse, and at that point all methods will be compliant. Even if they accidentally kill you, it would merely result in a slight penalty. I'm curious about what secret you possess that makes them go so far as to set a trap using their own people against you. Is it a conspiracy? Yunhai murmured to himself, understanding from Tsukikage Jifeng's words that this was not the first time Team 3 had employed such tactics. However, he was curious why the Yambu would use the Bagua Palm. No, the Bagua Palm is not the key, it is merely a form of martial arts. He pondered and asked, many people can learn the Bagua Palm, and medical ninjas can also master the technique to break the main chakra vein. Were there any signs of a struggle at the location where the body was found? The strange thing is this: not only were there no signs of a struggle, but we didn't even find traces of his movements, nor were there any deliberate concealment techniques. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. Tsukikage Jifeng explained, his eyes constantly observing Yunhei's changing expression, seemingly trying to discern something from it. Oh. Yunhei was not surprised and said, a single fatal blow with no time to react, or perhaps some factor rendered him unable to move, such as the shadow jutsu of the Nara clan. This framing has already taken root, and unless direct evidence is presented it cannot be changed. It is clear that such an event would complicate matters for the third Hokage as well as for Tsukikage Jifeng and Aozora Sirin. I roughly understand their intentions now. Thinking of this, Yunhei realized, shaking his head, they are blocking my way, not just mine but also that of the third Hokage. The death of an Umbu member near my home with the cause related to the Bagua palm. No matter how true this fact is, as long as there is no direct conclusion, I will be listed as a suspect. I cannot avoid this. I just became a genin and have only been in the Umbu for 2 days. Being a suspect is a stain that will impact future promotion exams. Tsukikage Jifeng felt deeply about this, giving a bitter smile as he said, your matter has a response. You can apply for a review upon reaching the Chunin level. If you are promoted to squad leader before the age of 10, you may receive related missions. But looking at it now, there's basically no hope. A file with a stain or anomaly will lose the qualification for promotion to squad leader. The occurrence of this incident struck at Yunhei's vital point, cutting off his path to promotion. Is that so? Yunhei scoffed coldly and said, last night my family's princess was attacked and under fright activated her Byakugan. My clan's elder has been worried about finding the culprit, and it seems Team 3 has some clues. What? Tsukikage Jifeng was taken aback. Beside him Aozora Sirin also showed a look of astonishment. Yunhei's words were unfounded, but there was one point that was hard to refute: the Hyuga princess was attacked and activated her Byakugan in fright. But Hinata is only 5 years old this year. I need to return and report this matter to the clan leader. After saying that, Yunhei left, directly returning to the storeroom to gather the hidden guards, explaining the ins and outs of the situation and instructing them to inform the clan leader to spread the news as much as possible. Regarding last night's attack, the hidden guards naturally were baffled, but they also caught the nuances within, and after thinking for a moment they immediately sent someone back to the clan to relay the information to the clan leader. Yunhei then gave Hinata a few instructions. She wouldn't lie. Yunhei taught her only one thing: when asked by anyone she must say she didn't know. In any case, the attack is not important, her activation of the Byakugan is the strongest evidence. After arranging everything, Yunhei conducted another census and also inquired about the qualifications for promoting to squad leader from Tsukikage Jifeng. Upon learning that one must complete 10 rank missions and reach Jonin strength, he finally heard some good news. He was currently a genin, but his actual combat power was already comparable to a chunin. What he lacked was combat experience and the influence of his visual impairment. If he could improve and compensate for these two aspects, he would be able to advance to chunin, and with 2 more years of hard training there was certainly a chance to promote to jonin. However, there is an important point: the rank of the tasks. Rank missions, apart from wasting time, do not improve combat experience at all. In this way the time remains too tight. Fortunately, Team 3 has already taken action. Yunhei silently calculated the flow of people while his thoughts planned the next steps. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Jifeng and Aozora Sirin also became somewhat somber, intentionally keeping their distance from him. From the moment Yunhei utilized them, it was destined that the bond of master and disciple among the three would no longer exist. Moreover, their duties were inherently to monitor and observe, and Yunhei had no need for their guidance. Time flowed and the census was conducted repeatedly, gradually completing the statistics. In just 5 days he had amassed a thick stack of materials recording the population information of 5 regions and the number of ninjas across various age groups. Naturally, the total cannot be submitted as a task. Next, he needs to categorize each household meticulously and supplement the names accordingly. This is a tedious and lengthy job, and it is met with disdain. Many alert ninjas had already noticed his patrol route and were even tracking him. Had it not been for his dark faction mask and the intervention of Moonlight Gale, a conflict would have been inevitable. I told you that the census task can enhance your reconnaissance skills. Once you can gather intelligence without being detected, you will be able to roam freely in Kumogakure. However, you are already quite impressive. With your sensing jutsu, even ordinary jonin find it difficult to detect your presence. If you learn to hide your tracks, they will have no chance of discovering your identity. Moonlight Gale guided him, stating that since Yunhei had already entered a class, he certainly did not harbor any malice. Yunhei shook his head in response, explaining, my sensing range is limited and hiding myself requires a special environment. The method you mentioned is not suitable for me at the moment, but I still want to say thank you. Moonlight Gale fell silent upon hearing this. Over the past few days Yunhai seemed like a different person. Not only did he not bring Hinata along for tasks but he also appeared especially focused and serious, speaking much less. You are pushing yourself too hard in your training. Continuing like this for too long will harm your body. After a moment he could not help but start advising again. Yunhai only rested for 2 to 3 hours each day. The rest of the time he was either on missions or training in taijutsu. His previously good complexion was now marred by signs of exhaustion. Yunhai remained silent until he completed his final patrol, then said, "Next I will use shadow clones to carry out tasks. If you have anything to discuss you can come to my home to find me." After saying this he said no more and directly entered the Hokage building, preparing to consult the sealing book. 5 days had passed since he spoke with the clan leader. His request to train in the 8 gates had yielded results, but instead of the expected scrolls he received the qualification to consult the sealing book. Last night the clan leader sent a letter specifically mentioning the details of this matter. According to the original plan, the clan leader intended to exchange family interests with the third Hokage, but he was rejected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who instead offered the qualification to consult the book using his dark faction identity. He was very puzzled upon learning this, as a genin trainee did not remotely qualify to consult the sealing book. The third Hokage's actions were clearly not in accordance with the rules. It was not until he saw the end of the letter that he understood the reason behind it. The clan leader stated that free things often come at a greater cost. If he were to receive favor today he would inevitably have to pay a price in the future. This price would likely involve performing certain tasks, some special missions that others could not complete. In simpler terms, the third Hokage offered him a choice under the guise of learning ninjutsu, refusing to accept the so-called exchange of interests. Was he being held by the soft spot? Yunhai walked into the Hokage's office and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was gazing out the window with his hands behind his back, "Hinata's genius has received a letter from within the clan and I came specifically to consult the sealing book." Oh. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be deep in thought, but upon hearing this he snapped back to reality, displaying a kind smile as he praised, "Your sensing talent is impressive. I did not even notice your arrival. I am indeed getting old." Yunhai remained silent. The third Hokage was only a few years older than his grandfather, so being called old was somewhat misleading. However, he had indeed surpassed his prime and was now in a transitional stage. Nevertheless, this did not mean that the third Hokage's combat power had diminished. In fact, his chakra was still abundant and vigorous. 8 gates, multi-shadow clone, spacetime, flying thunder god. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yunhei's emaciated figure, momentarily unsure of what to say. Training desperately while also learning these 3 ninjutsu, was he planning not to leave himself a way out? This child is quite reckless in his heart. He pondered and said, "I will also gift you an illusion technique created by the second Hokage called the dark walking technique, which can render enemies blind to their vision. This should be of great help to you." Blind to their vision. Yunhai frowned slightly. Wasn't this just his 5 senses shielding technique? Oh, indeed, he could only perform this technique due to his familiarity with darkness. It would be very difficult for others to achieve, so this dark walking technique could be considered a very advanced illusion technique. He did not refuse, cupping his hands and saying, "Thank you, Lord Hokage." After a brief pause he added, "The population census is almost complete and I wish to take on a crank or higher mission, hoping for your approval." Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback upon hearing this. He did not expect his speed to be so quick, reducing the 3-month task to just a few days. However, he did not refuse. He took out 4 small scrolls from his drawer and said, 15 minutes should be enough for you to memorize these. Remember, do not share them with others, otherwise it will be treated as betrayal. As for accepting the mission, I have already reserved it for you and you can come to take it once the census is complete." Hearing his response, Yunhai breathed a sigh of relief, lightly nodding as he stepped forward to take the scrolls, seeking a spot to study them carefully. After going through them 3 times and ensuring the information was firmly lodged in his mind, he placed the scrolls back in their original position, cupping his hands and saying, "I have finished reviewing. Thank you, Lord Hokage." With that he lost all desire for conversation and directly turned to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched his retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. Yunhei's aura had undergone a significant change. The last time he saw someone similar was Kakashi Hatake. However, memorizing 4 ninjutsu in just 10 minutes was indeed impressive. He sighed softly, locking the scrolls away in his drawer, a hint of fatigue showing on his aged face. After leaving the building, Yunhai did not rush home but ordered 10 servings of grilled meat from a shop, quietly waiting. The 4 ninjutsu were quite different from what he had imagined. They only explained the training methods in detail without recording the manifestation of power. Especially the 8 gates and flying thunder god both had a high training threshold and the power exhibited varied from person to person. For instance, the second Hokage who created the 8 gates only enhanced the taijutsu power threefold, but the one who maximized this ninjutsu was Might Guy Akanahagakure Genin, who demonstrated power comparable to a Kage. The same goes for Flying Thunder God. It not only requires a talent for spatial sensing but also mastery of sealing techniques. Taijutsu must reach Jonin level to utilize teleportation through markings. Currently only the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage have successfully trained in it, and the effects exhibited vary greatly. The former only executed simple forward attacks while the latter further developed it, achieving speeds comparable to light. The Yellow Flash. Yunhai had never seen the fourth Hokage, but he knew he was Naruto's father, a commoner ninja by birth and a legendary figure in the village alongside Konoha's White Fang. Is the power of ninjutsu different for each person? He felt the 8 chakra gates and the nearby network of meridians. To open the 8 gates, one must gather chakra into specific meridians and compress it into the gates, forcibly breaking through the barriers of the physical body. The opening of the 8 gates significantly accelerates the operation of the internal organs, raising the chakra limit. By impacting the gates with chakra, a continuous cycle with the meridians is formed. The more chakra gathered, the stronger the explosive power. However, the gathering of chakra requires a powerful physique. The stronger the physique, the greater the power exerted, but it also increases the damage to the organs, leading to complete death after reaching the limit. It is a pure life-risking ninjutsu. Nonetheless, the overloaded operation of the organs puts the body in an extreme state, which is the training method he needs most. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, it left him somewhat disappointed. The talent for sensing spacetime refers to perceiving ninjutsu needing to lock onto chakra and utilize a unique sealing technique to achieve instantaneous movement. This sealing technique does not necessarily need to be inscribed on an object, it can also be formed using chakra to create a mark. The difference between the two is that the former allows the mark to be inscribed on an object in advance, thus shortening the time, which is the origin of the fourth Hokage's Yellow Flash. The latter requires focusing to condense the mark, but the advantage is that it allows for movement of the mark, making it effective for short-distance surprise attacks. However, he had never learned sealing techniques, let alone mastered them. In addition, he had limitations on his sensing range. Trying to emulate the fourth Hokage by throwing shuriken to achieve long-distance instantaneous movement was nearly impossible. Because his sensing ninjutsu required inhalation and exhalation, if he momentarily left the field of perception, he would first have to retract the energy. Otherwise, there would be a 1-second gap in visibility, which is the time needed to re-establish the sensing range. A 1-second gap could be fatal for a ninja and also give the enemy time to react and evade. After much contemplation, he decided to temporarily set aside the Flying Thunder God technique and first expand his sensing range to 100 meters before planning his next steps. However, he was somewhat surprised by the other 2 ninjutsu, which not only could be learned quickly but also revealed some special points. The technique that allowed him to learn quickly was the multiple shadow clone technique, which is the simplest among the 4 ninjutsu. It only requires remembering a fixed chakra operation method, which can be combined with hand seals to produce chakra clones. It is slightly more complicated than the basic clone technique, but not difficult. However, this technique consumes a large amount of chakra. Having too many clones will drain considerable chakra. Conversely, having too few clones lacks offensive strength, making it more suitable for support in battle. When he entered the Umbu assessment, he was ambushed by 2 shadow clones of Moonlight Gale, which put him in a passive position. A comparatively unique ninjutsu is the shadow manipulation technique. Its principle is to extend the 5 senses to simulate a shadow effect, or rather to utilize the form of sensing energy. As long as there is a shadow, it can be used as a medium for visual influence. Unless the opponent also practices sensing ninjutsu, they cannot dispel it by stimulating the gates. To be precise, his coverage of the 5 senses locks onto the enemy's consciousness. The shadow manipulation technique is executed through the shadow's form, reminding him of the Nara clan signature ninjutsu, shadow control. Perhaps when the second Hokage created this ninjutsu, he borrowed this concept. This gave him an idea. Sensing ninjutsu is not only aimed at living beings but can also simulate visible forms, yielding an unexpected gain. Customer 10 servings of grilled meat have been packed and we welcome your next visit. Yunhai took the grilled meat and hurried home. In recent days, Hinata stayed at home as the clan leader sent Elder Pei Huover ostensibly to instruct her on the usage of the Byakugan, but privately to protect her, even doubling the guards in the storeroom. Opening the Byakugan at the age of 5 means the clan cannot afford to be careless. Furthermore, Team 3 had previously framed Yunhai, so the possibility of them targeting Hinata cannot be ruled out. Arriving at the door, he smiled and shouted, "Hinata, stop your training for now, we're having grilled meat tonight." In the yard, Hinata practiced the 8 trigrams 32 palms. With the enhancement of her Byakugan, she could now proficiently execute the technique within the circle, not only meeting the clan leader's standards but also subtly advancing towards the 64 palms. Under the eaves the leisurely Pei who quickly stood up, his face full of smiles as he snatched the grilled meat and complained, "You were a bit slow today. If the princess starves you'll be in trouble." Yunhai was speechless, a hint of disdain appearing at the corner of his mouth. Ever since Hinata opened her eyes, this old fellow seemed like a different person, treating Hinata like his own daughter and not allowing her to suffer any grievances. Just the day before he discovered that Pei, who was Hinata's uncle, related to the First Lady. A man who knows how to read the wind, yet he never showed this level of enthusiasm before. Yunhai muttered to himself, seriously feeling Hinata's punches. Seeing her able to combine strength and precision and her gentle steps also reaching a certain level, he nodded in satisfaction. Now she only needed to refine her chakra. "My princess, don't learn bad things from that little lunatic. If he is reckless you must not follow. There will be plenty of time to train the 8 trigrams later. The most important thing now is to develop your Byakugan. Come and eat something." Pei who earnestly advised her, feeling both excited and worried. Not just anyone can be the master of the princess, and if he teaches her poorly those elders will not spare him. As he spoke he gave Yunhai a fierce glare, gritting his teeth in anger. The reason was simple. Under Yunhai's influence, Hinata practiced her body by day and studied by night, having virtually no rest time aside from meals, working much harder than when she was at home. However, this was a training plan Hinata developed herself, and her state was completely opposite to when she was at home, like a fledgling bird gradually mastering flight skills, full of confidence and energy, every day constantly striving to soar in the sky. "Uncle, once I finish this set I'll go eat," Hinata shyly said, her forehead damp with sweat slightly glowing, her face flushed and breathing hurried yet somewhat unsatisfied. "No hurry over to eat. You've already been training for 5 hours, it's time to rest." However, before Pei who could finish his sentence, Hinata began practicing the 8 trigrams again, the meridians around her eyes occasionally swelling, indicating her Byakugan was operating automatically. She had not refined her chakra and did not meet the conditions for actively opening her Byakugan. However, with chakra circulating within her cells, it allowed her Byakugan to activate passively and gradually become complete. Pei who was anxious, as this was the stage of Hinata developing her Byakugan and whether her capabilities after fully opening it would meet the standards of the main family. The Byakugan is a bloodline limit, also representing the purity of the bloodline. Clan members with a highly pure bloodline opening the Byakugan will have a far greater observation range and insight distance compared to those with lower purity, even possessing special abilities. This is extremely important for all Hyuga clan members. "I'm not waiting for you. I still have to cultivate after eating." Yunhai sat on the steps with a skewer of grilled meat, observing Hinata's eyes while eating. There was a faint trace of chakra flowing within them, along with weak perceptual energy. He couldn't quite understand. The Byakugan's ability was clearly perceptual insight, and the bloodline difference only limited range, not usability. Why would Pei who be so anxious? However, the chakra flowing around Hinata's eyes was indeed peculiar. It seemed to have no attribute, and the perceptual energy flickered, making it appear quite unique. Perceptual energy. He paused mid-bite, a hand holding the meat, recalling an uncommon term: Yin attribute chakra. Yin attribute represented spiritual aptitude. Yang attribute represented physical aptitude. But when combined with chakra it became entirely different. The Nara clan's shadow imitation technique was a form of Yin attribute chakra. However, the Byakugan only possessed Yin attribute nature, perceptual energy, and lacked chakra form. If Hinata had Yin attribute chakra, it meant she could not only learn shadow manipulation techniques but also the Yamanaka clan's mind-body switch technique and illusions on par with the Uchiha clan. Undoubtedly this transformation would be immense. Perhaps this was the very reason Elder Pei who was so urgent. But the chakra flowing near Hinata's eyes was very faint, far weaker than the strange energy within his own consciousness. If he could confirm Hinata's Yin attribute chakra, it might reveal the source of his own peculiar energy. Yin attribute chakra. Something didn't feel right. It seemed too weak, not matching the descriptions in books. He pondered, quickly finishing a box of grilled meat, then rose and walked to the courtyard to begin performing the multiple shadow clone technique. At first he was unaccustomed to hand seals and struggled to draw out chakra. But with a bit of practice he successfully condensed a clone. A quarter of his chakra was depleted, some perceptual energy was also divided, while the strange energy remained unchanged. What puzzled him was that the clone's chakra didn't circulate through meridians but appeared as mist, just like his own. Fortunately, his consciousness was linked to the clone, allowing synchronized thoughts. Perception range is only 3 meters. It should last about 5 hours. Physical strength is weak, at most 1 use of the fist of the Bee-God. The 8 trigrams palm is unusable. The clone murmured softly, which was actually Yunhai talking to himself. He pondered, then formed a seal to dispel the shadow clone, only to find the chakra dissipated without being returned. The chakra loss was indeed substantial. He shook his head, formed another seal to use the clone technique. Although it looked no different from the shadow clone, he could easily sense the discrepancy. If the shadow clone allowed consciousness to synchronize and share information, the clone technique was more like a puppet, requiring the original body to actively control it to perform actions. However, the clone technique only consumed a wisp of chakra and could be used frequently. Next, he tried the transformation technique. Chakra seeped out of his body surface and flowed, shaping itself according to the image in his mind, eventually taking on Hong's appearance. The only person he had ever seen was Hong from the illusionary world. This technique was quite good. Yunhai nodded in satisfaction, took out a shuriken, infused it with chakra, marked the target, and used the body replacement technique, immediately creating a puff of smoke to obscure his figure before vanishing with the body flicker technique. Among these three basic techniques, the clone technique consumed the least chakra, followed by the body replacement technique. The transformation technique was a sustained jutsu requiring a certain amount of chakra to maintain the transformation. Correspondingly, if he voluntarily deactivated the transformation technique, the chakra would return to his body without loss. However, if he was attacked by an enemy, it would dissipate like the clone technique. Aside from that, the method of drawing out chakra through hand seals placed pressure on the meridians, causing a faint sense of soreness. This made him realize that neither the shadow clone nor the three basic techniques could be used consecutively, otherwise the accumulated strain on the meridians would impair the original Boda's combat ability. He had anticipated this and attempted to use the darkness technique. He merged perceptual energy with chakra, gradually simulating a shadowy canopy that enshrouded the surroundings like a barrier. Perhaps due to his perceptual nature, he executed this technique with ease. Its range overlapped with his domain, allowing him to both sense and block others' vision. Illusions were typically cast by locking onto a target. But the darkness technique created an illusionary environment. Yunhai suddenly understood why the third Hokage had gifted him this jutsu. Because he himself could not see, and not all ninjas could use perceptual techniques. If a non-perceptual ninja entered his domain, the battle situation would be reversed. At that point, Yunhai would be the one seeing light, while the opponent would be plunged into darkness. Moreover, he could also use the five senses blocking technique, so even if a perceptual ninja entered his domain, he had a countermeasure. This technique would be immensely useful in combat, not only compensating for his visual impairment but also allowing him to control the battlefield and unleash his true strength. At least if he faced Moonlight Gale again, he would not suffer a one-sided defeat and might even have a chance to win. "Hey Yunhai. We're eating here, why did you turn off the lights?" Just as Yunhai was deep in thought, the shout of an Umbu member reached his ears. He was momentarily stunned and looked around to find that his domain had enveloped the storage room, covering all of them. If they hadn't known he was training, there might have been quite a commotion. Seeing this, Yunhai quickly dispelled the technique, turning the lights back on for them. Nearby Pei, who wore a contemplative expression. He had observed the scene and was somewhat astonished. Many clan members were interested in elemental ninjutsu, and quite a few had attempted it but failed at the final step, forming hand seals to draw out chakra. Thus they couldn't even use the three basic techniques. In fact, the gentle step twin lion fists was a high-level clan technique, not because of its power but because it was compatible with the Hyuga constitution. Now Yunhai had shattered this norm. This made Pei Hu suspect that Yunhei's constitution was more inclined toward his father's rather than his mother's Hyuga. But suspicion aside, as long as Yunhai had a trace of Hyuga blood, he was undeniably a Hyuga clansman. So he stepped forward and asked, "Little madman, can your meridians handle the shoddy ninjutsu?" Pei Hu's question struck a chord with Yunhai. He shook his head and said, "I can barely maintain it. The burden on my body is quite heavy." He paused, then added, "I think this training method can break through limits by forcing chakra out of the body, increasing meridian pressure and thereby affecting the physique. However, the downside is that it's dangerous and may damage the meridians." Upon hearing this, Pei Hu's facial muscles twitched and he couldn't help but laugh. He punched Yunhai on the shoulder and scolded, "Are you trying to die? Using meridians to push the Boda's limits is something only a fool would think up. If your meridians collapse, not even 9 lives would be enough to save you. The collapse of meridians is far more severe than mere fractures or dislocations. At best it results in hemiplegia and disability, and at worst it causes reverse chi and blood flow, damaging all 5 organs. The gentle fist of the White Eye earned its renown precisely because it can ravage meridians, deterring many ninjas from engaging in close combat. Elder, have you forgotten? The gentle step twin lion fist can safeguard the meridians. If I can control my chakra with precision, perhaps I can attempt it." Yunhai replied softly. The more he considered it, the more feasible it seemed. He promptly entered a state of deep meditation and began his attempt. First he gathered chakra to envelop his hands, forming lion heads that flickered like flames. Second he tried to break down the lion heads, extending them from the tiger's mouth along his arms to shield the meridians. At this moment another technique came to mind, the 8 trigrams palms rotation. The gentle step twin lion fist reduces meridian pressure through acupoints, allowing chakra to coat the bodice surface and achieve a pulling effect. Similarly, the 8 trigrams palms rotation operates on the same principle. However, instead of coating the surface, it gathers chakra within the acupoints and through rapid movement forms an air current barrier for complete defense. If he could use both techniques to protect his meridians and acupoints, rely on precise chakra control and continuously extract chakra with the dark movement technique, his body might remain in a sustained state of extremity. Then by gathering chakra and opening one of the 8 gates, he could not only break through his limits multiple times in a short period but also better protect his physique. If combined with the soothing effects of medical ninjutsu, the damage might be minimized. Let me first try to see if I can operate both techniques simultaneously, using the 8 trigrams palms rotation to fill the acupoints and the gentle step twin lion fist to shield the meridians. He stood still, dividing his chakra into 2 streams and manipulating them separately to cover his entire body. But this task was no less difficult than having one's left and right hands counter each other. The 2 chakra streams struggled to synchronize, one was too fast, the other too slow. Far from covering his whole body, they could not even fully protect a single main meridian. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Yunhai sighed lightly, pondered for a moment and formed a plan. He would first successfully cover the first of the 8 gates, opening the acupoint and meridian. Once the gate was broken through, he could surpass his limits through overload training and shorten the time constraints. With a plan in place, Yunhai reached for the area above his left eyebrow, the acupoint of the opening gate. The nearby meridian connected to his eye and neighbored the Tsu-Yuan point. This meridian was also a segment of the governing vessel which contained the chakra of the caged bird. He wondered if it would be affected. Let's find out by trying. He took a deep breath. 2 streams of chakra surged into the acupoint, enveloping the meridian, causing a faint light to appear on his forehead, flickering and unstable. By now Hinata had finished a set of 8 trigrams palms. She sat under the eaves with Pei Hu watching Yunhai holding a box of grilled meat. That position. The opening gate, the first acupoint of the 8 gates. The gentle step twin lion fist protecting the meridians, the rotation filling the acupoints and constantly cycling. What exactly is he trying to do? Pei Hu muttered, unable to discern Yunhai's training direction. Hearing him, Hinata asked curiously, "Uncle, what is the 8 gates? Is it a ninjutsu?" Pei Hu nodded lightly. It is a powerful taijutsu that requires adapting to overload training, that is breaking through one's limits, as Yunhai mentioned. However, once this technique is fully unleashed, the user will die from exhaustion after a certain period. I'm not sure of its exact power, but I know someone once used it to defeat the 7 swordsmen of the mist, preventing them from ever reforming to this day. Hinata remained silent. She had no knowledge of the 7 swordsmen's reputation. But she did know one thing: this technique was dangerous and using it would lead to death. Yet Yunhai was training in it. She lowered her head in dismay, and the grilled meat in her hands no longer smelled appetizing. Pei Hu noticed her change and felt a pang of irritation. Though Hinata was only 5 years old, her mind was far beyond her peers. She already understood the meaning of family bonds and friendship. Clearly she cared deeply for Yunhai. Conversely, Yunhai also took good care of her. After a long silence, Hinata suddenly lifted her head and said earnestly, "Uncle, I want to train the white eye in the morning. Can you wake up at 5? 5 o'clock. Pei Hu could not miss her intention. She wanted to increase her training time. He was about to refuse. But when he saw the determination in Hinata's eyes, he froze. This was a Hinata he had never seen before. Perhaps her ability to awaken the white eye was linked to this relentless drive. In the end he nodded and agreed, then instructed, "Don't skip the medicinal baths. Eat 4 nutritious meals. Rest for 10 minutes every 2 hours of training, or it will affect your bone growth. You must understand that Yunhai has a stronger constitution that can handle overload training. You are different. Though your physique is not weak, you are still a girl, and training in taijutsu will be more difficult for you. It would be better to focus on ninjutsu." Hinata looked thoughtful, unconsciously counting her fingers. She felt his words were reasonable. "Eat up now. We still have lessons to study later," Pei Hu said, turning his gaze to Yunhai. In his mind he pictured the boy's frantic training. Perhaps for him the 8 gates would be the ultimate trump card. Thus the sunset darkness fell, lights flickered on and off, and the waning moon drifted behind black clouds countless times. Yunhai stood like a stone statue, unmoving for who knows how long. The glow on his brow flickered ceaselessly until at last it synchronized and began flowing gently. At that moment chakra converged following the cultivation method recorded in the scroll. It flowed along the meridians, stimulating the acupoints constantly, eventually merging into them, winding and cycling like flowing water. He gathered his strength, accelerating the chakra circulation to assault the opening gate acupoint. The meridian could not withstand the pressure and swelled chi and blood surged, speeding up their flow. In that instant his skin and muscles tightened and an immense power surged forth, pushing him to the limit of his physical capacity. Had he broken through? At this level he had only entered a state of extremity. The pressure was still insufficient. He paused for a moment, then again controlled the chakra to flood the acupoint. The meridian, unable to endure the strain, began to ache fiercely, yet it was protected by chakra and did not rupture. He had reached the brink. If he poured in any more, this meridian would surely snap, and it might even damage his brain. But he had other methods. He rapidly formed hand seals to cast the dark movement technique, continuously drawing out chakra, causing pressure in other meridians. His chi and blood accelerated further and his breathing grew ragged. Yet he was still unsatisfied with this state. He went under the eaves and put on weighted gear on his limbs and torso, totaling 86 kilograms. Now even walking required all his strength, his slender frame barely bearing the burden. He decided to first practice the gentle fist and hard leg techniques. Once he adapted, he would train the 8 trigrams palms. Yunhai stood in the courtyard, stepping out with his right foot to transform his palm strike into an elbow jab, while his left leg followed through with an attack. Although his speed was slow like a child fighting, the muffled sounds carried tremendous force. "Well, it seems I can't turn on the light anymore, but at least it's energizing," Pei, who mumbled outside, turning to continue his sleep. The same went for the hidden guards in the storeroom, who silently turned off the lights and activated their Byakugan to survey the surroundings. The technique of moving stealthily in darkness was performed by simulating chakra, but it was ineffective against the Byakugan. Fortunately, Yunhai's surname was Hyuga, otherwise this ability would have been severely constrained. Moreover, the bird in the cage remained unresponsive, standing still like a stone. Soon 30 minutes passed. Yunhai lay on the ground, gasping heavily, his face flushed from exhaustion, finding it difficult even to move a finger. It was this very state of fatigue that allowed his heart to settle completely. The plan had succeeded. In the past, achieving such a state of complete weakness required at least 10 hours of continuous training, and that was under extreme weight. Now he had only used half an hour to feel the soreness in every part of his body. He just needed to grit his teeth and persist to break through his limits. Then let's strive harder. Yunhai took a deep breath, holding it in as he attempted to rise. The weight on him feeling as heavy as a mountain pressing down. He failed to sit up after several attempts. During this process his cells were subjected to intense stimulation, countless chakra flowing out involuntarily, coursing through his flesh and bones, causing the veins on his surface to bulge sharply, and his muscles felt rock hard, exuding an overwhelming explosive force. In the blink of an eye another 10 minutes passed. He gritted through the pain and slowly rose, his gums bleeding from prolonged pressure, yet this allowed him to once again break through his physical limits. Breaking through limits was not marked by any obvious changes. The only way to judge was by the increase in strength, the duration of training, and the extreme functioning of the body. He pondered that the combination of the 8 gates and chakra guidance produced enough pressure to push every limb and bone to their limits. If he succeeded in breaking through, it would surely lead to explosive growth. As expected, when the time reached the latter half of the night, with 2 crisp cracking sounds, his perception field suddenly expanded, stopping at 48 meters, an increase of 13 meters. At the same time 2 acupoints responded and changed with strange energy, quickly gathering and condensing, forming a shaped pattern as the new acupoints connected with the left and right eyes, also known as the opening door and resting door. Unexpectedly, it was these 2 acupoints. The curved brow was in the center of the forehead, while the bright light was above the bridge of the nose between the 2 eyes. The new acupoints were on the left and right eyes. These 4 acupoints connected together just managed to open a small section of the governing vessel meridian. The appearance of the gray lines indicated cracks in the yin-yang barrier, bringing along relative abilities. The abilities of the opening door and resting door were to enhance the breathing frequency of the acupoints, not only increasing the bodhi's adaptability but also upgrading the other 2 acupoints, simultaneously accelerating the conversion of strange energy while slightly increasing insight speed. This indicated that once the acupoints were opened, their abilities would be interconnected, allowing for enhancement with the increase in quantity, which brought him a surge of delight. If he could open up all the acupoints and meridians in his body, perhaps he could create a complete bloodline limit. By then, even without the Byakugan, he would not fall behind the talents of other clans and might even rise to the top. I'm exhausted. Continuing to train would be too damaging to my body. He contemplated lying on the ground to rest for a while. Once his strength had somewhat recovered, he would send out a shadow clone to conduct a census and invite Huajio to come for treatment. Before long, a knock sounded at the door. The hidden guards stood watch at all corners ready to take action at any moment. Come in directly in the courtyard. Yunhai called out and Huajiu hearing him hopped over the courtyard wall. Seeing him lying on the ground drenched in sweat she thought something was wrong and hurried over to check on him. After a moment she displayed a strange expression. Before she arrived Yunhai's clone had already explained the situation assisting in training with medical ninjutsu. However she did not expect Yunhai's training methods to be so extreme and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Your body temperature is too high, severely dehydrated, and there are obvious signs of strain in your meridians and muscles. If it were an ordinary person they would have fainted from shock by now, putting their life in danger. Don't get me wrong, I'm not praising you. I just think you should leave a will or something so that if one day you push yourself too hard your assets can be distributed and it won't affect the barbecue shop. Saying this Huajiu entered the kitchen to prepare some sugar water, tossing in a small piece of stone, then pinched Yunhai's chin and poured it down his throat. With too many internal injuries chakra stimulation alone won't suffice. You need a complete set of medicinal baths, acupuncture and massage. The frequency depends on your training intensity and each session costs about 50,000 coins you'll need to pay up front. The medicinal bath for alleviating internal injuries is costly due to the materials rather than the prescription. 50,000 coins per session is equivalent to the expenses for nurturing physiques in the clan. Yunhai pondered that with his current training intensity he would need 2 sessions at night, 3 during the day and 5 combined, amounting to a daily expenditure of 250,000. Such exorbitant costs would not only burden him but would quickly exhaust even his grandfather's savings. Yet he had no choice but to use them. Actually there's a simpler method: find Lady Tsunade and have her use her summoning slug for daily treatment. It can also effectively repair internal injuries. Find Tsunade. Yunhai gently shook his head. If he had that time he wouldn't be in such a hurry. Moreover, staying in the village allowed for stable training, but once he ventured out there would surely be movements from the roots. However, Huajiu's words reminded him that the slug was Tsunade's summoning beast. If he could also summon it would definitely be of great use in the future. I will borrow money from my family. Do you have time to help me with treatment? If you're busy I can ask Sister Nyo instead. Just as he finished speaking he suddenly frowned as he sensed that the shadow clone had disappeared. At the same time he felt a tearing sensation in his waist and memories from the shadow clone flooded back to his mind. Uchiha Itachi. According to the memories, after notifying Huajiu, the shadow clone had followed its original route to the Uchiha clan's territory. But after just 2 laps it was blocked by someone Uchiha Itachi. After forming a hand seal he directly killed the shadow clone with a shuriken. The hand seal, also known as the challenge seal, signifies a competition proving one's strength through a contest. Unexpectedly Uchiha's attitude had ultimately changed. I naturally have time, but having 2 people would be better. After all, Tuanpu has nothing to do in the medical class. Why not come here to earn some money? 5,000 coins a day will suffice. Huajiu explained softly, her hair pulled back from her face as she asked, You just mentioned Uchiha Itachi, has something happened? Yunhai did not hide it from her, nodding and saying, He issued me a challenge, it should be arranged by the clan. Tisk. Huajiu sighed, having naturally heard of Uchiha Itachi's great fame, yet did not expect that Yunhai had grown to the point of being able to compete with him. Indeed, it felt rather awkward in her heart. Make a list I'll have my family purchase and send it directly. As for the treatment fee, pay it monthly. The total for both of you is 300,000. I'll pay you in 90 UG first. Yunhai said softly. His usual cultivation consumed a great deal of money and he could barely save his monthly salary. At this moment he couldn't afford even the medicine, let alone the treatment fee, so he had to borrow from his clan first. There's no need for monthly payments, just deduct the treatment fee from the store share, save the trouble of going back and forth, Huajiu said with a hint of schadenfreude. In the past she had been so poor that she had to borrow money from Yunhai. Now the situation had reversed. Yunhai was even worse off than she had been. Just the cost of purchasing medicinal herbs alone amounted to 750,000 coins per month, plus the treatment fee, making it 800,000 coins. After all, her barbecue stall earned only 3 to 4 million coins a year, equivalent to half a month's treatment fee for Yunhai. Naturally she didn't yet know that Yunhai cultivated 5 times a day, otherwise she would have been shocked. By the way, are you going to accept Uchiha Itachi's challenge? Huajiu asked in a low voice, her tone somewhat grave. Unexpectedly Yunhai gave a different answer. Who said he must be Uchiha Itachi? Yunhai didn't elaborate. Write the list so I can send it to the clan. Huajiu, seeing that he wasn't going into detail, wisely refrained from asking further and replied, The prescription for healing internal injuries is very common, your clan must have it. Just by according to the proportions. I see. Yunhai formed hand seals using the remaining chakra to summon 2 shadow clones. One went to report to the clan, the other continued patrolling. As for Uchiha Itachi's challenge, he already had a plan in mind. A few days ago at the Hokage building he had observed Itachi's chakra reserve, which was only at the Chunin level, allowing him to estimate that his strength was at most at the Jonin level. A 10-year-old Jonin was already formidable, he had no chance of winning at present. Instead of that, he might as well scheme to lure out the members of Squad 3. Get up, they'll give you a massage and acupuncture first and use medical ninjutsu to relieve the pain. At that moment Yunhai had not yet recovered. With Hwajo's help he removed his weights, used Sunban to stimulate acupoints to improve chi and blood circulation, and relaxed his muscles and bones through massage. Curious, he asked Sister Hwajo, why don't you serve in the medical unit? In response Hwajo smiled and explained softly, I have very little talent in medical ninjutsu. Over the years I've only learned basic treatment. I can't learn advanced techniques nor can I treat serious injuries, so I gave up. Oh. Yunhai fell silent. The talent for medical ninjutsu lies in the yang nature attribute. As Hong had said, everyone possesses this attribute, but its density varies, determining one's aptitude. It seemed Hwajo belonged to the category of sparse yang attribute. I want to learn medical ninjutsu. Can you teach me? He suddenly asked. Hwajo was stunned. Do you still have the energy to learn? Yes. Yunhai nodded and explained, shadow clones can mirror the consciousness, they can feed back memory and experience to the original body. Although they cannot learn ninjutsu or train taijutsu, they can read books and learn textbook knowledge. Shadow clones. Hwajo couldn't help but twitch her mouth. I can teach you, but I have to warn you, a person's energy is limited. Learning knowledge consumes even more energy, and combined with your crazy training method you might sleep to death. Her words were not false. Even the strongest ninja gets tired, both mind and body need rest. Examples of mental collapse from overwork are not uncommon. It's fine. I practice sensory ninjutsu so I can rest through deep meditation, Yunhai explained with a smile. This was his confidence. Then rest properly, don't be cheeky like this. Hwajo couldn't help but slap him. Sometimes comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Yunhai wisely shut up and began to rest. In fact, since he started training he had been in light meditation mode. He could talk to Hwajo because he used sensory lock to capture her words and respond. But capturing the outside world also consumed energy. Only by emptying the mind completely could he achieve true deep meditation. At the same time a shadow clone returned to the clan. A sleepy Hayashi was awakened by the guards and went to the study in his pajamas. Although the herbs are expensive, it's not a big deal. But this is the clan's asset, I can't favor you without reason. You can borrow the money with an annual interest of 300,000 coins, no time limit. You can pay it back slowly in the future. As for Uchiha Itachi's challenge, I think it's unwise. You want to use it to lure out Squad 3, but they will be on guard. Inside the room Hayashi spoke his opinion. The reason was that Yunhai wanted the clan to spread the news of Itachi's challenge and leak the location to attract Squad 3's attention to see their reaction. This was a test. If Squad 3 sent assassins he could capture them to gain intelligence and even target the Elder Council. But as the clan had said, such a shallow tactic would be useless against Squad 3 and would instead expose his own strength. Yunhai thought it was reasonable and said thoughtfully, then let's do it another way. Spread the word that I lost to Itachi at Training Ground 3. The third squad members are from ANBU and will surely send someone to investigate. I'll follow them and see who is targeting me. This. Hayashi hesitated, not because he doubted the plan's feasibility but because he questioned Yunhei's tracking ability. After all, he was not yet 8 years old. However, based on his understanding of Yunhai, he felt the boy had some confidence, so he nodded. Alright, I'll select a few clansmen tomorrow to spread the word discreetly. Then I won't disturb your rest. Yunhai finished speaking, formed a seal to release the shadow clone and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hayashi was stunned. Wasn't it only today that he had studied the scroll? He could already use shadow clones. He felt more and more puzzled. He shook his head and went to the bedroom. There was a lot of official business to handle tomorrow, but neither he nor Yunhai knew that at the underground base of the ANBU 3rd Squad a series of figures converged from all directions, moving like ghosts to kill the guards and infiltrate deeper. Judging by their speed, they were all at least at the Jonin level. Soon the roar of battle echoed through the night sky. Countless explosive tags bloomed with firelight. The 3rd Squad base collapsed. Two figures flew out and fled pursued by a swarm of insects. The next day at dawn many people learned of a major event. The previous night the ANBU 3rd Squad, also known as the Root Organization, was attacked, resulting in the death of 2 jonin and dozens of chunin. At the same time, when the villagers woke up, they found a booklet in front of their doors recording the deaths of many Konoha ninjas but without identifying the culprit. Most importantly, the booklet included many ninja clan members such as the Uchiha and Hyuga. And inane Yunhai was very familiar with Hyuga Hyuga. By the time Yunhai learned of this matter, it was already noon the next day. He was both astonished by the events on the roster and contemplating the subsequent implications. Clearly this incident did not originate from outsiders but rather from certain individuals in the village pressuring the 3rd Hokage with the target directed straight at the 3rd Division, namely the Root Organization. Who would dare be so bold? A certain clan. Or perhaps some unknown forces. He couldn't make sense of it, yet he felt a sigh of relief. That someone was targeting the 3rd Division was a good thing for him. At the very least it would buy him some time to strengthen his abilities. However, he did not abandon his upcoming plans and had already infiltrated the training ground. The clan leader acted swiftly, spreading the news about his duel with Uchiha Itachi overnight, resulting in many figures appearing at the training ground, primarily searching for the scene of their battle. People have a natural tendency to enjoy excitement, especially when it involves the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. Even though it was merely a battleground, it still sparked lively discussions. Hon! What brings you here? Just as he was scanning the crowd, a rugged shout suddenly came from behind, laced with surprise and joy. He froze for a moment, turning to see Asuma Sarutobi striding toward him, and inwardly cursed his bad luck. At present his appearance was altered using a transformation technique to resemble Hong, hiding his true identity while also giving Yuhi Hong something to do to repay their previously established friendship. He and Yuhi Hong were linked by money. Oh, it's you. When Asuma approached, Yunhai, mimicking Yuhi Hong's demeanor, replied flatly before turning to gaze into the distance, adopting a cool yet not distant attitude. I came to join the fun. I feel a bit awkward, Asuma said, scratching his nose. The big man appeared somewhat shy as he awkwardly suggested, it's been a long time since we gathered, let's have dinner together tonight. Bring Kakashi Guy and even Akamichi Choji along. By the way, I discovered a type of floral wine suitable for women while on a mission, and I brought back a whole box for you. No, can't you see that I don't want to talk? Yunhai felt helpless, unsure how to respond to Asuma. He feared that if he talked too much, Asuma would figure out something was off and expose his identity, which would be disastrous. In the village, impersonating a special jonin in private was absolutely forbidden and could easily lead to being treated as a rogue ninja. Not interested. In the end he chose to give Asuma the cold shoulder, saying it flatly before turning and walking out of the training ground. With Asuma around, he couldn't even attempt any tracking. Staying for even a minute posed a risk, and his plan to locate the Root headquarters had to be put on hold. Hon, I know you don't want to settle down, but one cannot live solely in memories. I truly care for you. To his surprise, Asuma chased after him and expressed similar sentiments. Indeed, these two were not merely teammates, one could tell that from their first meeting. Yunhai paused, recalling Yuhi Hong's talkative behavior at the age of 3, which must have been related to Asuma's memories. Was it because her father died in battle that she lived in memories? If that's the case, Hong would likely also dislike Naruto. He pondered, his brows furrowing as he coldly declared, I'm on a mission, Sarutobi Asuma. A stern reprimand cleared Asuma's mind considerably, and he dared not pursue him further as Yunhai walked away. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhai hurriedly left the training ground, finding a secluded alley to deactivate the transformation technique and restore his original appearance. Not long after he left, a confused Asuma arrived at the training ground's entrance, looking around suspiciously for a long time before leaving with a sullen expression. I didn't expect that woman actually had admirers. Inside the dumpling shop, Yunhai sat quietly waiting for his food, unable to resist mumbling to himself. Aside from Yuhi Hong, he had never seen anyone else's complete appearance and had no concept of beauty and looks. He usually distinguished people by the pleasantness of their voices. Thus in his eyes, Yuhi Hong's voice was melodious, but when she spoke it carried an air conditioning quality, switching between warmth and coldness, indicative of deep-seated issues. Upon returning home, Yunhai found Peihua noticing his gloomy demeanor and quietly inquiring about the situation. As a senior guardian, Peihua had a bit of insight into his plan to track the 3rd Division and was somewhat worried. Don't mention it, it ended before it even began. Yunhai didn't want to explain, mainly because it was too embarrassing. If Peihua knew he had been confessed to by a big man, he might burst into laughter. After all, that big man was the Hokage's heir. Big brother Yunhai, let's eat dumplings together. Hinata didn't care about the trivial matters, only concerned about Hyuga Yunhei's health. Presenting the dumplings she had prepared for a long time, her small face flushed and quite lovely. Seeing the dumplings, Yunhai naturally wasn't polite eating while watching Hinata and noticed she seemed a bit different today. How to say, he suddenly felt cared for by a younger sister, which felt wonderful. Hinata lowered her little head, not daring to look into his eyes, but thankfully her small hands didn't clench onto the hem of his clothes. Her mind was just racing. Are the dumplings to his taste? Is big brother Yunhai overthinking? Is what I'm doing impolite? After all, big brother Yunhai is a boy. My mother says as a girl I shouldn't be too close to strange boys. But big brother Yunhai shouldn't be considered a stranger, right? Naturally, Hyuga Yunhai was unaware of the many thoughts swirling in her mind. Even if he did, he would just laugh it off. Putting aside everything else, the dumplings were truly delicious. After gobbling down a good amount, he didn't rush to train but instead contemplated his next plan. With the root base suddenly attacked causing such a commotion, the following days would likely be far from peaceful. Indeed, just as he thought, less than half an hour later Tsukikage rushed over bringing orders for cooperation in the interrogation. Fortunately, they belonged to the Intelligence Interrogation Department, which not only held the latest information in advance but was also far more detailed than others. In the upcoming period, your tasks will be temporarily shelved and new personnel will take over to complete them, providing rewards based on completion rates. Your task is to refrain from stepping outside your home and be on standby to accept inquiries anytime, as well as inform all information regarding Hinata Hanabi. The root organization had just been attacked and the roster was sent to every household. It was evident that someone was exerting pressure on the root organization through public opinion. However, the price for this was the exposure of the identities of those behind it, such as family members on the death list. Only they could succeed in launching an attack on the root organization without Konoha being aware. What kind of tricks were hidden inside, one could easily guess. Fortunately, before leaving, Tsukikage reminded him that even if he was investigated, it was the direct Umbu responsible and the root organization couldn't interfere. With this assurance, Hyuga Cloud C also breathed a sigh of relief. The third Hokage was still quite reliable. As for the investigation into the roster, it was a far-fetched notion. He was merely an 80-year-old child. Even if he harbored hostility toward the root organization, he lacked the capability to oppose them. Yet would this matter implicate his grandfather? Hyuga Cloud C frowned, a flicker of suspicion rising in his heart. Although the old man was physically disabled and lacked that power, it did not mean he lacked the connections. Thinking this way, it did seem somewhat suspicious. He had just spoken with his grandfather yesterday and the ambush occurred that very night, a coincidence too great to ignore. The moment this thought surfaced, he felt deeply unsettled. Old man, don't do anything foolish. Cloud C's heart filled with worry as he gazed toward the clan compound. He yearned to return and inquire, but after long deliberation he ultimately suppressed the impulse. Regardless of the truth, he could not leave the courtyard now. Doing so would only deepen the ANBU's suspicion. Staying put was the best choice. Cultivate. In the end, it was still his insufficient strength. If he were strong enough, why would he need to tread so cautiously? Gritting his teeth, he couldn't even be bothered to organize the mission materials and immediately began extreme training. As long as he persisted long enough, his strength would continue to grow. Even if his body suffered damage, it was better than failing to protect his family. Midokado Hamura root organization, just you wait, sooner or later I'll bury you all alive. What's this kid going on about again? Not far away, Peihu, who was teaching Hinata Byakugan techniques, couldn't help muttering. He remembered clearly that the little fellow had been half dead from exhaustion last night. But hey, if you're going to train, why do you keep turning off our lights? Peihu activated his Byakugan and looked at Hinata, who was glancing left and right, feeling a bit speechless. Forget it, it's a good time to explain the principle of sensory shielding and how to counter it with the Byakugan. He sighed, suppressed his distractions and focused on teaching. Time passed and soon 3 more days went by. During these 3 days the ANBU came for interrogation once daily on average, the purpose naturally being related to Cloud C's family, including his grandfather. Hyuga Cloud C reported truthfully, detailing almost all his interpersonal relationships without omission, even his visit to the brothel. Consequently, the investigating ninja did not press further, only ordering him to remain at home and refrain from going out. In fact, Hyuga Cloud C had already received special treatment. Many individuals implicated in the roster had been arrested and confined, whereas he was allowed to train at home. However, as the saying goes, special treatment comes with equal measures. Though he appeared relatively free and favored, he had also become one of the key targets of surveillance. His grandfather Feitian received the same treatment. Remember not to go out. If any ninja other than me comes, ignore them. On the 3rd day the ANBU ninja suddenly left these words, causing Cloud C to frown deeply. In the following days the daily investigations continued as if forming a pattern. What he least expected was that this would last an entire month, utterly baffling. Little lunatic, tell me the truth. Do you know something about the attack on the root base? The prolonged special treatment made even Pei Hu restless, suspecting whether Cloud C had secretly done something. Hyuga Cloud C felt speechless. He did want to do something, but the key was he lacked the strength. Thus he had no way to answer. He couldn't fabricate something out of nothing. Do I look like someone who knows? He widened his eyes and retorted. Pei Hu stared at him for a long while before shaking his head. No, you don't, but this is too strange. It doesn't follow protocol. Ninja have their rules and ANBU have theirs. As an elder of the Hyuga clan, he was well acquainted with the ANBU's modus operandi, knowing they were swift as lightning and rarely engaged in prolonged attrition. Could it be that the roster matter was particularly thorny? He felt bewildered. Hyuga Cloud C, however, took out the roster from his bosom and asked thoughtfully, why do you think they attacked the root base? What connection do these names have to it? Old cases from years past are the hardest to unravel. Pei Hu understood his implication and knew what he wanted to ask. After a moment of silence he said, regarding your mother's matter, the clan has some understanding, but the specific details are probably known only to your grandfather and the clan leader. He was hinting, don't try to pry information from me, I don't know much either. Hyuga Cloud C looked disappointed. He had indeed hoped to extract some information from Pei Hu, not just about his mother but also about his grandfather. Though he didn't know the specific inside story, he could confirm one thing: benefit. Not long ago he had been worried about insufficient training time. Then just a few days later he was suddenly placed under house arrest. Though it seemed he was caught in some unknown vortex, it actually resolved his most urgent crisis. Only with enough time could he grow stronger and have the ability to counter the root organization's minions. Old man, could it really be you who stirred things up? He couldn't be sure and even less dared to ask, nor could he let Pei Hu catch on. He could only bury his suspicions deep in his heart. If possible, he would even erase the relevant memories, fearing that the ANBU might use memory-reading jutsu and target his grandfather. Don't overthink it. Focus on training. Pei Hu advised softly, then sighed himself. After a pause he reminded, actually this is a good thing. It gives you an opportunity to delve into old cases. The root has no authority to stop you. But the root may not have authority, the Elder Council does. Hyuga Cloud C gave a bitter smile. He had long considered this issue and was well aware that the core of the root lay with the Elder Council. Damn it, a bunch of old bastards. Seeing Cloud C silent, Pei Hu shook his head and rose to leave. Before long Xiaofeng Tuanpu entered carrying medicinal oil for soothing blood and qi. Little rascal, I have to warn you, if you keep training like this you might not live to grow up. Over the past month Cloud C had maintained 5 training sessions daily, exhausting a vast amount of medicinal herbs. In return he gained greater strength and hidden injuries. Without Tuanpu mentioning it, he could already feel the increasing soreness in his body. Every morning he woke with a severe headache, almost rivaling his grandfather's rheumatism. Because of this he was also considering whether to slow down, afraid that one day he might never wake up. I'll think it over, he replied reluctantly, earning a big eye roll from Tuanpu. Your strength is already sufficient to reach the level of a jonin. What you lack is combat experience. You should focus on learning taijutsu. The soft fist and the 8 gates, one soft one hard, were both renowned. But Cloud C lacked the Byakugan, rendering the soft fist more than half useless. He also dared not delve deeply into the 8 gates for fear his body couldn't withstand it. So he had no choice at all. The good news was that his intense training over this period had yielded great results. He had opened more than half the acupoints in his head, totaling 37. Meanwhile his perception range had increased to about 140 meters, more than tripling its original distance. However, a range of over 100 meters was still insufficient to compensate for the deficiency of his eyes. He pondered that he would need at least 500 meters to establish distance for long-range ninjutsu. Nevertheless, it was time to rest. He thought under Nyonya Jie's massage he entered a deep sleep, letting his entire body and mind drift into a state of emptiness. But he had only rested for half an hour when Yueguang Jifeng arrived. He did not bring news of the lifting of the ban, but an unexpected piece of intelligence. All ANBU personnel were to enter combat readiness to prevent the Uchiha Rebellion. Uchiha Rebellion, when those 5 words entered his ears he was completely stunned. What? Had they gone mad? Yueguang Jifeng came and went quickly, and Nyonya Jie also rushed back to the medical team for duty. Even Pei Hu sent Shutian back to her clan, and in an instant all of Mai was operating at full speed. Without time to rest he put on his combat uniform and arrived at the base Yueguang Jifeng had provided, a small house on the edge of the security division. When he arrived, Mao Shiyan was preparing combat supplies. She gave him a first aid kit, military ration pills, standard shuriken and 2 explosive tags. Are the Uchiha clan numerous? If not counting the Rishion, no clan in Mai could surpass them in numbers. Moreover, the inside of the Sharingan would provide an advantage in combat. If they started a rebellion, it would by no means be a small-scale operation. Why? Are they fools? Rishion Yunhai felt puzzled and directly asked Yueguang Jifeng. Because of the grudges of the older generation and also the pride of the Uchiha, they are unwilling to live under others' authority. Yueguang Jifeng did not explain much. It wasn't something that could be clarified in a few sentences. Then Mao Shiyan spoke. Shui of the body flicker is dead. Last night he threw himself into a small river of the Nanhakuan. Her tone remained icy, clearly still harboring the earlier resentment. Shui of the body flicker is dead. Yunhai bit his lip but did not press further. The 3 words Nanhakuan were enough to explain everything. The reason was that the Uchiha clan compound was within the Nanhakuan area. In other words, Shui Uchiha died near his clan. You must understand that was Shui of the body flicker, the leading figure of their generation. He just drowned himself in the river. What a joke. If I remember correctly, he was a member of the 3rd squad, wasn't he? Suddenly he recalled the intelligence provided by his clan and asked. Mao Shiyan gave him a surprised glance and nodded slightly. The 3rd squad was none other than the root organization. He could guess what secrets it held without much thought. A bitter smile curled at Rishion Yunhai's lips. If even Shui was dead, what was he worth? He found a sofa and lay down, ceasing his wild thoughts to focus on recovering his condition for the battle that could erupt at any moment. Boom! After an unknown period, the sound of an explosion suddenly came. He jolted awake, quickly climbed out the window onto the eaves where Yueguang Jifeng and Mao Shiyan had been waiting for a while. It had grown dark. Yunhai could not perceive the distant scene, but he could tell from the lit street lamps that night had fallen. Our mission is to block the defensive line. No enemy can be allowed to break through. The boundary is the house beneath our feet. Shiyan and I will handle the main assault and you will use your sensory ninjutsu to investigate. Yueguang Jifeng quickly issued the combat orders, then separated with Mao Shiyan to the left and right, standing at elevated points to observe the situation. Yunhai furrowed his brow. Judging by the distance, his location should be at the edge of the last defensive line of the Nanhakuan. Any enemy that could break in from within would certainly not be easy. Given that there was no room for carelessness, he must be fully alert. But before long he suddenly froze, his chakra rapidly surging as he warily looked behind him. There a massive chakra was slowly approaching. Though he detected no human figure, he sensed many tiny insects. Insects, the Yunyu clan. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and stomped on the concrete, picking up a stone and throwing it at the hidden insects. He also drew a shuriken ready to throw it with the explosive tag attached. An enemy. Mao Shiyan heard the commotion and rushed over. She had sensed no presence. The Yunyu clan is using insects to scout. Yunhai briefly explained, then noticed that the insect cluster suddenly scattered, surging from all directions. Crap. He grabbed Mao Shiyan's arm and leaped backward quickly, simultaneously throwing his shuriken at the area with the highest concentration of insects. Boom! The close-range explosion sounded and a ball of fire dispelled the darkness. In that instant Mao Shiyan saw insect corpses falling in the flames and her expression darkened. The Yunyu clan excelled at poison kills. Often their victims died before even seeing them. They also held the highest mission completion rate in the ANBU. However, the Yunyu clan was not large, and those skilled in insect manipulation ninjutsu were even rarer. Those capable of concealing their insects from her detection could be counted on one hand. After considering, she concluded that only one person had reason to ambush Rishion Yunhai Yunyutsugan, a member of the 3rd squad. That was too much. Mao Shiyan did not hesitate. She directly threw Rishion Yunhai behind her, standing alone to face the front, and used explosive tags to set the surrounding buildings on fire. Fire was the key to suppressing poisonous insects. Facing the ninjutsu of the Yunyu clan, she could only use this method to block them. Have the insects retreated? In response to Zion's query, Yunhai shook his head slightly. The insects were advancing through the gaps in the flames, albeit much slower. After hearing the reply, Mao Zion's face darkened. I'll hold him off. You head to the Hokage building for shelter. Don't let the poisonous insects get close, understand? All right. Yunhai thought for a moment and asked, can the darkness technique affect the perception of the poisonous insects? Shiyen was taken aback, then shook her head. Unless you can seal off their 5 senses, they will lock onto you through scent. 5 senses. Yunhai was somewhat disappointed. Although he could block an enemy's perception, he couldn't target numerous individuals and it would have little effect on poison. But if he fled? He shook his head in silence. This place was not close to the Hokage building, and if he encountered enemy interception along the way he wouldn't be able to reach shelter. It was truly not a good plan. He can't be alone. I'm not confident I can make it back to the Hokage building. With his life at stake he had to be honest. Mao Weixian was startled again, then quickly understood his meaning, her face turning icy cold. They were carrying out a mission at the front while being stabbed in the back. It was hard for anyone to bear. Fall back together. Without much hesitation, Mao Weixian abandoned the defensive line. Instead of returning to the Hokage building, she headed toward the inner defense line. There they had their people dealt with. Yueguang Jifeng caught up, thinking she had eliminated the lurking enemy. Only after entering the 4th defensive line and reuniting with other ANBU members did she recount what had just happened and suggested that Yueguang Jifeng report it immediately. Hearing her words, Yueguang Jifeng was also quite furious. He used the summoning technique to call forth a lizard, transmitting the intelligence to headquarters, which fell into the hands of Ibiki. Xianji. At this moment Yunhai was somewhat hesitant and softly called out. "Ha! That guy dares to chase after us." Mao Weixian gripped her sword hilt, speaking with some irritation. Unexpectedly Yunhai turned sideways, making a slight downward gesture with his right hand, moved it left a short distance, then extended 3 fingers. He meant that 3 enemies were hiding in the second house on the left. Shiyen was speechless, her gaze at him gradually turning strange. Since when had sensory ninjutsu become so precise? After all, the core of concealment techniques was to block perception, even capable of halting chakra flow. Under normal circumstances, sensory ninjas needed time to scan and detect because they couldn't sense chakra flow. Thus Yunhei's precise lock-on was simply too formidable. The 4th line of defense was equipped with sensory-type ninjas. Comparing the two, the gap was enormous. What she didn't know was that Yunhei's sensory talent leaned toward penetration akin to a non-existent Byakugan. Not to mention whether chakra was flowing. Even if the enemy had no chakra, he could instantly lock onto them through heat detect. When he first arrived he thought those 3 were allies, but after observing for a while he realized something was off. The reason was that the opponents not only wore animal masks but were also observing them covertly. Among them was a member of the Rishion clan with the Byakugan. Damn, there are even root members within the clan. That was why he was conflicted. But after long deliberation he still chose to reveal it to avoid danger. "You brat!" Surprisingly, Mao Weixian scolded with a smile, then turned her gaze to the surrounding ANBU members to confirm if they had received the instructions. Those present were naturally not novices. Though they harbored some doubts about the intelligence's accuracy, their breathing remained steady. Coupled with their face-concealing masks, only a glint of sharpness flashed in their eyes. "All right, rearrange the defense lines," Yueguang Jifeng casually commanded, leaping to the right side of the house first. The ANBU members scattered upon seeing this, cleverly surrounding the house Yunhai had indicated. "Damn!" But before they could act, a startled shout rang out. 3 figures shot out from below like sharp swords, yet they launched no attack and chose to flee without hesitation. They wanted to escape, but Yueguang Jifeng and the others were no fools. They struck first, intercepting the nearest one with a trade injury for injury tactic. The blade cut through the night, blooming with momentary brilliance. "Don't pursue too far." The ANBU members on the outskirts of the branch acted too late, caught off guard, allowing the remaining 2 to escape. They hadn't expected the enemy to be so cautious. Just from the positioning they realized they had been exposed and retreated without hesitation. Mao Weixian halted her pursuing teammates, drawing her sword to support Yueguang Jifeng. The other members also acted belatedly, encircling the man in an attempt to capture him alive. But unfortunately the opponent seemed to realize there was no escape and deliberately impaled himself on Mao Weixian's blade, dying without uttering a single word. Rishion Yunhai was greatly shocked by the scene. From encirclement to escape, the actions seemed numerous, but in reality it had all ended within 5 seconds. The price of conclusion was a corpse. Same old tricks, such a hassle. Mao Weixian spat, her face filled with disgust. Yueguang Jifeng lifted the corpse's mask, gazing at the caged bird mark on its forehead, then instinctively turned his eyes to Yunhai. Yunhai understood his intent but didn't step forward to speak. Instead he looked back at the path they had come from. The poison insects had come again. This time they were scattered very widely. If not for the chakra within them, even he would have found it hard to detect. "Watch out for the poison insects, that guy is back," he timely warned. "Byakugan, activate." At his words a low shout suddenly came from the team, a member of the Rishion clan. 500 meters northwest it's Yunutsugan. 500 meters controlling poison insects. Such an insane distance made everyone present hold their breath. I'll handle it. Another person stepped forward, countless insects flying out from their body and dispersing around while they blew a strange whistle from their mouth. Members of the Yunu and Rishion clans were actually on both sides simultaneously. Rishion Yunhei's mouth twitched in disbelief and he looked at that female clan member, feeling she seemed familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before, he asked hesitantly in a soft voice. We've met, but there's no need for recognition. The other also knew who he was but was unwilling to say more. There were too many Rishion clan members. Yunhei couldn't recall who she was for the moment, so he observed her face a little longer to imprint it in his memory. This look was of course sensory ninjutsu. Now he had become quite adept at using sensory ninjutsu. It was like a non-existent eye, not much different from ordinary vision. Continue the mission. You and Yunhei stay at the fourth line of defense for now, we'll go support the rear. Yueguang Jifeng had no time for further talk. After a brief assignment he chased northwest. Well. Before Mao Weixian could even speak, Rishion Yunhei's helpless voice rang out again. This time he didn't point it out but turned to look at a large building. There in a window a figure could faintly be seen standing in the shadows, not tall but extremely dangerous. The other seemed to have sensed his perception, stopping at the edge of range and casting a cold gaze. This person he had also seen before, it was Yuzebo Yu. Your sensory ninjutsu is really insane. The crowd was as if facing a great enemy. If not for Rishion Yunhei's warning, they would never have noticed someone observing from the shadows. So annoying. Mao Weixian grew increasingly irritated. They had strength in numbers, 8 Chunin 2 Jonin plus 1 Rishion clan member. But of all people the newcomer was Yuzebo Yu, a genius only 11 years old. Since Yuzebo Yu had arrived there was no reason he would be alone. Sure enough, within just a dozen seconds over a dozen figures appeared near the tower. Judging from their damaged combat uniforms they had clearly been through battle. Troublesome. Mao Weixian spat out those two words again. Without any further chatter she selected a Yuzebo clan Jonin and charged straight at him. In fact the number of Jonin in Konoha was not large. Most had met each other and performed missions together, so they basically knew one another's capabilities. Similarly the Chunin were the same. Unlike battles against enemy villages where intelligence was scarce, they all followed Mao Weixian's lead and engaged directly. The Yuzebo clan ninjas also tacitly chose their own opponents. Neither side liked to waste words. In an instant the fourth defense line erupted into a melee with various elemental ninjutsu blooming like fireworks and shuriken flying everywhere. Only two people on the battlefield remained still. One was Rishion Yunhei. He was a trainee Ambu and a mere child, so no one would choose to engage him. The other was naturally Yuzebo Yu. It wasn't that no one was chosen, rather by simply standing still without moving he had severely injured several ninjas on this side using genjutsu. Why was his illusion so formidable? Hyuga Unkai gazed at his comrade who knelt on the ground as if all strength had been drained from him. In an instant his spiritual power utterly depleted. He had sensed it with perfect clarity. Uchiha Itachi had simply locked onto them without any superfluous movement, and yet in that moment their ally lost all 5 senses and his heart ceased beating for 2 full seconds. And in those 2 seconds the Chunin was defeated. He could not comprehend why Itachi's illusions were so overwhelmingly powerful. Even Kurenai Yuhi, he reckoned, could not achieve such effortless dominance. Fortunately he himself was not afraid of illusions. The question now, should he fight or not? If he fought, defeat was almost certain. If he did not, the mission remained unfinished. After a moment's hesitation he ultimately clenched his teeth and charged forward, chakra churning rapidly within. Since he could not win he would simply stall. As long as Heiate Gecko freed himself he should be more than enough to deal with Uchiha Itachi. Unkai knew his own limits and saw no point in throwing his life away. Be careful, don't look into his eyes. The ninja whose spirit had been wounded quickly warned. But what he did not know was that Hyuga Unkai had no eyes at all. Even if he had eyes, his mental fortitude was not so weak as to fall to a single move. Illusions are ineffective. Uchiha Itachi frowned only when Hyuga Unkai closed in. Because his illusion had failed. In that case he'll have to kill you, he said expressionlessly, his Sharingan spinning swiftly as he casually flung a shuriken. The shuriken multiplied into 3, attacking Hyuga Unkai from different angles. Unkai tilted his head to evade one while disregarding the other 2, they were merely faint traces of chakra. But Uchiha Itachi had already detected his peculiarity almost the moment Unkai dodged. Itachi expelled a massive fireball, forcing Unkai to retreat. Yet as he retreated, another shuriken flew toward him, followed in relentless succession without granting him a pause, and rapidly closed in. Was his opponent actively shortening the distance? Hyuga Unkai was startled. Instinctively he channeled chakra into both fists, burst forth with explosive speed, and struck at Uchiha Itachi with tremendous force. Bang! Strangely, Itachi neither dodged nor blocked the punch. Instead he hurled another shuriken, which also split into two illusory projectiles. But when the fist landed, it only produced a puff of smoke and splintered wood. When had he formed the hand seals? Hyuga Unkai was astounded. Under the cover of his sensory jutsu he had not detected Itachi's seal casting at all. No, his complexion shifted and he hurriedly spun a rotation to guard himself. The next instant explosive tags suddenly appeared before his eyes and detonated violently. Shadow Shuriken. Substitution Jutsu. Then using explosive tags to mask the timing gap. Every move seemed precalculated, leaving him no time to think. The following steps repeated the pattern, shuriken interwoven with various tools and jutsu. Although he could detect them with sensory jutsu, he lacked the reaction time to respond. Hyuga Unkai had never imagined that within the range of his sensory jutsu he could still be kiked by elemental ninjutsu at such a relentless pace. Clearly this was a result of the vast gap in combat experience, and also the true terror of Uchiha Itachi. Even though they had never met before, Itachi had already discerned Hyuga Unkai's weakness before the fight began, and a fatal one at that. If this continued, not only would Unkai fail to stall Itachi, but a single moment of negligence or a split-second slower reaction would mean his death. Yet the truth was that Unkai's reaction speed and perception were already impressive, at least in Itachi's eyes. In his initial plan, the first combination of jutsu should have killed Unkai with the explosive tags. But he did not anticipate that Unkai's reflexes were so quick that he could bridge the gap of a mere second's error. This surprised him. However, that was where it ended, because he had already perceived another weakness in Hyuga Unkai range. Not the range of his sensory jutsu, but his combat radius. Maintaining his rhythm of shuriken attacks, Itachi weaved hand seals swiftly and expelled a fire dragon that swept across a 10-meter radius, descending upon Hyuga Unkai. 10 meters was a short distance for Unkai. But under Itachi's oppressive assault he had only 1 second to respond. In that single second his mind could react, but his Boda's speed fell just short. He was scorched by the flames and sent flying backward. Seizing this gap, Uchiha Itachi swiftly broke through the blockade, not even glancing back. He had already calculated the outcome. His landing on the ground from the rooftop, Hyuga Unkai quickly extinguished the sparks on his back, feeling a searing pain and a lingering dread. Had he been a fraction slower he would have been engulfed in flames, suffering at least severe burns. If Itachi had followed up with a shuriken he would have had no chance to evade. But why did Itachi not press the attack? Why did he choose to flee? Hyuga Unkai did not believe that Uchiha Itachi would spare him out of mercy. Unless reinforcements had arrived. He quickly probed his surroundings. The Uchiha were also retreating rapidly, and within seconds he spotted the Umbu support led by a familiar face, Kakashi Hatake. Everyone stand down. Kakashi wore white combat gear, signifying his role as squad leader. As soon as he spoke, the Umbu members disengaged, allowing the Uchiha to withdraw. Pa! Pa! Hyuga Unkai cleared his throat. Although he was not seriously injured, his appearance was quite disheveled. Yuzuki Hyuga rushed over to check on him. "You little rascal, I didn't expect you to be so bold, but a bit foolish at the same time." After the skirmish, Yugeo's attitude toward him made a 180-degree turn. She patted his shoulder with a smile, a gesture of recognition and praise. Hyuga Unkai smiled wryly, feeling deeply frustrated. The fight had been stifling. He was suppressed by Uchiha Itachi the entire time without even a chance to use his dark technique, and he had nearly lost his life. He had never imagined that the disparity in combat experience could be so immense, a complete one-sided beating. Yuzuki Hyuga could not sense his expression through the mask, but she knew he must be devastated. She shook her head slightly. She had also witnessed the course of the battle and gained a new understanding of how monstrous Uchiha Itachi was. Even if it had been her in Unkai's place, she would have found it extremely difficult. Itachi's control over the situation was so tight that no amount of seasoned experience could compensate. To put it precisely, it was talent so rocksteady that it was inhuman. You did well enough. Look at the Chunin nearby, every one of them holds you in higher regard. You didn't win, but at least you didn't lose. That's an achievement in itself. Yugeo's way of comforting was rather unique, making Unkai's face darken. Meanwhile, the Umbu Chunin she pointed out silently turned their heads away. Let's go. Back to the 5th defense line. The two returned to the 5th defense line, where Yueguang Jifeng had been waiting for a long time. Strangely enough, they did not see any trace of the Yunu clan members. Don't be surprised. Kakashi is in the 6th squad, strictly speaking the 6th class. We are the 5th class. Mao Shiyan suddenly spoke, seemingly wanting to explain the details of the Umbu to Rishon Yunhai. Within the Umbu they are usually referred to as squads. However, since there are fewer jonin, each squad basically consists of only one fixed class, which is why they are also called the 5th class or 6th class. The one who tried to ambush you, Yunotsugen, is a newly promoted chunin of the 3rd squad, about a year older than you. He is also a genius nurtured by the squad. A chunin. Rishon Yunhai was stunned. He had thought that guy was a jonin, but it turned out he was just a kid. No wonder he refused to retreat after being discovered, probably due to lack of combat experience. For geniuses like them who haven't fully matured, they all face a common issue: their inherent abilities have reached the chunin level, but their combat prowess is still at the genin stage, which is related to their age. Even Yuzhibo had honed his skills step by step. Don't worry, with us here you won't get assassinated. Yuegwang Jifeng offered words of comfort. He never expected the 3rd squad to be so audacious as to stab them in the back at a time like this. What kind of deep-seated grudge could that be? However, it seems no battle would erupt tonight. Kakashi must know something about it. The 3 stood guard at the 5th defense line. Apart from Yuzhibo and his group breaking through the line, the other Uchiha ninjas seem to have vanished without a trace, showing no signs of rebellion whatsoever. It seems the problem lies with Yuzhibo. Rishon Yunhai murmured, his mind replaying the earlier battle. Though it was just a simple combination ninjutsu, Yuzhibo had executed it to perfection. Now as he reviewed the fight, many steps filled him with a creeping dread. Had he been even a moment slower, his injuries would have been far from minor. Indeed, after all, he had the closest bond with Shunshin Shursui. Mao Shiyan shook her head, unwilling to dwell on the matter. She said softly, I saw how your battle unfolded. To be honest, it was somewhat unsatisfactory. Why did you insist on dodging his shuriken? Ha! Rishon Yunhai felt a bit dizzy. Was he supposed to just stand there and let Yuzhibo strike him? No, that couldn't be what she meant. He pondered and suddenly realized Mao Shiyan had a point. Although the Shadow Shuriken was a ninjutsu, its essence still lay in the throwing technique. Others might not be able to tell the real from the fake shuriken, but with his perception ninjutsu he could see through it at a glance. A shuriken is a weapon, not like a ninjutsu that must be dodged. You could have knocked it down with your own shuriken or used any available tool to intercept it while launching an attack simultaneously. The Hyuga clan cannot perform elemental ninjutsu, but the gentle fist is still an extremely formidable taijutsu. Its core lies in the transition between offense and defense, capable of dealing with the vast majority of ninjas. You were reckless and also quite foolish. All you thought about was rushing forward to engage in close combat, unaware that ranged attacks have their own techniques. Is that so? Rishon Yunhai felt something was off. His goal was to delay Yuzhibo. If he didn't take the initiative to attack, how could he effectively block him? Moreover, what techniques could there be for ranged attacks? You don't understand, do you? At this moment Yuegwang Jifeng spoke up. The core of ranged combat is flexibility, not just in battle style but also in adapting to different terrains and all available conditions. You couldn't defeat Yuzhibo, which means frontal combat favors him. Fighting to the death to forcefully block him is only a last resort. You just needed to stall him. There are many ways to delay him. For example, let Yuzhibo break through the 4th defense line, then pursue and ambush him from behind. When I heard the commotion at the 5th defense line, I would naturally come to reinforce, and with a pincer attack Yuzhibo would be at a disadvantage. Tell me, isn't that a better approach? Shifting the battlefield utilizing available conditions. Rishon Yunhai felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that Yuegwang Jifeng's words made a lot of sense. Knowing full well that the enemy was strong and he was weak, still choosing to face them that was a desperate tactic only used when there was no other option. But the problem was he had teammates to support him and was fighting on his own turf, all advantageous conditions. I understand, he said dejectedly. Yuegwang Jifeng saw this and patted him on the shoulder, saying with a smile, don't rush. The road is still long. When I became a trainee Umbu, my combat experience was even worse than yours. Take it one step at a time. Mao Shiyan pursed her lips, just combat experience. Ahaha, Yuegwang Jifeng laughed awkwardly. I'm a little behind in other areas too. It was probably a little bit, meaning a whole lot. Mao Shiyan rolled her eyes. Just because Rishon Yunhai had failed to stop the enemy didn't mean he was weak. After all, before he made his move, an Umbu Chunin had already fallen in seconds. Coupled with his performance during the fight, his combat ability was far from poor. Faced with Yuzebo's absolute control of the situation, he had been able to respond with appropriate measures one after another, which spoke volumes. His sharp reaction speed alone surpassed that of many Umbu Chunin. Most importantly, at that moment only Rishion Yunhai dared to target Yuzebo, proving he possessed the courage to fight, and that was crucial. This was also one of the reasons Mao Weixiyan suddenly praised him. For a ninja, the courage to fight is a vital virtue representing an unyielding will, a quality many lack. The topic ended and the three waited in silence until dawn, when Yueguang Jifeng received the order to stand down. It was at this moment that Rishion Yunhai learned the truth. The Uchiha had indeed shown rebellious tendencies, but their main motive was to seek justice for Shunshin Shursui. Yuzebo had led his clan to break through the defense line, not to attack the Hokage building but to head for the third squad's base. In other words, the third squad had been attacked again, suffering heavy losses, nearly half of its members dead. By the time he returned home, the village seemed no different from usual. Most people had no idea what had happened the previous night. They only knew that Nanhakuin had conducted a drill raid and that the orderly evacuation of the villagers had earned the Hokage's commendation. As for Rishion Yunhai, he was once again confined to his home. His house arrest had not yet been lifted. "Kid, I heard you did pretty well last night," Pei-Hu said, bringing Hinata back to the courtyard. The first words out of his mouth were a sarcastic remark which left Rishion Yunhai speechless. This shameless old man, he had no sense of dignity as an elder. Rishion Yunhai sighed and said helplessly, "It's too frustrating. I never imagined the gap between us would be so huge." "It's only natural that the gap exists." Pei-Hu knew he wanted to win, but many things ultimately had limits. He said, "Both of you are geniuses and your talent is not far behind Yuzebo's. However, age is an insurmountable chasm. He is 3 years older than you. If he were weaker than you, that would be a problem. Moreover, sometimes losing brings more gains than winning, as it allows you to see your own shortcomings." However, he indeed saw it. Hyuga Yunhai lowered his head and softly said, "I need to experience life and death battles to make up for my lack of combat experience, but with the 3 divisions present it is quite difficult to achieve that." Pei-Hu's expression revealed contemplation upon hearing this. This was indeed a troublesome matter. The family could protect him while he walked in the village but could not ensure his safety against external dangers. Just like the moment of instant disappearance, the head genius of the younger generation from the Uchiha clan was still forced to commit suicide by jumping into the river. One cannot blame the Uchiha for demanding an explanation. The organization was simply too ruthless. "No matter the method used, without personal strength and stability, I will inform the clan leader to see if he has any good solutions," Pei-Hu said softly. Although his task was to protect Hinata, it did not mean excluding Hyuga Yunhai, which was the only advantage of being a caged bird. As long as your talent is good enough and your status is high enough, the clan will spare no effort in nurturing you. The term Hyuga genius has always represented a legacy. I understand now. Yunhai grasped his meaning. The family could not protect his life outside, but the Hokage could. The power of the Umbu cannot be underestimated. Thinking of this, he suddenly recalled the third Hokage's promise, becoming a Chunin at 10 and a Jonin at 12, along with specially arranged missions. He became somewhat curious about the nature of that mission. Would it allow him to escape the current predicament? It was not impossible. At least from the current perspective, the clan's stance was inclined towards the third Hokage, and the 5 divisions belonged to the Hokage's faction. Was he borrowing the east wind? Only the Hokage's great authority could oppose the Elder Council. However, the fact that there were members of the organization within the clan was something he had not anticipated. Upon realizing this, Yunhai informed Pei-Hu of the discovery from last night, only to receive an unexpected response. Power is above, benefits below. Those who seek power desire status, while those who seek benefits desire advantages. No family would put all their eggs in one basket. Even if the organization is irritating, it is still a force formed by the Elder Council. Otherwise, why would your mother's matter end without resolution? How could the clan leader's brother? Pei-Hu did not finish his last words, and Yunhai did not foolishly ask. Those who seek benefits never have absolute allies or enemies, only differing positions. It seems the clan supports members entering the organization and may even provide certain assistance. However, on the surface, the Hyuga clan is aligned with the third Hokage. It's quite troublesome anyway. You need not engage too early. Focus on enhancing your own strength first, and we will see how things unfold later. By the way, slow down the intensity of your training. The clan leader has already hinted at the third Hokage and will try to extend your confinement time to allow for more growth. Pei-Hu laughed, and his words left Yunhai speechless. It turned out the clan leader had always been aware of the difficulties he faced, but had simply never mentioned it. Since this is the case, his grandfather could not be unaware. The previous suspicions were perhaps not baseless. Forget it, let's focus on training and take good care of his body. He suppressed the distractions in his heart and began his usual training, reducing his sessions from 5 times a day to once while using the remaining time to hone his combat skills and read various ninja technique books. Combat experience must be gained through actual battles, but theory can be acquired from books. The clan may not have much, but it has a plethora of archives. Although this would significantly slow the improvement of his strength, it would bring about a healthier body and supplement his combat knowledge. Jonin is a watershed consisting of 2 stages: Special Jonin and Elite Jonin. The former excels in a specific field but lacks overall strength. As for the latter, they possess balanced overall strength but are not necessarily the strongest. Elite Jonin are ninjas who excel in various aspects, representing the Elder Council, the Hokage, in figures like Kakashi. What I want to convey is that unless you have extraordinary talent in a specific area, enhancing your overall strength is the most cost-effective, including intelligence, interrogation, combat awareness, proficiency in ninjutsu and taijutsu, and understanding various fields. In the courtyard, Yunhai explained to Hinata the differences among ninjas. As long as the goals are correctly chosen, many detours can be avoided. At this moment Hinata knew it was too early to grasp this, but he still felt it necessary to say it. Yunhaken, if the Byakugan cannot cast ninjutsu, does that mean it cannot become an elite ninja? After a long period of interaction, Hinata's disposition had changed greatly. She spoke fluently except when shy, when she would stutter. Yes, Yunhai replied somewhat helplessly, explaining, we are born with narrow meridians, and using the Byakugan imposes stress on them, making it indeed impossible to cultivate elemental ninjutsu. Hinata's face showed disappointment upon hearing this. However, we also possess innate advantages in perspective and chakra consumption. Yunhai shifted the topic gently, saying the Byakugan can observe from a great distance while consuming relatively little chakra, enabling us to sustain prolonged combat and making us more suited for team battles. You must understand that controlling the situation is also a form of overall strength. Although it cannot compensate for the shortcomings of elemental ninjutsu, it is sufficient to meet the requirements of an elite jonin, making it just a bit more unique than others. The goal I have set for you is to learn how to become a squad leader utilizing the Byakugan and knowledge to enhance your situational control for a greater chance of victory. This idea was derived from Uchiha Itachi. Previously he believed that strength was the fundamental essence of power. However, after experiencing that battle, he realized that every domain has its characteristics, and controlling the situation is one of them, allowing one to overcome the strong with the weak. Hinata's small face flushed and she whispered, although I don't fully understand, I will keep it in mind and gradually grasp it in the future. All right. Yunhai rubbed his nose. Hinata was too young to truly comprehend the essence of controlling the situation. However, her learning ability was exceptionally strong, especially in theoretical knowledge, and she could definitely excel. For instance, 2 people attended a year of ninja school and taught Hinata what they learned. As a result, Hinata understood the material thoroughly after just a few readings, while those 2 continued to struggle with their studies day by day, and Niji was no exception. As for Naruto, there's no need to mention him. He was famously the last in class and earned the nickname of the class tail. This made Yunhai realize that Hinata's learning talent was quite high, so he set a path for her advancement which he termed the Team Control Type Elite Jonin Training Path. He wanted to show the clan leader that Hinata was not inferior to anyone. Meanwhile, he was also compensating for his own shortcomings such as speed and situational control, with Uchiha Itachi as his learning target. Combat is indeed the best experience package. Failure is also the mother of great success. Time slipped away and over 3 months had passed since the Uchiha rebellion, as spring silently began to emerge. During this period, the Hyuga clan welcomed their second princess, Hinata's younger sister Hyuga Hanabi. Thus Hinata submitted her answer to the clan leader half a year early, personally performing the 8 trigrams 32 palms, having already grasped its fundamentals. The clan leader found it incredible and arranged for peers to spar with Hinata. The result was a one-sided domination, and she even exchanged blows evenly with Niji. Of course, this was partly due to Niji holding back, but the clan leader was no fool and could discern Hinata's true strength. Beyond her power, what pleased him more was that Hinata had shed her former timidity. Overjoyed, the clan leader directly waived the interest on Yunhai's debt and even sent word that he would cover any further credit Yunhai needed. When Yunhai learned of this, he was at a loss for words. The reason was that the First Lady had given him a special gift to shop under her name with an annual profit of 5 million, specializing in fresh produce. In comparison, the clan leader's gesture seemed like nothing more than an empty promise. However, this delighted Hwaju, who promptly rented a shop and launched a barbecue chain, even giving Yunhai a 30% share. See, this is the benefit the First Lady provided, nothing hollow about it. Beyond that, his personal strength steadily improved. The number of open acupoints surpassed 50, his perception range reached 210 meters, and he had grown a bit taller. Correspondingly, his overall combat ability increased even more, covering a wide range of fields, healing, curse seals, formations, combat awareness and more, all saw enhancement. Especially in the field of healing, he could now stimulate cell regeneration and had gained a fairly comprehensive understanding of the human body. If he were to encounter Itachi Uchiha again, though he still couldn't win, he would no longer be overwhelmed and unable even to execute the darkness technique. Thus he was relatively satisfied. Now that the ban is lifted, it's time for you to report to the Anbu. In the courtyard, Peihu looked at the empty space, a hint of loss in his expression. Hinata had submitted her answer early and Yunhai needed to carry out Anbu missions. Peihu had no reason to stay, so he had to return to his clan for new orders. This meant the leisurely vacation was over and a long period of busyness lay ahead. No need to see me off. Yunhai ignored his reluctance, donned his Anbu uniform and rushed out of the courtyard. He hadn't expected the ban to last this long and was thoroughly restless. You brat, no sense of human warmth. Peihu couldn't help cursing, then shook his head with a laugh. After lingering in the courtyard for a while, he turned and left. From then on, this place would be Yunhei's private resting spot and the clan had no intention of reclaiming it. At the Hokage building, Hyuga Yunhai sat quietly in the corridor waiting. Despite wearing a mask, the passing shinobi recognized him. Those who had met him before greeted him or exchanged a few words. For instance, Kurenai Yuhi beside him. Asuma said someone once impersonated me. Do you know who it was? She asked with a sweet smile, her tone quite gentle. Ah. Really? That person must be quite bold. Hyuga Yunhai answered without batting an eye, feigning confusion. Had ha. Kurenai gave a cold laugh but didn't press the matter. The reason was simple, she had no evidence. So she asked another question, have you broken through the yin-yang barrier? Broken through? This question was hard for Yunhai to answer. If he said yes, it wasn't fully complete. If he said no, he had made some progress. So had he broken through or not? Still working on it. I'll tell you when I succeed. Yunhai uttered a meaningless reply, but inwardly he pondered the encounter with Asuma. He still couldn't understand how anyone could like Kurenai. Her voice was pleasant and she was the first real person he had met. But without comparison, he didn't think Kurenai was particularly attractive. If we talk about temper, well. Never mind, gossiping about others behind their backs wasn't polite. Kurenai had no idea that Yunhai was pondering her life matters and making such inhumane assessments. However, she was feeling quite displeased with him at the moment, so she said, I've calculated carefully, you owe me money. Ha! When it came to money, Yunhai perked up immediately. Do I look like an easy mark? He couldn't help saying. He had been tricked once and wouldn't be fooled again. Oh. Kurenai narrowed her eyes and said casually, in that case, forget it. I won't mention that matter about your soul body anymore. What? Soul body? Yunhai immediately fell silent. He had never understood the form of his soul body. Even now it remained semifluid and he couldn't find the cause. But that baseless debt. Hyuga Yunhai laughed, with our relationship, talking about money would hurt our feelings. No, Kurenai smiled even brighter, extending her right hand with 5 fingers spread. 5 million ryo. How much? Yunhai jumped up in shock, drawing glances from others. He suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth. You're robbing me. Kurenai curled her lips. So are you paying or not? Pay your. Yunhai wanted to curse. How could she fabricate a debt like that? Did she have no shame? But he forced himself to stop. The soul body matter was too important. His tone softened as he bargained. 100,000 ryo, I'll pay you right now. Tisk. Kurenai yawned, stood up and said, I misremembered, it should be 6 million ryo. But judging by your tone, you don't intend to acknowledge it, so you probably don't have the money. Forget it. I'm leaving. With that, she walked outside at a leisurely pace as if she truly didn't care. Hyuga Yunhai's face darkened. Seeing Kurenai getting farther away, he hurried after her. Fine, 5 million ryo. No haggling. Ha. Kurenai furrowed her brows, puzzled, but I recall it was 7 million ryo just now, wasn't it? Not you, you bandit. Yunhei's jaw dropped. Could she do that? Kurenai didn't care. Seeing him silent, she turned and continued walking. All right, 7 million it is. I'll pay you in installments. Helpless, he dared not say more, fearing the debt would grow, and had to reluctantly agree. That's more like it. Not paying debts is wrong, you know. Kurenai laughed happily, extending her right hand and narrowing her eyes. Consultation fee 5 million ryo. Small business, no credit. Please settle the full amount first. Yunhai was silent, then burst into laughter. He left a remark and turned away. If I talk to you again, I'm a dog. What a joke. Kurenai watched his back, her eyes curved into crescents of joy, immensely pleased. Back then you weren't like this. Tisk tsk. Yunhai returned to his seat in a huff, having finally realized that Shirihon was simply toying with him. Was it because he had swindled her a few times by selling pull candy? That was such an old incident from years ago, how could she still hold a grudge now? Besides, he hadn't even asked for an exorbitant price back then. What an unreasonable shrew. It took him a while to calm down. When the Hokage's office door opened, he rose and walked inside, only to see the old third Hokage puffing clouds of smoke from his pipe. Trainee ninja from Squad 3 Hyuga prodigy reporting to the Hokage-sama. He clasped his fists. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded, saying, "You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you." Ah, to be young. Yunhai did not reply. He was here to accept a mission, not to engage in idle chatter. The old third could speak of such things, but he could not. Seeing his silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured to the documents on the desk and said, "Your mission evaluations are out, 1 rank and 1 a rank. Not a bad result, you've been rated good." Good. Yunhai was puzzled and asked, "The emergency mission last time shouldn't have reached a rank, should it?" "It wouldn't have," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, fixing his gaze on him. "The rating depends on your level. If you were a chunin, it would at most be rated rank. But you're a trainee, this was your first combat and your opponent was Uchiha Itachi. Taken together it barely qualifies as a rank. So that's how it works." That would mean if he continued to undertake similar missions as a trainee, he could be promoted to squad leader, couldn't he? No, his rank was insufficient. Just as Yunhai was considering cutting corners, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice rang out again. "In light of your previous performance, the Council of Elders has decided to promote you to chunin and remove you from Squad 5 to carry out covert missions alone. However, this is a choice. You may also remain in Squad 5, but you'll hardly receive any rank mission evaluations. Conversely, if you accept, you will have to conceal your identity for a long time and cannot appear before the public." Covert missions. Hyuga Yunhai frowned. He understood that the covert missions the old third mentioned likely corresponded to the promise made earlier. But being unable to appear before the public meant he would probably have to leave the village. Once outside the village, life and death were not his to decide. Still. He pondered for a moment and asked, "Will my identity and whereabouts also be concealed?" "Of course," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, explaining, "Covert missions are defined by secrecy. Apart from me, no one will know your whereabouts, not even I will dictate your itinerary. Once you accept the mission, everything related to it is your own decision. I need only the results and process reports to file. This way, even if your information is leaked, others cannot track your specific movements. It's a form of special protection. As for mission grade, you choose for yourself." Very well. Hyuga Yunhai fell into a dilemma. The covert nature of the mission meant leaving the village. If he didn't leave the village, why would secrecy be necessary? But doing so meant taking risks. He wondered whether Squad 3 would be informed of his whereabouts or even send someone to follow him in secret. If his location were exposed, he would face almost certain death. Was this risk worth taking? Could the strength he currently commanded withstand pursuit and assassination? After a long hesitation, he finally nodded in agreement. "I choose to undertake the covert mission." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked surprised and asked, "Don't you want to think it over?" Yunhai shook his head slightly. He had reasons to take the risk. His grandfather's injuries could not wait. He had to grow stronger quickly and kill Mito Kaduan. "You seem quite confident," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, smacking his pipe. He picked up a brush, wrote a letter and handed it to him. "In 3 days, go to the address on this envelope. Someone will make arrangements for you. Remember, that person is not your superior, he is only responsible for mission handovers." Yunhai took the envelope. Seeing the address was in the Eastern District, he nodded to indicate his understanding, then turned and left. 3 days were enough to say goodbye to his family. As he walked out of the Hokage building, he pondered for a long while before deciding not to return home to consult the clan head. There were root members there that could arouse suspicion about his whereabouts. Moreover, he couldn't even show any intention of leaving. He had to maintain his usual demeanor as much as possible. That being the case, he could only go to Hwajia's place. He thought it over and first went to Hwajia's to help out for a while, then shared a simple lunch with her. During the meal, Hwajio casually asked about his situation but noticed nothing amiss. Afterward, he tinkered with the ingredients in the kitchen, spending several hours preparing a lavish dinner, and asked Hwajio to deliver it to his home. As for himself, he went to the ninja academy to see Mingren and Ningxi, inviting them to dinner together. The two were naturally overjoyed. Taking the opportunity, Yunhai revealed that he had been promoted to Chunin, causing Mingren to shout excitedly and inadvertently leak the news. Everything seemed no different from usual. Even his grandfather only thought he was celebrating his promotion. Chu Tian will be starting school soon, right? Speaking of which, does she really need to go to the ninja academy? If you ask me, we should follow Yunhei's example and join the Umbu as trainees. Maybe we'll become Chunin at 8 too, then he'll definitely become the next Hokage. Mingren was already planning their futures, but he never considered that the Umbu wasn't so easy to enter. Chu Tian was the princess of the Hyuga clan, Ningxi was the eldest son of the branch family, and even Mingren himself was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Among the four little ones, only Yunhai had an ordinary background, carrying the grand but largely useless title of Hyuga prodigy. If it were possible, Yunhai would also have wanted to attend the academy, graduate, and become an official ninja in the open. But unfortunately he didn't have that opportunity. Daydreaming, Ningxi curled his lip. An 80-year-old Chunin. Even the Umbu had few such prodigies, they couldn't possibly appear in droves. The four of them would all be 12 by graduation, and it would likely take another 2 years to become Chunin. Ningxi, it's nighttime now, so I'm not dreaming. Mingren yelled, only to receive another middle finger from Ningxi. Watching their frolic, Yunhai smiled happily, as if forgetting that he would leave in 3 days. He chatted softly with Chu Tian about her younger sister Huahua. According to Chu Tian, having a little sister was simply adorable. It was clear she adored her newborn sibling and earnestly declared that she would set a good example for Huahua. In any case, she was growing more confident with each passing day. Everything was moving in a positive direction. After the meal, everyone departed one after another. Yunhai inquired about his grandfather's health and used a healing ninjutsu to check him. The result was dire, his heart meridians were affected. The heart meridians. A heavy weight settled in his heart. He urged his grandfather to seek treatment from Huazhou and to wait until he turned 12 no matter what, and to avoid alcohol as much as possible. Perhaps the grandfather discerned something in his tone, for he unexpectedly agreed, gazing at him with a hint of affection. Yet Yunhai felt nothing. He crept out of bed in the dead of night and slinked toward the address written in the envelope. 3 days was too long and fraught with risks. He would rather arrive early and lie in wait for 3 days than risk exposing his whereabouts. Caution was after all a virtue. His hiding spot was a shack in a corner alley from which he kept constant watch on the surroundings. Lying low for 3 days meant facing issues of eating, drinking, and excretion, and it also tested one's endurance to the utmost. Hinata Yunhei's resilience was not lacking. He could even slip into a light doze to preserve his energy. Thus what was an arduous 3-day wait for others was something he could endure. When the appointed time came, he slipped into a house, deliberately made a slight noise, and pulled out the envelope from his pocket. After about 2 or 3 minutes, an Umbu ninja emerged from the house, alert and uneasy, a shuriken in hand. Without a word, Yunhai simply tossed the envelope over, making no move to step forward. "Oh, it's you." The other's voice was muffled, as if he knew Yunhei's background. He tossed a scroll back, saying, "This is the mission scroll. Erase whichever one you like. There are also ways to leave the village. You can choose according to the timing." Upon hearing this, Yunhai unrolled the scroll and examined it. It listed 10 missions, 3 A rank and 7 rank, all requiring him to leave the village. At the end, many exit routes were listed. All he had to do was find a certain person to arrange the departure. However, he had no intention of using the routes on the scroll. He stared at the missions for a long while before asking, "Are there limits on the number of missions I can take or the time I have?" The man was taken aback and shook his head. "No limit on quantity, but the timeframes are all tight. If you miss the window, you'll lose the chance." Yunhai understood. After a moment's thought, he erased 2 missions whose timings did not conflict, 1 rank and 1 A rank, located in Tang country and Feng country respectively, both assassination type. Compared to the other missions, these 2 were far simpler. No need to steal intelligence or conduct investigations, just find the targets and kill them. And the assassination targets both bore the label of Jonin. A rank mission for a Jonin as well. He was somewhat uncertain about the mission grading, but he did not ask. He simply turned and left, expanding his perception to its maximum range, then performed a jutsu to transform into Xiang Han's appearance. This was the method he had devised. Rather than using the Umbu's exit routes, it was safer to act on his own. After all, the root organization had been entrenched in the village for years. Those routes were hardly secure. In fact, this move was indeed correct, saving him many troubles. The reason was that Root had long been monitoring the Umbu closely. The only reason those routes had not been exposed was that Root did not wish to embarrass Sarutobi Hiruzen. When it came to underhanded tactics, Root was the expert. Yunhai walked in the guise of Xiang Hong, aided by perception jutsu, deliberately choosing less frequented paths to circle around. Along the way he encountered many traces of other ninja, but he easily evaded them all. As long as he did not come face to face with anyone, there was no risk of exposure. His method of leaving the village was naturally not through the main gate. He went to the village's periphery and waited until midnight before cautiously stepping out. No one would have imagined that he would be so meticulous about leaving the village, even spending 3 days and 4 nights stealthily creeping out. But only Yunhai himself knew that exposure meant death. He did not have a second life. Caution was never a mistake. Even after leaving the village, Yunhai did not relax. He sprinted with all his might through the forest, leaping from tree to tree, but his direction was not toward Tang country or Feng country, it was toward the coastal area of Hua country. He wanted to test one thing: whether this so-called secret mission was truly secret. If someone knew the details of his mission, they could simply lie in wait at the target area and lay an inescapable net. But that was a matter for days later. For now he faced another problem: his lack of field experience. This was his first time leaving Mai. Though he had a mental map, he had no real knowledge of the terrain and could only fumble his way forward. And this fumbling led to a serious problem: he got lost. Crouching on a treetop, feeling the silent forest, his face showed helplessness. He had been rushing headlong through rolling mountains, and the surrounding terrain had long deviated from his route. Yet he could not even look out into the distance to return to his original path. Who would have thought that the first difficulty of the mission would be getting lost? If this got out, he would be laughed to scorn. Frustrated, he summoned a shadow clone to scout ahead and confirm his current coordinates while he found a hiding spot to rest. He had been running for 3 or 4 hours straight, exhausting too much stamina. He needed to replenish. When he woke, the shadow clone brought good news: this place was called Heishan. If he crossed 3 more mountains to the left, there was a village. According to the villagers, this area was on the edge of Hua country, adjacent to Tian country. Tian country was to the north, while Tang country was in the western island chain, completely opposite directions. In other words, he had deviated from his course very early on. Hearing this, Yunhai couldn't help but laugh. Not only was he confused, but anyone trying to track him would probably be dumbfounded and ask, "Brother, where are you going?" Indeed, the impact of his eye defect was too profound. He somewhat regretted not applying for a teammate from the 3rd Hokage. But since things had come to this, he could only grind it out step by step. Fortunately, he had only taken 2 missions. He would go to Tang country first. Instead of heading to Tian country, he chose to travel southeast, board a ship from Tai country to Tang country, and used the sun's inclination to determine direction. This path was destined to be arduous, slowing his progress considerably. Every so often he had to observe the changes in sunlight and shadow as well as the lay of the land. Fortunately, though clumsy, this method was workable. Once he became proficient, he could speed up. Thus, after 3 whole days, he finally reached the border of Tai country. Using 2 more days, he arrived at a coastal port and boarded a ship, stepping onto the soil of Tang country at noon. Tang country was an island nation, its climate vastly different from the inland, humid with strong sunlight and frequent weather changes. Underground bounty organization member. In the capital of Tang country, inside a hidden abandoned building, Yunhai was calculating the target's position. The target was a jonin with the codename Moss, an underground bounty hunter who had once assassinated a daimyo of Hua country for money. His exact strength was unknown. However, this jonin was not ranked by Mui standards. The intelligence came from the daimyo's family, so the mission was assessed as brank. In other words, the target's actual strength might be questionable, either weaker than the intelligence suggested or possibly stronger. According to the intelligence, the target often stayed at a bounty base in Tang country, both for protection and as a way to join the underworld forces. Therefore, as long as the target remained hidden within the stronghold, assassination would be exceedingly difficult. More importantly, he needed to ascertain whether any root operatives were lurking nearby to determine the mission's concealment. There is no time limit for the assassination, but the target cannot stay in the stronghold forever. There will surely be an opportunity to test the waters. He murmured, soon arriving at a plan. After replenishing dried meat and water at a shop, he proceeded to the bounty stronghold and concealed himself in a hidden spot. It was still a crude method, yet highly effective. Possessing sensory ninjutsu, he could observe all movements within a 200-meter radius without moving naturally, including the bounty stronghold. This underground stronghold, outwardly a gambling den, secretly conducted bounty transactions. It averaged 3 to 4 contacts daily and hosted a variety of bounty hunters. He had lain in wait for 8 full days, replenishing food and water once, before finally hearing news about the target, Qingtai. That news caused his heart to sink heavily. The target had died 10 days earlier in a small alley within the land of Tang. His body was never found, only a fragment of his clothing remained. Were it not for the specially made garment, the bounty stronghold would never have known of Ching Tai's death. Yet it also yielded a judgment: the assassin who killed Ching Tai was formidable, unlikely to hail from a minor ninja village. Not from a minor village, naturally from a major one. Was it Root? Rishon Yunhai dared not gamble, nor could he linger. Under cover of night he silently left the alley and departed the capital without hesitation. With the target dead, his vigil was pointless, yet it bore fruit. He knew an enemy, likely a Root operative, was lying in wait. Now if he could go to the land of wind and verify whether another target was compromised, he would confirm his suspicions and the mission's secrecy. No, why should I flee? Didn't I come out precisely for combat? If I evade this once, can I evade forever? He halted abruptly, realizing his own panic. After a moment's hesitation he returned to the capital and concealed himself again in his previous hiding spot. "Third generation old man, I hope you aren't the most foolish of them all," he muttered. With patience he lay in wait for another half-month, during which he found no suspicious personnel. However, just as he prepared to leave at dusk, a change occurred. The target, Ching Tai, appeared. But this Ching Tai was an imposter using the transformation technique. Its body surface clearly emitted chakra fluctuations. Who was impersonating him? Rishon Yunhai frowned, scrutinizing the target's appearance and belongings. After a moment his heart tightened as he focused on the imposter's tongue. Their curse mark seemed to exist, identical in nature to the caged bird attached to the neural network. At that moment he was virtually certain the man hailed from Root. Because Yue Guang Jifeng had told him that all members of the third squad were branded with curse marks. If captured and interrogated, the mark would paralyze their tongues and kill them via neural linkage. That was also one reason why Root operatives lurking in the shadows during the Uchiha uprising sought death. Neural death did not truly kill, but turned one into a mindless living corpse still possessing vital signs. Yet to live like that was worse than death, and it would even implicate one's family. Was this a ploy to lure the snake out of its hole? A cold sneer curled Rishon Yunhei's lips. He formed hand seals and slowly performed the darkness technique. Instantly the entire 200-meter radius was plunged into blackness, throwing the gambling den into chaos. Damn it! He's not Ching Tai. Moments later a figure burst through a window. Water dragons and wind blades shattered the rooftop as 7 or 8 underground ninjas hotly pursued. Rishon Yunhai rose and tracked them from the side, keeping the target at the edge of his perception while searching for his accomplice. The bounty stronghold's ninjas, after pursuing for some distance, chose to retreat, seemingly sensing something amiss. He did not mind. He had already resigned himself to exposing his trail. He locked onto the target unwaveringly while maintaining a safe distance for gradual reconnaissance. Not until he reached the city's edge did 2 figures appear in his perception range. They were patrolling rapidly left and right, clearly having set up traps in advance. Only 3. Concealed in a sealed house, he shifted his focus to the ninja patrolling the east. Only after the man moved farther away did he resume his stealthy pursuit. These techniques, learned during his earlier census of the population, exploited the inability of sensory ninjutsu to be detected. Combined with stealth, they allowed prolonged tracking and observation, seeking the right moment to strike. Now he needed to determine the exact number of Root operatives and their approximate strength. Failed. How vigilant! The 2 had scoured the area but found no trace of him. They converged at a small courtyard to discuss their next plan. Rishon Yunhai could not hear their words, but he could roughly decipher their lip movements. Failure of the mission, need to devise a new strategy, yet lacking good ideas. The sole reason they still could not determine Rishon Yunhei's whereabouts, rendering many of their preparations useless. After lengthy discussion they finally decided to split into 2 and search along the streets, hoping to lure the hidden Rishon Yunhai out. Yes, they believed Rishon Yunhai would follow them and lurk somewhere nearby. But they could never have imagined he was right behind the small courtyard, quietly hiding in a tiny room. They even guessed that much. Rishon Yunhai felt a sense of helplessness. These 3 were far too experienced. Even without his trail they had surmised his intentions. Now he faced a dilemma: should he strike first and kill the ninja in the courtyard? They were relatively far apart, offering about 10 seconds for an assassination. The one staying in the courtyard was the best target. Yet why did he remain in the courtyard? Rishon Yunhai did not think the man was merely being cautious. It felt more like a new trap. Likely this man was the strongest of the 3. No need to rush, wait for a better opportunity. Rishon Yunhai suppressed his urge to strike and his feelings of frustration. Assassination differed from frontal combat. It demanded prudence and speed. Lacking confidence in a one-hit kill, a hasty attempt would yield nothing and might even cost him his life. He had waited half a month. A few more days would not matter. He devised a new plan, remaining as still as a rock while scanning his surroundings, considering how to use the terrain. As Yueguang Jifeng had said, every battle requires favorable conditions. Uchiha Itachi's control of the situation was talent, but rhythm could be learned by anyone. Perhaps he could learn from Uchiha Itachi's tactics. He calculated attack methods. 3 hours passed quickly and the two root operatives returned from their search. Naturally, they had found nothing. This discouraged them. They even lost the will to discuss further. The target had hidden like a rat, yet dared to show himself. What to do next became their greatest puzzle. Return to report, the target had reappeared. Stay, they had no clue of his whereabouts. Troublesome. Thus the sky quickly darkened and a prolonged stillness settled around them. Just as the three prepared to rest, they suddenly felt a blackness before their eyes. Startled, they quickly drew their shuriken and stood back to back. Before they could observe, a light flickered before them once more and a figure descended from the rooftop with two explosive talismans still attached to its body. Damn! The three were greatly alarmed and hurriedly dodged, but darkness fell again and even their five senses were blocked. Boom! A wave of heat swept through and the blast flung the three away, yet left no injuries. The power of an explosive talisman increased with proximity, and harming them was virtually impossible. Shadow clone. The three stared at the ruined house, confusion and suspicion mounting, for they had not detected the assailant's figure. At such close range with a shadow clone, explosive talismans and the darkness art, this was an optimal opportunity to strike. Yet strangely, that individual remained hidden. It seems we are the prey. The leader sneered and began searching the houses one by one. They guessed that Yunhai was hiding nearby, as the darkness art had a limited range. They also knew that their target was blind and could only rely on sensory ninjutsu to probe the surroundings, which also had a distance limit. That distance would not be far. Nothing. After searching several adjacent courtyards, they found nothing contrary to their expectations. Impossible. Something must be off. The leader surveyed the area and suddenly fixed his gaze on the ground, suspecting that the target might have used Earth-style ninjutsu to hide underground. But according to intelligence, the Hinata clan could not use elemental ninjutsu, and there was no way they could lurk beneath the soil. No rush. He must be hiding in some concealed spot. Let's just wait here. Soon they devised a new plan: stay put and wait. Little did they know, in the very room where they had been ambushed, a figure was already hidden under the bed. The sensory blockage was meant to keep them from hearing sounds, allowing Yunhai to execute a diversion and hide in plain sight. He was betting that one of the three would return to the room and be mentally exhausted. Is he still here? As time passed, the three's patience waned. No one could stay motionless in one spot for so long. More importantly, the earlier explosion had caused panic, and though they had suppressed it with force, it would eventually draw the attention of the land of hot water ninjas, making them a target. He should still be around. The leader hesitated, continuing the patrol for another whole day. Only when fatigue set in did he reluctantly acknowledge failure. How did the target escape? They could not fathom it, and a sense of frustration gnawed at them. This mission was too bizarre. Forget it. Let's head back and report. Finally, they abandoned the mission and made their way to the small courtyard. Are they all back? Yunhei's heart sank. He bided his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Soon the three returned to the courtyard. Two of them walked slowly inside while the leader stayed outside, prompting Yunhai to tense up, ready to act. The two entered the house and began clearing traces of their presence and items that carried their scent, even sprinkling some pungent powder. One of them approached the bed and leaned down to roll up the bedding for disposal when he suddenly heard a faint sound, as if hands were forming seals. Before he could react, darkness engulfed him. As he tried to retreat, a small hand seized his right ankle and yanked him under the bed. How? A chill ran through him, his eyes wide with shock. He had never imagined that Hinata Yunhai would be hiding in their own room. How could he dare? For a moment he was stupefied. Then he felt a gentle palm strike his chest, an eerie force surging into him, turning his heart into pulp. Only a faint muffled sound escaped, and he could not even see the face of his assailant. Damn! Outside, the leader kept watch. Inside, the surviving ninja turned to leave, but as he did, a blow came from behind, and with his senses blocked, he never realized someone else was there. In his mind, the only person behind him was his teammate, not an enemy. This fatal assumption cost him his life. Another simple palm strike, swift as the wind and full of power, drove a terrifying force mixed with chakra straight through his back and chest, smashing the doors and windows. Yunhai sensed the corpse fall and swiftly retreated into the room. A mist began to shroud the area, and he could clearly detect chakra churning within. The assassination technique of the hidden mist village. Not quite. He instinctively held his breath and was about to break through the wall when the mist quickly coalesced into water spheres that exploded, forming countless fine water needles raining down. Unable to dispel the darkness art, he swung his arms to perform heavenly rotation and retreated left. Barely 2 seconds later, a water dragon crashed down, collapsing half the house. Using the cover of water needles to lock on, Yunhai frowned. The mist continued to spread and the target kept moving, seemingly trying to escape. Decisive enough. But the ninjutsu used was on par with a Jonin's level. To pursue or not? He hesitated for 2 seconds, then gritted his teeth and gave chase, pushing his speed to the limit. Twin lion fists enveloped his hands and the open chakra points operated at full capacity, aiming to kill the target in one go without giving them time to stall. He didn't know if there were other root members in the land of hot water, nor could he gamble on it. He knew he had no backup. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. At full speed he rivaled a Jonin, and with the darkness art he could keep the target engaged. But close combat carried greater risks and the Jonin would not surrender easily. As his palm struck, barely touching the target's clothes, the enemy used a pre-prepared substitution jutsu, vanishing in a puff of smoke. The target then rapidly formed seals, causing water to surge toward the original spot, attempting to trap Hinata Yunhai in a water prison. Yunhai reacted in time, using heavenly rotation to disperse the surrounding water, but instead of the 8 trigrams palms he countered with hard fist techniques. The reason was that the target's substitution jutsu was a moment too slow, though not hit. A small segment of their meridians was damaged by the gentle step twin lion fists. That slight injury would slow chakra circulation by 2 degrees, worsening over time. However, this attack also revealed his position, allowing the target to lock on and unleash a barrage of water and earth ninjutsu, preemptively predicting his attacks to defend. After Yunhai evaded, the target erected a water formation wall and an earth sand flow to shield themselves, standing still and continuously forming seals. Yunhai knew the enemy was trying to dispel the sensory blockage and the darkness art to restore their sight. The technique of the dark path at its core remains a form of illusionary art. Although Yunhai possessed formidable spiritual power, rendering him immune to many illusionary intrusions, this did not mean the dark path he cast was insurmountable. Given sufficient time, the target could neutralize it. Had his weakness been discovered, Yunhai felt a pang of dismay. His attacks were purely physical, requiring close proximity to unleash their full power. Distance was his greatest vulnerability. The target had clearly discerned this, preferring to expend chakra on indiscriminate ninjutsu coverage rather than risk allowing him to close in. However, he had anticipated this and prepared accordingly. Yunhai formed hand seals, instantly splitting into 2 shadow clones that charged forward in attack, while he himself picked up 2 fragments of stone and hurled them skyward before leaping after them. Using the stones as stepping points, he vaulted higher until reaching over 7 meters, then threw a shuriken that pierced through the water wall and flew straight at the target, with a detonating tag already igniting at its base. The opponent's focus was drawn by the shadow clones, leaving no thought for a shuriken descending from above, compounded by obstructed vision and sensory deprivation. By the time he realized, he was struck and sent flying by the explosion. Boom! The explosion resounded, flames leaped and engulfed the man in an instant, forcing him to roll toward the water wall in an attempt to extinguish the fire. But the fire was secondary. The crucial blow was the shuriken that had directly wounded his heart, creating a fatal injury. Seeing this, Yunhai drew 2 more shurikens and flung them at the throat and leg respectively. With 2 more thwip sounds, he ended the man's life instantly. Until death, the man could not fathom how Hinata Yunhai had thrown a shuriken from such height. Could he fly, or did he have an ally? Regardless, he would never know. Dead just like that. Yunhai gazed at the cascading water, the still rolling sand, and the charred corpse on the ground, his heart filled with astonishment. He had been prepared to finish with a fist of steel strike, but never expected a shuriken would claim the target's life. This. How did it seem that the shuriken proved more effective than the gentle fist? He felt a pang of frustration. The gentle fist and steel fist he had trained for years yielded little result, while the neglected shuriken played the decisive role. No wonder the Uchiha enjoyed a reputation for shuriken mastery. This tool was truly formidable. Yunhai let out a bitter laugh. After a moment's thought, he hurled another shuriken, igniting the detonating tag to start a fire until he was certain the target was not feigning death, then turned and swiftly departed. The commotion of the earlier battle had drawn many eyes. Once he left the capital of the country of Tang, he made his way to a coastal port, hiding aboard a vessel bound for the country of wind before he dared to relax. The assassination had ended flawlessly, surprisingly smooth. Yet he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. His physical arts had contributed too little, failing to achieve the desired tempering effect. Uchiha Itachi's tactics leaned toward ninjutsu combat, somewhat unsuited to his own fighting style. He hoped the target in the country of wind would prove more satisfying. Yunhai reviewed the battle, counting it as a significant gain. His first assassination had succeeded, and under numerical disadvantage it had pushed him to his current limit. Future assassinations would likely not exceed this ceiling. First, rest well. Upon arriving in the country of wind, he must execute the assassination swiftly, giving the root organization no time to react. He mused as he closed his eyes, entering a shallow meditation, his breathing gradually steadying. Another 8 days passed. In the yellow sand city of the country of wind, near the daimyo's residence, a tiny figure perched in a treetop, sensing the movements within the compound below. The target was a ninja faction attached to the daimyo, not only a renowned elite jonin with years of experience but also commanding 20 subordinates and a samurai squad. According to intelligence, the target's codename was Guanmu, originating from Sunagakure. He had participated in the Third Shinobi War, possessed average overall strength, lacked a bloodline limit, excelled in wind release and poison usage, later defected from the village to serve the daimyo, and had inflicted some economic damage on the Land of Fire. The mission's client was also from the Land of Fire, identical in nature to the one in the country of Tang. He had been lurking here for days, gaining some understanding of the target, a man of extreme caution who rarely left the daimyo's mansion. Even when venturing out, he was always surrounded by subordinates, as if experienced in assassination attempts and highly vigilant. However, this man had one weakness: an insatiable lust. He had hired as many as 10 geishas and claimed 3 wives. After much deliberation, Yunhai fixed his gaze on a newly recruited geisha, planning to use her as bait for the assassination. Unexpectedly, someone struck first, barging into the daimyo's mansion to attempt the assassination. Although it failed, it raised doubts in Yunhai's mind, whether it was another ninja village on a mission or root deploying to lure the snake out of its whole tactic. Could they truly be so foolish? Yunhai remained patient. After the scare, the target holed up like a turtle, refusing to show himself, thwarting his plan. He decided to observe the situation. 2 days later, while quietly chewing on jerky, he suddenly heard a commotion from the daimyo's mansion, followed by thick smoke rising from the eastern pavilion. Another assassination attempt. Something was deeply off. He frowned, carefully retreated, and set out to gather intelligence on recent events in the daimyo's mansion. To his surprise, the information was alarming. The target seemed intent on competing for the daimyo position and had faced frequent assassination attempts over the past 6 months, reportedly with many casualties. His rival was the captain of the Yellow Sand City Guard, suspected of harboring rebellious intentions. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yunhai quickly devised a new plan, infiltrating the guard to gather information. Only after confirming that the assassins targeting Guanmu were from this faction did he feel somewhat relieved. Thus he could strike during their next assassination attempt, playing the role of the late-arriving mantis. Even if root agents were hidden in the shadows, he could exploit the chaos to slip away. Frankly, he was rather annoyed. The assassination mission already placed him at a numerical disadvantage, and he had to guard against backstabbing from root, greatly increasing the difficulty. Without root, he could have simply infiltrated the daimyo's mansion to slay the target without resorting to such elaborate schemes and calculations. This was not the assassination method he wanted. With a heavy heart, 3 more days passed. The guard finally made a fresh move, launching a new round of surprise attacks. This time they recruited many ronin and underground bounty hunters, numbering over 30, seemingly preparing for a final gambit. Yunhai lurked in the shadows, following behind, and witnessed them storm into the daimyo's mansion, igniting a rebellion. Shouts of battle shook the heavens and chaos reigned. The moment had come. He leaped across the battlefield, searching for the target, until he spotted a man dominating with wind release in the rear courtyard. Then, treading on blood, he advanced slowly. Child. Guanmu stared at his moth mask, a ferocious expression twisting his face as he snarled, "You wandering spirits of Konoha, do you truly think so little of me?" With that, he spat out several wind blades while brandishing a whip, its surface glistening with purple venom, a clear sign of lethal poison. Hyuga Yunhai showed no surprise, cloaking his hands in chakra as he lunged. The gentle step twin lion fist could repel toxins, offering a countermeasure. A brat who can't even use ninjutsu dares to assassinate me. Preposterous. Guanmu sneered, lashing his whip toward Hyuga Yunhai. Something was amiss. Yunhai remained vigilant, surging his life force at full speed. He reached out with his right hand, caught the whip, and yanked hard, pulling the target toward him. But Guanmu used the momentum, sprinting forward, his cheeks swelling as if to unleash wind blades, yet instead he released a cloud of gray mist. The mist moved with startling speed, seemingly infused with wind-nature chakra, leaving Yunhai no time to activate the rotation. The fog struck him squarely. Playing possum. Yunhai held his breath, pressing forward relentlessly with the 8 trigrams 64 palms, fearing no poison. 8 trigrams palms. Guanmu gasped in shock. He had never expected the attacker to be from the Hyuga clan. Before he could retreat, a palm struck his left shoulder. The gentle fist's 8 trigrams each strike amplified the last. Once hit, the chakra pathways would be damaged, blocking tenketsu. Just 12 palms could cripple an opponent's chakra flow. If all 64 palms landed, every meridian in tenketsu would be sealed, leaving the victim too weak to stand, helpless prey. Confronting Guan Mu's astonishment, Yunhai pressed on with the grace of a swimming dragon, his palms forming overlapping afterimages. With his monstrous strength, he needed no more than 12 palms to bludgeon the target to death. Such was the terror of combining hardness with softness. But at this critical moment, Guan Mu spat out another cloud of mist. Yunhai did not evade, and he paid the price for it. Within that poison mist, a razor-thin needle shot forth. Had his sensory jutsu not locked onto it instantly, he would have been struck at such close range. Even so, his reaction was a fraction too slow. The needle pierced his left shoulder. Die. Enraged, he channeled his life force into his right leg and lashed out his toes, connecting with the target's chest. The overwhelming force, like 10,000 blades, tore through the back of the man's clothing with a dull thud. Ha! Ha! Guan Mu's eyes were bloodshot, his face flushed. His internal organs were crushed, his bones dislocated. Blood poured from all 7 orifices, and he collapsed dead. Before death, he lost the ability to speak, his mouth agape, as if trying to leave a final message. How could the Lord be dead? Their battle was brief, only 3 exchanges, 2 from Guan Mu's wind release and poison mist, and 1 from Yunhei's 8 trigrams palm. The needle strike seemed more like a deathbed counterattack. Thus, before the shinobi of the daimyo's residence could react, their leader had fallen. Yunhai swiftly fled the mansion, his left arm hanging limp and trembling. Using his right hand, he performed a medical jutsu to expel the needle, his breathing already growing faint. The target's poison was potent. Within a few breaths it had spread to his neck. Had he not taken an antidote pill beforehand, he would have lost consciousness by now. More critical was the figure trailing him. A root operative had appeared once more. He circulated his chakra alongside the medical jutsu to expel the needle, sensing the shadow maintaining a steady distance behind him, wearing an animal mask and ANBU combat gear, yet not attacking immediately. Why hadn't he discovered him earlier? Yunhai frowned. He was certain the man had been lurking near the daimyo's residence, and that piqued his curiosity. Unless the pursuer was also a sensory-type shinobi who had used some method to evade his detection. He pondered carefully, sensing the man's appearance. It seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. That was it, he had been hiding beside a geisha. If the man hadn't worn ANBU gear, Yunhai would never have identified him. No fair play. A sense of dread settled in Yunhei's heart. Following the withdrawal route, he sprinted out of Huangsha City, planning to shake off his tail using the terrain, but he doubted it would work. A sensory-type ninja might not excel in combat, but they were masters of tracking. He needed to eliminate the man, or more enemies would only follow. He racked his mind-channeled chakra, formed a single hand seal, spun around and locked onto the target with his mental energy, unleashing a rarely used jutsu, the genjutsu Treebind Death. The man froze, his gaze turning vacant as he stepped into the illusory world Yunhai had created. His body was bound to a tree by vines, and a crimson-eyed woman emerged from behind. The art of darkness was useless against sensory types, but genjutsu worked. However, casting genjutsu required entering a deep trance. Yunhai knew the Treebind Death could only replicate the form of Yuhi Kurenai. His clone body took control, drew a shuriken and hurled it with all his might. The surge of life force disrupted his concentration, causing the target to snap out of the genjutsu. Shing. Waking took time enough for the shuriken to travel a little farther. It lodged directly in the man's throat, a flicker of bewilderment in his eyes. A Hyuga who could use genjutsu. Wasn't he a sensory type? Such powerful genjutsu. How? Having successfully killed the man, Yunhei's body went limp, stumbling 2 steps, not just from the toxin ravaging him but from the expenditure of mental energy. He was not proficient in genjutsu. The only reason the target had fallen for it was the sheer force of Yunhei's mental power, making the technique extremely taxing. Moreover, casting genjutsu left him immobile. He dared not linger. If reinforcements arrived, a single thrown blade would be enough to kill him. Just as he had killed his target. This was no place to stay, he had to flee. Yunhai actively sealed his tenketsu, forcing his chakra into stillness, relying solely on physical strength to sprint while continuously expelling the poison from his body. Poison was always the trickiest thing. Though he had killed Guan Mu with ease, the cost had been immense, worthy of an rank mission. They probably wouldn't chase him now. Yunhai leaped into a river, washing away the scent of blood. Clutching a log, he drifted for what seemed like ages until he spotted a village. He dragged himself ashore, found a locked cellar, sealed it, and collapsed into unconsciousness. This time he had truly been careless. If he had been more cautious and avoided engaging the target with the 8 trigrams palms, perhaps he could have dodged the needle strike or even ended the fight quickly with brute force. That man excelled at using poison. His wind release was mediocre and his overall skills were niche, far inferior to the root operative from the land of hot water. But that single word, poison, was enough to level the playing field. Before falling asleep he was still reproaching himself for being too reckless. With a click, just as he was unconscious, the locked cellar door was lifted and a blurry figure dropped in. Startled, Yunhai instinctively tried to rise and fight, but he was too weak. He couldn't even sit up. Shoo! Sensing his alarm, the newcomer raised a finger to her lips, making a hushing gesture. Then she crouched, checked Yunhai's condition, pulled out a medical kit and began treatment. Hua! Sister Huajiu! Yunhai murmured, vaguely recognizing the face as similar to Sister Huajiu, but darkness claimed his senses before he could make it out and he slipped back into unconsciousness. In the wind country, the temperature difference between day and night was extreme, with the biting cold wind penetrating deep into the marrow. Inside an unknown village, Yunhai sat up from the darkness, touching his bandaged left shoulder, a strange feeling rising in his heart. That person. Could it be Sister Huajiu? He couldn't be certain. As he recalled the figure in his memory, her facial features and physique were almost identical, yet the chakra signature was vastly different. Sister Huajiu had a single water nature chakra, whereas that person possessed dual natures, wind and fire. Although she hadn't made a move, the chakra signature emanating from her meridians could not be falsified. She saved me, so she must know of my existence. Could it be that she is Huajiu's elder or younger sister? This is no coincidence. Yunhai took down his water flask, gulped a few mouthfuls and grabbed a handful of jerky, stuffing it into his mouth. The poison needle from Guanmu was extremely potent. It didn't seem like the work of a simple poison master and might have a significant connection with the Shaolin village. Still, that woman who resembled Huajiu was also highly skilled. She had managed to expel all the toxins from his body and he was nearly fully recovered. At least the mission was finally complete. So now, should he return to the village to report or find a place to train for a while? After much thought, he ultimately decided to return to the village. On one hand, he lacked medicinal herbs for cultivation. On the other, he needed to report the assassination attempt by root members. The third Hokage would have to give him an explanation, or else he would never take on another secret mission. Having made up his mind after eating and drinking his fill, he crawled out of the cellar. A chill ran through his body as the cold wind whistled. The climate of the wind country was far harsher than that of the fire country or the tang country. He hesitated for a moment, then stepped out of the village, identifying the general direction by the moonlight before heading toward Muyi. With his previous travel experience, his pace was much faster this time. In less than 5 days he arrived at the west gate of Muyi. He had been cautious when leaving, but there was no need for such secrecy upon returning. Relatively speaking, using the main gate was safer, lest he be mistaken for a spy from an enemy village. He hadn't expected that executing just 2 missions would take nearly a month. He wondered if the Umbu had any vacation time. Yunhai sighed as he leaped across the rooftops, catching sight of many familiar figures, all of whom seemed rushed. When he arrived at the Hokage building, the third Hokage was still busy reviewing documents and other ninjas were receiving mission briefings in the office. "Oh, back already?" A familiar teasing voice came from behind. Yunhai turned around and sensed Shiri Hong's entire body, wondering if she was a dog with a tail, how had she caught his scent the moment he arrived. Shiri Hong couldn't detect his scrutiny, but she understood his method of observation, and a hint of irritation flickered across her face. Sensory ninjutsu, though not as powerful as the Byakugan's X-ray vision, could still see through a person's inner and outer aspects. Even if it only revealed outlines and forms, many women disliked it. She was one of them. "What did you pick up bad habits during your trip?" Shiri Hong sneered, her words like hidden daggers, quite grating. Strange as it was, her personality tended toward aloofness and she rarely picked fights, earning her the title of Cold Beauty. Yet whenever she faced Ri Xiang Yunhai, she couldn't help but flare up in anger. "How did you know I left?" Yunhai's heart sank, his voice turning somber. Sensing the shift in his tone, Shiri Hong restrained herself and reminded him, "You were promoted to Chunin and left Team 5. Your destination was obvious, it wasn't hard to guess." Upon hearing this, Yunhai thought it over and realized it made sense. The Umbu could conceal his movements, but they couldn't prevent others from knowing he had left the village. This secret mission was far too risky. He sighed, found a chair and sat down to wait quietly. Shiri Hong, seeing this, considered for a moment and sat down beside him, asking curiously, "What did the third squad try to assassinate you?" Her words startled Yunhai. Did this woman have clairvoyance? How did she know everything? It seems so. Hyuga's tone was tinged with emotion. She hadn't expected him to actually encounter an assassination and still manage to return alive. She then explained, I've seen that roster and I've heard about your house arrest. Putting the two together, it's not hard to see the grudge between you and the third squad. Again, not hard to guess, yet most people would never connect the two events. Who would imagine an 80-year-old child being sent on a secret mission alone? That was practically suicide. But some people, after all, are different from ordinary folk. They are called geniuses. Do all genjutsu users have sharp minds? Faced with Hyuga's keen and meticulous thinking, Yunhai couldn't help but tease her. In fact, he noticed that Hyuga and Yuzhibo shared a certain trait: they both possessed a calm, steady mind. No. Hyuga shook her head slightly and corrected him, only those with sharp minds can master genjutsu. Otherwise they'll be mastered by it. That statement was somewhat arrogant. Yunhai smiled bitterly, understanding her meaning. She was mocking him. The reason was simple: although he possessed the Yin nature and could use genjutsu, his talent in that area was somewhat lacking, with his aptitude leaning more toward sensory exploration. Perhaps, as Hyuga said, only those with sharp minds can play with genjutsu. Moreover, taijutsu and genjutsu didn't quite complement each other except for the dark technique. Be careful. Geniuses still need time to grow. I don't think you'll survive the next time. Hyuga warned in a low voice, then rose and walked toward the office. She wasn't an UMBU member, so there was no need to avoid suspicion. Yunhai pondered her words and found them quite reasonable. If he were to go on another mission, he would likely face a storm that could sink his little boat. Indeed, he couldn't take risks anymore, at least not in the near future. He made up his mind and waited quietly. An hour later, the door to the Hokage's office finally opened again. Several non-UMBU squad leaders filed out, casting strange glances at him. Oddly enough, he didn't see any other UMBU members. After a moment's thought, he rose and walked inside. You're back. Good work. Yuan Fei Risen greeted him with a smile, signaling Hyuga to close the door. Although Yunhai didn't know what was going on, he recounted the mission process and results. However, he did not reveal the woman who had healed him. Suspected members of the third squad. That's really going too far. Yuan Fei Risen's gaze darkened, seemingly not expecting the third squad to be so audacious as to strike at a secret mission operative. But this matter involved his former comrade Zetsu and Tuanzang and the authority of the Council of Elders, so it couldn't be dealt with openly. It should be the work of infiltrators from enemy villages. I'll upgrade the Tang country mission to a rank. What do you think? Enemy village infiltrators. Yunhai paused for 2 seconds, then nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I'll go back and tend to my injuries. Some things didn't need to be spelled out. He knew the third Hokage would find it difficult to hold the third squad accountable, and there was no evidence anyway. But to brush it off with a single sentence still left him somewhat disappointed. At that moment a realization struck him: the third Hokage was unreliable. His ties with the Elder Council ran too deep, and his approach always leaned toward smoothing over major issues and trivializing the serious. For Yunhai, that was not a good thing. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't mention continuing the mission either, simply telling him to rest for a while. At that moment his heart felt stifled. Yunhai walked out of the Hokage building, choosing not to seek out his grandfather for now. After returning to the small courtyard and tidying up briefly, he packed his bags and headed to the barbecue shop. He had no intention of staying in the small courtyard, it wasn't safe. Back already. As he entered the barbecue shop, Hwajo was slicing lamb with a kitchen knife. She showed no surprise at seeing him carrying luggage, but her smile carried a hint of oddness. Seeing this, Yunhai twitched the corner of his mouth. He set his luggage down in the kitchen, pulled over a stool and began helping out, but he didn't speak first. They fell into a brief silence. In the end, Hwajo couldn't hold back and said with a smile, I once had a younger sister, a twin. Ah. Yunhai opened his mouth, wanting to ask why she was in the land of wind, but felt it was a pointless question. So he asked something else instead. So the one who bandaged my grandfather, that was her too. The third great ninja wore the surprise attack by Kumogakure, the original medical squad, and the twin sisters. These clues connected, suddenly making him aware of a third faction within Konoha, one that had likely been the group behind the earlier attack on the root base. Hwajo didn't know how to explain. Too many things were impossible to recount, and she lacked the authority to do so. But she underestimated Yunhai's intelligence. Sometimes silence itself was an answer. My grandfather, what role does he play in this? Is he a leader or a chief? And Sister Nyo and the ninjas who often eat at the shop, they're your people too, aren't they? The shop's poor revenue isn't because of low customer traffic, it's because you're self-sufficient, right? Oh, and the first time we met, it wasn't just because of looking after Naruto that you let us in, was it? So you're the families on that list, aren't you? 5 questions in a row, each one piercing to the heart. Hwajo's smile gradually turned strained until it vanished entirely, but she offered no answer. Still, silence itself was a reply. I should have figured it out. With grandfather's stubborn temper, how could he let his enemies roam free while he waited at home to die in peace? Yunhai said, his face etched with bitter resignation. That's perfectly normal. Hwajo shrugged her shoulders, then broke into a smile again. You should know, my name is Hwajo, my sister was Hwaxiang, and your mother was Hwagwa. Her words made Yunhai's entire body go rigid, leaving him speechless. He should have realized it, Hwaxiang. Yunhai didn't dare go home. He didn't know how to face his grandfather. To force himself not to ask and pretend ignorance would only make it hurt more inside. When night fell and the flow of customers gradually increased, Hwajo slipped away to the branch shop, leaving him alone to serve the patrons. The moment coins and bills landed in his hand, his tormented heart eased a little. Earning money was always a joy. By evening, after the last wave of customers left, he cleared the tables, tidied up the kitchen, turned off the lights, and lay down on the sofa to plan his next moves. Sister Hwaxiang must have been sent by grandfather to protect him. Since grandfather hadn't spoken, it meant the time still wasn't right. That ledger held too much hatred and too many allegiances. Root had already stirred up public fury, yet the Hokage's attitude was strangely ambiguous. The third Hokage couldn't possibly be unaware that Root would target him. That so-called secret mission was filled with too many inconsistencies, much like Uchiha Shirsue's death, which remained unsettled to this day. Speaking of which, even the matter of the ledger had no resolution. Did the clan leader know about grandfather's faction? And what stance had the other clans taken toward this force? Could that hidden organization include members from other clans? Yuhi Kurenai had said he wouldn't return alive next time. Was that a reminder or a warning? These people were far too intriguing. Yunhai's mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, too many pieces of information to process. He began to suspect whether it was Mitokado Hamura or Shimura Danzo who had killed his mother. With the power grandfather and his group commanded, assassinating Mitokado Hamura should have been easy, yet they chose to attack the root base instead. That made no sense. So it must have something to do with Root. Grandfather was right, he should focus on improving his strength instead of getting tangled up in trivial matters. After a long deliberation, Yunhai finally sorted out the cause and effect and formed a plan. The secret mission was definitely off the table. The third Hokage couldn't be fully trusted either. For now he would stabilize himself, digest his combat experience, and shore up his weaknesses. With a plan in place, his anxious heart finally settled considerably. He entered a state of deep half-sleep to rest his body, completely relaxing. By the time the sky was just beginning to lighten, he picked up his luggage and returned to the small courtyard, replenishing some daily necessities, and went back to the clan to purchase medicinal herbs on credit. Naturally, he also visited his grandfather. Everything seemed the same as usual, except that the old injury showed no sign of improvement, weighing heavily on his heart. At this rate, grandfather might not live for more than a few years. The damage to his heart meridian affected his internal organs, making him susceptible to other illnesses. He needed to master medical ninjutsu and human anatomy as quickly as possible. If possible, he also wanted to study cell experiments and various branches of biology. Beyond that, his combat abilities also required adjustment. The 8 trigrams palms had too long an attack rhythm. Rotation shouldn't be used solely for defense. Perhaps the gentle step twin lion fists could be developed to have detoxifying effects. The gentle fist was suited for the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan, it didn't match him. So many things needed flexible adaptation. By incorporating different ninjutsu, he could create his own unique combat style. This was a monumental task, and the greatest gain from his time away now shifted his focus away from merely trying to open acupoints. Day after day, 4 months passed in the blink of an eye, and soon it was time for Hinata to start school. At the Ninja Academy, the clan leader and the head wife stood in front with Yunhai and Hinata behind them. The crowd around them consisted of parents sending their children to school. I originally wanted you to enroll as well to protect Hinata, but Lord Hokage refuses to let you go. The clan leader didn't feel much about Hinata starting school, but he was regretful that he couldn't deploy Yunhai. After all, he had already tasted the benefits of having Yunhai around. Entrusting Hinata to him would have put him more at ease. It's fine, Naruto got held back. With him around, no one will dare bully Hinata. Yunhai said calmly. After nearly half a year of intensive training and seclusion, he had grown much taller, and coupled with his steady temperament he gave off an air of a mini-adult. Although Mingren was usually carefree and sometimes a bit off in the head, he valued friendship deeply and treated Chutian like a younger sister. Therefore he was relatively reassured. Besides, there was Ningxi in the 2nd grade. I never expected that the 4 of you would come together. Rizu let out a sigh, recalling how the Ninetails Jinchuriki had once been like a prickly hedgehog that no one wanted to approach, not even the Rishon clan. Little did he expect that in just 3 or 4 years Mingren had become a frequent guest of the clan, befriending the children he cared most about. A truly thought-provoking turn of events. Yunhei, can I go report first? Chutian greeted him, a hint of reluctance on her small face, and walked nervously toward the school gate. Confidence had made her less timid, but she was still a 6-year-old child. Though she had often followed the 3 little ones to school before, now that it was her turn she felt a bit nervous. Go for it. Yunhei waved his hand signaling Chutian not to be nervous and watched her merge into the crowd. Seeing this, Rizu belatedly walked over to the madam and whispered words of comfort. Like them, many parents were watching from afar, reluctant to leave. After all, it was the ninja academy. Ninjas had always danced with death. To children it was a path to strength, but to parents it was a road of no return. What ordinary people desired was nothing more than peace and stability. Feeling the heavy atmosphere around him, Yunhei suddenly gained a new understanding of the word protection. To ensure the well-being of one's family, someone must carry the burden forward. This was the true meaning behind the existence of the Ninja Academy. I'm going back now. He was deeply moved and also felt stifled. His grandfather had been wounded in war, a testament to honor and perseverance. His mother died in the safest village Mayet that represented human nature in darkness. He had always wondered, was his father really surnamed Shuehu? And what role did he play in all this? The madam watched his retreating figure, her expression slightly moved, and looked up to ask, truly can't let him enter the ninja academy? Rizu was taken aback and shook his head, saying Sandai said that once he leaves Umbu, Tuanzang will recruit him into Umbu under the pretext of the Elder Council, and he'll end up in a dilemma. The Umbu identity is the best protection. The madam was silent, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. These matters were too distressing. Upon returning home, Yunhei put on his weights and continued his daily training, still using the 8 gates and ninjutsu to pressure his meridians, pushing his body to its limit. Unlike half a year ago, his speed remained relatively fast as he moved in the 8 trigrams pattern with gentle steps, his entire body enveloped in a flowing mass of deep blue chakra resembling a great tiger. With almost every step an explosive force emanated from beneath his feet, drastically increasing his speed and achieving the effect of a body flicker technique. The chakra on his body surface was the advanced version of the double lion fist, which had expanded from protecting only his fists to enveloping his entire body. It not only provided excellent defense but also filtered toxins and protected his meridians. If he were to fight against the penetrating gaze again, he could completely ignore the interference of poison and would not put himself in danger. However, the advanced double lion fist consumed a large amount of chakra, nearly 2/3. The reason it was occupied rather than consumed was that those chakras could be recalled. They were only depleted when defending against attacks, somewhat similar to the principle of the transformation technique. Thus he gave this technique a similar name, Tiger Transformation Technique. The reason was that the modified double lion fist took on a shape more inclined toward a tiger, relatively restrained. At the same time, on the basis of the Tiger Transformation Technique, he also incorporated the rotation into it, using the tenketsu to quickly spin his body, turning it into a chakra-based transformation to compensate for the flaw of being unable to attack while using the rotation. As for the 8 trigrams 64 palms, it was thoroughly integrated with the monstrous strength fist, achieving a perfect blend of hardness and softness. The original 8 trigrams palms targeted the tenketsu and meridians, requiring a long execution time, and was a sustainable, infinitely usable technique. However, this taijutsu required the white eye to be used and did not demand much physical strength. Yet Yunhei's monstrous strength was enough to threaten a jonin. If he continued to use the sustained 8 trigrams palms, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Therefore he fused the 8 trigrams palms with his monstrous strength, and under the condition of eliminating sustained attacks he condensed chakra and physical strength into a whirlwind. With a single palm strike, the whirlwind would follow the enemy's meridians like a stream, sealing their tenketsu, thereby retaining the characteristics of the 8 trigrams palms while reducing the time. However, the cost of this was weakened power. With his current physical strength combined with chakra, he could only achieve the effect of 12 palms. That is to say, a single palm could only seal 12 meridians and tenketsu of the enemy, resulting in relatively insufficient follow-up power. Even so, the power of this palm should not be underestimated. Even if it didn't hit the enemy's vital point, simply striking any part of the enemy would cause their combat ability to decline, a case of gains and losses. Importantly, the improved version of the gentle fist technique was more suited to his fighting style. As a result, his combat power would undergo earth-shaking changes, improving by more than a level. The tenketsu in the head and neck have all been opened mostly for absorbing external energy and enhancing the five senses. I suppose the torso and limbs correspond to agility and physical strength. After breaking through another tenketsu, Yunhai took a short rest, then continued wearing his weights and returned to the room, repeatedly reading materials about medical ninjutsu. He now only broke through his limits once a day, not because his body couldn't withstand the pressure but because systematic improvement was more stable. The reason was that he had discovered that when the body had internal injuries it would greatly exhaust the potential of cells, thereby lowering the body's upper limit. As time went on, physical strength would become harder to improve, almost like forcibly opening tenketsu. On the contrary, when the body's chi and blood were vigorous, he could feel his strength increasing even without breaking his limits. If he did break his limits, it would take a long time of circulation before a tenketsu naturally opened, achieving the effect of zero damage. Therefore, he no longer focused on breaking open tenketsu but instead used medicinal baths and ki blood to heal previous internal injuries, and his height had returned to normal. This transplant ninjutsu is somewhat against the natural order. After an unknown amount of time, Yunhai shook his head and put down the book. He was studying the principles of eye transplantation, wondering if he could replicate a new pair of eyes through cellular replication. But this idea was somewhat far-fetched. Even the rejection symptoms after transplantation alone were one of the most recognized challenges by countless medical ninjas. The current level of medical knowledge was far from being able to conduct cellular experiments. There was still a long way to go. However, one of the three ninja sages, Chiensho Gainsho, seemed capable of repairing the heart meridian using the ability of the slug. He muttered to himself, then got up to begin a new round of training: the tiger transformation technique and the darkness technique. The former focused on control, the latter on improvement. Control referred to subtle changes in chakra shape, while improvement referred to the combination of genjutsu with genjutsu. His inner world was based on darkness. If he could fuse it with the darkness technique to plunge the target's vision and consciousness into darkness together and then seal off the five senses, it would play an extremely powerful supporting role. If successful, it might even make the white eye unable to immunize and difficult to see through. However, his talent in genjutsu was not high. Fusing the two was quite difficult and required gradual step-by-step exploration. While Yunhai was cultivating his perception, ninjutsu suddenly locked onto a figure, a masked Umbu member, rushing straight toward the small courtyard. He paused, turning his head slightly toward the wall. Though he had no eyes, he had developed an instinctive habit. This habit served as a layer of disguise, leading others to mistakenly believe he needed to make such movements to see. Genius of the Hyuga, the Lord Hokage summons you to report the day after tomorrow for the morning meeting. This is the summoning order. The man said expressionlessly, casually tossing back a wooden token engraved with the leaf emblem. Understood, Yunhai replied perfunctorily. Holding the token, he sighed inwardly. With the start of the school season, even the third Hokage could no longer hold back. This Umbu identity, after all, was not easily discarded. He hoped it would not mean another so-called secret mission. However, with his current strength, he should be able to protect himself. Lost in thought, he ended the day's training. Returning to his room, he organized his belongings, categorizing the tools needing replenishment, and specially crafted a fitted combat outfit. He then called the three little ones to join him for a meal. "Hey Mingren, heard you got scolded by the Lord Hokage again. Ningxi, why haven't you grown? I'm almost taller than you. Little Ritian, you're getting cuter by the day." At the barbecue restaurant, Yunhai teased each of them in turn, making Ningxi and Mingren grind their teeth in annoyance, while Rishin's cheeks flushed red, a rosy hue that was quite endearing. And he wasn't done yet. He turned his gaze to Huajiu and Sister Ninio, his words equally merciless. "Not seen you for a while and you've gotten fatter." Hey. Tuanpu grabbed his ear, fuming. "Huajiu is one thing, she eats and drinks well, but where am I fat?" Huajia's face darkened. Staring at Tuanpu's curvaceous figure, she shook her head. "Indeed, you've gained weight." There was a hint of envy in her tone. "Ha!" Tuanpu looked down but couldn't even see her toes, just like before. Could it be she really had gained weight? "Keiju called me here just to eat barbecue." At that moment, a cool voice sounded behind him. Yunhai turned around to see Shiri Hong slightly frowning. He raised an eyebrow and said, "Free drinks, free meat, no limits." Shiri Hong was startled, then her eyes lit up. "All free? Can I take some to go?" Yunhai hesitated for a moment, sensing something amiss, but still nodded. "As long as you don't empty the place, we still need to operate tonight." "Alright, you guys eat first. I'm going to call someone, don't wait for me." Shiri Hon left those words and hurried away, off to who knows where. "What is she up to?" Huajiu had a bad feeling and asked softly. Yunhai twitched his mouth looking at the row of wine jars on the counter and shook his head, probably getting people to carry wine away. She has never been polite with me. If she can take full advantage, she won't miss a bit. Forget it, let her take it. Deduct it from my share. Huadwo looked resentful and muttered, your share this year is already overdrawn, how can you still have money? Of course she was just saying that, and Yunhai pretended not to hear. Time to eat, time to eat. They hadn't seen each other for a while, so there was no end to their topics. Mingren recounted his great deeds at school, with Ningxi acting as a commentator on the side. Ritian on the other hand was quiet but ravenously hungry. Her chopsticks never stopped and the grilled meat in her bowl always remained half full. Besides that, he discussed healing ninjutsu with Huajiu and Sister Ninia, hoping to get some information about Senior Gangshou. But the result was not good. Gangshou apparently suffered from hemophobia and fainted at the sight of blood. This matter was told to him secretly by Sister Ninia, who specifically warned him not to reveal it to anyone or else she would be in trouble. The reason Sister Ninia voluntarily revealed it was that she wanted him to seek out Lady Gangshou, if not to persuade her to return to Mai, then at least to show some respect. From the perspective of Sister Ninia and Huajiu, Lady Gangshou was their true teacher with deep bonds. Yunhai naturally agreed. He had originally planned to find Gangshou and ask her to treat his grandfather. Not only his grandfather, if possible he also hoped Gangshou could save the First Lady and help Ritian. If that didn't work, he would shamelessly beg to learn ninjutsu, and even at great cost he would find a way to obtain the summoning scroll for the slug. With the slug he believed he could alleviate the injuries of his grandfather and the First Lady, buying him more time to deal with the root cause. So this is the place. It looks a bit small, might not have enough seats. Halfway through the meal the door suddenly opened. A female ninja dressed in fishnet attire entered with Shiri Hong standing beside her. The two were of similar age. Looking further back, there was a crowd of ninjas milling about, all young men and women. He also spotted Kakashi and Mei Tiki, as well as Mao Weixian and Yueguang Jifeng. Jonin joining forces to enter the shop. No doubt none of these people were weak, they were all special Jonin and elite Jonin. Oh wait, there was one who wasn't a Jonin but a Chunin Yuziboyu. That guy came too. Too many people, no matter which shop there wouldn't be enough seats. Shiri Hong shook her head, said a word, then crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe, waving to the crowd outside, don't just stand there, find seats yourselves. Tonight no one leaves until 1 in the morning. Her tone was serious, carrying a domineering aura. Surprisingly, the group showed no displeasure and filed in cheerfully. No one knew Shiri Hong's temperament better than them. Well, except for Asima. Hong finally treats us, and with so many people, today we must drink until we drop just in time to relax. Boss, no need for menus, just bring out everything you have. Tonight my sister Hong is paying. The fishnet-clad woman laughed heartily, looking a bit unhinged. At the table Yunhai held his forehead, speechless. He had underestimated Shiri Hong's stinginess, but he couldn't argue. He had already declared that as long as it didn't affect the evening's business, drinks and grilled meat were all free, eat as much as you like. Now the place was packed, they could just hang a no vacancy sign. What grudge do you two have? Huajiu was also speechless. Could she really do this? Yunhai twitched the corner of his mouth and tried to sound casual. It was small grievances before, but now. Ha! Seeing him suffer, the others couldn't help but laugh. Even Ritian had crescent-shaped eyes. They all knew that Yunhai was very poor, so poor that he owed tens of millions, the kind of debt that selling the shop couldn't cover. However, Yunhai was not one to be taken advantage of, especially when the other party was Shiri Hong. He couldn't just let it slide. You guys eat slowly. I'll be back in a moment. He called out Rose with a beaming smile and walked over to greet them. Hello, brothers and sisters. You must be Sister Hong's friends. Please don't stand on ceremony, take your seats. Today all drinks and barbecue are free, plus I'll give each of you a 30 off coupon as a token of my gratitude for Sister Hong's previous care. 70% off. Metakai's eyes lit up. He immediately bowed to Zirahong and said seriously, thank you for taking care of me, Sister Hong. His move caught everyone off guard. What should we follow suit? Hey Senior Kai, please get up. Sister Hong doesn't like this. She'll be unhappy. Yunhai with a beaming smile helped Mei Tikai up while fanning the flames with his words. Yes, thank you for taking care of us, Sister Hong. Several others also bowed, thinking it was just a joke, and joined in to liven up the atmosphere. However, Zirahong was displeased. Sister Hong. That's a title I can't afford. Do you want to die? Zirahong stared at him coldly, already angered. No. Yunhai grinned, pretending to be deaf and dumb. Everyone sit down, sit down. In the end it was Hyuga who spoke to dispel the tension and began arranging the chairs. Others didn't know Yunhei's nature, but as his former class leader, how could he not understand? These two definitely had something strange. Yunhei, come over and help. Huajiu was flustered and couldn't help shouting. TCH. Yunhei curled his lips. Whoever made him unhappy, he would make them unhappy in return. As if anyone had a bigger heart. Zirahong's gaze turned cold, but then she thought of something and a smile appeared on her face. She said nothing, but her half-closed eyes sent a chill down Yunhei's spine, not knowing what scheme she was cooking up. However, the subsequent events proceeded smoothly. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. Not only did the three little ones get to know many seniors, but they also received much guidance. Especially Kakashi, who kept glancing at Mingren, occasionally freezing as if bewitched. This was noticed not only by Yunhei but also by many others, yet no one foolishly made jokes. Who didn't know that Kakashi was the disciple of the fourth Hokage? And who knew that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was the son of the fourth Hokage? Not to mention, apart from the four young ones, the rest were among the few who knew the truth. Strange, how can you still stay in the Yambu? Yunhei walked over to Yu, who was silently standing in a corner. At first he felt the guy was aloof and unsociable, yet he lingered. Waiting for teammates. Yu glanced at him and tossed out a simple sentence. Teammates. Yunhei thought it was Kakashi and was about to start talking about their previous battle. Unexpectedly Yu spoke again. When will you join the team? Ah. Yunhei was stunned, not catching Yu's meaning. After a long pause he finally linked it to the third Hokage's summons and his jaw dropped. You don't mean to say you'll be joining Team 6? Yu frowned, turned his cold face away and started acting petulant. To Yunhei this was indeed acting petulant. Ningxi had been the same at first, with a look like he was collecting debts. However, the third Hokage actually let him join Team 6, which Yunhei had not expected. After all, Kakashi was the third's direct subordinate and Yu had attacked the root base to avenge Shisui. If you add him with his own grudges. Tisk, isn't this a ready-made revenge squad? Too interesting. With these two, any root member who comes will die. One comes, one dies, two come, two die. Absolutely no bluffing. It seemed his recovery had taken too long, making the old third Hokage anxious. Yunhei muttered to himself. Just as he was about to give the third a thumbs up, he heard Yu's voice again. You're too dumb. I don't like you. If possible, please withdraw from the team as soon as possible and find a smarter teammate. Me. Dumb. Yunhei's face darkened and 1,000 curses surged in his heart. He was being looked down upon. Yes, you are very smart. I hope you stay smart forever. Having his goodwill rejected, Yunhei was also quite angry. After retorting, he turned to leave. Thank you for the compliment. I will. Yu said very seriously. Yunhei stumbled, almost spitting out blood. This was Uchiha Yu. Heavens have mercy on me. One Zirahong was already annoying enough, adding a Uchiha Yu who spoke lifelessly like a dead man made the future look bleak just thinking about it. If he refused to join Team 6, would the third Hokage kick him out of the Yambu? Yunhei mused, feeling like crying but having no tears. What? You said that person was impersonated by Hyuga. Yunhei. No, isn't he blind? And he can't use ninjutsu. How could he have transformed into your appearance? At that moment a shocked voice came from another table. Yunhei sensed it and found it was Asima, his face a mix of confusion, anger, shame and despair. What was I supposed to do? Oh, eat. He scratched his head and quickly returned to his seat, burying his head in the food. But he wanted to avoid it. Asima wouldn't let him. He came over with a wineglass and slapped his hand on Yunhei's shoulder. Kid, was it you who used transformation jutsu to impersonate Hong at the training ground that day? Yunhei looked up blankly and asked doubtfully, what impersonation of Hong? Why would I impersonate her? Don't ask. If asked, he wouldn't admit it. Asima stared at him for a while, his eyes bloodshot, whether from too much alcohol or anger. After all, it was no small matter. Hey, Asima, Hong was joking. Don't take it out on him. Maui Shiyen stood up and said with a frown. Asima's face turned red and he turned to look at Zirahong with a questioning gaze. Zirahong shrugged and said leisurely, I don't have the habit of joking. Right, she usually doesn't joke, she just plays with people. Yunhei finally understood what Zirahong's smile earlier was about. She had been waiting for this. Damn. All those dumplings wasted, I shouldn't have given them to you. Yunhei gritted his teeth in anger, but his face showed a look of sudden realization. He slapped his leg and said, "So that's what it's about. I thought you already knew." Asuma, seeing his admission, turned pale, instantly feeling stars before his eyes and suffering a heavy blow to his mind. If the other party were a ninja from an enemy village, he could just deal with him according to the rules, but it turned out to be one of their own, making it very tricky. "So why did you impersonate her? Speak." Yunhai scratched his head and said in surprise, "Who said I impersonated her? What I meant earlier was that she did conceal some things." After saying that, his face flushed slightly and he said shyly, "About 5 years ago, Sister Hong came to my house for the first time. I was young and didn't know how to talk. Seeing how pretty she was, I insisted." He trailed off, pretending to be embarrassed, and glossed over it. "Sigh, anyway, I offended Sister Hong badly. She usually bullies me for no reason. The impersonation thing you mentioned probably stems from that. You know, I even brought dumplings to apologize a few years ago, but it didn't work out." Sigh. Whoa, big news. Everyone's eyes lit up as they exchanged glances between the two. So what happened that year that still lingers in Shiri Hong's mind? Could it be? Asuma was taken aback, unsure how this connected to anything. However, he did recall that Junhai had approached Hong during their first meeting. Thus he shifted his gaze back to Shiri Hong. Meanwhile, she wore a dark expression, wanting to curse a few words yet lacking the talent for it. But the explanation just wouldn't hold. She understood this group's gossiping nature too well. "Well done, young lad, you managed to turn this around. Indeed, sharp as a needle." Shiri Hong gritted her teeth, merely casting a cold glance at Asuma. With that demeanor alone, no words were needed for Asuma to grasp the answer. "Kid, regardless of the truth, let's put this matter to rest. If I hear any idle gossip, don't blame me for accusing you of betraying the village, understood?" Strangely, Asuma didn't pursue the matter as expected. Instead, he sought to downplay it, leaving the onlookers perplexed as it didn't align with his temperament. However, this approach to handling matters could be seen as embodying the essence of the third generation. Yunhai was speechless, looking confused as he asked, "Why would I speak of something that doesn't even exist?" To his words, Asuma displayed a satisfied expression, waving his hand as he returned to his seat, and soon the atmosphere grew lively again. As for whether Asuma believed him, perhaps only he knew. Anyway, Yunhai felt that Asuma surely had some doubts, but this matter was not easy to voice, so he could only try to suppress it. What Yunhai didn't know was that when Asuma mentioned he used transformation jutsu to impersonate Shiri Hong, Hinata's face turned pale in an instant. Regarding the transformation jutsu, Naruto and Niji were unaware, but she had witnessed Yunhai indeed transform into Shiri Hong. Moreover, she knew he could only transform into her because she was the first person he had met. At that time, she felt a bit sad. Now she couldn't afford to think of anything else, only one thought occupied her mind. Her mother said that children who lie are not good and should try not to become friends. But Yunhai has lied. What should she do? What should she do? Hinata was caught in a dilemma between her mother and Yunhai, while Niji pondered deeply, taking out a small notebook from his pocket and writing continuously with the words "material record" inscribed on the cover. Yunhai failed to notice the changes in the siblings. He was brainstorming how to turn the tide against Shiri Hong. That woman, how dare she say such things? It was utterly intolerable. He hoped Asuma wouldn't cling to it. After thinking for a long while without any leads, he simply picked up a bowl and started eating. Anything he could gain back would be considered a profit. As the drinks flowed and everyone gradually departed, Shiri Hong did not keep them until 1 a.m. They left around just past midnight. However, Shiri Hong was quite generous, giving each person a jar of wine, and she even packed up the leftovers for herself, showing no mercy at all. As for paying, forget about it. Yunhai looked at the large pile before him, feeling a sting in his heart. How much would this cost? Fortunately, they were quite interested in the discount coupons with returning customers to cushion the blow. It wasn't too much of a loss after all. Hwajio smiled and reassured him. It was just a day's earnings. It wasn't enough to make her feel distressed, and she considered it advertising for the shop. But she knew Yunhai had a strong attachment to money, not to mention tonight's loss. Even losing 1,000 coins would keep him awake at night. She couldn't understand why, being a Hyuga genius, he shouldn't be lacking in money, yet he had developed the character of a poor child. That's several thousand coins. Alright, hurry up and get to work. I haven't said anything and yet you're already complaining. Yunhai's little face turned red and he quickly shut his mouth. Don't be fooled by Hwajio's good temper. If she truly got angry, she would definitely be a mother tiger. The two of them worked for a long while before finally cleaning up the hall. Hwajio had to restock tomorrow, so she finished up and headed home immediately. Yunhai, on the other hand, was too lazy to move and simply lounged on the sofa for the entire night. As dawn broke, he got ready and headed to the Hokage building, lining up at the office door. Although it was Itachi from the Uchiha clan who mentioned joining Team 6, there should be other factors involved. Perhaps there was room for negotiation. Last night Itachi had said he wasn't too keen on his joining. And as the captain, Kakashi hadn't spoken a word to him. If others were unwilling, he wasn't the type to push himself forward. If possible, he still wanted to seek Tsunade for an apprenticeship, treating it as a long-term task. As for the promises made by the third Hokage regarding becoming a Chunin at 10, a Jonin at 12, and restarting his mother's file as a team leader, he no longer cared. The reason being, the third Hokage had suspicions of using him. In the past he had no choice, but the situation was different now. Wouldn't the third force in Konoha be better than becoming a team leader? Soon half an hour passed and Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing a straw hat, strolled over leisurely. "So early?" he remarked. "Just come in." Hiruzen was somewhat surprised, entering the office to pour a cup of water, then gesturing for Yunhai to find a place to sit. Yunhai didn't give him a chance to speak, diving straight into the topic. "Hokage-sama, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade and the methods to acquire the summoning beast slug. I'm here to apply." Hiruzen's face stiffened for a moment, and after 2 to 3 seconds he responded, "Are you prepared to give up on your mother's case? Will Hiruzen allow you to leave the village for an extended period?" Regarding the third Hokage's inquiry, Yunhai had already prepared a reason, nodding slightly. "Princess Hinata has entered the academy and will require 6 years to graduate. By then I should have already returned, so it won't take up too much time. As for my mother's case, I currently have no choice. My grandfather is my last relative. I cannot bear to see him suffering from his old ailments and unable to sleep. I hope Hokage-sama can understand." He didn't hide any falsehoods about this. Compared to avenging his mother, his grandfather's health could not be delayed. He wanted his grandfather to live a long life, 60, 80, or even 100 years. And he wanted him to be free from illness and calamity. The book said one cannot have both fish in bear's paw. Everything has its gains and losses. But he still wanted to try. What if he could achieve both? Greed was his desire. He wanted far too many things. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of white smoke as he said, "It seems you have decided to withdraw from the Umbu." From his tone and expression it was easy to discern his disappointment. But everyone has their pursuits, especially when it comes to the most important family. He had heard from Nara Shikamaru about Hinata Hikari's situation, which was indeed not too good. "In that case I cannot refuse. I'll assign you a brank mission and try to persuade my apprentice to come back." In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not refuse. After a brief pause he continued, "Her temper isn't too good, but she has a kind nature. If you wish to become her apprentice, you must put in considerable effort and not be disheartened." Not too good of a temper. How bad could it be? Surely not worse than Shiri Honright. Yunhai grinned. "Don't worry, Hokage-sama, I can definitely handle her." Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, clearly skeptical, yet he refrained from giving more advice. "Go downstairs to handle the identification procedures, and you can leave the Umbu now. Remember, do not accept any invitations from anyone, or there will be many unforeseen changes." The invitations he mentioned referred to the third team. Yunhai understood in his heart. After receiving his file, he went to handle the identity conversion procedures. Once he donned a new combat uniform, his identity had officially shifted from the dark to the light, and he had left his name in the register. Similar to the Umbu, the visible ninjas were also divided into teams with varying numbers and strengths, and there were no fixed squads, often organized by task. The team he was assigned to, Team 79, was a newly established lower team that provided many benefits for new genin. That set of combat uniforms was one of the free benefits. If damaged, one could come to the Hokage building for a complimentary replacement. To persuade Tsunade to return to Konoha, and it's merely a brank mission. How stingy. Returning home, Yunhai looked at the task certificate, unable to help but mumble. The task level was related to his file. It was a core condition for his promotion to Jonin, and he valued it greatly. Well, ultimately some things have to be sacrificed. He put on his combat uniform, wiped his forehead protector and placed it on his head, then covered his eyes with a cloth, replenishing his water and food supplies. Once everything was ready, he needed to ponder how to leave the village. Shadow clone can serve as a decoy. Yunhai murmured to himself, stepped out of his home and hastened toward the western village entrance. Passing by a clothing store, he intentionally entered to try on a garment, then used half of his chakra to create a clone that took his place as he walked out. Meanwhile, he disguised himself as Yuhi Kurenai and deliberately wandered through the secluded alleys. Leaving the village from the southern edge, he then sprinted away at full speed. At the same time, his clone had already exited through the western gate and trekked for 2 hours along the designated route. Suddenly it felt as if a bug had bitten its neck, then instantly dissolved into smoke and vanished. The dissipation of the clone caused Yunhai, who was rushing through the mountains, to pause slightly in his stride. He shook his head and continued on his way. According to intelligence, Tsunade often lingered in a place called the Gambling City, which was not far from Konoha, located in the southeast of the Land of Fire. At his current speed, as long as he didn't get lost, he could reach it in 2 days and 1 night. But in reality, traveling as a blind man was somewhat challenging. Even with his perception range extended to over 700 meters, he still deviated from his path. By the time Yunhai made a detour and arrived at the Gambling City, he was covered in dust and grime, looking utterly wretched, like a savage emerging from the mountains. In this state, not even the root organization could recognize him. Even Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, would be befuddled. It was supposed to be a mere 2-day journey, yet he had ended up in such a miserable condition. The entire ordeal was simply exhausting. Take a bath. No, he had no money. Buy a new set of clothes. No, still no money. Find a tavern to stay. No, again no money. To put it bluntly, he was broke. He had barely over 10,000 ryo on him, which he had secretly taken from the barbecue shop without telling Huajiao. But this money was meant to fill his stomach. He absolutely could not spend it on anything else. Forget it, he'll sell taffy. First, find a place to wash up. Yunhai walked through the streets of the Gambling City. The climate and environment of the Land of Fire were far superior to those of the Land of Wind, pleasant weather and crucially a dense population. Every main street bustled with activity. He found a small lake in a remote secluded spot and secretly washed his clothes. Oh no, a child has fallen into the lake. Quick, save him. Inevitably, the kind-hearted locals quickly gathered around, trying to pull him ashore. Hey, which eye of yours saw me drowning? I was clearly swimming. Anyway, his chastity. Forget it, let's not mention that heartache. Kid who goes swimming in the evening. What if something happens? Oh, and why aren't you opening your eyes? Did sand get in them? Yunhai lowered his head, wearing soaking wet clothes, speechless and choked. Who was the blind one here? Wait, couldn't he see that his eyelids were fused together? Father. He seems to be blind. A young boy beside him hesitated, then finally couldn't help but remind. Ha! The uncle was taken aback, then scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, I'm getting old and my eyes are dim. Don't take it to heart. But then he changed his tone and said earnestly, still I have to say it, who goes swimming in the evening? If I hadn't spotted you from 800 meters away, you might never have climbed out. Besides, you're blind. That river is deep, and if water we tangled your legs, you'd be in big trouble. Yunhai rubbed his nose, wondering if the words old and daimate were quite appropriate here. 800 meters away shouldn't count, is that right? Father, he seems to be a ninja from Konoha. The boy's voice sounded again. Ha! The uncle scratched his head again, embarrassed. Sorry, I'm old and my eyes are dim. Hadn't this scene just happened? Yunhai opened his mouth, not knowing what to say, and simply kept quiet. Since you're a Konoha ninja, you're probably not a local. Do you have any adults with you? Strange, you don't look tall, can't be that old, can you? Or are you naturally like this actually in your teens? And your eyes, are they also congenital? The uncle was somewhat talkative. But the questions were also somewhat provoking. Father, you're slipping into your old habit again. The young boy scowled and shot Yunhai an apologetic glance, a shy smile on his face. Giving a wink to a blind man, are you sure about that? Yunhai of course couldn't sense it, he merely noticed the boy give a slight nod, then nothing followed. It's all right. It's fine. Yunhai waved his hand, not wanting to stay a moment longer, and hastily said thank you both for the rescue. I have matters to attend to, so will take my leave. Let's never meet again. Leave. Unexpectedly, the uncle suddenly grinned, smiling slyly. Aren't you planning to find Lady Tsunade? Ha! Yunhai froze, scrutinizing the father and son carefully. Confirming that they had no chakra and were not disguised with transformation jutsu, a look of suspicion crossed his face. Who are you? The uncle shook his head and explained simply, don't misunderstand, we are samurai. Tsunade owed money at our casino and said you'd repay it for her, so we came. Samurai. That explained it. Yunhai showed a look of understanding. He knew about samurai, ancient warriors who didn't use chakra, a fusion of swordsmanship and taijutsu. But how had they found him? Yunhai frowned, his tone turning slightly cold. Did you discover me long ago? The uncle hastily shook his head. No, please don't misunderstand. We run a legitimate business and prefer civilized methods. As for how I know it's you, naturally Tsunade brought us here. Hey, that's not right, you don't know. She tricked me again. Damn it. Again. Yunhai looked bewildered, unsure if the man was genuinely naive or playing dumb. Ahem, father, get to the point. The boy reminded again. Oh right. Tsunade borrowed 50 million ryo from us. With 10 days interest the total is 63,750,000. Rounded up, that's 70 million ryo. And I saved you for free, a mere gesture. You're quite kind. Yunhai sighed. 20 million interest in 10 days, hell, that's robbery. Uncle, do I look like a rich man? He asked honestly. No, the uncle replied equally honestly. And that was that. Yunhai looked at the father and son, and they looked at him all silent. Well, since Tsunade had shown herself and orchestrated this scene, he would have to play along cleverly. Finally Yunhai sighed again and suggested the money can be repaid tonight, but Tsunade must be present. If you can take me to her, I'll pay back the principal and interest in full. Tonight. The uncle was astonished, looking him over. After a moment he asked, I am the brother-in-law of the daimyo. Are you sure you're not fooling me? At the same time the boy also looked astonished. If I lie, I'm a dog. Yunhai nodded solemnly, his expression somewhat helpless. Fine. The uncle actually believed him. He said to his son beside him, go find that big fat sheep. If she dares not come, I'll go to Konoha to collect the debt and cut all subsidies to the clans in half. Yes. The boy nodded and turned to leave quickly. At that moment a group of guards entered Yunhei's perception, mostly armored samurai along with nearly 20 ninja. Judging by their chakra, most of the ninja were chunin and 3 appeared to be jonin. Since when did jonin appear in such numbers? Yunhai was speechless and also admired the uncle's audacity. Knowing he was a Konoha ninja, he still came alone with his son, either absolute confidence or sheer stupidity. Clearly the latter was more likely. Actually it made sense. Although he wore a Konoha forehead protector, his outward appearance was too young, at most a genin, not necessarily stronger than a samurai. Rest assured, I am one of Konoha's biggest financial backers. Tsunade won't dare not come. How about we walk ahead? Hearing this, Yunhei's heart jolted, suddenly realizing how influential the other party was. The word financial backer was no joke, it was a reality. He knew that 70% of Konoha's expenditures came from the Land of Fire, and the Land of Fire's finances were controlled by the daimyos. In other words, the daimyos decided whether Konoha had money. The daimyo of the gambling city seemed to be ranked second in the Land of Fire. If that were the case, not even Tsunade or the third Hokage himself would dare to put on airs. Even though this man was the daimyo's brother-in-law. Yunhai hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement and took the lead. And the direction he headed was toward the largest casino in the Land of Fire, the Golden Fortune Pavilion. So you like gambling too? In front of the Golden Fortune Pavilion the uncle frowned, hesitating. How about this? Don't repay the money. Work for me as an assistant, waive the interest, and after 2 or 3 years the debt will be cleared. Don't worry, the work is not hard, room and board are included, 10 days off each month. You just need to report to the daimyo's mansion for roll call. Oh, and there are bonuses during festivals. If you save, you might pay it off in a year or 2. In a word, heavy gambling harms the body. At your young age try to avoid it. The uncle admonished in a paternal tone. Yunhai was delighted and was about to agree. Unexpectedly a gatekeeper hurried over and flattered the uncle. Second master, the warehouse ledgers are ready. Do you wish to send someone to audit? The uncle waved his right hand and said imperiously, audit. Yunhai. Yunhai stepped into the golden tower where the songstress and the guard stood on either side waiting to greet him. In this world a great name is a mysterious thing. It does not represent royalty or noble families as in his past life, but rather leans towards being an embodiment of deities. A great name itself holds no power to command a nation, yet whenever it expresses a desire to accomplish something, many will help fulfill it, akin to blind faith. The golden tower is not owned by the great name but rather by the uncle. By the way, you just mentioned paying back tonight, right? The uncle was not very old, only in his 30s, but clearly had a poor memory and was not very sharp. Yunhai sighed, feeling a bit awkward. He came to the golden tower indeed to repay a debt for Tsunade, but the means. Having reached this point, words were of no use, he could only brace himself. Yunhai approached the uncle and earnestly said, I wish to gamble with your establishment with the rules set by them until the debt is fully cleared. I see. The uncle had anticipated this and after pondering for a moment reminded, ninjas have their own ways of playing, you must be prepared for that. Yunhai did not fully understand these matters, but he had confidence in winning, so he nodded. I'll go by your rules, but you need to lend me some starting funds first. Upon hearing this, the uncle showed interest, waving his hand and saying, "Give him 10 million, no need for bookkeeping." "Yes," the steward replied, soon bringing over a tray of cash, all in 10,000 denominations. The uncle yawned, wiped the floor with his slightly dirty sleeve and sat down, munching on a pear picked from the roadside. "Let's play the guessing game, no need to break the rules." The steward nodded at this and sent someone to bring over a rectangular table. The table was pitch black, crafted from jade inscribed with spell seals, and at its center lay a small bell. "Dear Ninja, the guessing game is the same as usual. The only difference is that this table can isolate chakra and sensory ninjutsu detection. No sound will be emitted during the stealing process. Therefore, please do not attempt to cheat with ninjutsu, as it would violate the rules of the Golden Tower and affect its reputation for fairness." Yunhai sensed the small bell inside which a swirl of chakra was circulating, isolating perception. Even he could not discern the dice within. However, the steward's claim that this bell could isolate sound was not entirely true. For when the table was brought over, he vaguely heard a slight vibration. Though it was faint, he could still discern that there were 3 dice inside. It turned out that the sealing technique could truly isolate his sensory ninjutsu. He furrowed his brow, feeling heavy-hearted. If the enemy used this technique to set a trap in advance, he would fall into an abyss. "Let's begin," Yunhai said casually, appearing somewhat distracted. The steward pondered for 2 seconds, first cupping his hands in respect to the uncle, then seated himself at the empty position opposite. "Will the esteemed ninja bet first and then roll, or roll and then bet?" The dice container was soundproof. Even trying to listen with his ears was impossible. To avoid underhanded dealings, the Golden Tower specially established 2 ways of playing: betting first and then rolling, or rolling first and then betting. Yunhai had never played these before and did not understand the meaning, so he simply said, "Go with yours." "All right." The steward seemed to be deep in thought, tossing a roll of cash onto the small bet, then placing 2 rolls on the large bet, executing a double bet. "Betting first." Yunhai pondered and mimicked him, tossing 2 rolls onto each of the bets, making them equal. "TSK, such a novice." The onlooking guests spoke in surprise. Before the gambling table began, they were not in a position to voice their opinions, but now there were no restrictions. The steward's face stiffened slightly as he resignedly pressed the bell. Soon the table's spell seals flowed, and after 10 seconds it stopped. "Reveal the dice." 446. Everyone wins, the small side loses. The small side had bet 100,000 while Yunhai had bet 200,000, and after the settlement he naturally lost 100,000. 100,000 just disappeared. Yunhai scratched his head, feeling it was a bit absurd. However, the dice container seemed to rotate in one direction, and the spell seal timing and the pattern of the dice collisions were fixed. It did not seem too difficult to guess. Let's try again." He tossed 2 rolls onto the large position, making a single bet. Seeing this, the steward pondered for a moment but still made a double bet, not changing his position. "Reveal the dice." 556. Everyone wins. In the second round, Yunhai won. He calculated for a moment and then tossed 2 rolls onto the small side, still making a single bet. Meanwhile, the steward switched positions and added 100,000 to the small side's chips. Although it was still a double bet, it introduced a trend-following tactic. In games where one bets first and rolls later, double betting is the most stable method. Another single bet. This kid doesn't really understand the game, does he? Yunhai listened to the murmurs of the onlookers, his face as calm as water. He indeed did not understand the gameplay but recognized the advantages of double betting. However, that approach was too slow and tedious. "Reveal the dice." 345. Everyone wins. In the third round, Yunhai lost. He felt no surprise, calculated for a moment, and again bet on the small side, continually reducing the frequency of the dice collisions. In the fourth round, Yunhai won. In the fifth round, he won again. Until the ninth round, he still won. Winning 6 rounds in a row was no longer mere luck but rather some unknown strength. The steward who was gambling against him was sweating profusely, with a look of confusion and bewilderment on his face. As the 10th round began, Yunhai deeply analyzed the patterns and discovered that there was an 80% chance the small side would win. He placed 3 rolls of cash beside him, pushing the rest along with the tray onto the small side. Instantly the venue fell silent, all eyes on Yunhai's maneuver. Meanwhile, the steward's right hand trembled slightly, for he had already placed his bets with the majority still on the large side. If Yunhai won, he would not only lose a significant amount but also have to cover the small side's chips, at least 10 million as a base. Reveal the dice. 112. The small side wins. As the dice container opened, the crowd erupted. Yunhai had anticipated this, thinking for a moment before tossing the excess chips onto the large side, leaving only 3 rolls to spare. TSK, this kid wouldn't be getting ahead of himself, would he? If he loses, it will all be gone. The steward frowned, pondering. He dared not double bet again and instead chose to follow blindly, unwilling to challenge Yunhai. Yet as the rounds progressed he could not calculate the dice collision patterns like Yunhai, naturally unable to evade for long. Reveal the dice 2-2-1, the small side wins. Reveal the dice 5-4-6, everyone wins. Reveal the dice 4-4. With time passing, the chips beside Yunhai grew increasingly numerous until the table was nearly overwhelmed, finally totaling 80 million. Alright, the debt is fully cleared, this round ends. Yunhai stood up, smiled at the steward, and left the table, moving towards the uncle who was half laying on the ground drowsy and Tsunade, who had been brought by his son. Uncle, thank you for your care. Don't be polite. The uncle rubbed his eyes and yawned, saying, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Don't come next time or my Wanjin pavilion is afraid it will go bankrupt. Let's go, son, time to go home and sleep. Yunhai awkwardly rubbed his nose. He had just won 32 consecutive rounds, and needless to say he knew he had cheated, causing the people around him to look at him with strange eyes. Of course he could barely perceive the emotions in their eyes, but having so many people stare at him so intently surely meant they weren't friendly gazes. Can you see through the dice cup? Before he could respond, a rather stout woman suddenly stepped forward and grabbed his arms, her expression brimming with excitement. Since the debt had been repaid, it was a favor owed. Seizing the opportunity, Yunhai directly stated the purpose of his visit. I can't see through it, but I can hear the collision sounds of the dice and calculate the probability of the outcome. Lady Tsunade, I wish to learn medical ninjutsu from you as well as the summoning scroll for the slug. Please accept me as your disciple. As he spoke, he pulled out the third Hokage's token, planning to appeal to sentiment if refused. Unexpectedly, the other party completely deviated from the script. Easy. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and continued, the summoning scroll will be given to you later by Shizune. Now we have a major task at hand. With that, she grabbed Yunhei's arm, walked up to the manager and waved her hand grandly. In the name of the Senju princess, I'll borrow another 50 million coins. Tonight I shall utterly defeat you all, ha ha ha. The manager glanced at her arrogant demeanor, then at Yunhai, and with a sly turn of his eyes said, you can borrow the money without interest, but you cannot gamble here at Wanjin Pavilion. Go next door. Ha! Tsunade was taken aback, then realized they were afraid. But on second thought, with Yunhai around, who would dare to compete with her? Damn it, I need to make a big profit before the news spreads. Alright, bring the money quickly. The manager, seeing her agreement, hastily ordered a servant to bring a stack of million-yen bills, fearing Tsunade might change her mind. Good disciple, whether I become a billionaire tonight depends on you. Shizune, bring the wine. Yunhai was dragged out helplessly, while Shizune beside him seemed somewhat restrained. Doing this? Wouldn't we get beaten to death? She wasn't sure. After they left, a sign was suddenly placed outside the Wanjin Pavilion's entrance, Leaf Ninja not allowed, especially those who are blind. Clearly the manager had been thoroughly frightened. Whether Tsunade repaid the borrowed money was unimportant, what mattered was preventing that child from ever entering the Wanjin Pavilion again. Next it was time to make those other establishments suffer a loss. Yunhai felt that cheating was wrong, he loved money, but that didn't mean he lacked principles. Unfortunately, Tsunade's offer was too tempting. For every round I win, I'll teach you one healing ninjutsu. If you help me win through the night, I'll even warm your bed if you want. As long as I keep winning, the curse of 9 losses out of 10 bets will definitely be broken. Let that old man go play by himself, ha. Tsunade stood with hands on her hips, looking arrogant and somewhat mentally unstable. Yunhai had no idea what the 9 losses out of 10 bets curse meant, nor who the old man she mentioned was. All he knew was that his newly taken cheap master was extremely fond of money. On the very first round at the table, she went Allen with all her chips, 50 million yen bills, without a single one left. Now not only was Shizune afraid of being beaten to death, but even he himself felt a twinge of guilt. Fortunately, Tsunade hadn't lost her mind. After winning 3 consecutive rounds, she took the money and left, then immediately rushed to another gambling house to place bets, making Yunhei's heart race. So much money. Yunhai had to admit he was tempted. If he transformed into Shiri Hong's appearance and played around there, he could not only clear his clan's debts but also have funds for future training. No, this wouldn't be right. While he was hesitating, he had already left the 7th gambling house with Tsunade. But as soon as they stepped out of the main gate, they saw over 100 men carrying samurai swords walking along the street. Judging by their clothes, weren't they the guards from the previous gambling houses? Not good, we've been exposed. His heart skipped a beat as he quickly tried to warn them. But before his words even landed, he realized Tsunade was already gone. She had pulled Shizune and run off with the money bags. You bastard! Yunhei's face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he immediately sprinted after them. That's them. The big fat sheep of Konoha. Get the money back. Soon the searching warrior band spotted them and charged with swords drawn. Yunhai had never imagined he would one day be chased by hundreds of people. After who knows how long the three of them escaped the gambling city one after another, finally daring to stop and rest only after reaching the outskirts of a nearby town. Is that it? Call that a gambling house? Can't even take a loss. Tsunade muttered resentfully, then squinted as she opened the money bag and began counting. 7 gambling houses, each with 3 rounds of Allen bets at 50 million chips. One house yielded 400 million. 7 houses totaled 2.8 billion. If it weren't for the fear that the gambling houses couldn't afford to pay out so much, Tsunade would have wanted to go Allen with the entire 400 million from each win. But just thinking about it didn't seem practical. But 2.8 billion, exactly 2,800 million yen bills, 10 bills per roll, was enough to fill a large school bag. However, according to the earlier agreement, Tsunade was to teach him 21 healing ninjutsu, so overall he wasn't losing out. Lady Tsunade, can this money actually be spent? Shizen asked tremblingly, and even the little boar in her arms shrank its neck. What's there to fear? We won this money fair and square. Why can't it be spent? Tsunade couldn't care less. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she tossed a roll of bills to each of them, then transferred the remaining money bags into a storage scroll. From her actions she had no intention of sharing the spoils. Not bad, I acknowledge you as my disciple and I will definitely teach the promised healing ninjutsu. Tsunade patted Yunhai on the shoulder, pulled an envelope from her bosom and stuffed it into his hand, earnestly instructing, but as my disciple you must earn battle merits for the village. This letter contains your first mission, complete it well. Go. With that she turned and walked toward the town, proclaiming boldly, let's go Shizune. Time to drink. Tonight we drink till we drop. Mission. Yunhai looked down at the envelope in his hand, scanning the information recorded inside and the signature of the Hokage on the envelope, his face full of bewilderment. Because the mission in the envelope was to support Squad 6 of the Yumbu and the assembly point was the capital of the Land of Fire. So he just couldn't escape Squad 6, could he? Shizen seemed to know the details of the situation. She carefully placed the promised summoning scroll at his feet, not daring to make a single sound. Third Hokage and Tsunade had gone way too far. What a kind child, bullied like this. Adults are too cold-blooded. No, wait, adults are afraid of blood. In the end Shizen left against her conscience, leaving the dazed Yunhai standing there. Damn it. After a long silence a curse erupted, startling even the branches into bending low. Yunhai felt uneasy as he hurried non-stop toward the capital of the Land of Fire. The third Hokage, that old fox, was too calculating. After all his twists and turns he had still dragged Yunhai into Team 6. Damn it, no wonder he agreed so readily, he was just biding his time. Yunhai gnashed his teeth and muttered the whole way. Fortunately Gangso had agreed to take him as an apprentice, and he had even obtained the summoning scroll for the slug. After completing the mission he could sign the scroll and summon the slug to heal the accumulated hidden injuries over the years. Most importantly, the fluid secreted by the slug had a sustained effect which could greatly alleviate the pain from his grandfather's damaged cardiac vessels and delay the progression of multiple diseases. Oh well, as long as the goal was achieved. He arrived at the south gate of the Land of Fire's capital, touched the forehead protector on his head and pondered the core of the mission. According to the information in the letter, he was assigned to assist Kakashi in a support mission. Though its essence remained assassination, the battlefield was now on the open front. As he understood it, this mission involved the Sunagakure village. It was likely a temporary assignment issued because their own team lacked frontline ninja for combat. Temporary meant tight timing. The candidates were probably chosen before he left the village. Here we are. Soon he arrived at a remote base where Kakashi and Yuzhibo had been waiting for a while. After all the twists and turns, it's still you. Upon seeing that it was him, Yuzhibo said flatly. This made Kakashi look at him oddly. No choice, you guys couldn't even gather a third person. Yunhai gave an almost imperceptible sneer. His impression of Yuzhibo was not very good. Seeing the friction between the two, Kakashi frowned and said, now that everyone's here, let's set off quickly. He didn't ask Yunhai if he needed rest, and there was no need. The three left the capital at a brisk pace. Though the destination wasn't far, it still required 2 days and 1 night of travel. After dark, Kakashi didn't assign Yunhai to keep watch. Instead he urged everyone to rest and recover their condition. Is there a grudge between you two? During the shift change, Kakashi suddenly asked Yuzhibo. Yuzhibo shook his head slightly and said it's not really a grudge. He's too cowardly, he wouldn't even accept a ninja duel. Cowardly? Kakashi was stunned, but then he quickly understood the issue. He remembered the news that the Hinata prodigy had lost a duel with Yuzhiboyu. It had been a hot topic at the time. Now it seemed there was more to the story. However, that was so long ago. Who would have thought that guy could hold a grudge? Kakashi amused himself with this gossip, then kept silent until dawn broke when he woke the other two. They were still 30 li from their own base. Yunhai chewed on dried meat, staying at the rear holding the summoning scroll and studying the seal marks on it. He was curious about the principle of the summoning scroll, whether it was related to spacetime ninjutsu. Months ago he had tried to practice Flying Thunder God but couldn't even achieve the basics, always failing to control the fluctuation frequency of spatial nodes. Alert! At that moment Kakashi suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a tree branch. Embedded there was a miniature plum blossom shuriken, and the bark was somewhat blackened, clearly poisoned. A shuriken poison, and so close to the base. No need to think it must be Sunigakure ninja, but the position of this shuriken was too conspicuous. Either it was a deliberately laid trap or the battle had happened so quickly that the enemy hadn't had time to clean up the traces. Yunhai put away the scroll carefully, sensing the surroundings, then shook his head. After a moment, I don't detect any enemy or signs of battle. Their numbers must be very small. Among the three he was the weakest in combat, but his strength lay in perception and reconnaissance, providing timely information. Hearing this, Kakashi fell into thought. He didn't ask about Yunhei's sensing range, but he didn't doubt the accuracy of the intel either. Only one shuriken. Yuzhiboyu asked. Yunhai nodded slightly, saying, apart from the shuriken there are no footprints on the surrounding grass or trees, indicating that the opponent's speed wasn't fast and their stealth skills are relatively high, probably not a chunin. Not a chunin, so most likely a jonin. But why would this shuriken be thrown in such a conspicuous spot? It seems our whereabouts have been exposed. Kakashi shook his head slightly. The leak of their whereabouts proved that someone in Konoha had passed intelligence to Sunigakure, using this as a provocation. Those who dare to actively provoke Sunigakure has few qualified to do so. With that, the three didn't bother with the shuriken and resumed their journey. But when they arrived at the base they saw a scene of ruins. The first to notice something wrong was naturally Yunhai. A large number of combatants. The bodies have been disposed of, no survivors found. The base wasn't very spacious. A single glance from Yunhai could tell the general situation. He shook his head and said, we were wrong about one thing, it's not just Sunigakure that uses poison. Although the battle traces were chaotic, Yunhai still spotted many peculiarities. What do you mean? Kakashi looked at him. Yunhai went to a collapsed wall, brushed off the black soot on it, and revealed a layer of shallow yet regular and complete scratches. If not for the soot he might not have noticed. I can't imagine what kind of attack would leave such wave-like damage traces, and so neatly. Furthermore, apart from this wall that was collapsed by an explosion tag, the other ruins show signs of deliberate tampering, clearly meant to conceal something. That something should be this. The terror of sensory ninjutsu lies in its wide-range scanning. But to achieve a penetrating effect as precise and detailed as Yunhei's, there was hardly anyone else. Indeed strange. It doesn't look like it was caused by elemental ninjutsu. Kakashi wiped off all the soot, observed the traces from the side of the wall, and compared them with all known ninjutsu effects, but found none matching. It's sound waves. Suddenly Yuzhiboyu spoke up. Sound waves form ripples. Continuous output can create wave-like marks. It should be the work of Otogakure ninja. Otogakure. Strong. In Kakashi's memory there was no one who used sound wave attacks. Not strong. Probably not even as strong as that kid. Yuzhiboyu answered confidently. The kid he referred to was Hinata Yunhai. As for Otogakure, it wasn't that they were skilled in soundwave ninjutsu, they were merely named after sound. Can leave traces with sound waves and still not be stronger than me. Yunhai was skeptical. After all, those were sound waves. Yuzhiboyu glanced at him, raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Without any visible movement, the surrounding dust suddenly swirled up a little. Sound waves are formless, chakra is tangible. By channeling chakra into the snap and dispersing it, you can cast genjutsu. The depth of the marks on the wall is enough to gauge the target's chakra strength and use sound to cast genjutsu for a sneak attack. Yunhai was speechless. Chakra could be used like this. If someone had a lot of chakra, could they kill with a single shout? So the provocative shuriken was meant to mislead us, triggering a conflict between the two villages. Then the question is, where are the people from the base? Even if they all died in battle, it's impossible that not a single body was left. This question was of utmost importance. The attackers of the base were suspected to be sound ninja, which fundamentally altered the nature of the mission. Yunhai stood silent, knowing only that the Sound Ninja Village was in the country of Tian, a newly established ninja village, and nothing more. Perhaps they are not dead. Uchiha Itachi crouched, scooping up a handful of soil and bringing it to his nose. The scent of blood is very faint, yet the signs of battle are heavy. There is also a faint strange odor, somewhat like a snake. Snake! Kakashi frowned deeply, thinking of a certain rogue ninja, one of the former legendary Sannin of Konoha Orochimaru. Another experiment. He shook his head and looked at Yunhai. Don't slack off. Focus on tracking their escape direction. We need to determine who the enemy is. Yunhai was taken aback for a moment, then understood his meaning and nodded in agreement. At that instant he finally realized why the third Hokage had sent him for backup, to assist in the investigation with sensory techniques. However, it wasn't absolutely necessary to use sensory ninjutsu. He held his breath, concentrated, and channeled soul energy into the acupoints of his nose, instantly enhancing his sense of smell severalfold to discern the snake-like odor Itachi had described. Meanwhile, Kakashi summoned a short-legged dog using a summoning technique to also track the scent. After a moment, Yunhai frowned slightly, not because he couldn't locate the source of the snake smell, but because he detected a peculiar fragrance wafting in the air. That fragrance was very faint yet ubiquitous, making it difficult to categorize. It seems to be coming from that direction. He walked around the base and found the scent drifting northward, but there was no trace of the snake odor. Kakashi looked puzzled. That direction led to the country of Tian. Are you sure? I only detected this direction. Whether right or wrong, there is no second option. Yunhai answered truthfully. Kakashi fell into contemplation. After seeing that his summon had found nothing, he nodded. Full pursuit. Well, follow you. Yunhai nodded, grabbed a handful of dried meat and stuffed it into his mouth, then sped off along the fragrance. The three traveled in haste, the scent growing stronger, and after another day and night without rest they entered the territory of the country of Tian. When they arrived near the target, they pinpointed the Sound Ninja Village. Are you sure the target is inside? Kakashi was skeptical, as their route had been too direct, pointing straight at the village like a planned march. Positive. Yunhai sniffed lightly. The fragrance nearby was particularly dense and no longer drifting but lingering in a circular pattern. No need to ask. At that moment Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke, picking up a small piece of cloth from the ground, a specially made Konoha combat uniform. With this crucial piece of evidence, Kakashi's frown deepened. The three of them alone had no capability to infiltrate and fight inside an enemy ninja village. Any action would expose their identities. Most importantly, Orochimaru was likely in the Sound Ninja Village. Yunhai remained silent while Itachi turned his gaze to Kakashi, awaiting the next order. We are at a disadvantage. After a long pause, Kakashi made a decision. Thus the core of the mission is to rescue our comrades and gather intelligence. It will be dangerous. Dangerous. Yunhai felt puzzled. A newly established ninja village, even with numerical superiority, shouldn't pose such a threat to Kakashi, especially with Uchiha Itachi's aid. Not requesting reinforcements? Itachi asked in a low voice. Kakashi shook his head. If Orochimaru is indeed hiding inside, sending for help would only attract more enemies. More enemies? Wait. Yunhai twitched his mouth. One of the legendary Sannin, the rogue ninja Orochimaru. He should be at cage-level strength, right? If only he had brought Tsunade along. Let's assign tasks briefly. The three gathered around as Kakashi laid out the plan. Leave Orochimaru to me. Itachi, you handle the Jonin. The Chunin and Genin are for Yunhai. Once any of us is discovered, strike first without hesitation. Prioritize rescuing our teammates and adapt on the fly. That's it for now. Rest here, we move in half an hour. Yunhai frowned slightly. Although his assignment seemed the least demanding, he would face the most numerous enemies among the Genin and Chunin, and he lacked area effect ninjutsu. Was such a division truly appropriate? He sensed the chakra levels of the two Itachi had slightly more than him, but still below Jonin level. As for Kakashi, while his chakra wasn't necessarily greater than Itachi's, he also noticed the Sharingan hidden behind Kakashi's headband, a 3-1. Somehow it all felt flimsy. Could this really work? It seemed he would have to fight with all his might. Murmuring to himself, he grabbed another handful of dried meat and stuffed it into his mouth to recover stamina. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Itachi each swallowed a military ration pill and checked their equipment. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed. The three split up and infiltrated the Sound Ninja Village in separate groups. Yunhai chose the left flank, using sensory techniques to survey the situation inside, aiming to infiltrate without engaging. The village's defenses were extremely tight with patrols more numerous than even a daimyo's mansion, all composed of ninja. Just as he climbed over the wall and crept forward for a short while, he suddenly froze. The reason was that the Sound Ninja village was very small, far smaller than he had expected. His sensing range covered nearly 90% of the area. Although there were many ninja inside and not a single ordinary person. Did they even need to infiltrate? He was speechless. After a brief observation, he discovered a dungeon entrance holding 30 to 40 ninja prisoners. Among those prisoners were the comrades they had come to rescue. But was that Orochimaru? Yunhai narrowed his gaze, locking onto a particularly unusual figure. Not only was that person housed in the deepest part of the dungeon, his chakra was also strange, not flowing through the meridians but attached to the flesh in a peculiar way like a curse mark. At the same time, Kakashi and Itachi had also located the dungeon and infiltrated inside. This was going to be bad. He rushed toward the dungeon entrance, even killing a guard on the way, hoping to warn the two about Orochimaru. But unfortunately, by the time he reached the dungeon entrance, he heard a loud explosion from within. Kakashi had been discovered. Well then. Time to fight. He rubbed his forehead, chakra surging around his body. In an instant he transformed into a deep blue tiger ready for battle. If he could just hold the entrance, the mission might be accomplished. But without area effect ninjutsu, how was he supposed to hold it? The answer: hold it by force. Konoha Ninja. Damn it, thereafter Lord Orochimaru. Sound ninjas swarmed in, unleashing a rain of various elemental techniques. If Yunhai wanted to hold the line, he had to substitute offense for defense. Luckily, the enemies weren't exceptionally strong and his tiger transformation technique could barely withstand the damage. Come on, let's see who's faster. He was consumed by murderous intent. With a burst of chakra beneath his feet, he pierced through a water dragon and struck an enemy, targeting the 5 vital organs. Wind release could not match his speed, fire release could not breach his defense, no one surpassed him in taijutsu, and genjutsu was automatically nullified. Only lightning, earth and water release made him struggle, not because they were hard to withstand but because these 3 styles leaned heavily towards sealing and binding. His greatest advantage was the instantaneous movement from his monstrous strength. Once trapped and unable to move, he could be cut down in a single stroke. It was worth noting that some enemies could unleash sonic attacks through special weapons. Though the power was barely adequate, the novelty of the techniques piqued his curiosity. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? How is he so fast? Yunhai flickered across the battlefield like a phantom, wreaking havoc among the Sound Ninjas. Though they pursued him with numerical superiority, they achieved little while he seized every opportunity to cut them down. He's probably a special jonin specializing in taijutsu. Use ninjutsu to drive him elsewhere, then reinforce the dungeon. For some reason, the Sound Ninjas lacked even a single competent jonin, which baffled Yunhai. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, a most dramatic scene unfolded: a conversation. While he fought tooth and nail above, Kakashi was casually chatting with Orochimaru. Hey, I may not have joined Squad 6, but I am still a Leaf Ninja. Is this really the time to abandon your teammate? He grumbled inwardly, but his hands never faltered. Anyone who approached the dungeon was killed without hesitation. Inevitably, he sustained injuries and his chakra depletion increased, but a mission was a mission, not one person could be allowed down. As Yunhai rampaged like a war god, the Sound Ninjas' fighting strength dwindled rapidly. From the initial 100 or so, nearly 30% had already fallen. And this was only 10 minutes into the battle. On average, 3 Sound Ninjas per minute met their end at his hands. The gap between a chunin and a jonin was indeed vast. However, geniuses and those with Kekkei Genkai were exceptions. Regrettably, though Yunhai lacked the Byakugan, he had inherited the Hyuga clan's constitution, negative aspects included, but he was still a wielder of a bloodline limit. That was the difference between genius and ordinary. And so the Sound's genius arrived. Just as Yunhai was planning how to conserve chakra, several sharp gusts of wind suddenly struck. The projectiles were incredibly fast, their power far beyond expectation, instantly shattering his tiger transformation technique. Put! Yunhai retreated swiftly, clutching his abdomen as cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Though his reflexes were quick, the sudden attack had been too close. His lower abdomen took 2 bloody holes, damaging his large intestine. Fortunately, he had learned healing ninjutsu. He forced out the embedded object, staunched the bleeding, and repaired the wound. Finger bones. He glanced at the finger bones on the ground, then used sensory ninjutsu to scan the surroundings. Soon he locked onto a silver-haired boy about his age whose right index finger was slowly regenerating. It's Kimimaro of the Kagaya clan. That little monster succeeded in his ambush. He's injured. Attack together and kill him. Facing the overwhelming sound ninjas, Yunhai chose not to retreat. He could fail to hold the dungeon entrance, but he could never abandon his comrades and flee alone, otherwise he would be drowned in scorn like Konoha's White Fang. But the dungeon entrance was indeed untenable. Injured, he could only resort to Hitandran assassinations while staying wary of the bone-wielding silver-haired boy. Damn it, Kakashi, what the hell are you chatting about? It's been 15 minutes. Yunhai cursed inwardly, resorting to his second trump card. He rapidly formed hand seals and the darkness technique instantly enveloped an area 800 meters around him. At the same time, his already meager chakra bottomed out, barely sustaining the tiger transformation technique. The reason: the expanded range of the darkness technique multiplied chakra consumption. In the dungeon, Orochimaru, who had been engaged in a verbal standoff, suddenly felt the world go dark, completely losing his sight. In contrast, Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi remained unaffected and were caught off guard when they were suddenly attacked by those around them. It turned out that many of the dungeon's prisoners were puppets created by Orochimaru. Disturbed by the darkness technique, they instantly went berserk. Rescue the hostages. Retreat immediately. Without Kakashi's reminder, Uchiha Itachi used fire release to blast a path and unlocked the cell doors with shuriken. But the captured comrades were all severely injured, unable to fight, barely able to walk. Just as they fled the dungeon in the chaos, Yunhai could no longer maintain the darkness technique and had to dispel it. It wasn't just the chakra depletion, his mental energy was also drained. Darkness technique. No. It's an environmental alteration. Orochimaru regained his vision, frowning slightly. The core of the darkness technique was to obscure vision. As a former member of the legendary Sannin, he was familiar with it. But the problem was that this ninjutsu was a targeted genjutsu, requiring the user to lock onto a specific target before activation. Yet just now there had been no sign of genjutsu locking. Instead, the visual environment itself had been directly altered. This piqued his curiosity, who had modified this technique. Little did Orochimaru know that Yunhai had performed no modification at all. In fact, he wished he could restore the technique to its original form. The reason he could affect an enemy's vision without locking onto them lay in the coverage of his sensory ninjutsu. Any area covered by his senses was essentially locked, allowing him to cast the technique directly. My lord, they are immobile. Shall we? A sound ninja stepped forward to inquire, making a throat-slitting gesture. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, then uttered two words: capture alive if possible, then relocate the village. Yes. Above ground, Yunhai panted heavily and landed beside Kakashi. Hey, there's no way we can escape carrying them. Don't you have a backup plan? Yes. Kakashi lifted his headband to reveal his left eye, speaking softly, they lack jonin. We could try to annihilate them. Yunhei's face darkened. Was that the backup plan? Yet it seemed the only option. He grabbed a handful of jerky, stuffed it into his mouth and mumbled, leave Orochimaru to you. He'll handle the rest. Facing one of the Sannin, he had no confidence in surviving, so he entrusted the heaviest burden to Kakashi. With that, he wasted no time and charged straight at the surrounding sound ninjas. Thankfully, he no longer had to guard the dungeon. Fighting a mobile battle made things much easier. Uchiha Itachi watched Hyuga Yunhai plunge into the crowd, then glanced at Kakashi. He's not in good shape. Did you really not call for backup? I did. Call. Kakashi smiled wryly, but I'm not sure when he'll get here. He might not even make it in time to collect our bodies. Uchiha Itachi frowned. That was not good news. Let's fight. There aren't that many of them after all. Kakashi informed him, then turned and formed hand seals using earth release to seal the entrance shut. But he knew this would only buy a brief moment. A fierce battle lay ahead. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi drew out shuriken and performed shadow clones, moving like a cold killing machine, each strike precisely reaping a life. His mission was to protect the comrades behind him. Yunhei's mission was to eliminate the sound village's fighting strength as much as possible. And Kakashi, of course, faced Orochimaru. Tell me, is this how sound-based attacks are supposed to be used? Yunhai massaged his ears with a headache as he looked at the sound ninja's gimmicky weapon. As Uchiha Itachi had said, the power of sound waves lies in the quantity and control of chakra. At least a jounin is required to unleash formidable strength. For genin and shunin, it only manifested in peculiar combat styles with less power than ninjutsu. For instance, Yunhai's current injuries were all caused by ninjutsu, whereas the unexpected soundwave attacks inflicted little harm, merely making his eardrums feel uncomfortable. Don't get cocky, kid. Once that little monster rests up, you'll have your hands full. A sound ninja snarled, the instrument in his hand reduced to rubble. Yun-hai remained non-committal, keeping a constant eye on the child named Kagaya Kimimaro. The finger bones he fired were extraordinarily powerful, nearly claiming Yun-hai's life several times. "Stop playing around. Finish this quickly, I'm in trouble here." Just as he was recovering his stamina, Uchiha Itachi's voice suddenly reached him. He observed and saw that Uchiha Itachi had been entangled by a jounin, and while protecting his comrades from enemy attacks he appeared somewhat battered. As for Kakashi, he had long been locked in battle with Orochimaru and his situation was not favorable. "Why did it have to be me fighting tooth and nail?" Yun-hai shoved a handful of dried meat into his mouth and chewed. His chakra had dwindled to less than a tenth. The tiger transform technique was unusable and he relied purely on physical strength for combat. To finish the fight quickly he would have to use his final trump card, the 8 gates. But once activated he could only sustain it for about 20 minutes. After 20 minutes he would be completely exhausted, unable to fight, and even lose the ability to move. Moreover, that silver-haired kid was lurking in the shadows. "First take out the remaining sound ninja." Yun-hai took a deep breath and forcefully opened the gate of opening. Suddenly his blood and chi circulated rapidly, muscles tightened, veins bulged, and he entered a limit-breaking state. Though he had only opened one gate, his strength more than doubled. It was more than enough to deal with these sound ninja. "Hey, how about a taste of lightning?" Yun-hai grinned, a faint flicker of lightning at his feet. His body shot forward like an arrow, and in an instant he was in front of a sound ninja, his fist slamming into the man's neck. Thereafter, with each flash of lightning he eliminated another sound ninja, constantly weaving and recovering until he had cut through the enemy ranks. Meanwhile, casualties had occurred on Uchiha Itachi's side. The sound village jounin was exceptionally strong, not an ordinary ninja, and his wind release was masterful, more reminiscent of a ninja from Sunigakure. Consequently, the rescued comrades were caught in the crossfire. Some already severely injured were on the verge of death. If Uchiha Itachi were alone he could easily handle the enemy jounin. But in battle there is no room for luck. Forced to use shadow clones for defense, his already limited chakra dwindled further. Yun-hai had been monitoring his situation. After eliminating 2/3 of the enemies he deliberately edged closer to the team, relieving some pressure off Uchiha Itachi while analyzing the importance of these comrades. Kakashi would rather risk life and limb than gather enough allies for support, which could only mean these comrades were vital, possibly holding classified intelligence. So he couldn't turn a blind eye. Perhaps after this mission it would boost his file's standing and maybe earn him a little bonus. After taking down another 10 enemies, Yun-hai was very close to Uchiha Itachi. Both sides stopped fighting in mutual understanding, watching each other and resting. "Konoha has so many geniuses." The jounin's tone was sour, envy etched on his face. A seasoned ninja in his 20s couldn't even defeat a Uchiha brat, how could he feel balanced? Among those present, except for the demoralized genin and shunin, almost everyone was a genius. Uchiha Itachi, Hyuga, Yun-hai, Kagaya Kimimaro, all peers of the same age. He alone stood out ill at ease. "That kid, isn't he from the Sound Village?" Uchiha Itachi rested, briefly glanced at Kagaya Kimimaro and said expressionlessly, "Probably." Yun-hai panted, wiped the sweat from his brow and swallowed hard. "I reckon he's a year or two younger than me. His combat experience can't be great and ninjutsu goes without saying." In truth, he had noticed that Kagaya Kimimaro only attacked with finger bones and likely knew no other techniques. The Kagaya clan's Shikatsu Myaku was a Kekkai Genkai, far more difficult to master than ordinary ninjutsu, and they also excelled in taijutsu. Uchiha Itachi observed his flushed face, deep in thought. A moment later he said quietly, "I have a genjutsu that can eliminate him instantly." "Can you kill that kid on your own?" "Genjutsu?" Yun-hai was startled and instinctively asked, "The one you used that night?" He remembered that when he first met Uchiha Itachi he had incapacitated a jounin in an instant. "Yes." Uchiha Itachi nodded lightly. Yun-hai's mouth twitched. "Why didn't you use it earlier?" he couldn't help asking. Uchiha Itachi shot him a glance but did not reply. "You two are underestimating me." "Do you really think I?" The jounin, angered by their casual chat, charged at Uchiha Itachi. But before he could finish, his eyes suddenly dulled, his body collapsed limply into a stupor, and then Uchiha Itachi hurled a shuriken straight into his throat. Just like that. Yun-hai's jaw dropped, the others were also stunned. Uchiha Itachi, however, hung his head for a moment, his state somewhat abnormal. "Your eyes can change shape." Yun-hai felt a surge of relief and asked curiously. Uchiha Itachi only gave him a cold stare as if to say, "Don't ask what you shouldn't," his demeanor icy. Yun-hai shrugged. Konoha was fine in many ways, but it had too many cold blocks, not a bit warm. Except for Might Guy. Leave it to you. Uchiha Itachi tossed out the words and turned to head toward Kakashi's battlefield. Run. Run away. The instructor is dead, why stay? With the Sound Village's Jounin slain, the already demoralized Chunin and Genin lost all will to fight. Screaming, they fled without uttering a single defiant word. Hyuga Yunhai sighed in relief, slumped to the ground, chewed on dried meat, and seized the opportunity to recover his strength. If one looked closely, they would notice his legs trembling uncontrollably, a sign of muscle damage and the aftereffect of frequent use of lightning instant step. He took a sip of water, looked at the still unruffled silver-haired kid, and could not help asking, "Why didn't you attack just now?" Kagaya Kimimara's eyes flickered and he said politely, "Fighting outnumbered is dishonorable." Ha! Yunhai was taken aback, sensing something off. Then why did you sneak attack earlier? Because I was their comrade. It wouldn't look good to stand by. Yunhai laughed helplessly. So that was how it worked. Now that some are dead and others have fled, will you finally make your move? Kagaya Kimimaro shook his head. You have endured a fierce battle and your chakra is nearly depleted. Even if I were to win, it would be an unworthy victory. He paused, then added, moreover, I merely need to stop you here. The master did not instruct me to kill you. Hiss. Yunhai scratched his head, finding it somewhat incredible. Were all geniuses this distinctive? And wasn't the Kagaya clan known for their ferocity in battle? This fellow was almost too polite. Yet he was not displeased. He tossed over 2 pieces of dried meat. Have some, it's delicious. Look how thin you are, do you not get enough to eat? Why not come back to Konoha with me? I can assure you an unlimited supply of meat tickets. Kagaya Kimimaro reached out and took the meat but did not eat it, merely gazing at him calmly. This kid was somewhat strange. Yunhai stood up, tossing the dried meat and water pouch to his companions behind him. Though Kagaya Kimimaro showed no intention to fight, he dared not let his guard down, keeping a constant watch on the surroundings to ensure no sneak attacks. Meanwhile, Kakashi's battle intensified. Long serpents slithered throughout the Otogakure and a colossal python was summoned. Without Uchiha Itachi's assistance, Kakashi would have been overwhelmed long ago. However, capturing Orochimaru would require Itachi to employ another genjutsu, otherwise it would be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Itachi's genjutsu seemed to have distance limitations and certain side effects. But those side effects were relatively mild and could be recovered from within a short time. By the way, isn't the Kagaya clan from the Land of Water? How did you end up joining the Otogakure? Sorry, that is a painful matter for me. I cannot tell you. Alright, then come back to Konoha with me. The Hyuga and the Kagaya clans were once old allies. Obtaining an identification for you shouldn't be too difficult. Thank you, but I do not need it for now. They chatted sporadically. The Kagaya clan, also known as the Takebuchi clan, had been allies with the Hyuga during the Warring States period. Truthfully, Yunhai quite liked this kid. He certainly didn't seem like a bad person. Do you have any hobbies like painting or gourmet food? Oh, and since you're in Otogakure, do you also use sound-based ninjutsu? No, but I do enjoy good food. I suppose that counts as a hobby. Kagaya Kimimaro answered earnestly. At that moment, Yunhai finally understood why Kakashi had engaged in conversation earlier. Combat truly wasn't only about slaughter. But if so, was Orochimaru good or evil? Could he be motivated by nostalgia? This mission was turning out to be quite strange. About half an hour passed before Yunhai finally recovered. Though still somewhat fatigued, his energy and blood gradually returned to normal. He massaged his legs, a contemplative look on his face. After a moment he spoke. Standing here blocking each other is pointless. How about we fight while letting them pass first? He didn't know if Kakashi and Itachi could defeat Orochimaru, but he knew his comrades behind him must leave first. Yet doing so felt somewhat dishonorable. I'm sorry, I cannot agree to that. Kagaya Kimimaro looked at him and said sincerely, as a member of the Hyuga clan to have mastered taijutsu to such a degree, I truly admire you. However, I still wish to test whether your taijutsu is superior or mine. 2 youngsters from the Kagaya and the Hyuga, both clans specialized in taijutsu. Their similar ages made mutual respect not unwarranted. Actually, I was thinking the same. Yunhai stood up, removed his forehead protector and ninja tool pouch and placed them carefully on the ground to avoid damage during close combat. Then he charged forward, employing the 8 trigrams gentle step. Kagaya Kimimaro was prepared. Countless bones burst from his flesh, covering his vital points like a suit of armor. Neither of them used ninjutsu. They competed in strength through hand-to-hand combat. Each collision produced a dull thud and the wind howled fiercely. After an unknown duration, Manda suddenly retreated and both ceased their attacks, signaling the battle's end. Later, Yunhai parted ways with Kakashi and the others, seeking Tsunade to study medical ninjutsu and using the slug to treat his grandfather. 2 years later, after Uchiha Itachi massacred his clan, Hyuga Yunhai along with Hanazake and others launched a raid on the root organization, killing Shimura Danzo. It was then he learned that Mitokado Hamura was not the killer of his mother but merely a scapegoat. Hyuga Yunhai did not kill him. Instead, he entered the ninja academy to protect Hinata, living a quiet and peaceful life. The end.